And guys, it is time. Day number 2, top 64 cut. We started day 1 with 512 players, and we're down to the final 64. I am beyond excited to get the Chengdu Regional Open started today. It looks like the coverage over on the Chinese side has started, but I will be your host today. Joining me is none other. You guys remember him from yesterday. You guys remember him from a whole lot of Runes and Rift events. Is NA45. How are we feeling, NA?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to be here. I'm really looking forward to this top cut. I think we'll have some really great games. I mean, the games I casted yesterday and the ones I caught. Well, unfortunately, I went to sleep, but I did watch the VODs a little bit. But
There were some good games in
I'm,
there.
yeah, looking forward to seeing what we got today. So,
Yeah, I said it earlier, or not earlier, I said it during the day 1 coverage. Day 2 is when the real spice came to play. And speaking of day 2, why do I always forget to do the tweet, NA? Let me do the tweet real quick, chat. Forget we're live.
of
We were a little
course.
rushed because the stream started rush. So pretend that we're not even live real quick. Give me a quick hot second, and then I'll get right back to it. But in the meantime, Ane, if you want to let people know, what are you most excited for? Any little predictions you have for today?
Um, I, this is going to sound awful. My prediction is Draven wins the event. And I think my prediction is actually that it's going to be like a more standard Draven, not like a Miracle Draven or anything. I think it's going to be a standard Draven. I actually kind of want one to win as well. I like watching
Okay.
the gameplay, as I said, though I am hoping that we do get to see at least a couple Miracle decks on stream. So also looking forward to that, though. Uh, I imagine those games will they might avoid putting them on stream for the reasons we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, you're so
So,
right. We saw one. We saw a single Miracle Draven. That was the only Draven of that variant we saw, but we did see a couple of the standard ones.
mhm,
And how come here? Let's head right over to our Spirit Four Lounge in the meantime while this regional gets started. But why do you say
mhm.
you would rather prefer a standard Draven versus the Miracle one? Is it just how long the turns can take sometimes?
Well, it's not that I would prefer one. It's that kind of what I expect is I think the margin for error on the Miracle one is way higher as you are taking way more actions. You actually have to plan out significantly in advance. Where with the more standard Draven, I think it has a lower ceiling, but it's significantly easier to pilot. And I think even the top level players over how many rounds is this? What? So 64. So 64,
6
32,
rounds.
16. So 6 rounds plus 9 on day 1, or was it 8 on day 1?
7 on day 1.
But 7? Really? Wow, okay, that's crazy. But, across 13 rounds, you're bound to make mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
and especially when you're playing a very complex deck, and I think that if you are playing a simpler version of a deck that has a similar power level, you're more likely to consistently do well. And especially when it comes to the later rounds in the tournaments, there's so much mental fatigue from all of the thinking you had to do, so,
Yeah, that's very true. That's what kind of gives these guys a little bit of an upper hand because they get a full day's rest as we go into day 2. And Chad, take a look on the screen. These are all the players. Let us know if you recognize anybody. I mean, right now, the only English words I can read are the team names. So I recognize the ARBD team. Those guys are really, really strong out in the Chinese region. Does anyone recognize any other? I don't know about you. I'm seeing a monkey. I'm seeing Team AI going a couple places there, and we instantly get the meta share. It looks like 55. Wait. Is that from yesterday, chat? What does this mean? 29 to 55?
Google Lens, do your job. All right, let's see. All right, one second. Let me translate this. Translate
Because they're
my
saying, no,
Google.
this is day 1. It looks to be, oh, and those are the numbers indeed. 37 Draven out of 64
Oh, there we
made
go.
it into
Okay.
that top 64. So that looks to be well over 50%. And wow, look at the rest of the field. This is This
God.
is unexpected, chat. 13 is basically Draven Aurelia. Draven Aurelia. The next best is Victor and Annie at 2, and then just single digits for the remaining legends. I did not anticipate this. How are we feeling about that? That doesn't seem too healthy.
No, and it got worse than I thought because we had this discussion yesterday about how okay maybe the Draven percentage has dropped down, but I mean clearly Draven is still by far the dominant deck. It's kind of absurd to me that the third highest deck is two. Like
Mm-hmm. Is
that's
is
insane. There's
absurdity. You're
64
so right. It makes no sense. We've never in the history of Riftbound, and I said this before, there's not a whole lot of history in Riftbound, but in the history of the short
Mhm.
history of Riftbound, we've never experiencing anything like this where it's just basically two decks fighting it out. So I mean,
Mhm.
if I'm a betting person, I'm betting that we're going to see Draven Aurelia throughout the entire top cut. But there is a whole lot of single legends, and knowing the Riftbound production team over there, they might elect to show us each of those singles legends as they move on forward.
Mhm.
One of them has to get through the top 64. One of them has to get through the top 32. So hopefully we get one of those spicy ones. I was so preoccupied with Draven and Aurelia. Did you catch a glimpse of the other legends? Did anything stand out?
I mean, not really. It's really unfortunate. I think that I expected the Victor deck to have a little bit more success, as it is like the air quote Draven counter,
Mm-hmm.
and still only having two Victor decks is kind of crazy to me. There's an Ezreal in there, probably the Miracle Ezreal. Interested to see there. And it looks like a Rek'Sai did sneak in. And I think the most surprising one for me is actually Kaisa just being one. Because
Right.
if I remember correctly, and I did record this, is Kaisa was the third most represented deck.
Yeah, I think in
I
Top
think there are
Cut,
31
chat,
Kaisas.
correct us if we're wrong. Wasn't there at least 7 Kaisers that made day 2 last week? I'm trying to think back as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, Pago, I don't know
Yeah.
why the Vid Ninja is like gets thrown off for some reason, but sometimes it fixes. I know it's not your fault, Nate. It's more on my side of things, but hopefully it fixes.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, it shouldn't make too much of a problem as long as you guys can hear him perfectly, which I can hear loud and clear so far. But you bring up a really good point. Where in the world are the Kaisers? Are they kind of rotating over to Draven? Because if you play Kaiser, you're used to winning from set one. You have that kind of mindset, a very competitive mindset. You're like, I've been playing Kaiser since sets one, and I'm so used to top cutting. Is it time to switch over to Draven? Because that would be perhaps a mentality they might be adopting, or is she just not feeling as strong as as a lot of people initially thought in the early meta?
I mean, it's a bit strange to me as well. I think that people were not super sure what the best Kaiser build was, and we've even still seen that is people still going between more of the mechs and then more of the traditional Kai'Sa. I think that the traditional Kai'Sa does better into Draven, but the issue with the traditional Kai'Sa is now you're dealing with like decks like this Aurelia deck, and I feel like that should be a pretty tough matchup, like almost impossible,
I
because
think
you have to
so.
deal with this giant deflect Aurelia, and you just can't efficiently remove it, so you just lose. Like,
Yeah, you nailed it perfectly. Not only does she have deflect, but she has so much counter options. Literally, you have those
Mhm.
those counters, and then you also have reaction speed pumps, like discipline, like defiant dance. So it's just so hard, and they're very efficient too. They most often than not just cause a single energy. So I think Aurelia is just a nightmare matchup for Kaiser, which is why we're seeing them kind of go a bit off. And yeah, Reddick, the stats are sad. Revolver, the top 64. Rewind back on YouTube a little bit. They just showed it. It's literally Draven, Aurelia, and the rest of the legends. It's very saddening, honestly. Really, really crazy stuff. But perhaps one of those single digits might make a deep run. We saw Fiora do really good in Fuzhou. There was a single Fiora, guys. I think there was even a single Ornn, a single of almost all the Spirit Four legends. I wonder. I wish they kind of posted the results on Billy, but I think I saw a Ezreal
Mhm.
for sure. I saw a Ornn. I saw a Lucian, but other than that, I can't remember
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
I took a screenshot. I got you. So it's 37 Draven, 13 Aurelia, 2 Victor, 2 Annie, 1 Azir, 1 Ornn, 1 Lucian, 1 Leona, 1 Ezreal, 1 Set, 1 Fiora, 1 Rek'Sai, 1 Kai'Sa, and 1 Sivir, and that is it.
Nice, nice. And if it, did you paste the screenshot anywhere? If you could just share it in the messages, I'll pull it up here in chat for people to see.
Sure, sure, sure. Oh, whoops. That is absolutely not it.
Yeah, either in the caster chat or the DMs we were talking, whichever. Or oh,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Reddick said
I got
okay.
you.
Well, NA's
There you
gonna
go.
pull it up here anyways. Both Fear and Kaiser are straight up pulverized. I'm saying Rift Lounge, what's going on? What is going on with that? And Horny saying either you play in Vegas. Unfortunately, NA won't be attending Vegas, or maybe the waitlist kind of comes through for him. But I haven't decided. With all this Draven shenanigans, I'm probably gonna go for a best of metal card. I'm leaning towards Fiora, but Fiora's probably going to make a deep run too. So maybe I'm the one that has to make that deep run with Fiora. But we'll see. And then did you post it, Caster?
I did, I did.
Okay, I'll scroll down
Yes.
here. All right,
Yeah.
Chad, let me see if
Unfortunately,
I
I
can
won't
get
be
that.
making it to Vegas as I did not get a ticket. I am on the wait list, as Plus said, but what can you do? Unfortunate.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Like these results we're seeing on the screen. So it looks at the tail end of things. Lux and Jax barely made it, but it was a Sivir, a Rek'Sai, a Set. So maybe all the decks that we kind of caught on stream that were doing pretty well. They were like 3-0 at one point, 3-0-1. We didn't get to see any Sivir, but it's kind of crazy to have Kai'Sa. I mean, granted, one could have been next to Annie. They kind of did this for the show, I feel like. But Azir, Lucian, Leona, perhaps the Leona we saw on stream versus the Draven at the very end might have inched their way in. But boy, this is disheartening as I keep saying over and over again. 37 Draven, 13 Aurelia. And then everything else just pretty. It almost just feels like if I had a dollar for every time I've heard since the beginning of Spirit Forge, the League of Draven, I would be pretty well off because it seems to be the case, right? You know, are we gonna
Mhm.
have Draven mirror match for the whole top cut NA? Does it feel that way?
I mean, looking at these results, it's pretty likely. I guess it'll depend on how they do the seeding, but it would be nice if they throw some Dravens at each other, so we can go ahead and actually get some good some other legends, some variety, as the Dravens will eliminate each other. But I mean, with that number of Dravens, it's pretty likely they're just gonna play against all these like non-meta decks, and I guess we'll have to see which non-meta hero will be our story for this event.
Yeah,
Hopefully, at
that's
least one
right.
of them
And it
will do
looks
well.
to be for the round of top 64, guys. We have a little bit of an off meta legends. Victor coming in at only 2 representing top cut. Ornn coming in single digits. This is the only Ornn, the only hope for Ornn players. Does he have what it takes to take down the likes of Victor? I could only imagine this Victor might very well be something like the prison style Victors with a whole lot of removal. I haven't seen this matchup too much, but I would imagine with that blue Ornn being one of the only units available to Ornn, having Deflect 2, and then those Cell Songers adding Deflect 4, it could get a teeny bit problematic for Victor. Or do you
Hmm.
think they just have a bit too much removal?
It is kind of interesting. It depends on what the Victor is playing. I would say personally, I would give it to Victor because Ornn is a ramp deck, and it is a variant of a ramp deck. And Victor traditionally has a extremely good matchup into like the Aurora decks and the other ramp decks, like the Ramp Yi. And this version of Victor, I will say this is yellow Victor, so this could be like even more of the token aggression Victor, not like the blue kill Victor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
So
get a
I
little indication of that from the arena's greatest. You oftentimes don't see it. So, as you
mhm,
said, a more aggressive deck, this might just be the most aggressive style Victor list we tend to see. As you mentioned, that yellow Victor is going to be getting
mhm,
him a recruit token every time one of your units dies, which is a bit of, which kind of tells us he's playing more than just recruits, right? He's playing units in his deck to get value from that because the Prison Style Victor only has units in their legend ability, don't they not?
mhm. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I really didn't expect this to be our match. Ooh, okay, we get a little glimpse there. So there is a vengeance. So they are opting to play like some of the kill spells. So maybe it's like a little bit of a homebrew, a mix between the very control-y, almost prison victor and the more aggressive one because there was a watcher in there as well. I think the hand was Vengeance, Walker, Bellows Breath, and did he catch the last card?
No, I didn't get to see too much, but I am seeing that Bellows Breath, so I think it is a nice little mix because I think just Spirit Forge came out
Mhm.
with good cards for this color combination. So the sign of mulliganing two cards, or perhaps he's keeping them as he's pushing them forward. But let's see what they have. I have a funny feeling, Victor, if he's on the play versus an aspirant climb, you know that one's going to be
Mhm.
really slow to the punch. So Victor might just have what it takes to kind of squeeze on under, despite being having to go up to 9 points. Is that a whole lot of treasure hoarders or just a whole lot of order cards? I think it was a Captain Vanguard. You know, I think this might be the Captain Vanguard matron build. Have you seen that in Victor's?
Mhm. I I haven't seen it in set two, so I'm pretty interested in seeing how this goes. I think this should be an excellent matchup for Victor if that is what this build is. Is not only do you get to play really fast and really aggro. But if they are playing the Matron Vanguard package, I would expect like stratagems in their deck, or at the very least, like a decree. And both of those cards should be extremely hard for Ornn to deal with.
Oh yeah, I think so. Even cards like Cold the Weak might be a little bit problematic for him as well. But Victor will indeed be on the play. Did he forget his point? NA, the beginning is before the channel. I can't believe
Oh
in the
no,
round of top
I hope not.
64, players are forgetting their arena's greatest trigger. Does Orn forget he channeled before the point, but the judges don't mind? He's saying at least you got the point before you drew. The Victor player
Oh my
slapping
gosh.
himself in the face a little bit as Orn develops our little
Oh
clockwork to start things
no.
off.
That's incredible. I mean, when it's your battlefield too, it's not even like it's his opponent's battlefield, but there's a lot of pressure when you're on stream,
Hmm.
especially in the top cut. It's very easy to make these silly mistakes, but that one is going to absolutely hurt because a lot of times these aggro versus ramp decks are it's a very slim margin that you can squeeze under by. And you played Annie, so you can understand this, right?
Oh
Where
yeah.
sometimes you have that last push, and if it goes back to them, you lose the game. So
Mm-hmm. And you know, you guys got to keep in mind, it's an Arena's Greatest and a Aspirant Climb Battlefield Game 1, right? So Arena's Greatest was a way of
mhm,
kind of equalizing the field in a sense. So Victor had to just essentially go up to 8, but now he actually does have to make that big climb up to 9 points, which could come and bite him when everything's said and done. But at the very minimum, he's going to be able to get his first point online with that Aspirant Climb Conquer with the Treasure Hoarder, of course, develops a little recruit token, and on top of that, will get the manufacturer online. So this is definitely a different Victor than we've seen before. Perhaps things like manufacturer, things like the Captain Vanguard we said. And if he has those, I do think he might very well be playing the Matron. It kind of makes sense to me, right?
yeah, I am kind of curious here. You see, the Orn played a Clockwork, which is not traditionally what you see the Orn builds play. Generally, you see them play like the Voltron style Orn with the do you remember her name? Crown Guard? Is it Crown Guard?
Tiana, yeah, Tiana. Or
Yeah.
Titiana or Tiana? Titiana Crown Guard.
Yes. Yeah, generally you see the giant kind of ramp Orn and then you stack a battlefield with her. At least those have been the ones that I've seen that have been more successful, and it looks like he actually is playing some other two drops. So I actually like it a lot. It does force your opponent to kind of respect both battlefields. You do have to take care of the unit, and then also it does, like, I mean, this card was being played in Yi as well, right? As just the option for a draw late game, even though
Mm-hmm.
you don't traditionally use it. Um,
Yeah, I think it's very similar to the fact how Aurelia players weren't running a whole lot of low to the ground units, and then they realized they
mhm.
were just getting defeated by early game advantage off their opponents, so they decided to put in some more early cards. I think could be a similar story for this Ornn deck, saying if I don't have a Clockwork, if I don't have a Lonely Poro, these guys are just gonna get free early conquers. So let's put these in the deck just in a way of kind of slowing the game plan down for my opponent. But I'm seeing a really good card in hand, that Stellarcorn Herder, one of the best calm cards coming out of Spirit Forge. He does have enough runes, but goes for the Spell Songer.
Mm.
And why would he develop that out now? Does he just feel like it's going to be safe? No main board equipment removal?
Yeah, I mean, you can generally feel fairly safe to not expect main deck equipment removal from what I've seen. What was kind of interesting there is he's considering actually attaching it to the clockwork, which is I can kind of see the vision, right? It does put it over the that it gives a +2, right? Spell
Plus 0
Songer.
only because it has such a strong
Wait.
ability. So it
Oh,
would have
you're right. You're
doubled
right.
nothing, I believe, on the Clockwork. So maybe he wasn't thinking about it too
Yep.
much. But here we go, the Wages of Pain trying to
Hmm.
do 3 damage onto the Clockwork, but we might just be seeing a not so
Okay.
fast coming down to simply protect the Clockwork. But you tap out for that, it doesn't
Yeah.
seem too beneficial because you're able to just take it down with something like a Manufacturer and then push in with the Recruit. Would you have liked to save that Clockwork there? It almost feels like you kind of just spent that not so fast for not too much value, no?
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. It's kind of strange to be honest. I guess the idea here is he just wants to keep the victor's board as small as possible. And I will say, getting rid of stopping the wages of pain does deramp you one, but it also stops your victor opponent from ramping one, essentially,
Hmm.
with the treasure token. So he's saying that I'm okay deramping if you don't get the ramp, which honestly I don't really agree with. But I mean, clearly he's got a plan in mind. He does kind of have the advantage here in that the victor did miss their trigger, but I mean, the board presence is looking pretty favored for Victor here, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I could
Let me
only agree more. It looks like a Stellarcorn gonna be coming out, but as you mentioned, with the strong board presence being developed on Victor's side, he's gonna easily gonna be able to push 2 units up, scoring up to 5. And mind you guys, if he actually remembered the arena's greatest, that would be him going up to 6 total points, very close to closing things out. Maybe that's just the exact little bit of breathing room the Ornn needs to try to get back in this game, because he has some good equipment. He just needs some way of getting this Ornn online. Ah, man, there's this one card, the signature gear from Ornn. I feel like that's the only way in this position to really get back in the game. I think it's called Requiem. You know what I'm talking about? Ready all your units, and then your units have ganking, something along those lines.
I believe it's Shirelius. Yeah, so it's Shirelius Requiem, and it is unique. It is what I believe all three of his gears are unique, and it is when you play this, ready your units. So it is essentially a full board accelerate or however you'd like to use it, and then it does give your units ganking at the
Mm-hmm.
place. Though I will say it generally isn't incredible because you don't like have a lot of units, so it's not like you get to make this giant push. You do generally just like move like 1 or 2 units, which admittedly can be good, right? Like you put your Ornn in your Crown Guard and then you just say, all right, we're both ganking over to the other battlefield, like what are you going to do about it? I will say we haven't seen the I believe it is the Doran Shield, right?
Yeah.
The Doran Shield, which is kind of like the core piece of that strategy, right? Where you give your Ornn tank, and then the Crown Guard can't be really interacted with as well. So I wonder if
Mm.
he's got kind of his own little homebrew here, right? Because we've seen the smaller units and still haven't seen the actual Ornn champion unit played either.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. In the moment he's able to drop something like the Crown Guard, back that up with something big like a tank Ornn or the blue Ornn, there could be some way of getting back in this game. But think about what we're saying here. You got to first off develop the crown guard. It has to be on a battlefield to get. Actually, does it have to be on the battlefield to gain its ability? I might be mistaking it with another card, but either or, you have to get your Ornn online as well to be pushed up on a battlefield. So it's a whole lot of pieces you have to put together, and at the same time, Victor on relentless with this pressure, just board a unit after unit, conquer after conquer, going most likely up to 7 points, one for the hold and one for the push. Unless, did he just conquer this turn up to 5? I don't remember if he did.
So he was at 3, 4, 5. I want to say he retreated from the arenas and pushed up onto the aspirants.
Okay.
So, oh my gosh, look at all those tokens. Can you see if he has like a decree in hand? I feel like I see one.
I saw one. You're totally right. There is an Imperial Decree. So even if that blue Ornn ended up hitting the board, it's going to take a whole lot to stop that. You're going to need a wind wall at that. Not so fast won't be enough for that kind of spell because it doesn't target your own unit. So Ornn, the single Ornn. I mean, at the same time, there's only 2 victors. So you could almost say the single victor as well. Not feeling in a great position in this round of 64. He made it all the way into day 2, but it's just not looking good. It just so happens to be a rather unfavorable matchup as you brought it to our attention earlier on. It does seem to be that way as things keep progressing onto this game. And the Steric Hand, is that, or a Gauge? I forgot what that one was called.
Yep. Steric's Gauge, I believe it is, and it is a quick draw. I want to say it's a +3. Steric's Gauge, yes, it is a +3 quick draw. So, and we get the Stellacorn, and you do get to. Is Victor thinking here? Can't tell if this did go through or he's thinking.
I believe he ended up getting the Conquer, so he draws 2. The Cellsonger coming in pretty clutch on a Stellacorn Hoarder because you do, or the Stellacorn Herder, because you do end up drawing 2, so there is some kind of hope. Getting your resources enough to find some kind of answers. And here is the man of the hour. You need to establish his Ornn ASAP, but is it just a little bit too late? If he remembered the arena's greatest trigger, I would almost say it's a little bit too late, but there's some distance between 5 and 9. That's 2 whole turns of conquering. You have to go 6, 7, and then you have to go 8, 9, of course. So there could be a world. Maybe, as we mentioned, the Requiem allowing Ornn to push up and then ready and then gank the other side. If Victor tries to just hold a battlefield, which doesn't seem too likely, of course, just hypothetically, maybe Ornn can squeeze back in this game because he just has 2 runes. Actually, only a single rune to try to defend from this push, going up to most likely 7 for Victor. And you don't even have to invest a pure decree at this point. I think you keep it rather simple. You have enough raw might on the board to take care of the Stellacorn. It's only at 3 might because Fellsonger only has 0. Oh, and to make matters worse, that was another Imperial Decree off the top. He could do just Imperial Decree, and just end things in 2 turns, I believe.
So what's actually kind of interesting is Ornn does have an answer for this board state. It's not super easy, but he does have an answer, and it is the Forge Fire Cape.
Oh.
As the Forge Fire Cape does deal an AoE 2 damage whenever the unit it's attached to attacks or defends. So he does potentially have an answer for the board state, even through the decree. Though he will have to get rid of the 3 might units, because quite obviously, like a 3 might unit would go through that. But there is a potential answer. It's if he finds it, I mean, he will get another 2 draws off the Stellacorn and then 1 for moving it, right? So it's still going to see a fair amount more cards. And I guess the question is if he even plays it as well. I know some of the Ornn lists were like not playing the full suite of their signature spells, at least before.
I know there's only 1 in 40, right? So you got to kind of pick which signature gears you want to bring out into these main boards. But I would imagine it seems like a really good one. But, you know, the aggressive decks are kind of like far and few between. So I wouldn't blame them to kind of forego that signature gear for some of the other ones we've seen before. But swinging in with that Captain Vanguard and the Treasure Hoarder, adding up for 5 might versus the 3. But is there something like a Wages of Pain, or I guess Azonia's Hourglass would feel pretty good? You recall it back. That doesn't count as a move though, of course, because it's just a recall. So you're not gonna. I
Mm.
mean, you have a Zonia's already on the board, so you know your Stellarcorn is virtually safe, but it's gonna be investing a single card, and it's gonna be the Cloth Armor, I believe, or what's the official name of it?
Isn't it cloth armor? I thought it was cloth armor. Yeah. Yes, it is cloth armor. So I'm gonna give it shield 2, I believe, for a quick draw 1. So not too bad here. It ends up trading with both units, though the yellow victor being on the field does
Oh,
mean
but
this
keep
means
it.
more recruits.
And hey,
Yep.
wouldn't it double because of Spellsonger? You get +4 shield.
Ooh. You're actually absolutely correct. So in that case, it just straight up wins, right? That's pretty good. I
Yeah,
didn't
the
think about that
power,
interaction.
the magnitude of Spellsonger coming out to play. Imagine a quick draw 1 energy play just getting +4 shield on a unit, especially in this circumstance, because you just invested 2 of your bigger might units, and now you do have enough little guys. But if there's a good hidden card, I can't even imagine what's going to be under that card. It is another Zonia, so that card is super safe, but I think it does stack that way, right? You would go up to shield 4?
Maybe it doesn't. Actually, does it?
I guess not.
That's
I guess we get our answer. I think it's the unit's abilities, but it almost seemed like it should work that
yeah.
way. But we're seeing here in chat, thank you, Snap, saying it's not for the gears.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I honestly don't know how that works. I haven't really seen these cards interact before. I could see it both ways, right? Because it is granting the keyword to the card, so you could say the card has the text, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe it is just the raw text of the card. I can't say. I'm
Yeah, we're seeing a
unfortunately
couple people
super.
agree with the judges out in China saying you do not get the copy from the gear, only the raw unit. I think I just get confused because the blue orange seems to have
Mhm.
every single ability under the sun, right? When he has the cell songer. So I think that's where the confusion is. But if we thought Victor didn't have enough recruit tokens, down comes the Captain Vanguard, down comes the Victor Legend ability, adding a whole 4 more recruit tokens. I think this game is over. You need like a quadruple Bellows Breath, which you can't even run it in your main board, of course. Oh man, this is tough, especially when we think about the simple fact that there's 2, not just 1, there's 2 Imperial Decrees, and you can't even defy, you can't not so fast. You need to invest a wind wall for that kind of card. So it's looking all but over. Is there any kind of line of play you can think about for this Ornane?
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to draw off the Stellacorn and kind of pray, is what I imagine. So at least gonna get up to 4 here. 2 more cards. Do we see an answer?
Look to be another pickup of not so fast. No, actually, that's Consult the Past, believe it or not. So Consult the Past does get the conquer. So he's gaining points, but points aren't going to matter because the only point that truly matters is that final victory point, and that is looking like
Mhm.
Victor might be achieving that this very next turn. He's trying to say, what can I possibly do to set up the biggest defenses I can? I have a Twonk. I have. He honestly just doesn't have enough answers, right? The Imperial Decree is such a phenomenal card. You're able to go one by one by one, and you don't have to. You could just slowly test the waters. Does he have an answer for this? If not, your unit dies. Does he have, so on and so forth? It looks like Victor with just so much board presses online and that Imperial Decree. If he had a wind wall, though, there's a chance, right? Because I don't think he could play 2 Imperials. Or actually, looking at the runes on the UI, I think he actually can play 2 Imperials.
Yeah, so it'll be at 5. He will go up to, I want to say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, he could play 2 decrees, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As long as he is playing enough yellows. Oh, no, he has a gold token. Yeah, he can play enough.
Yeah, he
He
definitely
can
has
play
enough.
2.
Oh, he needs to hit. Oh, yeah, you're right. He does have a gold token. And the Orb player is struggling to see the line as well. He's like, wait a second. Is there some hope in this game, number 1? These rounds are on time. As you guys can tell, the middle of the screen or the upper middle of the screen, the time is counting up rather than counting down. So even as early as the round of top 64, it's completely untimed. So these guys are probably going to play a bit slower than we saw in their Swiss rounds. And if you guys remember yesterday, some of the players were really taking their time. Perhaps they were prepared for
Oh,
day
for
2.
sure.
Yeah, they were going slow play mode. But they ended up getting a draw nonetheless, so it kind of didn't benefit them when everything was said and done. But in this situation, it does tend to benefit the player that completely thinks out their plays to ensure you don't make any kind of mistakes, as these high stakes are on the line. But I'm just not seeing it. Victor just has everything going for him, has the board, has the cards, and just able to probably close things out this next turn. I guess Victor just perhaps wants to bait out a couple more cards just to see what he's dealing with for a game 2 situation, because he's even revealing a stare gauge. I wouldn't be able to play around that as the Victor player, so that's honestly more free information for Victor, right?
It's free information. It unfortunately isn't going to do anything here. I will say he is forcing his Victor opponent to reveal the decrees, where that is something that potentially you could say as the Victor player, assuming that he had not played like the Sterix and the double hidden and some scary cards, you could go for a line where you're like, okay, I'm just going to not reveal knowledge, and I'm going to just win with what I have on board. I don't need to use my decrees. Don't reveal that I'm playing the decrees, though. I mean, if you are in touch with the meta, you should be able to make an educated guess that a token Victor is playing decree. But there is some sort of like metagaming you can do and try and hide knowledge. But in this case, I mean, it becomes pretty straightforward, right? You just drop the decree and you go one by one, and the game should be over.
Yeah, as you said, it's super straightforward in this circumstance. So I think that's exactly what this Victor player has in mind. Goes out and plays the Imperial Decree. Is there any kind of counter capabilities that Consult the Past trying to draw something like the Wind Wall? Does he mainboard that type of counter spell in general? He picks up 2 cards. It looks like it was a not so, actually no, he had the not so fast already. Does he have a secondary? No. Okay, he draws 2 more, and is there's gonna be a wind wall off the top? It would be incredible, but a little
Nope.
short of luck, it looks like.
Yep, unfortunate. Ooh, is that Singularity I see? That's cool. Okay. This is a pretty different Orn list.
Yeah, you know, with Orn drawing so much cards, digging deep into his deck in game 1, it's giving us a bit of an insight what kind of main board or what kind of list in general he's seen seems to be running. I'm not seeing any Tatiana Crown Guards in that list. I'm seeing a whole lot of combat spells, which I guess makes sense for an Orn deck. I'm used to seeing a little bit more of the equipment-centric build, because he had some equipment, but I saw a whole lot more like Twonks, counters, of course, but Victor does indeed get the game number 1, and man, it almost seemed like there was not unplayable type of matchup, but almost, right? Orange just didn't really do too much, never really got off the ground, never really kind of stopped the game plan coming from Victor. I mean, let's try to think about it a little bit. Maybe chat can join in, guys. What can Orange player do against the likes of Victor in that situation? I mean, you said it a little bit. Is the cape the only thing that could perhaps stop the Victor player?
It's pretty bad, right? Like, you just saw that the Victor player even missed their battlefield, and they were on aspirants, and it just wasn't even close.
Right, not even
There were,
close.
I guess if you are the Orn player, you are hopefully siding wind walls, and the wind wall will help a little bit there. I can't imagine you're not when the Draven deck is running around and does play Thermal Beam in the side deck sometimes. So that card is probably not an auto loss, but it's pretty bad if it does resolve. So I would really hope to see some wind walls come in, and that card can maybe make the stratagems and the decrees not just auto lose the game.
Yeah.
That being said, we didn't see a stratagem. I mean, there's a chance it's not being played, but when you see so many tokens, I feel like it's probably being played.
I think you're right. At the very minimum, we did see a double Imperial Decree. He's probably running a full set of 3 Imperial Decrees, and a couple people in chat answering us for us. They're saying, go home and cry. Scoop up and go home. Triple Bellows Breath. Okay, Corey, I see you. Triple Bellows Breath might be the glimmer of hope. The Gumba is saying, since some fire damage is done at attack and defense with Decree, every unit that comes in is dead. Yeah, Gumba, that could be a way of trying to get around it, but if there's a unit with just 3 might, it could be the thing. Unless, did we see a Stupefy from Orn? I think that was a Stupefy from Victor, or it might not. Maybe I'm there was no stupefied period, was there? I might be confusing games as
No,
early as the
no,
64.
I think Victor did play one. I will say it doesn't really. The Orn does have answers for like the 3 might units. You have like the Thwonk, like we saw in his hands, so you can go like Thwonk on the 3 mites. You can go like a Bellows. There are a lot of options there. I don't think that Orn should be like at an auto loss post side. I think game one is pretty close to an auto loss, at least with these builds, but I guess we'll have to see what the players are cooking up.
Yeah, we will see very shortly. And hey, Zaire, what do you mean the H in twonk? Is it not twonk? How would you say that in A? Is it twank? Zapphire, I wish you could come on stream and let us know how you say it, but I thought it was twonk. I heard a lot of people call it twonk. But let us know if we're saying it
Wonk?
wrong, chat. We want to correct it. Is it really twink? No, no. I think you're messing with us, Zaire. Um, the Kree kills every unit that takes damage, so Sunfire counters the Kree. Didn't add that in message. Sorry. Yeah, Gumba, I see what you
Oh,
mean. I
true.
see what you mean.
That's a good point. Yep,
Mm-hmm. That is a good
that is
point.
true. That is true. So that does sound like a bit of a counter, which would be pretty good if he does play it. Like we said, that the Orn lists, at least the Crown Guard Orn list, we're not playing it. So we'll have to see if this different style of Orn is opting to play some of these cards.
Yeah, and we're trying to receive some chat education with the twonk twinks. I'm gonna keep it twonk for now. You guys might have to correct me later on, because I don't think things like Crazy HD saying the wonk is gonna be helping me out. Trappy from YouTube saying, I mean, how would you say that? I don't know if you see the chat. It's just TH. Isn't that like a the wonk, the wonk, the wonk? All right, I think you guys are
I have
memeing me
no
with the
clue, man.
twink. We're not gonna call twink twonk or twonk twink. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just say it together and you got it. The it's like the, right? I mean, the is THE, right? So the and then wonk. So the wonk, the wonk. Chat, are we saying it? Am I saying it right? The wonk. No e. All right, guys, you guys are
I
just
have
gonna have to
no
put up with a
idea.
good old twonk for now, because I'm not following. Are you following in a?
No, it's way. English is hard, man.
Oh yeah,
I'm just gonna say Thwonk, and I'm gonna guess. Good enough for
gotcha.
me.
Like monk, so wonk, wonk. So, you're saying twonk that you need the th. Oh, but wait, I thought I am saying the th. Thwonk, thwonk, thwonk. Guys, isn't that the th? The? Because isn't. All right, we're keeping it on, guys. We're getting off topic. You know, we said Bellows Brev might be the only way of getting back in this matchup. We didn't actually get to see any Bellows Brev, did we? And we got to see a good amount of cards coming out from Orn. With those double draws, the Consult the Past, the little Stellar Corn Herder. I don't think he dug far enough. I mean, I'm willing to bet he dug through like 20 plus cards, did he not? And I don't remember seeing a single Bellows Breath.
I don't think we saw one either, so it would not be super surprising if we at least didn't see them in the main deck. Again, it could be a side option. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not playing it at all, because it's not really going to be super useful into Draven. You can clear like some of the little 2-might units, but I would imagine a lot of the deck building is built around playing against Draven and Aurelia. And
Oh yeah.
I like the singularity, like we saw. I think that's pretty good into those decks, is it does clear some of the important might thresholds, like Draven with like the 4s and the Darius 5. Aurelia generally is like 4, maybe 5 with the GA attached. So singularity I think is pretty good, but it's going to be pretty bad in this matchup, unfortunately.
Yeah, well said. I believe every single deck is kind of coming in preparation for simply a single deck, and that's the boogeyman right now. That is the Draven, the villain of the meta, if you will. And I can't believe, Tuki made a good point. Out of all the Dravens, all the single digit leaders, how are these guys versing off? It should be all the single digits versus Draven, right? That's probably what I would have done if I had some kind of power over it. But of course, that's just how the pairings end up going. Let's go ahead and bounce to our main scene as we get game number 2 of the round of 64 started. It looks like Orange Forge and Obelisk of Power will be those battlefields for the secondary game. Now, Orange Forge seems like a rather straightforward one. That's the one that Oh, I'm always mixing them up. Is that the one that
When you
costs one less for your equipment?
Yes, when you control the battlefield, the first non-token gear played each cost one less. So it with the Ornn leader, essentially will make some of the gears free, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what's more interesting to me is the Obelisk of Power. The Victor, I traditionally have seen that as a going first battlefield for him because you do get the ability to play a 2-drop and then a Victor token, but going second, that's a little bit more interesting to me. You could go, I guess, like a 3-drop in a token, so like manufacturer, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, you got a good point because you can't really do like recruit legend and then vanguard, so it has to only be like a manufacturer.
Mhm.
What other 3 drop can we do? Because I wouldn't think about him establishing his champion as early as that turn one. It doesn't really make too much sense without any follow up units or any before
Mhm.
units. And we do see a decent amount of equipment. And oh, are you seeing
Ooh,
the big one there? The Requiem
yes, yes.
is in hand, and there's actually a Sona. I'm interested to see if that was more of a sideboard card because we didn't see any bit of Sona come out to play in that game one, allowing him to get a whole lot more runes to use those counter slash pumps if he has it, but trying to do what you can do for that opening turn and develops out a nice little cell songer.
Yeah, I mean, if you do have the Sona with the Cell Songer, that should be pretty crazy, right? You just restand like what 8 runes at the end of your turn, or something.
Yeah,
But
you might not
it
even
does
have
look.
that many runes to ready, honestly, but that is a play. If he had the cards, he just needs to build up his card advantage to make full benefit of things like that. And the Pundering Poro coming out as the opening Pele, and it looks like it was simply 3 runes, so not making full use of the 4, leaving 1 available. Perhaps something like, I was gonna say like a stupefy or something, but doesn't make too much sense in this situation. Let's see what the Ornn has though. It looks like a not so fast with the pickup. So I am seeing very little amount of units on Ornn's side, having a bit of what I like to call the Aurelia dilemma, where you're lacking units early on. And we saw how that went for him in game number 1. This might just be a double conquer for Victor very easily without too much to say for it. So we'll see. It looks like he's playing something out while recycling. And there is a Sona. There is a single unit. You have to play. It doesn't feel the best to have it in base, but you have to establish something, right?
Well, this is going to be bad because this is the same as the Rek'Sai game that we watched. There's a Call of the Week in the Victor's hand. So, bye bye, Sona. If he chooses to use it this early, I guess there is a world where you say, I'm fine with you establishing one Sona. I'm going to save this for something more impactful. But I would not be surprised at all if he just decides to say, nope, the Sona's out of here. You've shown that you don't really have any good units here. Play your champion, I'll deal with that too. And then you're just stuck with no units, which, like you said, it's the Aurelia dilemma, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And it looks like a proper play line, in my opinion. You could push up one of those recruit tokens, get the conquer before going on and playing on one of those call of the weeks. And you're hoping he doesn't have a single defy. We have all the knowledge here in the commentary booth. I don't actually think I saw a defy. He had a not so fast, but that's of course going to be too energy invested, and he just doesn't have that as of right now. If he wants to take the gamble, it's a little bit of a calculated risk. Does he have it? He could bait it out. You eventually got to get through a couple defies, but that would be huge. You take down the Sona. I don't want to say you win the game, but you're able to score at least 2 to 4 more points rather easily. 2 with the hold, retreat back, and then maybe 2 more on the push, as they're probably not able to be pushed forward. And here he goes. He's going for it, saying no counter options available. The Sona hitting the trash, and things are looking rather disastrous if you ask me for the Zorn.
Yeah, this is looking, if possible, worse than the first game. This is not good, not good. But it all hope is not lost. I will say it is a little bit interesting that it was played the way that he did right there, where he played he killed the token in his base, and maybe there's something I'm missing, but my initial thought is like you kill the token on on the forge battlefield, then you can play the Bilgewater Pearl in your base, and then you get another gold token the next turn, right? Because you can just conquer it.
Mm-hmm. That
But
makes sense.
another Sona coming down.
Yeah, looks to
This
be.
one will survive.
We'll see if it does survive, right? He has to make it survive. It looks like he should be able to survive at least a single kill spell because of Zonya's hourglass, of course. So it does get up those 2 points as we were speaking about the previous turn, going up to 4. And there is indeed no aspirant climb in this game number 2. So all you need is 4 more. You're at the halfway point. And oh man, this Victor looks to just be drawn into all the options. Or maybe this deck just seems to have all the options because we're seeing the Savage. He doesn't seem to be playing it,
Oh
but
my
he
gosh.
does. Oh yeah.
And then a Call of the Week is going to follow this right up. So still no units for the Ornn deck.
You know, this is what these Victor players have been known for in the Spiritforged meta, just kill spell after kill spell, and it makes it so much worse when you follow things up or follow your kill spells from the back of things like Salvage, kind of completely eliminating the safety net that the Sona slash Ornn player was trying to build on their turn. Say goodbye to Guardian Angels, say goodbye to those hourglasses, and say goodbye to every single unit you're trying to establish on your board. That's going to be another 2 points more than likely, because I don't think Ornn has any kind of accelerate potential, does he? I'm trying to think off the top. I don't
Well,
think
the
so.
Shrelia's gear does ready your units, right?
True.
But it is fairly expensive. I believe it's four energy. I want to say it, yeah, 4 energy, 2 power. So you do have to be able to play it plus a unit, which I mean might be a bit too slow.
I think so. Super slow. Because Victor going up to 6, and that's exactly where you want to be. You could kind of give the Ornn a couple turns. Granted, you definitely don't want to do that. You don't want to give him any kind of chances whatsoever. But in the worst case scenario, you could try to just, hopefully if he has something like Imperial Decree, just continue to build on. And under Titan
Wow.
in Victor NA. I've never seen that before.
It's like a little mini decree, right? Or sorry, not decree, a stratagem, right? All your units get +2 when you play it. So not ooh, this is kind of interesting. I actually don't really it's probably fine. So the thought here is if you do go for a double pullback, now you do open yourselves to like a higher impact. Again, Bellows Breath, if he plays it, which I think we've kind of established he probably doesn't. But not really the end of the world, because it does. I mean, he's in a very, very, very solid position here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It looks like he's going to play out the Victor chosen champion, get out another recruit token. But we saw what's in hand, guys. There is an Imperial Decree looming in that hand. So as early as the next turn, he's going to be trying to make that victory push. Can the Ornn stop it with something like a wind wall? Because in this situation, I believe that might just be the only available saving grace for Ornn. And we're just seeing an Emperor's Divide, and not so fast, the Requiem. And I think a Spell Songer. So things are not looking good, because I don't think any of those cards are adding to your card economy in your hand, right? So you could push up. But yeah, I don't think he's going to see any more cards this turn. Imperial Decree, push, push, push. Is that a GG, NA?
I think it is. I don't really see a way that he is able to survive here, which is unfortunate. I mean, this was probably the worst roll that the Ornn player could have gotten. I think this is probably his worst matchup. Can you think of one that's worse? I mean, this seems
No,
insanely
yeah,
bad.
I was just thinking, I'm like, man, why did things just seem so simple for this Victor player? Because you guys know, everyone at home understands Riftbound can be a rather complex type game. So many little details, so many intricacies among turns. But Victor just making it look like elementary school type tests almost. Ornn player just having nothing to do, almost seems like. I mean, he tried to get those Sonas rolling, but Victor just answer after answer, making it look rather easy. And still in that driver's seat, mind you, he has the Imperial Decree. Does he at least get, I mean, he's going to get 2 points, right? But without the Sunfire Cape, it makes it super straightforward to just Imperial Decree and then go ahead and push up your units. The Ornn does come online, technically gets up 2 points, so small little victories for him, but he won't be winning this game as it looks to be ending as early as the very next turn. So yeah, as you said, I think this might have just been the worst matchup, similar to how we saw Kaiser and Timo early on in set 1.
Yeah, this is really rough, and you can see the Victor player is just like he's Ornn player is sweating his butt off, and Victor player's like la la la, this is so easy. Like I don't, there's not really a
Yeah,
lot of
just
thought in
having a
it. You just kind of
grand
like,
time, just hanging out in
oh
the
my.
playground, and make it even a little bit
Mhm.
worse. It looks like Vengeance gets picked up. That will be not so fast. If you have enough runes, you could try to bait out a counter, but you know there's not even a wind wall online because there's only 2 energy available for Ornn, so it just keeps it
Mhm.
super straightforward. Period decree to close things out, and Victor, one of 2 Victor players, will be moving forward into the round of 30 through 32. Can he make a good deep run in today's top cut? That is going to be a good question, guys. Are we believing in Victor? Are we any Victor believers in chat? I'll head back to the Spirit Forge Lounge.
Victor's a solid deck. Me and my testing group do still like Victor for the next deck, and in fact, my friend Aaron was doing some deck building on this, and he actually is building his current Victor list is playing Yellow Victor, and it is playing some of these token generators. So not quite as has moved away from the spell build a little bit. I think that some of these temple cards are just too strong. You can get yourself in a pretty commanding lead early, so forcing yourself to play kind of on the back foot. I think that uh, the blue Victor does have some issues when its tokens can consistently be removed, is that deck lacks accelerate for the most part, besides like the sprites if you do play them. So I do still like the yellow one. I like the yellow one a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get to see it do too much in this game, but it does seem to be like a good viable option coming up in the Spirit Forge meta. So, guys, for anyone just tuning in right now, this was the top 64 breakdown. Very, very unexpected. You know, I was going to bring up a funny story. When I was sleeping yesterday, I had a dream. And man, it looks like it was simply a dream. I'm kind of upset. I'm like, man, do I have some kind of foresight? But the big O answer is a big fat no, because guys, I had a dream that Fiora made it like a 15-20% representation, but not a single digit Fiora. It was a balanced meta. Maybe that's why it was a dream. I remember seeing a pie chart, and it was Draven like 20%, 2 other legends 20%. Maybe that's just something I was really hoping for. So this is quite literally the opposite results, just majority Draven. Is there a world is there a world we actually get? I was memeing last time with the previous regional in Fuzhou. I was memeing that every single top 8 was going to be Draven. If there's any chance of that happening, it might be in the Chengdu regional, cuz 37 out of everything else, it seems somewhat likely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean Draven has a pretty substantial like lead in this top 64 when you are, what is it? Is it over 50%, right? Like
Yeah,
30, how
over.
many was it?
Yeah, cuz 64 divided by 2
37?
is 32, right? So it's definitely over
Oh my gosh.
50%.
Yeah, you're over the half of the top cut, and you'll have a lot of these, as we just saw, the smaller, like non-meta legends are gonna take each other out. So all you're left with is Draven versus the world. So
Yeah,
it does feel a bit bad
it really
from a
does.
spectator point of view. Yeah.
You know, we have a couple good points in chat. Cole from YouTube saying, "Look at all these medal card winners. Every single digit winner you see, those are
True.
congratulations to them, right? Those are medal card winners. A medal Azir, a medal Ornn, a medal Lucian, and Leona, so on and so forth. So congrats to those guys. Not only are they representing the legend in Top Cut, but they're getting paid out rather well for those medal cards. Like I said, I don't know how good they're gonna be selling in China, but I imagine if they're anywhere in the realm of how they're selling in the U.S., you're feeling good. I know the Chinese salaries are a little bit different than they are in the U.S., but like I said, if they're anywhere in the neighborhood, those guys are eating well. And yes, ever imagine dreaming about Riftbound, right? I don't know if I should feel bad about that, but I'm kind of around it 24/7, right? If I'm not fixing up a video or setting up a tournament or responding to you guys' message in Discord, it's like Riftbound, Riftbound, Riftbound. But I enjoy it, guys. It's always been so fun. Um, Connor's saying, do you have to get to top cut to get a medal card or just the top placing? Connor, that's a good question. You just need to be the highest placing. So if you guys saw the post I made on Twitter last week about the medal card winners for the Fuzhou Regional, Garen and Darius were number 253rd and 252nd placement in the tournament. So they scored not even right above 50% of the playing field because there was 511 players, and they both got medal cards. So you don't have to make top cut to make it. So just the top placings. And then someone's
For
saying
sure.
they're dreaming about Draven getting nerfed. That's a good dream, chat. That's a good one.
I mean, there is a non-zero chance. I think there is a non-zero chance that they do make uh, a edit to the rules to make the Draven leader slightly less powerful. And this has been talked about many times. I think we even talked about it yesterday. But the suggestion that is floating around the community is that it should only be considered a one combat if damage was actually dealt. So their units actually battling, and you can't just fight or flight. But even with that, Draven's going to be the best leader. So don't get me wrong, that Draven's still going to be very powerful even if that does happen. So unfortunately,
I think so,
it
but
is
it definitely kind of brings them down a bit. So I could like that kind of nerf. And I think a lot of people in chat would agree. But Snap saying Riot already said they will not nerf any card. Snaps, that's not 100% true. They said they're not going to nerf any card yet, but things are looking rather like a big problem if you ask me, guys. We've never seen basically just Draven top cut. Like, come on, chat. If Draven was if there was 64 Dravens, you don't think Riot would do anything? I'm pretty sure they would. What are you thinking, Abe? We saw
Yeah,
something crazy like 64 Dravens. They have to step up to the plate, don't they? That's a huge issue.
I mean, it is not a good look for the. I think the real competitive players aren't really going to care. I think, at least in Yu-Gi-Oh, I can speak from Yu-Gi-Oh. My experience playing competitive Yu-Gi-Oh is the top echelon of competitive players actually like these mono deck formats
Okay.
because it lets you have know what to expect going into a tournament. You can build your deck, and you're not going to randomly play Ornn against Victor and just auto lose the game because you know what your matchup is going to be every single round, and you can have a relatively good idea of the cards in your opponent's deck, so you know exactly what to play around. You're not playing against some random pile of cards. That being said, that's like the top echelon of players. I think the majority of players are not going to feel that way. It's going to get kind of boring when you go to your Nexus night and you're like, oh boy, over half the people here bought Draven. Yay. So
Yeah.
it's a bit of a give and take. It's kind of how much Riot wants to cater to that like upper echelon of competitive gameplay versus how much they want to cater to the masses. And I think honestly, when you are running a TCG, you do have to cater to the masses. Like you can't cater to the 0.1% of your players because then the game's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how like air quote good it makes the meta. So
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right. That does you have to kind of tend favor a little bit towards the casual because they're the one bringing in the most revenue to keep your game running. I want to say, and I see a couple good points in chat. Because these regionals are only a week between each other, there's not too much time for innovation. We kind of saw it in the previous season 1 regional circuit. Everyone just kind of followed the leader. You got the best Kaiser deck. I'm going to copy it, maybe change 1 or 2 tech options and bring it to the next one, right? 1 week is just not enough. You know, some people could grind for a week and make good progress, but the majority of people have families and jobs and school and stuff. They're not going to be able to grind effectively in a single week. So I think that has something to do with it for sure. The Draven won the first regional. Everyone's like, you know what? It's just time to play Draven. I don't have too much time to test myself. So we could see, because you guys know after 4 regionals, how it was in season 1, they gave a month window and then it was the National Open. So we might see a bit of something similar in season 2. After the 4 regionals are over, after a month. I believe last one. I don't know if you remember, Renee. I think it was a month or a month and a half where it was the National Open. Did we? I'm trying to think back who won the National Open. Was it a year? Or was it a Kaiser? Oh, Omega Zero. Of course, it was a Kaiser. That's what it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So maybe there
And
wasn't too
we
much
definitely,
innovation.
I mean, we did see like a fair meta shift when it did come to the West. So there is a chance. I will say I'm kind of expecting the opposite to happen when it comes over here. I feel like Draven's actually going to take over more meta share as the deck is really well suited to top level players in that Kaisa personally, and this is what I've heard from talking to some of my group, is Kaisa felt very strong, but it did have counters. You could randomly
Hmm.
lose to Yees that had like your unyielding spirits. You could randomly have the games where, and if you've played Kaisa, you know this, where you draw only dispel half of your deck or only unit half of your deck, and it feels really bad. Draven doesn't really feel like it has these problems. It feels like it has kind of the answers to everything
Right.
in like the purple package because the purple package is just so insanely good. And it doesn't feel like you have any of these like auto losses. Like Kaisa had a very hard matchup against the Aurora MF, for instance.
Oh yeah.
Draven doesn't have any of this. So the expectation I've heard from some of these good players is that Draven's actually going to do even better over here as you have some of these really veteran TCG players play. I hope that's wrong.
I
I
hope
hope
so,
that's wrong.
right? But I do
But
see a world where that makes
uh,
complete sense, right? Because if something's good,
mhm,
players all over in the West are able just to fully capitalize on it. So we'll see. We'll see. And Bologna will be the
mhm,
full test of that. And you know, Son of Thanos saying Chinese players aren't the best, which you know we are seeing a couple misplays here and there, but overall they do have some strong players, but I think on average, like NSA, they're not as strong. They just don't have as much past experience in TCG. So I think that could be a little piece
mhm.
of the equation as well. But we'll see. I mean, I thought I saw the comment earlier say Riot has no intention of balancing anything in set 2 because set 3 is going to be even more broken. Guys, has anyone else heard of that? Because that's the first time I hear that. Have you heard of that, NA? That set 3 kind of fixes things by breaking everything? Which in a way, it kind of does balance things. If everything's broken, then it's just fun to play anything as long as everything's strong, right? That is a cool game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll believe it when I see it. I would be really down for that because I actually think that the power level of the like mono purple deck is really interesting. It has a lot of decisions to make. It has a lot of cards you can play. Like I said before yesterday, it doesn't feel like there are 15 or sorry 25 good cards and then you have 15 slots to fill. It feels like you have 50 good cards
Hmm.
and there are actual really good deck building decisions you need to make. So I would be totally down for something like that. I will say it does make things a little bit spooky regarding power creep if it's going that fast that we go from like Kaisa playing one removal spell a turn on in set 1 to set 2 like we're already with these purple decks playing 7 cards in a turn. Like what is set 3 going to look like and then what is set 10 going to look like? So,
Yeah, imagine. I could only imagine they slowly but surely trying to, in a way, balance things by just introducing so much more mechanics. And you know, Snap Creations over here in Twitch chat saying you're kind of piquing my interest. I will admit, because you're saying you're completely not going to order any Spirit Forge. You're just pre-ordering set 3. What kind of insight do you have? Do you work for Riot? Spill the beans. Spill the beans. Let us know, because I know a lot of people in chat are probably going to invest in Spirit Forge just because it's such a good collection set. Like all those over numbers, and it seems good. I mean, a lot of people want to get some valuable Draven cards, just some cool cards in general. Oh, and Snaps Creation says he cannot say it, guys. We have a Riot informant in the chat, has all the information. And hey, X Mercai, there's no time. The reason why this break might be a little bit longer than we would like is because the match we just watched, the Victor versus Ornn, it finished in game 2. It finished so fast. Victor just destroyed Ornn, and it's untimed. So there's gonna be players playing games for an hour and a half. We barely scratched the 30-minute mark, so we could be. I mean, granted, we already like 20 minutes deep into the break, But what I'm trying to get at is there's probably going to be an hour window between games. So I'm not feeling great about that, but it is what it is, guys. That we have no control over it. It's when the Chinese players are done playing. That just tends to happen when there's untime. Speaking of that, how do you
Yeah.
feel about untimed top 64? Is that a mistake or is that just is what it is for Top Cut?
I'm not a huge fan. I think it's a cool idea, but part of the skill of playing TCGs for me is being able to play at a reasonable pace and being able to assess the board and then make decisions based off of what I see. And allowing unlimited time just makes these games where people go over every possible option and they think, okay, what about this card? What about this card? What about this card? And I think that that removes a lot of that interesting decision making because you have
Right.
to balance what your knowledge is, like immediate knowledge is, and what you can predict. And that allows for like lapses in judgment. Like you don't have perfect knowledge. You can actually make mistakes because you do have to play out under a timer. So I definitely don't like unlimited time besides maybe like the finals. Like, sure, give the finals
Okay,
players
I was gonna
unlimited
say
time
maybe
so they can
top
play their
eight.
perfect
Top
game.
eight,
But
I'll be happy with like on time. But
yeah.
I see what you mean. I'll completely agree. And no, and then we get the answer from Snaps Creation saying he's not a rider, but his roommate is. Okay, I see. So guys, we might have some inside information. Set three might be where everything kind of gets fixed or broken if you catch his drift. I'm not too sure which direction he's going, but it looks like Draven won't be a problem forever. So maybe that's what they have in mind. They're like, you guys don't even know what we have cooking up. And that's just set three. And set four, we're going to have the first ever green red legend, most likely. Have you heard about my theory, NA?
You think it'll be already in set three?
No, no, no. In set four, the
Oh,
Akali
set
set
four.
with
Okay, okay,
with the set with
okay.
Akali.
I mean, that would be cool. What kind of a play style do you imagine that to have? Do you think they'll have something really unique or
Oh, honestly, I have no idea. I'm just going based off what Dave was saying at the PAX interview. He's saying he
okay.
just gave a big hint saying like if you take a look at the colors of set 4, they're giving a whole lot of telltale signs of what to expect in that set. And then he made a
Mhm.
comment about a clashing domains, and then that set, the graphic is a whole lot of red and a whole lot of green. So that's what I'm thinking is going to be a yellow. Or you got me, got me saying yellow, purple, but no, 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 go chat. Red, green, Akali. Um, and yeah, guys, there's 100, or not 100, there was 512 players at the start of day one. And now we're down to top 64. So chopping it up. And it looks to be the majority of those top 64. I guess I'll pull it up since these guys are just doing giveaways at this point. I'll pull it up one more time for people that's just tuning in.
I do think there are some cool stuff that I'm looking forward to. Is I think monocolor leaders is a very interesting concept because you have to make the leader abilities or champion or signature spell like strong enough to make up for losing half of your card pool. So that's like a really interesting concept I'm looking forward to. Like, what does a monocolored leader look like?
Y-
And maybe I'd be okay without a monocolored purple leader, but any of the other colors, sure.
Yeah, but what do you think the benefit is in a mono legend? I feel like it's not too value, or what can you think? What would be a reason they would want to do monocolor?
Well, they've already said that they're going to do them at some point. So
Oh,
it's more a
really?
question
Okay.
of, yeah. So it's a more question of when they do it, how are they going to do it? And like I said, I think the way that they do it is you just make the leader and champion and signature stronger. And I think that's really cool because then you get to play like at a higher baseline, but then like the average level of your the flexibility of your deck building, like the average power level of the card in your deck is a little bit lower. So it's like a little bit of an interesting trade-off. So
That
we'll
would be
see.
cool.
We'll see. That could be ways out. Yeah.
Yeah, I have seen other TCGs. I'm trying to remember exactly which one, but I've seen where it's like because they're naturally a bit nerfed because you don't have to reach into the pool of both colors. You kind of increase the base power level, like you said, of the legend abilities. So that could be fun.
Mhm.
Like it's a strong legend, like really strong if it was dual color, but it's just super strong because you're restricted in the deck building. But by then, maybe a set 4, set 5, there's gonna be enough good cards within those single colors, right? It's just gonna be tricky. Like, imagine mono green. There's a whole bunch of counters, a whole bunch of buff spells, but maybe they're lacking in like strong units. I guess I say that, but Aurelia is really good. What's another good, really strong green unit?
Uh, I mean, you do have like the Crown Guard is a green
True.
unit. I think the if you're playing the deck that actually has equipment, the green is Azir is actually a pretty powerful card. If you've have seen that used yet, the having an action ability on
I've
a
seen it,
unit is
yeah.
really cool, and I really hope that we do see more of that in the future. I am a real sucker for interaction. I love interaction in my card games. It's my favorite thing. I tried playing One Piece, and I couldn't get into it because it felt like I was playing algebra. I wasn't playing like a back and forth card game. And
Really,
I
is
came
One
from
Piece
Yu-Gi-Oh,
more
so I am
one-sided?
looking forward to. Well, there you don't really do actions during your opponent's turn except when there's combat, and when you do combat, you just kind of discard counters from your hand generally. So it's
Oh,
like I discard a card that makes my guy get plus 2000, or I play the spell that gives my leader plus 3000. So it's very math focused. It's like, how do I beat their board based on the math that I have available to us? It's not as much like, all right, he might have a stun card, or he might have a kill card, or what's this hidden? You kind of lose some of that personally.
I gotcha. So they
But
didn't
I
have
can
any
see the
like
appeal.
counterplay, like I guess in Yu-Gi-Oh terms, like a good old classic Mirror Force or something like that. Nothing like
No, not
okay.
really.
Guys,
No.
any One Piece players in chat could kind of follow that up because I never played One Piece, but I know what you mean because the only Bandai game I did play was the Dragon Ball Super card game, and they did have counters. They did have like what would be a card super similar? They had a card that would counter an ability coming down, so they had decently good counterplay. But the majority of thing you did on your opponent's turn was called like combo power. When someone was swinging in, the cards had like an attack power, and then on the side it had a combo power. So you flip it on the side, and then you add your combo power. I think One Piece has something similar to that. But the card game that has like zero interaction on your opponent's turn is the one I just recently stopped playing. Was Lurkana? Maybe I didn't stop playing, but I haven't played it in a very long time. Is Lurkana, guys? Has anyone played Lurkana in chat? That one has zero interaction. So much so that I've seen players when they pass a turn, they ready all their runes because they're just used to not having to you know what I'm trying to say. They're just like they tap out and then they say pass and then they ready all the rune and everyone's okay with it because you can't do anything on your opponent's turn. That's just like a normal thing apparently.
Wow. That's crazy to me. I can't imagine that. I mean, I play a little bit of Pokemon. I'm actually going to the Pokemon Houston Regional that is coming up, but that's like very much a casual thing for me. I don't like practice. I don't really intend to do super well. I might do okay at best, like maybe day two, but like not day twoing a Pokemon event is not hard. Just so we're clear here, it's like
I've never played
you go
Pokemon.
like X. It's like X21 or something. Day one guarantees you day two. I forget what the actual number is, but it is not top 64. We'll put it that way. It's like top 200 something. So but
Definitely.
very casually play that, and that game is very much zero interaction. They actually did have at one point a card that was like you play, I think, two of this, and you stop an ability during your opponent's turn, but that rotated out, and we never saw anything like that again. So yeah, very much similar to Lorcana, where you just kind of watch and
I
think.
get you. Yeah. I mean, granted, guys, that wasn't too much of a dig at Lurkana. I had
Mhm.
a blast. I was playing Lurkana for a good two
Yeah.
years, I want to say. So I really did enjoy it. But when we compare it in hindsight, looking back, I was missing the counterplay. I missed those hidden blades. I missed the not so fastest. I didn't realize what I was missing until Riftbound came out. So it was a nice little breath of fresh air, of course. But Lurkana was fun, guys. I was a green purple. If you guys are familiar
Mhm.
with it, I forget what they call it. Amethyst was purple, and then green was oh chat. What was green? Someone has to say it, guys. What was green in Lurkana? Um, it was emerald. Thank you, Zaire. So yeah, emerald. I was an emerald amethyst main. That was my main thing. I had set champs was the summoner scrimmages for Lurkana. I used to win a decent amount of those little set champs. Have you signed up for any other pre-releases coming up for Spiritforge NA?
Yeah, I've got one that I plan on going to. I don't really plan on going to too many events though, since I didn't get into any of the regionals,
True.
but uh, because it does feel like a little bit of a waste buying cards for these big events that I can't go to. So I might stick to playing online, which stinks, but
I gotcha.
maybe show up at a skirmish or two, but that maybe borrow my cards from friends. So
True,
it is a
true.
bit
You know,
unfortunate.
that might be the way to go. We're listening to Snap's creation in chat. He's saying, forget set two, just save your money for set three. So you might be onto something unintentionally, right? um, Oh, I'm thinking about it. Funny enough, my brother has recently gotten into Riftbound within the past like month, though. It's gonna be the first time we kind of go to a locals together, and I haven't done that since like
Nice.
2016, I want to say. So it's gonna be very nostalgic. So I'm actually looking forward. I signed up for like four. I don't know if the money's worth it because it's like $40 for each of them for 5 packs. Some are 35, some are 30, some are 40, but overall in that neighborhood. But I'm just excited to kind of play a little Riftbound because I don't get to play too much Riftbound in general. So getting to play in a new format should be good. And hey, I'm getting a mod alert message. What's going on, chat? Who's doing something? How is your brother? You still play TFT? Oh, Sephi, that was you adding me. So it wasn't a mod alert, but it looks like whenever you tag me, it pops up like alert, alert, alert. That kind of gave me a little scare. But Sephi, he's doing great, man. He's doing super, super good. My two brothers have started playing. I agree. There's been so much fun to play with now. I'm saying, holy shit, there's nothing like playing with like super close friends. I know NA can agree. When you have like a super close play group, it makes everything so much better. As opposed, like I think the full 2 years of Lurkana, I hate to say it, but I played by myself. I would grind. There was an online client, unofficial online client called Lorcanito. I would just grind Lorcanito day in and day out. But eventually, just playing by yourself gets a teeny bit old, right? So that's kind of a good reason why I ended up stopping it. And I guess with the whole content creation from Riftbound, I don't want to say I have a bunch of friends, but I have a little bit more friends than I did in Lurkana. So it is cool. It is cool when you have people to play with, and even better when you have super close people to play. Because how close would you say your testing group is to you, NA? Are you guys pretty cool with each
I
other?
mean, I mean, we're chatting every single day in Discord multiple times. I see some of my friends multiple times a week in person. So we got a really nice tight knit community, and it's very funny because most of my group came over from Yu-Gi-Oh. So
Nice.
we're in like a little bit dead period for Yu-Gi-Oh, and we were like, okay, this Riftbound game is pretty good. So we started playing, and we absolutely loved it. And now we're going to events together, and we're lending cards together. Like my one of my big contributions was I built every one of the set one decks, and
Nice.
I just like I would bring my big box of decks to our locals, and then instead of entering the Nexus night because it wasn't very good testing, no offense to people, we would just play versus each other with the meta decks, the prep for Houston, and it was a lot of fun. So
Yeah, that makes
highly
sense.
recommend that kind of stuff. Yeah.
For sure. It seems like a blast. Like I said, there's nothing beats that kind of feeling when you have close friends to play with. It looks like Holy Chief can agree, especially when you get a reason to meet up with people that live a little far away. But Sepher saying, has anyone played Pixelborn's new Riftbound client? Sephi, are you saying the webcam client? Because I don't think Pixelborn has a manual digital client. They did. If anyone remembers, there was a very first digital client that was automated. It was the Pixelborn automated client. That's actually where I learned how to play Riftbound. It was so much fun. You actually got a little bit of a glimpse of what Riot could be coming down the road with a digital client. Did you get to play that, NA, or you a little bit too early?
I didn't play it, but I have a bit of a different experience because in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, the automated simulators are seen as kind of like the noob thing, and that's not like a
Mm.
call out to anyone. It's just literally you play that when you're newer to the game, and it's not like the best testing experience as you get better because you don't have to keep track of everything yourself, and it's very easy to become complacent when you're just like, oh, here's a prompt, I click yes. Like, would you like to defy this spell? Yes. So playing on a manual simulator forces you to know your cards better, and it does force you to understand the game better. That being said, it is definitely harder to learn a game when your only option is manual.
Yeah,
So I
I think
totally
I think
understand why people.
Yeah, you're right on, right? I
Mhm.
think for beginners and like learning the game, automated client is perfect, and it kind of brings more people into the game. But I think for like practicing and setting up for like competitive events like Houston, like Vegas, manual has to be the way to go because you can't do any kind of automation in person, right? So you might as well learn the hard way. But speaking of automated and Yu-Gi-Oh, NA, did you play Yu-Gi-Oh Forbidden Memories, the old school PlayStation game? Did anyone in chat play? Because that was my favorite game growing up. Do you know what I'm talking about, NA? It was an old PlayStation game.
So I actually was not allowed to play games as a kid. My parents thought that games were like
Oh
evil, so
no. Were your parents just that strict
no.
on NA? They didn't want you to play video
Well,
games?
it was like some of that, and then also the very religious and all that
Ah, I
stuff.
gotcha.
And I think thankfully, as me and my family have grown older, people have eased up, and there's not so much. Uh, they've become more accepting. How about that?
Yeah, I
So,
gotcha. But yeah, it looks
but
like
when I was young,
a
very
couple
strict.
people, and yeah, fair enough. I know everyone grows up a little differently, um,
Mhm.
but it looks like a couple people did play, and yeah, to um catch you up a bit, it's basically it was a Yu-Gi-Oh game, but every card had polymerization. You could pick this card, and there was different sequences. Like they fused. There was you had to know what to fuse. So it's like if he had fire,
Mhm.
I guess, or like, or I don't know, you know a whole lot more Yu-Gi-Oh than me, but it was a really cool game. I think I still have it. I would still play it if there's like an online emulator. That game was such a blast. um Maybe if I play manual, I will learn how my showstoppers are free. Guys, how are we still talking about that? I guess it made that much of an impact. I can't believe people are still talking about that. um but I think
This
this
is
this
pretty funny
guy
for
on
sure.
screen right now, chat, that was the finalist. Do you guys recognize him? He was the Fiora player. So yeah, he did really well. It's kind of interesting as we were talking about yesterday. They grabbed the champion and the finalist to be on the co-cast booth with these guys, which is cool. And I kind of recognize the guy on the right. Chat, does anyone recognize the guy on the right, or maybe UNA? He looks like a high-level player as well. I think he's on Team ARDB.
I would not be surprised. That I've been pretty impressed by the Chinese coverage and their integration of like the top level players with the production. And I really do hope that's something that the Western production kind of follows suit on, because my absolute favorite interviews and casts in Western, like Yu-Gi-Oh, have been where they just take the pros and they're like, "Hey, give us your commentary on this," and they go so deep and talk
Oh
about
yeah.
all these complex decision trees and stuff, and it's super interesting. So,
It really is. So maybe they'll take a little bit out of the page of these guys' book for the Vegas and Bologna regionals. But yeah, Corey, he has logos everywhere, so he's probably is a sponsored player. And Dian saying he's Chinese from China. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And Seppi, yeah, there was another Yu-Gi-Oh game called Duelist of the Roses. That one was for GameCube. And man, you didn't miss out, but maybe you missed out a teeny little bit with those early games because that one was cool. If I remember right, the Yu-Gi-Oh creatures were kind of alive, and then you had a bit of an open world map that you would travel with those little guys. It was a different type of Yu-Gi-Oh game. It was like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh mixed together, if I remember right. But man, chat, I'm hoping this round decently started, or gets started decently soon, honestly, because we were in a bit of a break. We should put a timer, shouldn't we, NA, to be like, how long has the breaks been? Because each break might get longer and longer. But I guess we're
I
just
mean,
chilling for
we're
now.
starting at like, oh my gosh, this round's it started like what, at least an hour and a half ago or something.
Yeah, at
It
least an
feels
hour and 20 minutes ago. And the round itself was probably like
yeah.
20 minutes long. But I'm hoping, I mean, we know a Victor made it. Hopefully, one of the other single digit legends made it. If I was a betting man, well, let me pull it up again. I know I pulled it up 100 times. I don't know why I keep deleting it. I'll give my predictions, chat. You guys join me on the predictions. I think Fiora is going to squeeze on to top 32. I think Ezreal, I'll hide NA's camera for a little bit. Ezreal, actually, wait, I don't need to. I could just zoom out here. There it is. Ezreal, Annie for sure makes it at the minimum, but I'm not too confident about anything else. How do you feel? You think Kaiser at least makes a top 32?
I would guess, if I had to guess, I would say obviously we know Victor is going top 32. I would say a Lucian goes top 32. I think the Ezreal goes top 32, and I think the Set and Rek'Sai go top 32. Those are my guesses.
Oh, Set over the Fiora. Okay, I mean Set did do really
Yeah.
good, and yeah, Holy Chief. For anyone that hasn't seen the deck distribution for top 64, this is it, chat. Love it or hate it, it is not the healthiest meta. But there's a whole lot of caveats here. We were just talking about it for anyone that's just tuning in now. One of them being is that there's just a week span between each regional. So not a lot of room to innovate, not a lot of room to play test. But it is seem it does seem a little bit crazy. I don't know. I did expect a bit more from Ezreal. Is it just they don't have the optimal build? Everyone tried to bring in the rat crew or the pit crew, and they didn't have enough testing on that. Because I don't think the pit crew deck is good, but I don't think it's the best Ezreal build. I think maybe people were just trying to follow suit. He's like, hey, he got top 32, or he might have even got top 16. No, he got 29th place. He lost that game.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think there's a couple legends here that are hugely underrepresented right now.
Yeah, it's really surprising to me, to be honest, how narrow this top cut is. I did not expect this at all. Like, there only being four legends with more than one? It's insane to me.
Crazy.
I can't believe it.
Those are
Yeah.
numbers we saw
So,
in top 8 last week. There was 4 unique legends that made top 8. We're having basically 4 unique legends in top 64, which is ridiculous. So we'll see. And Revolver saying any clue about the Draven builds could be Miracle versus Equip build. You know, we saw a single Draven Miracle variant yesterday. I want to say there's definitely more than we saw in Fuzhou. In Fuzhou we saw 0, so that's already one step there. I think we at least get like a half and half. Or what about you, and do you think we definitely see more miracles today?
I think Miracle is substantially harder to pilot, even though I do think it has a slight edge. So I do think there are going to be way more of the traditional Draven rather than Miracles. I think once you get to the very top cut, let's say that there were 8 Dravens. Actually, realistically, it would be like 7 Dravens and 1 Aurelia, and then like maybe one of the other miscellaneous legends. And I would expect like 1 or 2 Miracle Dravens of the Dravens that do make the top cut. That would be my top 8. That would be my guess. Could be totally
Okay.
wrong, but
You're saying like one or
ooh.
whoever did bring Miracle Draven and they have a lot of reps, they might just find themselves in the grand finals, right?
Yeah, I mean
Perhaps,
the
right?
deck
I
is
feel like it's a good
insane.
shot.
Yeah,
And guys, we
it
do have
is
the
quite a
schedule
powerful
above
deck.
my head. I'll hide the cam for a little bit. It's saying at noon. Noon that time is literally 5 minutes ago. So perhaps we're approaching the window where it's time. It would be cool if they were really strictlers on time and be like, oh, it's time to get the next round started. But as we can tell from the previous ones, it just doesn't work that way. So we could be, I'm willing to bet perhaps like 10-ish to 20 minutes away. There's no way that the games have been going that long, right? There's just no way.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to me that it's taking this long. But when you do have untimed rounds, things can get really long, like you mentioned. And if you are playing decks like you mentioned, like the Miracle Draven, or even like we saw the Ezreal, which plays very similarly, where you have so many decisions to make and so many cards to play. And if you're thinking on every single one of those plays, it really adds up. And I mean, just a little anecdote from another card game is Pokemon has had issues with players with pace of play before, and there was a whole discussion not too long ago, and it actually comes up once in a while, is chess clocks in card
I
games. Do you have
saw
an
that,
opinion on
right?
them?
I saw that.
Uh,
What is your thought of that? Do you like chess clocks in something like a TCG? It doesn't seem like a horrible idea. It just seems like a little added stress to like click a clock. I think if they were just strictlers with time rules, which I guess they are in like Swiss, but they're just saying in general, or what is the general debate on that for the Pokemon community?
I actually like them. I think the majority of people don't. The reason being is it not only does it resolve the it resolves like slow play and it forces rounds to be a like almost exact amount of time barring judge calls and extensions, but it kind of solves the end of round procedure as well, right? Because you just say, all right, you ran out of time, you lose, like straight up. So it forces players to play fast, or otherwise you are just going to lose because you played too slow. And it is something that you can control almost entirely. And I really don't buy the idea that it's like too annoying to press the clock every single time that you pass priority. Because have you seen blitz chess? Like they're pressing it like every
Yeah.
second, like, and they
Yeah, Blitz chess.
like
I
I
think what Buy Bitcoin was saying, it might become like Blitz chess in the priority window. Like I'm gonna play
mhm,
a discipline, hit the clock. It gets a little obnoxious. I will say. I don't think a chess clock would work
mhm.
per se in Riftbound, but I guess in Pokemon, as someone said, it only works in Pokemon because you don't play cards on your opponent's turn. So I think in more straightforward TCGs, it probably has some room. For Riftbound, I don't think we probably need it. I mean, we say that with the rounds going an hour over sometimes, but I think it's just a top cut thing. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think anytime soon Riftbound's gonna adopt some kind of chess clock, but it seems interesting. It would be funny to see like a huge major event. Like the Pokemon throw some really cool and awesome events. So it'd be funny to see like a big major where they have a chess clock and they're clicking it and then they do a play, or they do the play and then click it, then opponent goes. Because at the very end is how chess clocks works. If your clock goes to zero, you lose, right? You think that's what they would do for Pokemon?
That's what I would like. And just a little comment to the people in the chat just responding. It says you can't do it because of priority window. No, it actually works very nicely with that because you already do this when you play. You say, "Do you have any responses?" No, you don't. Well, that it actually makes it quicker, right? Because you don't have to vocalize this now. You just say, "All right, you go." They press the thing, and then you say no, and then press the thing. It makes it very clear when it is your window to respond. So personally, I don't really see the issue, but I can understand that it would be a huge change. Like you have to learn how to play with the chess cloth. It's
Yeah.
not just like I sit down and I can do it immediately. You have to think about it, and which is I think a very fair thing to say. It is another kind of layer on the mental stack of things to think about when you're playing, and is too much for a lot of people.
A little, but
So
for the
I
casual
totally understand,
experiences,
and I don't
definitely.
expect it to ever be. Yeah,
But I
I
agree, it's kind of
don't
like
expect it
playing
to ever be
online,
adopted.
right? Because you don't like vocalize, you just
Mhm.
click a button. So I think it's similar to
Yeah.
playing TCGA, actually.
Mhm. Yeah, which is nice, which is nice. But again, I can see why people wouldn't like it, and I don't think it'll ever actually be a thing. But
Yeah, not in
kind
Riftbound
of
at least.
interesting thing to think about.
It is. It is a good little topic.
Mhm.
We saw the question. Someone said, when does set three in China come out? It's usually every 3 months. So I believe December 15th was it that China got set two. So 3 months trying to extrapolate out. That'll be January 15th, February 15th. So right about March 15th, we're probably going to see a Chinese release for set three. So we'll see. We'll see. I think that's right around the neighborhood. And then that would mean we get set three. If we're getting it a month or two later, I mean, each window they said it gets shorter, shorter. So maybe we'll get set three in April, right? I would imagine. In May, we get. Wait, wait, wait. Is Chinese May or we get set three in May? And I can't believe we're already talking about set three without even having Spirit Forge. What are we
Yeah.
doing, chat? What are we doing?
See, this is the sad thing about these split releases is it does kind of feel like we're playing not fake formats, but we're so far behind we don't really get to do the cool experimentation and stuff that China does. So I'm really looking forward to the simultaneous release. It'll be the first time that I've played a TCG that has a simultaneous release. And just to give an anecdote in Yu-Gi-Oh, we know what all the good decks are going to be before we play, and it's been like that for years and years and years. And you can see that with Riftbound too, to a little bit of a lesser extent, because like we said before, China isn't perfect, and they did miss some stuff like the Annie deck. But it's very fun when you get to sit down with cards and just go, "Hey, how do we put these together in a deck?" where you don't really get that experience when you're able to look at meta share already. So
Okay. Yeah, so guys, set three for the English release is looking to be around May 8th for Australia. China and experimentation. Yes, Guidel, that's what it seems like. But they do figure some things out, right? They definitely do have some nice little tech options. But then set four, Dave, the game director, did indeed say everything unites, right? Everything kind of lines up. So if they get it in March 15th, we said 3 months from then would be what is that? April, May, June. So for May to June, are we gonna have the shortest window between set three and set four to try to unite things, or is China gonna get the pushback? I don't think I ever heard of that. Has anyone in chat or maybe UNA heard what's their plan to kind of fix things? Does China get delayed, or we just kind of get rushed for a set?
that's a good question. I have no idea, and it would be a little bit crazy if we got rushed because it would just be like a month-long format.
Yeah,
Like,
who would
okay,
play
you have
set three, right? Wait, we need the Riot Insider, Snap Creations. Where you at? Ask your roommate what's their plan for unifying all the global release for that. Because China would get delayed is my belief since I don't see a rush schedule. Yeah, Zara, that would make sense because if we get rushed, a lot of people, it just kind of decentivizes everyone getting a set three. Because if it was a month format, why would you even play? There's probably not going to be a regional in set three. And Digimon NA got rushed to catch up to Japan. Oh, really? That is all. Okay, okay. So it could go both ways. We just don't have any past experience with this, so I have no idea. China will get pushed back. We won't get rushed. I like that, Clumpy. That'll be nice. Because, not to say as a punishment, but China has been getting everything early. Might as well be the ones to get pushed back rather than us having a bit of the downside, right? So I feel like that it only makes sense, in my opinion.
yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense for me to have a like you said, like a month-long format, because then that kind of disincentivizes buying cards because they
Mm-hmm.
might just get power crept already, and it would be very difficult for Riot to schedule enough regional, like the planned regionals within a month. So I think it's very unlikely that China doesn't just kind of get stretched out, which is fine. I mean, I am very much looking forward to the simultaneous releases. Like I said, that'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, imagine like innovating things at the same time as China, having regionals at the same time. That's gonna be cool to see. I would love that kind. And it looks to be soon. Just like Fort Cannon saying, apparently we're supposed to get closer to Chinese release with every set. Yeah, Fort Cannon set four. They said set four. Everything comes together. And hey, Zevi, what are you writing in chat? Yu-Gi-Oh having online clans that can track data means meta is solved faster. This is why I don't think online clans are Riftbound. I played MTG. Oh, Sevi, I think you're getting at like the meta gets to solve a little bit faster if there was like able to spam games faster with like an online client, right? I mean, it makes sense. We don't have, Riot. I think Riot's policies doesn't allow any online simulator to collect data like that. Funny enough, I think it was written in their Riot policies or digital policies, so we don't get any of that data though. So it's kind of crazy. Last week we discovered Rat, and this week I'm sure we'll have another new development. Sevi, I hope, but it's gonna be a little bit rough with the majority of the field just being Draven. How much more innovation is there gonna be? A third variant? Guys, we have the standard Draven, the Miracle Draven. Are we gonna find the third variant? I mean, what can it even be? I mean, one's already equipment focus, one's a spam the board storm style focus, mid range. I mean, late game. I have no idea. Mind
Red
splitter.
Draven?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a
I
Draven
don't know.
innovation, but maybe I hope you're right, Sephi. I hope we see something we've never seen before because the pit crew was phenomenal. I think everyone no one could have ever anticipated that. So well played for the guy who came up and put it one and two together because it takes a really high skill. Like being good at the game is one thing, but being good at deck building, that's another kind of skill that not a lot of people have, and that player definitely had good skill for that.
Yeah, deck building is interesting in that it is something that you can actually just not have and still be a top level player. Uh, all you need is access to someone who is a good deck builder
Yeah, right,
because they'll
right.
build your deck for you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are a good deck builder, you can create so many edges for yourself that it does let you play like get ahead of the field and do really well at these events.
Yeah,
So I
definitely. I
agree,
think if
100%.
you're skilled in both, it's only just another advantage to you. So yeah, I totally see that. Um, and I don't want online client. People may take it bad. Sevi, you don't want a Riftbound online client, like a Riot online client. Like you're saying, if Legends of Runeterra was Riftbound, you wouldn't like that. Chat, who wouldn't like that? I'm trying to gauge the interest on like a digital client because I've been getting like I feel like most people would want something like that. What about you, Ane? Would you like, let's say, Legends of Runeterra pretty much just Riftbound?
This is going to be, people aren't going to agree, but I think I don't like online clients.
Okay, you're
I
with
don't like
Sepher.
them existing because it kills local community. I think that, at least in my local community, it has really flourished with locals being like a thing that you go to if you want to play. And we've had meetups for playing casual. We have a very thriving Discord. We have multiple locals every week, and there are always tons of people going. And if you have the option, and I've heard this from people directly, if they had the option to just sit at home and grind games on an online ladder, they wouldn't go to locals, which
Okay.
is not something I like to see because I play card games that for the people aspect. The games are fun, but the people are better.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think a lot of people in chat are agreeing. I see it a little bit both ways. I've always been a bit of an online grinder myself. But it is fun. It is fun when you have the right people around you to play some games in person. So I don't mind. I think they don't take away a whole lot. Yes, there's going to be the hardcore
Mhm.
grinders that sit in their chair all day long and just grind. But there's another side that a lot of people kind of underestimate. It brings a decent amount of players that don't have, you don't want to invest in a game that you know nothing about. You want to kind of test play it a little bit. You want to kind of try things out for the first time without having to commit too much. So things like an online client give you that kind of thing to do because once you get into it, sometimes once you really like the game, you want to play it in person. It kind of grows on you, right? The more you play in general something, you're like, oh, I really like this card. This card's been so insane for me in the online client. I want to
Mhm.
own that card. So sometimes it goes the other way around because I know when I was playing online clients, there was some cards out or cards and decks. I'm like, you know what? I need to own this deck. I'm not even gonna go to the local level, but I'm gonna go out and spend my hard-earned money just to own these decks. So I think that's another side of the coin that maybe it does take away a small bit of the community, but I think overall it could be a decent thing. People would just get more into the game, but I guess we'll never really know until it comes out, if it ever comes out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it does. There have been hints that they might do it eventually. I guess we'll have to see. Again, I'm kind of hoping it doesn't, but if one does come out, I will not begrudge it. It is nice to have an outlet to play when you're just sitting around bored. It'll be interesting to see how they do it. If they do something like Runeterra, where you do have to like build out a collection, or it's just a pure client where they just give you access to everything and say just go play, and then you can get like shiny versions of the cards. I've seen that as a model where the collectible aspect is getting the shiny versions of the cards rather than getting the cards. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, Runeterra was notorious for being very easy to get all the cards you needed. So,
And it's the reason why I heard it went under. They made it too free to play, which I guess is another downside because now learning the lesson from Legend of Terra, if they ever do come out with a Riftbound digital client, they're probably not going to make it the most free to play because a lot of online TCGs, they're trying to make money. Honestly, like MTGO when I played it, or MTG Arena, it was somewhat free to play, but you still had to buy the packs. There was one that I recently got into for those, like I mentioned Dragon Ball before, but Dragon Ball Fusion World is more of a digital client. Yes, it is on paper as well, but it has a really fantastic digital client. I remember spending a whole lot of money because you just had to buy the packs. If you wanted to play rank or play competitive, they were running tournaments on the client. You had to buy the cards. So it is a little bit of a downside for digital clients because you never own the cards. You just
mhm.
have them online. So it doesn't feel great to spend money on something that you can just kind of just alt delete or whatever you want to say. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be tricky. For now, I'm happy. I'm happy with how Riftbound's handling things and playing in person, playing at the local level, playing in these regionals. I think
Mhm.
is as good as gonna get so far.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It definitely is a whole other vibe, but it's kind of crazy. They have not started round two, by the way.
I know. I
What,
know. Like
like,
I
what?
said, Chad, if you look above my head, it was
Oh,
supposed to start 22 minutes ago. And that's an hour and 20 minutes from the start of the round one. I say round one, but the round of top 64. This is why I was telling people they scheduled this event for like an 8-hour event, but it ends up being an 11-hour event. So, guys, I hope I can hang in there for you. I ended up sleeping decently well, maybe a bit better than I slept yesterday. So hopefully I can stay up the whole
mhm.
time. Imagine a situation where I'm the one that fell asleep. Who's controlling the show, huh? That'd be hilarious. It'll be clippable, but it wouldn't be good for everybody. Not building
For
to
sure. I mean,
clients
all
only.
power to you, man.
Yeah, we'll see. I should be able to be okay. I'll take a little bit break after our 3 rounds. Get some food. Get stretch break and stuff. My store has no Yasuo players. That's funny. Is there any legends that you don't really see at the local level? I'm jealous, guys. I should be able to play more at my locals. Is the best ones are usually on the weekend or like Friday going into the weekend, and that's usually where I'm a little bit busy with you guys doing those tournaments. So I don't get to play as much as I should. Because then Sunday comes around. Yes, there's some locals, but I'm beat after Saturday, and NA knows those are usually my rest days slash family days. So I'm like, I can't play as often as I wish I could because I have cards. They're just kind of collecting dust in the closet now. But hopefully soon.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit lucky that I have so many people I get to play with so regularly. Today, I actually had one of my old college roommates over,
Nice.
and he has only played once before. And what we did is I finally got my Riot box from the pre-orders, the second wave of pre-orders ages ago. And I was like, "Hey, do you want to?" He wanted to play. We were going to do a skirmish today, but actually got canceled because of the weather. So instead, we went to my place and we did 5-pack sealed Riftbound, and it was a lot of fun.
Nice.
So
That is fun. That sounds like a blast, actually. Imagine set one sealed. Um, we'll see. It'll be funny to see if set one ends up being as popular down the line as like set one Pokemon. You would have wished you kept it sealed, but memories like that you can't take them back anyway. So I think it was worth it. But Sevi, I am from East Coast. I'm over here in Florida, guys. Any Florida people in chat? I'm over here on the East Coast. Sevi, I think you're closer. I know you're in the military right now, but where are you at exactly? And you don't have to answer that, by the way. Yeah, that's a little bit more private information. Um, we get one or two Yasuos. When I played, there was a handful of Yasuos. I think the community that I kind of saw when the locals that I joined, they were way more favoring not jank builds, but definitely not the cookie cutter meta. Like I saw MF mid range. I even lost to a Garen build. There's a player that's known for building the craziest decks that end up working. That somehow he makes them work, and I lost to him. So he brought out a Garen. So it was a fun look. I need to check that local out more, of course. I'm deployed to the border right now. Oh, so you're right. You're like West Coast E, kind of something like that. Tennessee. Oh, maybe not. Wait, to the border. How is that? Yeah, you mean the Mexican border, right? Or what other border? Tennessee. I thought Tennessee was closer to me. No. Oh, you're from Tennessee, but you're at the border. Right, right, right. I'm mistaken it. And what do you mean the weather got you, NA? Was it something like you're saying the snowstorm or?
yeah, the local shop, and I was a bit annoyed about this. They posted in like a sub channel of their Discord, so I didn't even see this. I showed up at the shop. I was like, "Why is it closed?" And they messaged and said that just that we're shutting down, and it
Wow.
it was like it was not bad. It was like 35 degrees, just no rain, nothing, and they shut it down. So
35 is a
unfortunate.
little low, but I guess nothing too unusual. It was snowing though. I would
Yeah.
imagine it snows in that weather, right? 35?
I mean, it only snows if there is some form of precipitation, and there wasn't. It was
Okay.
just it was
True, true,
dry,
true.
dry cold.
All right, chat. Granted your powers. We're over here in an hour-long break. It feels like we need to know when this next round is starting. What are your thoughts on Chinese advertise going on behind you? Fire charge. I have zero thoughts on that because I've seen that commercial 1,000 times during these regional streams by now. But my initial thoughts, I thought they were hilarious. I really enjoyed those commercials. They should have more than just that one running. Um, yeah, for sure. And I know NA say he enjoys those commercials too, but they should have maybe two of them to kind of to filter between the two. It'd be fun to see. But I've seen that commercial at least. I mean, with how long these breaks end up taking, I've seen it at least 200-300 times. I want to say, like no exaggeration, or maybe I am exaggerating. At least maybe a good calm 100 times I've seen that.
Okay, I mean, speaking of commercial behind you, do you have a favorite of the Spirit Blossom alt arts? All these new ones, because some of them are pretty cool looking.
Super cool. And let's take a look. I mean, maybe it'll ring a bell. I do like the Aurelia one, the one with her hand like that. I like that one because that one's over
Mhm.
number, right? I'm pretty sure that one's an over number.
Yeah, they're showing all the over numbers on the stream right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not the biggest fan of this one. And chat, let us know which one's your favorite over number as well. Oh, they ran out too quick. I'm trying to think back. What is my favorite? I guess it's Aurelia. Well, there has to be another one I really like. Oh, is the Fiora one over number? I mean, the legends have over number. They just don't have signature, right? I believe that's how
Mhm.
that works. The Fiora one looks really
Um,
cool.
I'm not sure. I know my favorite one is probably the Yone or I like the set one a lot. Is really cool. The Spirit Blossom set,
Yeah,
but
true.
it's gonna be really expensive.
I can see that because this set brawler, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah, so guys, the set brawler one, I'm kind of leaning towards that one too. I mean, set brawler seems to be decently meta, as good in the big body decks, like Fiora, like set. So I think it's almost a 3 of in every body deck that's competitive. So that one's gonna be a big price. As I agree with you. Another one, the Yone looks good. Luckily, he's not as competitive, but I think he just has a lot of League of Legends lore, so people are gonna go crazy for him. Holy Chief saying the Ezreal over number for me. That one looks cool too. Rek'Sai looking good. Cole saying that. That one looks a little crazy, right? Crazy not in a bad way, but it looks totally different from every other over number. I guess this is the art style of Rek'Sai. It's similar to how Victor was in his over number, right? Victor was like completely different from every
Mhm.
other over number. So I'll see how it looks in person. I want Barb. You Fire Charge. You're the only
Yeah.
person I know that really likes the Barb. Unless you like it, NA. Did you like the Barb?
I mean, it looks cool. I guess it looks cool. It's kind of a weird card, right? Like this is the one that has it lets you exhaust your legend, right? It's like exhaust your legend and then move stuff, I think. I haven't actually seen it played in any decks yet though, so
Right. You know, these seals could be cool. I mean, like if you pull one of these seals of chaos or whatever they're called, just the chaos seals, those are probably fetching a really good price. But I do like the seals. Maybe the Fury and Body one look the coolest to me. And now we could definitely see all the legends here. So Rumble looks pretty good. It's kind of up there. Let's see which one else they show. Of course, I like the Aurelia one because
Mhm.
that's the legend I was mainly gonna play. The Lucian looks badass too. We'll see by the end
Mhm.
of this rotation. You know, Draven was insanely cool, I will admit, but now because Draven is Draven, and no one wants that card. I mean, it's probably still gonna sell for a lot because it's Draven though.
It's too good. I don't like playing good decks.
I
Well,
know, I know. It's too good. The Orn looks cool. And Uchiha, yeah, it's a massive break because the round of top 30, round of top 64 ended like in 20 something minutes. Maybe it was like 30 minutes and it's untimed, right? So the other players are playing for an hour and a half, maybe even more. So it feels like a crazy long break. The Azir looks good though. I think that one might be taking the cake for me. Azir, is there another one that beats that for me? Oh, the Ezreal looks cool too. Yeah, Azir, Ezreal, Aurelia. And there, which one did I say before that one? The Fiora, that's what it was. I think those are my top four.
I, my brain is just kind of turning to mush as we just like as we just wait and wait and wait. So
I
I just like
know.
totally spaced out there for a
No, don't
second.
even worry about it. Let me know if you need a break or so, because these breaks are a little bit crazy. If you want to get like a bathroom water break, just let me know. Completely understandable. Now that you had to like stay here with me the whole time, so feel free. Just let me know, okay? And it's totally fine.
No, surely we're gonna start the next round here, right? Right. The
Guys, we got
moment I
a whole
step
lot of
away.
copium. That's what I always think. Um, it's just out of our control. I wish they would
Yep,
maybe
yep.
just throw it to the casters. As soon as we see the casters go online, then we know we're about 5-10 minutes from it. And yes, ever the Jax
Mhm.
one does look super good, but I'm definitely getting the sign rumble. Okay, the rumble looks cool. There is no sign rumble though. Except for the legends don't get sign cards. It's only the champions this set, the champions and then the repeat champions that get signed cards. Yes, ever they don't. All the legends they took out the overnumber signatures for set 2. Weirdly enough, I wonder if they're gonna bring them back, or are they gonna go on the trend of like every set has more over numbers, because they introduced a whole lot
Mhm.
more over numbers set 2.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how they switch things up, and it's just all the champion units now.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I think that the champion units that they've done have been more interesting than the legends were, though I do like the legends. Some of the legends, I guess. It's like the Ari one I think is really nice. I think the Ari one, the Victor one, and the Lee Sin one are like the best ones from set 1. But they are like a little bit more varied. In set 2 it feels like they kind of did the same style for all the legends, which is fine, just not super appealing for me,
Mm-hmm.
where they did like the really creative arts for the champion units. So
A trend I do think like 100% they're gonna keep doing it set to set is reprints of previous sets with the new over number art. I'm willing to bet they're definitely gonna be bringing that kind of thing in every single set. We saw, like you said, the set brawler being reprinted, all the seals being reprinted. Come set 3, we're gonna see maybe. I mean, what would be a really cool card to see reprinted? Like a Kaiser Survivor that we saw on the board. That one seems to be still getting some kind of play. I mean, any card would be cool to see as a reprint, but the playable cards are even better. The red Darius could be cool, but we already got the yellow Darius, so maybe they're trying to leave Darius alone. What would be like the number one pick for like a reprint like that?
I think you're right in that it'd probably be the Kai'Sa Survivor, right? Because that card's pretty expensive and it's a fan favorite champion and it's in all the good decks.
Right.
So seeing that one reprinted as like a new fancy art, I would like quite a bit, especially considering that I just don't like the current. Personally, I don't really like the current Kai'Sa alt art. I'm not a huge fan of it.
Okay.
I think that seems to be a somewhat common opinion, seeing that it's only, or at least it was only like $10 more than the original art,
Yeah.
which is kind of crazy.
Bringing
Um,
that card up, I
let's
traded
see.
someone a Dazzling Aurora for that. When Dazzling Aurora was like $100, I traded a Dazzling Aurora for an alt art Kaiser. So
Mhm.
that aged kind of well in my favor, didn't it? 'Cause I think Dazzling dropped to like 50s, maybe even
For
less.
sure,
So I
for
got kind
sure.
of lucky on that one. Um, but Maxfield's saying some Poro over numbers. That would be cool. We're talking about like a Pouty Poro over number or a Pungering Poro over number. That could be fire. I could see something like that, like
Hmm.
a low, because those are kind of staples in a lot of cards. I know the blue Poro seeing play. The yellow Poro was seeing a little bit of play, but it would have to be what the red, the blue one. Over number version of like commons or rares or uncommons. That's unheard of. I could see them doing something like that.
Hmm. Yeah, it would be cool to see some of the more like silly units, not silly units, but small units. Like imagine a overnumbered treasure hunter because that card's so good. I
Yeah,
would
that would
love
be
to see stuff like
crazy.
that.
They should do
And
that. That card would go crazy, right? Did they do like a sick artwork for that? Um, Oh, Chia has a good idea. The full
Hmm.
art, so like over number battlefields, that could be a cool. That's probably a take they're gonna be doing eventually because we didn't expect over number champions. So maybe we do. Maybe they go that route. Over number commons, over number battlefields. They have a whole lot of options. Eventually, they're gonna do everything. I would imagine. Didn't Dave say he has a 20 set plan? Which is crazy to think about that we might eventually see. Imagine playing Riftbound for 20 sets. How do you feel about that, Nate? Are you taking one set at a time, or are you feeling like this is a game you could play for a super long time?
I mean, as long as they keep releasing new and interesting stuff, I could see myself continuing to play. I mean, I got into Yu-Gi-Oh like 6 or 7 years ago, probably, and I mean, I've been playing since. Really loved it. So if Riftbound manages to hold my attention the same way, I can see myself still going to events in years and years.
That
I
could be
think
fun.
the big turning point for this game will be, can it survive the first rotation? I
Right, because a lot of
think
games
that'll be the
can't,
big
right?
scary point.
Yeah, they always
Yeah,
said surviving
it
the
is a
first
tough
year.
sell.
And what was that?
Hmm. No, I just said it's a tough sell, right?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
telling people that their cards are rotating. So that'll be
Yeah, it
the.
feels bad for sure. Cause that's kind of what discouraged me on the recent card game that I was playing. I was like, there's a rotation happening. And then the new set really didn't fill the void I had with the old rotation. So I was like, oh, we'll stop playing. But yeah, I think year one, getting over the 1 year, 2 year mark is a big deal. And then getting over rotation. Is rotation after the 2 year mark? They said 8 sets, right? Is it 8 sets or 10 sets? Might have been
I
10
thought
sets.
it was 8 set. Was it 10? Okay, I believe you if
Oh,
so.
Sefi.
Um,
Okay, Sever's saying 8 sets. Okay, okay. Rotation is a problem, unlike unless you do 8. Okay, thank you guys. So 8 sets. So we're not any bit close to it, but if it's 3 months, that's at least 2 years. So I guess every 2 year rotation, which makes sense. I think if we're still playing with the same cards 2 years later, a game kit's rather dull. So it'd be kind of exciting to explore new things. The only thing I never liked about a rotation, and I said it before in the previous regional, it tends to create two formats, right? The format like modern where everything's available, and then standard, which I guess it just is a TCG thing, so I can't complain too much. But I like just thinking about a single format, going to an event and having to compete in the main single format. I know there's standard big events, there's modern big events, but eventually there's going to be just like a single regional for the modern or infinity format. And I don't know how I feel about just going to a regional just to play that instead of like the main one. But I guess it depends how they do it, because they could like split the audience and be like, we'll do an event for standard and an event and a regional for modern in the same event. So 1,000 players play standard, 1,000 players per modern. But now, are you giving away double the best of prizing? Are you giving away the Ezreal promo 2 times? It gets a little bit tricky with prizing, I think so.
yeah, it's a good question, and it'll be interesting to see. I come from Yu-Gi-Oh again, which does have an eternal format. Like we don't have rotation. We have ban lists
That could
instead,
be a good way of
which
doing
act
things.
as like a soft rotation
Mm-hmm.
instead of just saying. Mhm. It's definitely interesting. I will say in these color uh, games with colors, it's a little bit harder to do because you do have there's a more limited design space and you start having some overlaps, and this is kind of apparent in One Piece, at least I didn't play a ton, but you'll notice that a lot of the cards in the colors are very similar. It's just like a slightly better version of it, and there aren't a ton of game mechanics. So you just end up, if you don't have rotation, cards that just do the exact same thing except slightly better. Whereas with rotation, you can essentially reprint the same card with a different name after the old one reprints. So I do think rotation does help with the power creep a little bit. So not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of people in chat would agree. It does keep the game healthy in the long run. But completely switching the subject because this commercial just reminded me. Did you guys see in the UVS game site or the UVS website, you can now see your win rate at the local level? Have you seen that, NA?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at mine yet, but I
Yeah, I
have
didn't
seen
haven't
some
look. I
people in my
haven't played
Discord
enough to like
posting
look at
those.
mine. Guys, we got some good win rates in
Like,
chat. And what I was trying to get at, I think what they're setting up with that record being kept for every local is that they're going to give us ranks. Because if you guys are paying attention, I know a lot of people in chat been saying, why do they have the League of Legends rank above their name? That's not League of Legends chat. That's actually their Riftbound ranking taken into consideration from their locals. So every scrimmage, which over there is called the city challenges, you're getting points that go on a leaderboard, and then you're given ranks based off your points, right? So I think the fact that they're starting to aggregate all the points at the local, they're gonna start giving us rankings, chat. I mean, I'm just
mhm.
guessing, but it seems like they could be going that direction because usually China does things first, and then it moves over to the other sides, to the other regions. And okay, we got a 69 nice percent. I know you're memeing me, Bitcoin. You're definitely a memer with that name too. You know I kid though. No way Rito's calling me hard stuck. Wait, far charred. What win rate did you got? You got a 50% win rate? Wait, where do I see my win rate? Nav, it's apparently in the same website you signed up for, with the same website you sign up for events. Apparently I saw images. They were going around Twitter for a little bit. People were showing their things. Yeah, Nav, I think it's a UVS locator. It's just a UVS Riot website in general, like where you would take their judge exam. It's probably like under account or account settings, or Bitcoin. If you were serious about the 69%, where do you see your win rate? I have 2 wins and a ton of losses from tournament. I didn't go. Oh, Dean, they don't drop you, or did you forget to drop? Because that would be crazy if you get counted as losses. Because wouldn't you just get one loss, and then they drop you? Or unless you're saying you signed up for a lot of attorneys and they dropped you, so it was like a L L L L L. I wasn't serious. I could tell, Bitcoin. So I realized when there was 8 set legends, that means around 96 legends. 100 will be legal before Origins rotates due to proving grounds. Dang, that's a good point, Sepher. And they imagine a regional with 100 legends. Not for best surprising,
That's
of course, but
crazy.
just in general, you wouldn't know what to expect.
I I did a Google Translate on the Billy chat, and the chat is asking if a fight has broken out at the venue. They're like, 2 hours? Is there an offline PK? So like player kill? I don't know. This is very entertaining. I
You
love
know it
how
is. It
chat rooms are
honestly
for
is,
this thing,
cause
no matter
it.
the language.
Yeah, honestly, for breaks this long, I said it yesterday for those that were tuning in. Last time a break took this long, there was a little bit of, not a PK, but it was a big dilemma. It was a player throwing chairs. It was a player fighting with the judges. Not, I don't think it was fist fight, but a huge verbal altercation came down that the player did receive a year ban. He got banned for Riftbound. He can't even play on these Spiritforged regionals
Oh
because he's
wow.
still banned. So perhaps they're onto something, chat. Are we gonna hear? Let me refresh the Billy site to see if we have like a notice saying like we apologize for the delay, because they're usually pretty good with communication. Oh, and you know what? In the meantime, I think the meta share did come out for set 2, so I could pull that up for us. And then while we watch it together, I'll go ahead and post that because I usually post all the little meta share. So guys, I'll be away for a half
Mhm.
second because I have a little draft already. So I just need to download the picture. Oh, and wait a second, chat. I'm over here in the stream. Or NA, let me know when they put the casters on. Cause I
Uh,
almost overheard
Did
like they
did
were ready.
they oh, I still see commercials myself, but
Okay.
maybe you've got your streams a bit
Yeah, you guys are
ahead of me.
missing nothing. So we already sold the for top 64 distribution, but this is just like the prettier picture that Billy's shown us. All right, let's just go here. And I won't even write any additional comments because everything, the picture says it all, right? It's a sad distribution. Maybe I'll do frowny face or something, or sad or crying face. Top day
You
2.
could put Yeah, it's pretty sad, but what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, no, I'll leave it
57% Craven.
neutral. I'll leave it neutral. Let everyone see for themselves. But it is a little sad. On the inside, I'm definitely sad. Top 64, no time limit is terrible. Buy Bitcoin. We couldn't agree more. Honestly, it should start at the least, at the worst, the top 16. But I think top 8, because top 8 is where the prizing starts, right? Or actually,
Yeah.
yeah, top 8 is where the real prizing starts. So maybe top 8 is untimed. And oh, Holy Chief found it. Lifetime stats 18, 6, and 1, 72% win rate. Okay, Holy Chief, I see you. What have you been playing at locals? Are you like straight up tryharding? That's a great win rate. Or you just might be goat. You might be goated at the game. Kaiser and Leo. Leona, nice, nice, nice. There we go. It would be so epic if that single Leona makes it through, because they played good. Maybe good enough for a top 32. Oh god, I should check mine. Yeah, chat. Hit us with your lifetime stats in chat. Who has the highest win rate among you guys? No cheating too. No cheating. You guys gotta copy paste your real ones. It looks like dropping events count as a draw. Really broken? Okay, that's kind of crazy that it does that. Broken. They'll probably have to patch that, right? Because my win rate is probably 0 then, because I've had to drop from a bunch. How do I check, guys? For anyone in chat, I know YouTube chat is separated, but if anyone in the YouTube chat can help out Revolver, I think Revolver, they're saying it's on the account settings. Let me look up what Holy Chief on Twitch said. Live win rate is in your profile information. Revolver, go to profile information. So okay, default saying 67%. Messiah saying 85. Whoa, who's beating Messiah, guys? 85% win rate. Messiah, what have you been grinding in set 1? You been a Kaiser player? What you been playing in set 1? Settings and then profile player or player profile. Okay, thank you, Holy Chief. So guys, to see your lifetime stats, go to the UVS Riftbound website, hit settings, and then player profile, and it should say lifetime stats. 33%. There we go, Chuck. Chance. Now we're talking. That's probably more of my win rate. 33%. Kaiser for Houston and after Timo. Makes sense, Messiah. No wonder you have a great win rate. But you're probably just a super good player as well. And we got it.
Excuse me. Oh my.
I know, NA. I feel so bad. We were supposed to get this started way 50 minutes ago. Unbelievable. I wasn't expecting this long of a break. We're talking about players taking 2 hours for a game. I think this is a fight. This has to be a fight broken out. I refuse to believe this is normal, because this is definitely not normal. Because we started the stream 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, and then the game started not even 20 minutes into the stream, right?
Yeah, it was pretty quick. They started pretty quick.
Yeah, let me know if it starts getting a little bit too crazy. Maybe we'll just do 2 rounds together if it starts getting way too late. And then I'll figure it out for the third one. But let me know how we're feeling, because I know we both weren't expecting these crazy long intermissions.
Yeah, for sure. I was expecting I was expecting them to move a bit faster. I honestly didn't know they did this whole untimed top 64. It's the first time I've ever seen like something like this in any card game, to be honest. In Yu-Gi-Oh, for example, only recently did they start doing, and it isn't even consistent, but once in a while it's like a untimed or additional time for the the finals, and maybe even top 4. Like it, for a while it was going from, I believe, 45 to 50 minutes all the way up to like 60 for the final round. But I mean, 2-hour matches, just insane. Like, are you even thinking clearly at the end of it? Can you like read your
No.
cards? Do you just like look at that and like
If you're in the realm of 2 hours, that's the judge's fault, because there's some kind of slow play. The only exception, imagine a Miracle Draven mirror match. But as a judge, I would cap games at an hour 30. If you're taking an hour 30 for a single best of three, you're going a little bit too deep in the think tank, right? So I don't know. I mean, it
Mhm,
could be nice to hop over to the casters for them to explain what can be the hiccup. The fact that they're not, perhaps it's just standard procedure. Maybe someone actually did end up going. Maybe there was a crazy judge call like we saw yesterday, and it ended up adding 30 more minutes. So I don't know what's
mhm.
going on, but I guess we'll stay here for a little bit. Like I said, Nate, let me know if you got to go get some water, bathroom, whatever it is. I'm able to control all the cameras individually.
Okay, okay.
Um, so yeah, if you want to stand
Yeah,
up, get a little stretch break, whatever it is, and then maybe come back
yeah,
for the
and
cast.
yeah, I think I will take advantage of that right now. I do need to use the restroom and maybe grab something quick to eat. So I will be hopefully just back in a couple of minutes.
Sounds
So
good.
thank you,
I
thank
had your
you.
camera. Just talk in chat.
Okay,
Well, not in chat, but
sounds
MVC
good.
when you're ready.
Yeah, sounds good.
100% people taking forever will make it to Top Cut. Yeah, Zaire, we're in here for the long run. These guys scheduled us for an 8 hour event. I think we're shooting closer to a 10, 11 hour event. What will happen first? Round two starting on NA Spiritforge release? Wait, what will happen first? Round two. Oh, yeah, that is all. Guys, that is crazy. At this point, we might get Spiritforge released before this next round. As soon as you leave, it will start. Yeah, if we start, we'll start a little bit without NA. But chat, I might go to the quick bathroom myself real quick, just in between. I hope it doesn't start. Oh, NA. NA left at the perfect time, but he still has a good 5 minutes, guys. Anytime they throw the caster, but by Bitcoin, you were totally right. We were just about to lose our mind, and just when we were about to go crazy, Riftbound trying to stabilize us. But no, NA will be back. So Jeff, I guess we're moments away from starting the round of top 32. How much longer till the game? We'll see long. We'll see. Hopefully another 5 to 10 minutes, but every time they throw it over to the caster scene, we're only moments away. Yo, plus we gotta talk about how to stream. I've been wanting to get into it. Yeah, no, nothing too crazy. I use what's called Stream Elements. So if you want to Google Stream Elements, that's how I stream. It makes it super easy. A lot of other people use Streamlabs, but I've always been a fan of Stream Elements a bit myself. But they're both good. I don't know what programs you used before, but yeah, now feel free to DM me. I can help you out.
All all right.
And then you
Oh, I see
back.
Cat on the screen.
Nice, nice. So it looks
Finally.
like we should be on decently soon. I'm excited though, because if we know anything about production, they're probably going to be trying their damn hardest to not give us the Draven Mirror matches. I know NA wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind the most, but I would like to save those probably for the grand finals. So we'll see. And here, make sure, I mean, the stream isn't lagging, but I'll go ahead and hit a quick refresh just in case we need to catch it up or anything.
Yes, that is funny. And so something that was mentioned in the Chinese chat that does make sense is there can't be draws in knockout stage. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe there was like a draw or something and I guess untimed rounds there can't be draws. Yeah, so it's just long games, and hopefully whoever was slow playing got knocked out. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but
No, I agree.
if
I
you're
think
making
everyone in chat would
long
agree
games
with
this
you.
long,
You know, according to
yeah.
Riot's schedule, we are exactly 55 minutes behind schedule. And that's just in round one. So we'll see what's going on. But like I said, I think we are moments away from starting the round of top 32.
Mhm.
What these guys are going to be showing us first is they're going to be showing us the top 32 deck distribution. How many of those single digit legends ended up moving on forward? I want to say at least half of them. Come on, guys. We should at least see half of those. Maybe the set made it through. Perhaps the viewer made it through. The Rex side would be fun. Kaza, I have a strong feeling, also made it through because Kaza was the third best. Or was it Annie technically the third best? What top eight was four Dravens, two Aurelias, Annie, and a Fiora. So maybe Kaza was the fifth best. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, Kaisa fallen far from grace in
Mm-hmm.
Spirit Forge, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Not
So yeah, we should be decently close. So half get eliminated. Yo, Chia, that's usually how it works, right? So you start with top 64. There was half winners, half losers, making it to top 32. And rinse and repeat until you have the final two players. So today will be total a 6 round. Top 64, top 32, top 16, top 8, semifinals, which is technically top 4, and then ending it all for the Chengdu Grand Finals, which I'm super excited for. I'm excited now. Ask me again in 8 hours when we get there how I'm feeling. Because, man, today looks like it's going to be a decently longer day than yesterday. And funny enough, yesterday was shorter than the first regional. I was actually hopeful. I'm like, man, they're doing a bit better on time. Can they do better when there are only 64 players remaining? And I guess the answer is no today, based off at least the first one.
Yeah, I guess. That's man, this is crazy.
I know we
Uh,
definitely weren't prepared for it, but I think soon. I think super soon.
yep. My brain is turning to mush. I need to see cards.
I know,
Need to see
right? We
cards
definitely need to
bring
see
me
some
back
cards.
home.
We need to see these legends. I guess we can make a little predictions while we stand. On last week's top 32 game, we saw the Pit Crew Ezreal. What are we thinking
Mhm.
that we're going to see for this top 32 game? What would be like the dream scenario for you?
Well, for me, it's gonna be probably Miracle Draven playing versus Miracle Ezreal.
That would be fun.
I want to see that would be a really fun one, though. That might be a 2 hour match. That might be a 2 hour match.
That's probably what's going on. But here we are, guys. Take a little screenshot. 23
Ooh,
Dravens
there we
remaining.
go.
And wow,
Oh my
only
gosh.
two single digits ended up making it. And it happens to
What
be
on
two of the best ones. Fiora and Ezreal moving on through the top 32. This isn't looking too good for the long run, chat. It might just very well be a top 8 Draven meta. This is looking crazy, NA. How do you feel about those results?
it's those are some insane numbers. Like we went down to literally 4 non-Draven Aurelia decks from what? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So out of those 14 decks that were not Draven or Aurelia, 4 of them won.
And here we go,
That's
guys.
an
It is
insane
time.
number.
And then you said we need to see some numbers. We need to see some Riftbound. Let's head on over to our tournament scene as these guys get
Right.
prepared to get things started. I'll hit a nice little refresh before things. And these are players I don't believe we've seen at all. So I am excited to see what these legends will be for that top 32. Okay, as most of us would expect, it looks like Draven will be for the player on the left. Let's see if we get a mirror match, or are we going to have another legend? Maybe you're onto something, NA. Maybe you are going to get the Ezreal versus the Draven matchup.
I mean, I certainly hope they did pick one of the few non-Draven Aurelia decks, but ooh, okay. Let's go.
Yeah, you are a fortune teller. You knew exactly what was coming up for the round of top 32. Draven versus Aurelia, the chaos shenanigan package. Imagine if it is a Miracle versus Miracle. I mean, there's a high chance there is, right?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the best Ezreal deck is the Miracle version. That being said, not necessarily what's being played. I'd say it's more likely it's the more normal Draven build, but I would not be disappointed by any means if it was Miracle Draven.
The Reaver's Row kind of indicates to me it might just be more of a standard Draven, but a battlefield we don't get to see
Mm-hmm.
too often in general, but it makes sense in decks like the Ezreal. Is going to be the Hall of Legends. You're able to ready your legend when you hold here. Actually, it's the other way around. I'll pull it up in chat. When you conquer, actually, I have to type it out first. Hall. There it is. Hall of Legends. I'll read it out. When you conquer here, you may pay one to ready your legend. So Ezreal's trying to double dip, trying to double draw on his turn, and that just works once, right? So if you target a unit, that's for the whole turn, right? As long as you could ready it, you could just tap it immediately. You don't have to target twice again.
Yeah, the Ezreal Legend isn't a trigger ability. It's just a, if you've done this, you can do this. So
Exactly.
that battlefield just reads draw 2 or draw another card with Ezreal leader. So pretty powerful, it seems.
Yeah, speaking of powerful, it looks like the player that's repping Ezreal is on that infamous Team AI. And uh-oh, did you see the cards in hand? I think we're getting a bit of what we saw last week. That is a pit crew Ezreal, which honestly, versus the
Hmm.
standard Draven builds, I think they do a decent job because you're able to keep Dravens off that Conquer game plan or win the combat game plan, and a double call, double gold generating type game plan coming out. I think Team AI or this player from AI might have a good shot if he's able to be on the play.
I guess we'll have to see. I mean, that's definitely interesting an interesting opener from Ezreal. I guess you'd probably imagine. I'm not super well versed in the non-Miracle Ezreal, so I don't really know what this looks like. I'd be curious to see how many 2-drops he is playing. Like I would imagine you still are playing like the Merchants, right? And the I personally like the Fan in Ezreal, but not necessarily the best choice. So we'll have to see who is going first here.
That's
Where we
right. As
at?
we approach game number 1, after an extended break, which felt like forever, we are finally here at the round of top 32. Draven versus Ezreal to start things off. And it looks like Ezreal will indeed start things off. Does he decide to just go ahead and put on one of these units, but goes ahead? I thought he could at least play something, because isn't the call just a single energy? Could at least save some runes down the line. Maybe wants to save something on the defense, but wouldn't you have played something NA, or what do you think about the past there?
Well, if he does have the uh if he does have the what's the name of the unit again? Please
Pit
help me.
crew, pit
It's
crew.
been a long night. Pit crew. If he does have the pit crew, every gear represents a restand, right? So you might want to save those, as
Hmm.
they do represent mobility. At cheap mobility, mind you, too, right? So I would
That
not be
does make
surprised
so
if
much sense because we're seeing it right here, right now. Pit crew coming down, followed up by the call that I was wondering why he didn't play, but we get our answer. So Pit crew, every time you play a gear, you ready me, which we're seeing it right now, going in for the conquer, and that's gonna be granting him a gear, which is in or a gold that is indeed a gear, readying him one more time. We saw this fantastic strategy come into play in the last round of top 32. It was against an Aurelia player. We were all wondering how it would verse against a Draven, and we're gonna be finding out here because on paper, because you're able to kind of keep your things safe in the back line, it feels like it has a decent matchup. He's probably played a whole lot of Dravens throughout this entire regional. I feel like he feels confident in this matchup. What about you? Do you feel like he feels decent in here?
yeah, I mean, you do get to play a lot of the same power cards that you have the option to play the same power cards that Draven does. Don't know if he does. Like I said, I'm not super familiar, and I wish I was more familiar with this version of the Ezreal deck. I mean, the interaction with the gold tokens is insanely cool. I honestly had not really seen too much of it, but looking at the game, it does look like Draven is developing a board. I mean, these Noxus hopefuls early can put a lot of pressure on, and I believe the call gives a +1 might, right? Is it a call?
Yeah, +1.
Yes, +1. So it is only a 4 here, though it is on Reavers, so pretty unlikely that you do choose the push up there. Um, I see an Arcane Shift in hand, I think. Is that?
I did see it on his opening hand, so he
I think
does have an arcane shift, and it looks like be the third call as
Mhm,
well getting picked up. So Seal does ready if he needed to, but going in for the
mhm.
conquer, and now that's conquer. You could tap an energy to ready your Ezreal if it was exhausted. Of course, in this circumstance, not going to be making too much of a difference. But retreating the pit crew, you're able to play another gear, another call, readying it, and as you mentioned, he does have the option of going into Reaver's Row, but doesn't feel like it might be too fruitful, but sending it anyways, because you're now with the call swinging in for a total of 5. You only have to worry about a single room, but Reaver's Row looking to trigger first. So he is able to conquer for the 3rd time in this game, going up to 3 points. And of course, just so much synergy going on. Look at all that gold. Oh my goodness. The pit crew is looking insane right now.
Yeah, that is an insane amount of gold that's been generated. What, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 already on what, this second turn of actually playing stuff, seeing as we did pass our first turn. But Ezreal does come down. I mean, this Ezreal card is absurd. I think it might end up being the most expensive card of Spiritforge. I guess we'll have to see. But definitely an insanely powerful card. And being able to play it straight from your champion unit, your champion zone, is one of the best parts about playing the Ezreal deck, if you ask me. Especially if you're playing the Ezreal Miracle version, as you do get access to the Ezreal engine like right off the bat. You don't have to dig for it or anything.
Yeah, we'll see what Draven has to try to slow that down, because usually some Dravens are choosing to run things like Falling Star to interact with the back line, because right now, as you mentioned, the most likely will be the most expensive card, being that Ezreal. You want to try to take care of it, because Ezreal traditionally has a lot of repeat value. Those things like the Fright, or what's the one, the
Cold Shot?
No, of course Cold Shot, but the smokescreen type card.
It's something cold. It's freeze or something.
Oh, I can't believe I'm forgetting. I
it.
remember it. I know the ability off the top of my head, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It has so much potential of those kind of repeat calls. One of them being, of course, what we mentioned, the call shot. So yeah, you want to try to deal with that easy as soon as possible. But it looks like there's no such thing as Falling Star in hand. So has to just try to bear with it and do what he can at the moment. So does get a simple conquer for the Kaiser with the additional accelerate cost going up on the Reaver's Row. And what was it?
Frigid Touch. That's the name of the card,
Frigid Touch. We were close.
Yeah, like I said, been oh, did my stream freeze? Okay, no, it didn't. The players just thinking. So a bunch of thinking already. So a lot of units for Draven. It's a pretty developed board, but not really a lot of runes up, and hasn't found any of the gold generating cards like the Merchant or played the Draven out yet. So any power that does get paid is going to send him back like a little bit annoying, because the Draven generally does get to avoid a lot of the power costs with, again, Merchant plus the Draven champion unit. But with Ezreal pushing so aggressively, finding the Cole combo so early does mean that Draven does have to play a little bit on the back foot here, which is not traditionally something you see the Draven deck do.
Right, especially when we take into account that Draven was on the draw, so he's definitely feeling the pressure from AZ. Now, you know, there is a great card, being that overzealous fan, the pit crew needs to conquer in order to get a gold generating from that call, of course. So he's going to be having a tough time to conquer on that Hall of Lights, but at the minimum, he should be finding an easier time against the Reaver's Row battlefield. He has enough might to do so, and just like the previous turn, or actually unlike the previous turn, there's going to be 2 energy available for Draven, and I believe we saw a spinning axe in hand, but he's going to be going for it anyways. Is that a 3rd call, or did he end up playing the swiftness? He tapped 3, so I think that's the boosted swiftness attached to it.
Yeah, it's the swiftness, so that he'll be able to just move right over to the other battlefield here if it does conquer. And it looks like it does successfully conquer, retreats the Kaisa, choosing to opt to save the units instead of try and contest. Though I don't really think anything is contesting this. It's +5, so it's an 8 might unit. So even like a spinning axe isn't enough. That's only bringing Kaisa up to 7. Right, does he choose to move over?
Yeah, you're definitely right. He has the option of ganking on over, and it looks like he's going to take that available playline, hopping on over to the other battlefield. But thinking a little bit more, he's saying, I know you have 2 runes. I know there's such thing as spinning axe. You didn't want to go ahead and deploy it with the Kaiser, but now you have a total of defense, a total of 6 might defending the other battlefield. But choosing to play it safe and patient, you are at 4 points before your opponent. But now you're going to lose a bit of point tempo because Kai's able to push onto the Reaver's Row, going up to 5, and that is going to earn her another draw. So that was a tricky turn. Would you feel like it would be good to push up against that, or because the overzealous fan is basically a free draw for Draven?
No, I like this a lot. He is on even points, and as we've seen, that this gold combo makes it pretty easy to go for both battlefields, especially with the Boots of Swiftness involved. You just push up on one, conquer, and then you can just gank over to the other. And if you conquer there as well, it just goes straight back to the base. So it does like a whole little circle, which is pretty cool. And with infinite gold, I would expect to see some of the next turns be maybe a bit scary. Like there is I think I spotted a Mind Splitter in his hand. Is that 3 axes? Did I just see 3 axes?
I saw 2
show me the
Darius. You're
Draven
saying
hand
in the
again,
stack
please.
deck?
No, in the hand.
Oh, we'll see. Maybe they showed it for a second there, but I know at the stack deck it was a double Darius. And then,
Yeah,
in
there
the
you go.
hand, it is 3 axes. He's gonna have an abundance of reaction speed spells with those spinning axes. So if there's a turn where he leaves 6 energy open on his opponent's turn, you know that's gonna be spelling troubles for the Ezreal player. Dang, I've never really seen a triple axe play, but we might just be seeing it in this round of top 32, just saving it for the perfect moment because it's a little risky. They do of course have temporary keyword, so you want to make sure you're not going to be using them so nilly-willy where they're going to be going down in a combat. But honestly, what's going to be taking down a 3, 6, 9 total increase might unit? I don't think very much from Ezreal. Draven looking good with that hand so far, on top of the falling star I'm seeing.
It's taken a long time on this stack deck. All right, looks like opting to take the hard bargain.
I believe that was the Darius. Was it really the hard bargain? We'll find out
I guess
super
we'll see.
soon.
Oh, or we will not. We'll find out sooner than later.
Yeah, looks like does
Digging
go
some more
ahead
there.
and play out that stack deck. And we saw those options there, pretty straightforward. The Treasure Hunter, the Kai'Sa, and the Fight or Flight. And we saw that one as clear as day. It will be a pickup of the Fight or Flight. It seemed like the better of the options. He already has plenty of units already developed, but maybe the Kai'Sa number 2 doesn't feel all that bad because you are a little bit low. But I think because you're given the fact that you do have your chosen champion still in the zone, you feel comfortable just picking up the Fight or Flight, and I believe that was the option that he chose. And was that a hard bargain? He flipped through his hand. I didn't see it, Darius, so
Yes.
it had to be the hard bargain.
Yep, chose to take the hard bargain and does retreat off of the other battlefield. Is on odd points, which you don't love, but it's like not that bad because you put your Kai'Sa onto the Reavers, which is not exactly a super threatening place to put her. Look at that gold stack.
Oh
This
yeah.
man thinks he's like a dragon hoarding gold or something. But I will say the Fight or Flight is like a pretty good pickup here from Draven, as unless there's another gear in hand, he doesn't like immediately have a way to get rid to push through that, right? You do have to then conquer to get the gold token to re-ready your unit, and is kind of playing a protect the tower sort of thing right here. I imagine this isn't like the normal game plan of the deck, but it is working really well here, and it is I mean, it's generating infinite gold value, so I've been a big fan so far.
Yeah, it might just be the best Ezreal build, but I know you said earlier the Miracle package probably the better build, but so far, perhaps versus the meta call, versus the Dravens of the world, this pick crew allowing him to get in, get out, score the points when you can, might just be the better route going forward. But we'll see as the meta of course develops. He goes ahead and plays out a Bellows Breath. We're used to so much of that being in Victor decks. He's just pinging 3 units. He chose the Hopefuls and then the Overzealous Fan. What does he have in mind? He did go ahead and repeat it for free virtually because of the Ezreal on the back line and the gold he has available to him. Is he gonna play another one to do 4 damage total on the back line? Because he did 2 already. He repeated it, so it's 2 damage, 2 damage. And wait a second, if he did do 2 damage, wouldn't the Overzealous Fan be out of here?
I don't know if he pinged that. He might have just pinged it once. I mean, we saw earlier that he did have a watcher in his hand, so he could be setting up just to play a watcher and clear everything.
Oh, that
Because
is
if
an
he pings
interesting
everything once,
combo.
the watcher kills everything, right? Even through like the hard bargain.
Yeah, look at the pings. It was 1, 2, 3, and then he did 1, 2, 3 on the Draven. Interesting. So a Watcher would be bringing everything down to essentially a single might, except the Draven. The call shot does get picked up from the Ezreal Legend ability. Does he have a Watcher? But he's going to be going on the dig through the deck a little bit further. The Wages of Pain, and it looks to be a upside down Chaos card. Is that a stacked deck I'm seeing?
Would guess it's a bit hard to see. It's funny that he's holding them like that, but does opt to take whatever was not the wages.
And that one looked like a quicker decision. It looked like it was a stack deck and another call chat. So if we thought he didn't have any more cards, he's definitely going to be looking for him down the road. But you guys were totally right. It looks like the Watcher coming out to play. So everything goes down. Or did he not play yet? They definitely need to go back to their normal vision. And there it goes. The Watcher coming down. -3 on every single unit on the opposing board state. Does that kill everything? Zealous would go down. The two hopefuls would go
It
down,
does
but
kill everything,
Draven.
unless he has axes. Yeah, Draven goes down to 0. But yeah, he does have axes, so this will at least save a couple things. Actually, I can't tell how many runes he has up. I think he only can save the Draven though.
Yeah, he had 2, so only able to save 1 unit. So saving the bigger, more valuable unit, but everything going into the trash. That is a big swing because, as we said before, Draven was doing a really great job at establishing that board state as best as he could, and just in a single turn, Ezreal dealing with the back line, which is a rare sight to see. Usually you need things like bigger plays like unchecked power, and that's just to deal with the battlefields. To deal with the back line, I'm loving the plays coming out from Ezreal, taking a bit of the package we saw in the last regional of the top 32, but adding even more value cards like the Bellows Breath, get the repeat value from the Ezreal champion, and then Watcher coming down and put it all together. This is looking really strong, and I dare say Ezreal is looking in a dominating position. Look at all those resources, look at all those card potentials with the call shots, the stack deck. I think EZ just having to score a final 2 points might just take it there. Does he take it in the next turn? That's the question though, because he's looking good so far.
You definitely could go for the push in the next turn. Draven doesn't have a ton developed here, though you do have to remember there still are the 2 axes in hand and the hard bargain, which might potentially set up like an awkward position for the Ezreal if he does not play around those. That being said, this Ezreal has been playing around stuff pretty well. Like even if the Draven did opt to hard bargain in the last turn, like all you committed was a Bellows, and you still had 7 mana up, so you could maybe go like a Mind Splitter instead of the Watcher if you didn't want to then commit the Watcher. I believe there's still a Mind Splitter, unless it's been discarded at some point. I have
I
lost
saw
a
it.
little
You're
bit of
totally
track,
right.
but
There was a Mind Splitter.
yeah, there's a lot of resources, like you said, and you have the Watcher, you have the big, your other big units, you have the Mind Splitter in hand to maybe like you could play that, force out something from hand, get the look, and play with perfect knowledge. It's a little bit hard for Draven though, because you have to not only develop your board here and set up to not just lose to board, but hold enough runes for, again, your interaction so that you don't lose.
Yeah, I see
It's
exactly
difficult.
what you're saying. You just have to do a bit too much given a single turn. Can you establish to set up some kind of victory route for the game going forward, at the same time keeping up enough at the ready on your opposing turn? Might as well dig a little deeper, see what's on the top of the deck. It's going to be a switcheroo. That's actually a decent card. Might not be the most impactful, but impactful nonetheless. So you have 2 spinning axes, a falling star, a switcheroo, but I'm not seeing any more units. I could see a world where he might just do like falling star, ping where you can. I say that, but you're only really going to be taking out what? The Ezreal in the back line? And then save up everything else? Everything seems to just be combat tricks.
He also does have, if you remember, he has an Arcane Shift in hand, so you can go for the Arcane Shift Watcher as well, which could be pretty brutal
Oh, that would be
on the
so
next
cool
turn.
to
So
see.
have to see. So he'll be up to 3, 7, 8. So we'll be up to 10. So you do have runes for to play out a Mind Splitter and then go for that play if you did want to. Though you wouldn't be able to accelerate the Watcher then. I feel like if I'm in this board state, let me think. It's probably just like push Watcher up into one of these, probably into the Kaisa,
Hmm.
and then just say, are you gonna stop this? And if you do have the Arcane Shift. Maybe it's into the Draven. No, it's not into the Draven because you don't want to give them multiple triggers of the Draven unit,
Yeah,
if
I
possible.
think I think you're nailing it though. I think it's either or. Just push up with the Watcher first, bait out some spinning axes or something of the like, and then go for the Arcane Shift. The worst that could happen is gonna be the hard bargain, having you
Mhm.
play a little bit more, which could set your game plan back a bit. And setting it back one turn could be all the Draven needs, but goes for the spinning axe, adding an additional +3. So this Draven defending for an insane amount. I mean, that's just what Draven's able to do with 3 spinning axes. So 9 on top of 6, defending for a total of 15 total might when it comes to Easy's turn. Of course, Watcher could be bringing it down to size, but that's just minusing essentially a single spinning axe. So things are getting rather tough. On top of that, there's going to be 2 hidden cards. We saw a switcheroo. We saw a fight or flight. If I'm willing to bet, I think it was a fight or flight on the Draven and then a switcheroo on the Kaiser battlefield is what most likely the player did. So this seems to be a decently complicated turn. There's a lot to think about, especially given the fact there's 2 hidden cards. There's 3 cards in hand, and there's 5 Fury
Oh,
runes available.
that
Okay,
makes it easy.
yeah, that does make it a little bit
That
easier
makes
for
it very
sure.
easy. You just rebuke the Draven. He probably plays the hard bargain repeated, and you just say, "Okay, I will gladly pay that or retreat." Okay, yeah. So that
Virtually achieves
does
the
mean
same
that
thing he
the
wanted, right?
mhm. Is that a TF? No, that's a card sharp, right? It's a card
Yeah,
sharp.
imagine
I
if it
was like,
was.
no.
Yeah, this guy's
Ride the
cooking if he
wind.
had the
No.
Twisted Fate. But has some good options. The Wages of Pain most likely pick up because Gus in the situation doing virtually nothing. So we saw the fight or flight
Mhm,
be revealed, which means there is a switcheroo on the Kaza side. So you got to tread carefully
mhm.
here. Push up with the Watcher was the likely play we talked about, but might as well get the Conqueror where you can, and might as well get the gold while you can too, since you have the ganking online, since you're gonna get another gold resource. And Ezreal hasn't targeted too, but Arcane Shift, the Ezreal is target in general, target opponents board.
That is a good question. What did he target? I'm sure he targeted something that I just missed. I did
No,
he
he
targeted
he
with
he ready.
review.
He forgot to ready it for turn. I was just saying in general. I pulled it
Okay,
up, but
okay.
Arcane Shiv coming down. He targeted the 3 damage on the Kaza, and then he targeted the Banish and play again on the Watcher. Let's see what he's gonna be able to do. It looks like he decides to play the Watcher in the same spot, but he's trying to say, am I gonna go ahead and hard bargain right here, because I see you still have more runes than needed to counter the hard bargain or pay for the repeat cost on the hard bargain, I should say. So it almost seems not worth it. But do you still just go for it anyways? Look, that Draven player's leaning that way.
Well, the game ends if you don't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll do 3 damage and then the Watcher will reduce by 3. So you do have to try to stop this and you just say, okay, I'll allow it. I'm paying for it. And now the Kaisa should die as it's at 1 might and the Arcane Shift does the 3 damage to it.
Yeah, beautiful synergy we're seeing from this Ezreal deck, I should say. But I can't believe we're seeing so much of a dominating performance from Ezreal. It looks like he figured out everything comes together with the Watcher, with the Arcane Shift. I was talking to Leroy, our previous caster, saying, is Arcane Shift
Mhm.
worth it running in these Ezreal decks? And it looks like the answer is yes, especially when you tie it all together with the Watcher, as we said before, because that looked really well played. Didn't seem like he made any kind of misplays in that game one. And man, I think this Draven is going to have a bit of an uphill climb. It could have been a case that EZ just had a bit of a nut straw, right? Drew everything he needed early on, got the pit crew online as soon as he can, and a double/triple call, allowing him to generate so much gold resources going forward. So I was very pleasantly surprised with that game. What about you? What did you like most about that game?
Yeah, I mean, seeing the pick crew plus the calls really made it very easy to ramp up for the Ezreal. And as you saw in that last turn, he did go through all of his runes. And you're not able to do that unless you do ramp up. Ezreal, if you do not see like the gold generators, is a very power hungry legend. You have the called shots, you have pretty much all your units costing some form of power besides again the pit crew. And then maybe like the treasure hunter if he's playing it. I don't think we saw one, so maybe not playing it.
I think with the
But it
picker,
is
you
it.
probably don't. You're saying is the Ezreal
Mhm.
playing Treasure Hunter?
Yeah, I'm saying probably isn't right because we
Mm-hmm.
didn't see it and we saw well, half the deck. Um, but yeah, I mean it was an excellent start, like you said. The only thing that did kind of stink is I whiffed something on the first turn, but I'm not sure what you would even play because I didn't really see any two drops. Did you?
No, I didn't see him as well because you say he doesn't have the treasure hunter. Of course, he doesn't have things like the simple overzealous fan or merchants. But I think we kind of established it there. It was like he wanted to make sure he got the
Yeah.
full best use from that pit crew, leaving those calls to be played on that turn two. Now that you have 4 runes available, so pit crew for 3, call for 1, ready it, and then you go on with the whole synergy. And Leroy in chat liking what he saw as the Ezreal build coming out to play. Can this Ezreal in a field of all Dravens? I feel like there's a world. There's a world where this EZ might just take it all the way. Am I crazy, NA? Is there a world where we might be crowning the second Spirit Forge being Ezreal, or am I just delusional at this point?
I mean, it looked pretty solid there, not gonna lie. I was a big fan of it, and he didn't even really need to take advantage of the battlefield, which is like something I was like, maybe you need the battlefield is pretty important. It wasn't. He drew off of it once, I think, in the entire game. No, it was just the pit crew going crazy, right? It
Yeah,
generated
honestly, the
probably like 10
two
gold tokens.
Yeah, absolutely. The
Yeah.
two winning pieces were the Piku early game and then the Watcher late game. With those two cards right there, I guess added on top the Arcane Shift to truly close it out. But even without the Arcane Shift, you probably still had game on board. It just would have been a bit more complicated given the switcheroo there, but it made it just so straightforward. Watcher bringing Kaiser down to 1, and then the Arcane Shift finishing it off with the 3 additional damage, which is perfect because all Draven wants to do, he didn't let Draven play the game that Draven is known for. Draven wants you to come to him with straightforward combat. Draven wants you to leave your battlefield or your units on the battlefield so that he's able to go for straightforward combat. I don't think there was a single turn Ezreal allowed Draven to get a single draw. Do you remember? I don't think Draven drew once for combat unless I can't remember exactly right.
Nope. I don't think Ezra really left anything on a battlefield at all. It
Mm-hmm.
was like the pit crew goes in and it comes out, and it was very good way to play around the Draven legend, right? You just never give them draws off their leader. And even when there was the opportunity to go for another conquer or attempt to, he opted not to, opting to play away from the fan and choosing to remove the fan later so that
Mm-hmm.
he didn't give the Draven the draw. So essentially doing like a starving strategy to the Draven if anybody has played like One Piece,
It makes a
where
lot
you
of
starve your
sense.
enemy leader by giving them no draws.
Yeah.
So,
And it looks like it really did pay dividends at the end of it, as he will be victorious in that game number 1. Can he go ahead and try to repeat this game plan going into game 2? Does Draven now know what to expect from this Ezreal player? Now after playing that first match, this will be interesting nonetheless. Let's see if Ezreal could keep the non-Draven Draven meta alive. Can Easy keep on his push in this top cut? It would be really cool to see if he just continues, if he goes to top 16, top 8, and maybe, just maybe, we will have an Ezreal going into the grand finals. But before everything's said and done, let's go ahead and wrap this up on the top 32 round as we approach that game number 2. And most likely Draven should be on the play, unless there's something like an Obelisk of Power, which I don't think you would play that going on the play, of course.
We'll have to see what happens here. I'm kind of curious. So it looks like, is that a Void Gate? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps for things like
that,
Bellows Breath? Or
is it,
Wages of Pain too? I think there's a lot of ping options coming out from Ezreal thinking about it.
and there comes the, I believe it is the card sharp, correct? Generating the gold. So getting that early gold generation, as we saw, was so important in the previous game. Yep, the card sharp. And it looks like the Draven opted to, yes, play a gold token. So you get 2. So that's so much value. 2 gold tokens for 1 unit. And sure, you give your opponent 1, but I mean, 2 is more than 1, right?
Yeah, it definitely is, especially when you're able to make bigger use of it. Like the call shot, we didn't see any call shots. Usually those are saved for the miracle package on Draven's build. This seems to be more that straightforward build. Granted, I say straightforward, but the straightforward build was the regional champion in the previous one just last weekend, so it's still strong nonetheless. But one of those, as I mentioned, this Ezreal build does take full advantage of things like power cost with those call shots. The second best, I want to say, is things like these stacked decks, as we're seeing right now. We're seeing a card shop, a mind splitter, and the last little piece, it looks to almost be, I can't tell at all. Is that just a seal, perhaps?
I can't tell, and it looks like he might be taking it too.
Oh wow,
Ooh,
double
yeah,
pit crew.
Yep. Did you see any gear though?
I
don't know if I
didn't.
saw
He's
any
he's
gear.
desperately searching for the coal, and that's kind of getting back to what we were talking about. Did he just have the picture perfect opening, or the picture perfect game plan going in that game 1? Because in the world where you don't see the coal, follow that up by the pit crew, does the strategy just kind of feel a bit lackluster? We're going to be finding out here, because the pit crew will go ahead and hit the board, and I don't think he has the call, but I spoke too soon. He does have the
Wow,
call.
there we
He
go.
pays the gold he got from the card shop, raiding the pit crew, and the 1-2 combo is online, and incredible stuff so far.
Yep, and you are conquering on the Targans, so you do get to re-ready your runes. I will say we didn't really see a ton of interaction on the Draven's turn during that last game, so I wouldn't be surprised if the runes are kind of cosmetic here. But oh, looks like the judge is clarifying something. Not sure. Did he not declare the Targons?
Oh,
It sounds like
true. They're being stricklers about that. He didn't point to the 2 runes when he conquered. Man, the judges are ferocious. I've always given people the 2 ready, but I think in this situation, it doesn't really make all that difference. It would have really mattered if he was trying to defend a battlefield. If he had something like a hard bargain to counter, perhaps a falling star or something, but I don't think he plays things like hard bargain. But of course, he could have added that from things like the side deck. So it could have been impactful, but I don't think he's too upset about it, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. And the only thing I could think of that, oh, and speaking of the devil, there is the falling star, which is gonna probably double onto the pit crew. Yeah, so it does opt to totally take out the pit crew. You said there was another pit crew in hand though, right?
We did see one.
All right. All
It
right.
is
So
the
it does
brother
need
pit
another
crew.
gear though. You do need another gear though, right? To actually start doing stuff with it. No, I guess not necessarily. You could go conquer with the card sharp, but like, nah.
Yeah, that's just
Team
not what you're
Arcane
looking
chip.
to do. It looks like he's going to be playing the 2 gold and a card we haven't seen this whole best of 3 series, but we've seen it
Mhm.
before, of course. The Mind Splitter hitting the board. Is there any reaction speed spell before he takes a look at the hand, or is he just going to be deciding on taking a look? It looks like the Spinning Axe does get added onto the Draven
Yep.
before he reveals the hand, which is probably the smart thing to do. It makes it so much tougher to conquer. So Draven in a decent position, but now taking out the notepad, writing the Ferris Forerunner ×2, and I believe that is a stacked deck, it looks like, no? Or a hard bargain?
Mm. I think it's a hard bargain. I can't quite see. He stacked those nice on top of each other. Unfortunate that there are 2 Forerunner, as obviously you'd prefer to hit 1 and then have 2 dead cards. But yeah, this game's looking a lot different when the pit crew doesn't go crazy. That the early Falling Star really made a difference here.
Yeah, they make a really good point. I believe that should be, if he's not running more Falling Stars, if he has them in the side deck, that could be the exact card he needs to add into the main board and have a little bit more of those to rely on and have it be more consistently brought up in that opening hand to take care of the pit crews. But a Ferris Forerunner, this is an excellent card for Draven. Even if you're able to get taken down from the likes of the Bellows Breath Watcher combo, you can't really do that 2 times in a single turn. So at the very minimum, you're going to keep virtually the same amount of might present on your board. So this is going to be a very tricky situation for Ezreal going forward, especially given the fact he doesn't have an excellent board state. The Gust coming down. Oh, no, just a discard for the easy, of
Yeah.
course.
Started off Ezreal. I see a Cole, so he does have pit rookie Cole here. Or sorry, pit crew Cole here. Chooses to go for that.
And it looks like he's going for it, knowing that Draven's completely tapped out. So Targon's Peak is 100% free. Does he go ahead and choose those units? You know, a lot of people have the ruling a bit back and forth, I want to say, because in Houston, I heard you don't really have to choose the runes when you conquer. You still get at the end of the turn. What's the ruling you've heard, NA?
I have always played that you do declare it, like you declare it when you conquer and then you ready the runes at the end of the turn, but I could be wrong. It's just how I've been playing it, and I've never had a judge called on me for it. That being said, I mean, like I said, that could very well be wrong. The rules for this game feels sometimes like they needed a whole nother pass, but they've been doing a good job of fixing them up every so often, and I would hopefully expect to see another one in not too far future, as they've been doing on a pretty regular cadence, especially with set 3 coming up in China. But so it does pass back to Draven with 2 up. Were there any playable cards in the hand? I don't think the 2 really represents any threat from what we've seen in this game so far.
Yeah, even taking a look at the game 1, I don't recall there was any kind of opponent interaction. We talked about cards like Frigid Touch. That is going to be costing just 2 energy, but I'm not sure if Ezreal is going to be playing that. Perhaps it is a viable sideboard option. At the minimum, I want to say it's a bit of a threat, a bit of a bluff. Something like a hard bargain could be online. Perhaps even something like a Fight or Flight. We are talking about a Chaos package from Ezreal, so that's something Draven always has to keep in mind. But at the same time, I do believe Top Cut might very well be open deck list. I don't have 100% confirmation for you guys, but I think it is because they show the deck list in between rounds. I don't think a tournament organizer would reveal the deck list in between rounds sometimes if everyone didn't have access to the deck list. So perhaps he knows there is no such thing as Fight or Flights in the deck. I'm like 60-70% sure it's open deck list. I'll figure it out by the next time. But let's see what Draven has in mind. He has a very straightforward conquer on Targon's Peak, and he also has the option of trying to defend the Void Gate. The Void Gate can get a little bit risky because you do get the extra bonus damage for Ezreal, but if you could defend it successfully, you're going up to 6 total points. You could retreat everything back because right now, 6-2, you're feeling in control of this game. And to make it even sweeter, the Bring Your Thunder song completely stopping any kind of plays coming out. Not that he even had plays. At this point, it's just a 5 might unit for the next turn, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're just developing your board here, putting enough units on the board, and they're like fairly big units too, so it's not super easy super easy to out. It's easy for Israel. But we are going to have to see a pretty hefty
Judge, he
swing
dropped
here
the
for.
card. He's sneaking
Uh-oh.
something in. Oh, and all jokes
Uh-oh.
aside, mistakes like that tend to happen. It was just a room, so nothing too crazy. But I'm wondering what is in hand. It looks rather tough because even if you had that devastating watcher, it doesn't look too fruitful in this scenario. You do get two mechs in the back line if you take down the Forerunner. Yes, you could conquer up to four, but you're gonna have to deal with a Draven with a spinning axe. But I will give it to the Ezreal player. He's done a great job, just like he did in game one, of keeping Draven off his draw, off his game plan in general, because I believe there's only two cards in Draven's hand. And that's just not the situation a lot of Draven players feel too comfortable in, honestly.
Yeah, the Draven has not gotten a single draw, I think, in this entire match yet, which is very, very impressive. Well played by the Ezreal, making sure to avoid giving the draws. I mean, as you can see, the card sharp was played and just kind of sitting there in the back line. I mean, obviously you want to keep your Ezreal in the back line because it's a little bit of an engine, but I mean, very well played. I'm pretty impressed by the Ezreal deck. I had not really seen too much gameplay from the more vanilla Ezreal deck, which this is. I mean, it does have the pit crew, which is not vanilla, but I would say the rest of the deck is pretty much just like an Ezreal deck, right? It's not anything too crazy over the top. So I've been pretty impressed so far by how this has been performing.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm impressed as well. And it looks like he's saying, do I want to go ahead and hard bargain? You have plenty of runes to virtually counter the hard bargain by paying the additional cost. Is this a worthy hard bargain target? Do you stop Ezreal from going through with the game plan he was already thinking about? Because he kind of already put the rebuke to trash. He was hoping there was no hard bargain. He's like, you don't have anything. But now having to
Hmm.
take a step back, slowing it down a little bit and saying, do you have something for this rebuke? If you do, I think it's still worthy because Furious Forerunner is one of those cards you just don't want to leave on a battlefield. So we'll see. I think it's worth it. Oh, and there's some dilemma going on. I think he recycled a purple and they got it back. No, you still have to pay the power cost, don't you?
Well, he paid two treasures, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe okay, no, they're just resolving it. So hard bargain was not used. Does push up the mind splitter, which does die the board, so he might end up seeing the arcane shift played. You could play it here actually, and then rip the forerunner.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm loving
So,
these plays. It looks like he does the 3 damage onto Noxus Hopeful, allowing something like a simple card shop to take it down. And then Mind Splitter gonna be going banished and then getting played out one more time. But now the question stands, he didn't choose to hard bargain the rebuke. Does he choose to hard bargain the Arcane Shift? I think you have to at least go for it. It just doesn't feel so good given the fact that there is indeed enough runes on the Ezreal player. That's the one downside for things like hard bargain. If they have a lot of runes available, and EZ's been doing a great job of keeping his rune economy kind of up there because of the runes, or I should say the golds he's been able to generate this game. So he feels good, and I see why it's a trickier play for Draven because you have the counter, but it's not truly a counter in this situation.
yeah, I don't think you do it here because it makes the mind splitter better. As silly as that sounds, right? Because the mind splitter will end up doing ooh, so it does kill it because of the void gate. That's a nice
Right.
interaction. But because if you do use the hard bargain, then it does just leave you with two targets in hand, which are the Forerunner and the Thunder Song. I think you're always discarding the Forerunner, but you're just kind of looping yourself one. Because at this 4 rune range, I believe Ezreal is at 4 runes, right? Yeah. At this 4 rune range, Ezreal doesn't really play a lot of cards here. Like, what cards would he be playing at this point? Like, we've already cleared both battlefields. We've pulled ourselves back from both battlefields. We've gotten our tokens. There's nothing else for Ezreal to play, right? So at this point, I don't think that it really accomplishes anything. It's just kind of like hand looping yourself for one. So I think it's a good play to hold on to the hard bargain. There is a chance that later in the game you do hit like, so he's seen the Bellows Watcher play. That is something that now you might have access to, and we just saw he literally just picked up the Bellow
Wow.
Watchers. So that is something that the hard bargain can be pretty good into, right? Because if you do hard bargain for 4, you can never Bellow Watchers, as that would cost I believe that would cost what, 4, 6, 7? Yeah, one too many runes, even if you are fully ramped.
Yeah, man, and look at the card advantage that Ezreal is displaying right here, right now. On top of that, he even targeted or triggered the Ezreal Legend ability. It was from the Arcane Shift. And what else was the secondary target that game? Because the Arcane Shift
Rebuke.
doesn't. What was it?
Rebuke.
Of course, of course. It was the Rebuke and Arcane Shift doing wonders, and we're seeing the fantastic synergy. The Arcane Shift gets really nice synergy with the Watcher, fantastic synergy with the Mind Splitter. So those late game beaters really making a difference where it really counts, because right now he's kind of equalizing the board state. 5-4. You know Draven can't win on the next push. So if you're trying to bring things back, and he actually does end up running Frigid Touch, and Ezreal's in the back, so you're able to get a free repeat value. So just for 3 energy, you're able to get a good, impressive -8, is it? Because it's -4, -4. I think that you can even go into the negative department. I believe that's how Frigid Touch works, right?
Well, Frigid is only -2, unfortunately, but
Oh,
it
I'm
is
thinking with the
still going to be
repeat.
pretty good here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so with the repeat, it ends up being -4, yeah. -4 for 3, right? Because Ezreal will reduce it by 1,
Mm-hmm.
which is nothing to scoff at. And it is kind of interesting to think about, too, that he's played almost nothing on the Draven's turn the entire match. So there's like a thought in your head where you stop like respecting your opponent's potential actions, right? Not saying that when you're with these caliber of player, you won't. I don't think he'll do that, but you kind of set yourself in like this frame of mind. Like my opponent, my turn's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't done anything in my turn, and that could kind of catch you off guard. I will say there is the hard bargain. So, and there, I think there was a Thunder Song as well. So I think it's pretty hard for this Frigid Touch to ever resolve on the Draven's turn. But there is a chance that the hard bargain does potentially do something
And
on the
this is
following turn with the
strange. We're
push.
seeing a judge call. I'm wondering what it could be, guys. If anyone in chat called it, or NA, if you called it, what is the judge call? Because it almost seemed out of right field. They were playing the game, and then they had a forced stop, and I recognize the little graphic down below. That's usually a judge call. And Leroy's saying there's no negative. Leroy, I'm pretty sure there's negative. It just doesn't do anything, right? It does the same as 0, but you are able to get technically negative. It just doesn't do anything. I'm pretty sure the new Spiritforged cards do it.
If I had to guess, it would be something with the runes. Maybe when he dropped a rune, he accidentally deramped a rune or ramped a rune or something. And they're maybe going to correct that. I don't think it should change anything regardless of what is discussed, because he didn't even use all of his runes. So I guess we will have to see, but that would be my best guess.
Maybe it was a Targon's peak trigger. He's saying you readied your runes without announcing them, but those seem kind of like silly things to just go ahead and stop the entire match. Negative matters for might gains, but you still need damage. Yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm not saying the unit dies if you're in negative. All I'm saying is you're now able to pass the minimum of 1. Like Watcher reads minimum of 1. Frigid Touch doesn't read minimum of 1. So I saw Aru is capped at 0. So if you discipline after you're at 2 and not 1. Oh, Leroy, really? You have to show me the rule, because I was under the impression, chat, while we're on this little judge call break, I thought you could, because that was the thing about Spiritforged, is you could finally get under the minimum of 1. And Soundmine's saying the 1 rune actually matters, since he had 4 runes left after Arcane Shift. He didn't have enough. He could have gotten hard bargain. True, Sound of Mine. So they're trying to rewind the board state. He had
Yeah, I
moved 2
see.
mind runes out when he took Targon's. Interesting. So, okay, a little bit of a situation going on.
Okay, so this actually might matter then. Right. Because if the Arcane Shift doesn't resolve, I mean, that's a pretty big swing, right? Because that does guarantee that the Forerunner does get played out on the next turn, and the Forerunner makes it very hard to stop 2 pushes. It's good because you have to stop 2 pushes. You have to remove the Forerunner, and then you have to deal with the tokens. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, the
So good
judge is
judges.
kind of punishing. He's pointing fingers, saying, "You did this. You should have done that." And the guy's like, "Really, guys? It was just a Targon's Peak trigger." So forcing her to put back a rune, it looks like on that top table. So having to not have 5 available, and it looked like it was a recycle issue. So it might have not been a Targon's Peak. I'm sure we'll get
Hmm.
full clarification once we return back to that featured table. But it looks to be resolved rather quickly. And just a little bit of a side note, with these judge calls and these longer extended games, I don't really mind them because it's either these or we're watching the commercials. So I would much rather be watching these games.
For sure.
I wouldn't mind if this game ended up going to an hour and a half because they're going to be players going to an hour and a half anyways. Might as well be the featured table, huh?
Hmm. So it looks like it's kicked back, and I don't think anything on the game state has changed. So maybe just a warning.
Is the runes. He had
Draven.
5 available runes on his opponent's turn, so
Oh,
it looks
okay,
like he
okay,
only has 4 in this stance.
okay. Going up to 6 here, and again choosing to develop the board with the Thunder Song, as it is a hefty unit, 5, and so here the Ezreal does have knowledge of everything except one card in the Draven hand, right? So you know the hard bargain plus an unknown. So you have almost full knowledge here. This should be kind of like the deciding turn for me. Is if the Ezreal is able to clear the board, I think Ezreal does win this game.
Yeah,
So
it's looking super close, but I agree with you. It's looking slightly favored from this position, especially considering the fact that you're able to dig a little deeper into that deck, finding the top 2, and you get the additional repeat cost. So a Stupefy and a Mind Splitter looking rather juicy, but taking the Stupefy for even more additional draw slash defensive power. We see the Bellows Breath and Wages of Pain being the second pickup, and he does decide on Wages of Pain. So picking up some decently good cards, a lot of cards that can pose a bit of a problem because you have a double Stupefy Wages of Pain. You're effectively getting rid of a 5 might unit, which is exactly what a Bring Your Thunder Song is. So one of those units you don't have to worry about too much, but the Pit Crew doing what he's done this entire best of 3 series long, conquering, getting 2 gold tokens at that, readying, and most likely it looks like he's gonna leave it behind because he put the card shop, unless he just wants to leave the card shop alone. But look at that. I think he's going to try to defend because your opponent's at 6. You either defend both battlefields or you make it a bit easier for your Draven to try to push in for that game point this next turn. So this is it. But basically the final stand for Ezreal, if he defends, he's definitely going to be winning and going into that top 16 bracket. If he loses, we might just be finding ourselves into a game 3, but things are looking rough because what was in hand, and it was a hard bargain. And what was the other one?
I did not see what the last card was. So the one thing that makes this a little bit difficult is you do have to deal with the hard bargain, and it's going to essentially be a full cost hard bargain. So you have to leave up at least 4 plus whatever the cost is. Does get the cycle 2 here though, because he did take the Targons this turn, so he's going to get to restand both from the Stupefy, so you get a draw 2 and then a draw off of the Ezreal as well.
Yeah, and perhaps imagine if he had something like a Singularity. Of course, we all know there is a hard bargain, so in theory it could be nice, but because there's a counter, it would rely on the Ezreal to completely tapped out to do so. But because you know you have to defend both of these battlefields, you're gonna have to pick your battles and deciding. And wait a second.
Showing the discard.
Oh, I was about to say, because yeah, that didn't look at the hand. I was like, wait a second, where'd the Mind Splitter on Draven's side come from?
No. But did pick up a rebuke off of the second Stupefy, which is pretty big. That's honestly one of the best cards for defense here. And Ezreal is going to be going up to 8. So this still does allow you to go like a rebuke plus. So you'll have enough for. Oh, did he forget the Targons again?
He ready to look at that.
Okay. I saw him like do the hand motion of go ahead, so was a little bit worried there.
Oh, and it looks like a Tide Turner off the top of the deck. So a hard bargain, a cleave, and a Tide Turner. Is that going to be enough? Of course, if you're able to win one of these combats, you will be able to see another card off the top. but you're only going to be going
Mhm.
up to 7, so that won't be a double draw in that situation. But things are looking rather tough given the hand right now for the Draven player. You're pushing in with a max of 9 from the Draven, 5 from the Thunder Song. And what is defending on card shop? There's a call. Is that 2 calls on Pit Crew?
Yeah, it's just 2 calls, so he's
So,
at 5. So
5
8
and then
total.
3, so 8, plus the hidden. And we haven't seen too much hidden. Did we catch wind of what that card might be?
I missed it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a fight or flight. What else would be hidden in this?
I think that has to be the only viable option. Of course, there is blue, so consult the past kind of rings a
Mhm.
bell, but no, I think it has to be a fight or flight. So he's looking great. You got a rebuke, you have a fight or flight. Most likely, we're kind of speculating there. And then he has, I believe he still has the frigid touch with repeat value. So -4. There's Ezreal might be going up 2-0. But I don't want to speak too soon. This Draven player has made it here for a reason. He's defeated a lot of opponents to get in this position. So I know he has something in mind, but just considering, like I said, the simple fact there's 3 cards in hand, a Tide Turner is good, just not in this situation. Cleave is okay. You could conquer one of these battlefields, but how in the world are you conquering both?
It does look like someone in chat did catch what he hid, and it was the Wages of Pain. So it is a bluff here.
Still a decent card because you're probably able to do enough damage to evenly trade. So you're effectively offering the trade. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up coming in each of these battlefields direction. He's
True.
thinking of a plan. What is the possible winning line? Because I'll be honest with you, Nate, I don't see the winning line. Are you seeing any potential outs for this Draven?
Actually, it does. So I guess I was wrong. If you do have the Frigid Touch, because we know the Frigid Touch is in hand, the Frigid Touch plus the Wages can kill something, as well as like you said, just making a trade. But it looks like going all in on the Targons here.
Yeah, I believe so. He knows there's no boots of swiftness, but speaking of frigid touch, that's going to be coming down. Most likely target will be that Draven, but actually I misspoke. It will be the Thunder Song, and it does get the repeat value, as you guys can see on the screen. Give it unit -2, and because Ezreal in the back reducing the repeat cost by 1, all you have to do is pay 3 energy for a -4 on the Thunder Song. So Thunder Song's just swinging for 1 damage as it stands, so looking good. And I think that just might be enough because it's 9 plus the 1. He just has 10 on the attack, so 10 to 10, virtually trading as it stands right now. No,
There's a Cleave in hand, remember? I don't know if he's used it yet. So you could attack him for more, but then there's the Rebuke. And as long as Ezreal has 6 up, the Rebuke goes through. 1, 2, 3. He only has 5 up. So the Rebuke is not guaranteed to go through. In fact, it will not go through.
yeah, and I think this could be baiting out the rebuke, perhaps thinking if you have the rebuke, I'm going to force you to use it here. But of course, he knows AI is the type of player that understands and didn't forget that he has a hard bargain. He wrote down his notes. Most
Mhm.
players tend to forget, but he seems like he would be one to remember. But in a certain situation, you might not have any other options. You have to do what you have to do. Do you just force out the hard bargain, or do you just know it would have been countered either way? So just taking a trade where you can. Draven's going to be sticking on the board going up to 7, but you're going to be holding up to 7, and things kind of shifted. I knew this player would think of some kind of line to try to turn things back in his favor, because there's no way of getting to that Targon's Peak battlefield efficiently, right? There's no such thing. I mean, Watcher accelerated. Does that do the job?
Yeah. So Watcher Draven's at 9 when attacked. So Watcher down to 3. So Watcher does get over that on its own.
Okay. And we did indeed see there was a Watcher in hand, so that's something to be very considerate for Draven. And I don't think there was any additional combat tricks. Is the Cleave and the hard bargain. Cleave is only as you're attacking, so perhaps Ezreal just still has it nonetheless. But this was a tricky turn, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you do actually have 10 runes coming in as the Ezreal, so you can just go like I was gonna say you could just go like Rebuke and then he hard bargains it and then Watcher, but that doesn't really accomplish anything. Okay, so this does change the math, right? So now it does trade with the Watcher if the Watcher is your only play. Plus a hidden. Well, so there's a hidden draw on. That's pretty good.
Yeah, for winning the
Nanjing.
combat, what a fortuitous draw, because out of everything you could draw is going to be a hidden card allowing you to use it on your opponent's turn. That could change everything, and imagine that was a fight or flight
Hmm.
off the top. That's going to be allowing you to hold for that victory score to 8. But let's see what goes down. There's another rebuke. Actually, he never used the rebuke, so now he has a full breath for runes, able to pay for the repeat cost. So a perfect opportunity. I like the patience from Ezreal. He could have used the rebuke, forgetting about the hard bargain, but using it on the offense instead. And he goes ahead and pays for the 4 rebuke going to be deployed. And now he doesn't have enough for Watcher though. What is the game plan to get rid of this Tide Turner? Because that is the trickiest part.
If he has a gear, you can just go retreat, play gear. Going to get a draw here.
Oh, the
Okay.
top deck seal. If he didn't have a
That's
gear,
very
he
good.
definitely has a gear now. These guys are both hitting some crazy top decks. He's going to pretend. He's going to pretend he didn't just top deck by call shot. And he's saying, you know what? Even if I
Yeah.
didn't have that lucky heart of the cards, I would have drawn something anyways. And he definitely did a call getting hit off the top, but instead chooses the Frigid Touch. Let's see what's under the deck 2 times. And
Well,
the
the chatter is right. I'm so I'm so tired right now missing basic things. So the wages is actually hidden on the other battlefield, so he can kill his own unit and get a gold token,
wow,
right?
totally right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So um I think this does allow you to push through a fight or flight though, which is the interesting thing, right? Because you can go or yeah, now this definitely pushes through a fight or flight.
Yeah, you
Because now
guys
you
said it
feel one.
perfectly. Wages of pain on your own card shop, gaining yourself a gold resource, which is indeed a gear, as we've seen time and time again from this Ezreal strategy. So the gear going to be to get allowing these pit crews to both ready. And I like that he played 2 pickers. He says, fight or flight, come at me. You're going to have to do it more than once. And we know the last card is a simple cleave. And yeah, look at the luck of the draw. That was indeed a fight or flight. You win a combat. Wait a second. And can he get lucky one more time? It looked like that was a treasure hunter off the top. So I think Ezreal might have just defeated the Draven. Oh my goodness, things are tight, but it's looking rather up for easy.
Yep, and that'll be it. That was really well played by the Ezreal.
I'm saying, NA, this player is playing phenomenal. If there's anyone that could take it all the way, I was thoroughly impressed. Like, there's players that I feel like play well, but this player didn't make any mistakes. I mean, granted, there was one little Targon's Peak that the judges kind of were stricklers on. Other than that, that was flawless. Was there anything you saw that you think he could have improved? Because in my opinion, that was one of the better players we've seen from these Chinese regional circuits. That was hands down probably a better Ezreal player than we saw last week. And that honestly says a lot because he was a good player.
Yeah, he played exceptional. I didn't really see anything that I was like, wow, that was a misplay. And he saw things I didn't see, which is kind of which is very cool. It is always very inspiring when you're watching someone and you're like, wow, I didn't see that play. That's really cool. So
Yeah.
very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff.
Oh yeah, I know, chat. You guys are pogging out. That was awesome. Targon Rue was so boring. Yeah, Unica, it is what it is. But I could not believe this Ezreal. I'm telling you guys, I have high hopes. But knock on wood, chat. Knock on wood. I'm not gonna jinx it. This Ezreal player, I feel like he has what it takes. We just saw him defeat Draven, and it wasn't like Draven was making blatant mistakes. He played really well as well. Like on that turn where it was 6-7, or 6 going up to a 7 point. He found the only potential out, and if he didn't have another pit crew, he probably could have won because of the fight or flight there. We wouldn't have, or maybe
Hmm.
not, because he played the seal, right? So there was 2 occasions
Yeah,
already. So perhaps Ezreal had it
for
the
sure.
whole time. But either way, the Draven played well. It wasn't like he defeated any old Draven. We will see, though. We will see. I won't jinx it. He played it really, really well.
Yeah, that was really well played. I was very impressed, and it was definitely a cool deck too. I liked it a lot. Might have to give that some try myself.
Yeah, it looks like he took a page out of the old Ezreal from last week. So he added the pick crew, the call, and the swiftness. But something we didn't see the other Ezreal player fully maximize was the Arcane Shift Mind Splitter. I don't remember Mind Splitter coming at the hands of the previous top 32 Ezreal, but Mind Splitter and Watcher plus the Bellows Breath, those are combos that I don't believe the other Ezreal was taking full advantage of, and this player seems to do, because taking a line where you're able to clear the back line, clear 3 units at the back line, mind you, because that's how you play against Draven. You kind of keep things in the base. You don't want to keep them extended in the battlefield. And Ezreal has a line where you're punishing those kind of plays. So I'm loving what I'm seeing. And I know I keep repeating myself, but I feel like he could make it. He could be the hero we all need, NA.
I mean, it certainly looked like it. He really was doing well. Like I said, there's no moments besides, of course, the little misstep with Targons, where I was like, oh wow. So very impressive play. I like the deck building a lot. Every single card he had felt like it had an impact. And I think every card we saw in his hand, he played at least once. I don't think there's a card in his hand that he didn't play, which is like the sign of a well-built deck,
I think
is
so,
where
right? I think
everything
we
has a
got it.
use.
I mean, we could almost build the deck, right?
Mhm,
There's called shots to the Ezreal Legend or the Ezreal
mhm.
Champion, the pick crews, the calls, the swiftness, the frigid touch, the stack decks. And I know I could go on and on, but I think I have a good idea of how to build those, because as you
Yeah.
said, we were able to see quite a bit of draws from that player. So, man, that game got me
Mhm.
excited. Do you think we could stick out a decently long break again? Because I think that game only ended up going around the 45-minute mark. So I don't want to jinx this thing, but I think
Mhm.
I hope we don't have another crazy extended break. But how are we feeling, NA? Still down to stick out for the one more round, or how are we feeling?
Yeah, so unfortunately for me, I do actually have plans tomorrow morning,
No
as
worries.
I thought that we would finish around the same time, which we
Mm-hmm.
very clearly did not, and I'm super sorry about it.
No worries.
So unfortunately, I probably won't be able to stay another round so I can actually have a reasonable amount of sleep.
No,
But
it
thank
makes
you guys
sense. Don't
for
don't don't
having
worry
me,
about it.
and I'm sorry.
No,
My
don't even
apologies.
apologize. You know, it's not even your fault. It will blame it on the Chinese production staff. They give us a schedule, right? They give us a schedule. We try to stick
Mhm,
to a schedule. We make plans around the schedule, but then they are an hour behind. They're an hour behind as early as the first
mhm,
round. How much more delays are they going to be going forward? So yeah, and they don't feel bad at all. Let me know,
okay.
because I know Leroy's in chat, so I don't think he would mind stepping up
Mhm,
and taking over whenever you're feeling ready to go. But at least we got some good matches, though. We got some really good matches for those two
mhm.
rounds we casted.
Yeah, well, thank you so much again for having me. It was an absolute blast, and I was very happy to be able to see this Ezreal game. I wish I had been a little bit more awake so I could have caught some of this stuff. I felt really silly saying things, and then 2 seconds later, it being like, "Oh, that was so obvious."
No, it
But
happens. It's just this is not our
important to
usual
do.
time we're casting, right?
Yeah.
You could definitely catch more of an A in the normally scheduled hours of our Runes and Rift events. And you know, speaking of catching NA, where else can they catch you online?
Yeah, you can catch me right down below on my Twitter, where I post. Traditionally, I make card alters, and I also now am posting a podcast, which we should have a new episode tomorrow, barring something happening like my power going out. Of Seal of Insight, which is the competitive Riftbound TCG podcast I run with my good friend Aaron McInnes. And we discuss competitive Riftbound, the ramifications, and all sorts of fun stuff. So if you are interested, you can either find it through my Twitter or through the YouTube channel that, yeah, was just in chat. So thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, NA. We'll go ahead and let you go, guys. Give a big old thank you for NA sticking us out a little bit longer than we expected, but we did get some awesome matches. Um, so yeah, NA, I'll go ahead and let you go. Remember, I'm not going to
Sounds
a
good.
waiting screen, so we'll just say bye here. Okay, we'll definitely be in touch.
Of course. All right. Bye.
Okay, take care, NA. We'll catch you later.
Thank you.
See you. All right, that was NA for us covering the first two
All right.
rounds. Leroy, if you are in chat, if you want to hop in and help us cast the round three, that would be awesome. I also saw Bandit coming in. What's going on, Bandit? What's so anti-Draven about it? Just curious. Bandit, he doesn't let the natural gameplay go out for Draven. So Draven wants to contest battlefields and get the combat draws, or win combats and get the draws. The pit crew stops that game plan because you're able to push up, conquer, and then ready, and then come back. So if we saw in those game 1 and game 2, he never gave Draven a draw from combat. Literally, not even like one single draw from combat. Maybe I lied. Maybe there was a single time that he allowed Draven to draw on the defense. But yeah, Draven's used to drawing so much every single combat. So the pit crew being able to ready every time you have the go generating, because it's a gear, you ready it, you come back. So he played it very well. Are the deck lists for top 60s, top 36 available, or will they be tomorrow? Yeah, Nav, I'll post top, or I can't post top 36. You know, I'll post a link. I'll post a link to the top 36, but I'll also post the top 8 like I usually do. So they should be available tomorrow. And chat, give me a quick second. Let me run to the bathroom, and then we'll see if we can get Leroy here somewhat soon. Okay, Leroy says in 5 minutes. So chat, hang tight. Let me run to the bathroom, get some water. I'll be right back in 5 minutes. And when I come back, we're going to have Leroy on the cast. And you know, Mr. Caster Bandit will be joining us for the 4th round. And Bandit, I had a feeling these rounds would go a little bit extra. Let me know if we're getting a bit too late, because right now we're like an hour behind schedule. That was just top 32. We still need to knock out top 16. So if it stands, if Alguito and Bandit are listening, I'll knock out top 16 with Leroy. And then if you guys can still go ahead and do top 8, top 4, and then I believe it's me and Bandit for the grand finals. But Bandit, of course, if it's getting a little bit too late, I'm sure Leroy or Aguito can step up as well. So we'll figure things out. I think, though, Leroy can help us cover for 3. But for now, chat, let me take a quick little bathroom break. So far, so good, though. I'm not feeling too tired. We're about 4 hours into the stream. But I got woken up straight up from that Ezreal matchup. That was an awesome thing to see. I think EZ might be the only last single-digit legend still remaining. It might just be Draven's. It might just be Aurelia's. And it might be the hero that we all need, Ezreal, hanging in there. What is the delay? They just started. Bandit, the delay was that we finished the game around the top 64 was a 30-minute game, and then every other player took over an hour and a half to finish. So for us, it felt like over an hour break on top of the break to do the pairings and stuff. So we were sitting around in an intermission losing our minds for a good hour. Did their warm-up games go into max overtime? Yeah, Bandit, there is no time. This is untimed matches, so yeah. It's crazy. But all right, chat, let me be right back. Hang tight. You guys aren't missing nothing. You're just going to be watching the commercials anyways. I'll be right back, and then we'll figure out what we're doing going forward. But I would imagine, since that game was a bit longer than the other ones, we're not going to be sitting around as long as we did for that first break. I'm hoping. So we'll see. Knock on wood. Let's not jinx on anything. But I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Okay, guys? Be right back.
一个回合内在所有战场上都获得过一次得分，你才可以获得制胜的第8分。当然，也有另一种方法，在你的回合开始时，如果你的单位仍然存在于战场上，称之为聚手，可以获得1分，也可以使你获得制胜的第8分。至此，你已经学会了符文战场的基本操作。今年夏天，期待与你碰拳。
看过了顶尖的竞技，让我们来换个赛道玩一场心有灵犀的推理游戏。没错，我们的额头猜猜猜它又来了。每位上场的召唤师都能够获得我们铸魂淬炼的标准补充包1份，最终获胜者呢还能再额外抽奖1次，把双倍好运带回家。这个游戏规则呢还是非常简单，再给大家介绍一下。你们可以轮流向对方提问，然后只能问是非题，所以只能回答是或者不是。通过对方的回答来推测自己头上的卡牌。如果轮到你的时候你猜不出来，就由对手向你提问来获得他的卡牌线索。谁先能够准确的说出自己头上卡牌。
All right, Chad, I'm back. Not a long break. I think Leroy is still setting things up, so we'll see what happens. But guys, we saw pretty much what might have been the best matchup we've caught so far. Probably definitely the best matchup. And I'm hoping it's not the best matchup we're going to see this entire day. But I'm willing to bet we could see a bit more Ezreal going forward. Of course, we won't see it in the immediate next match, as they'll probably give us an Aurelia player, because there were still some Aurelias. No Kai'Sa in top. Heart Crew, no Kai'Sas left in the top cut. Let me see if I can pull up the remaining bracket. Oh, and why did my stream close like that? Here, I didn't take a screenshot, but I know if you guys know Riftbound Report, he's always covering it. So let's go ahead and find it on Riftbound Report. Okay, we has the results from So guys, this was the most recent round. We just covered top 32. And this was everything going into top 32. So the one Ezreal that made it this far goes ahead and progresses forward into top 16, as we saw. But besides Draven, we're going to ignore Draven for a moment. That is an impressive 23 still left in the game. But there's a single Fiora. There could be some hope there. That's the other hero of the meta, if you will. But there's 5 Aurelias. And interesting enough, I believe there was only 3... Wait, guys. In top 64, there was 2 victors. In top 32, it was 2 victors again. So that's kind of like 100% conversion from 64 to 32. Perhaps these victors are onto something, because I imagine every legend that's left right now in this world, in this top 32 Chengdu Regional, they're strictly built and they're strictly prepared to go against Draven. You have to build your decks that way. So perhaps Victor feeling good against Draven. It just gets trickier when they have to play each other, right? Like, let's say we get an Aurelia versus Victor. That could be a fun matchup. I'm actually not too sure how that game goes, but we have seen it from the Runes and Rift events. If Victor has enough removal and Aurelia having low unit count in the whole main deck, it tends to favor Victor, of course. So I would love to see that matchup. I hope we get the final Fiora, but that's if Fiora goes into top 16. Being realistic with myself, I think one of these single digits legends isn't going to make it. And we know Ezreal already made it. So I think Fiora probably going to be taken out. Let's take some predictions, guys. Who's moving forward into top 16? And hey, Agito, welcome on in. Morning. The Ezreal was on fire. He really was, Agito. He is my pick to win the entire event, but I don't want to jinx anyone there. You know what we haven't seen from Top Cut either? We haven't seen any miracle shenanigans, any miracle Draven. So perhaps they're still lurking. We only saw one in the top in the Swiss rounds, right? So yeah, that's for anyone wondering who is still left, or at least who's still there in the top 32. We'll see. They'll give us a thing. And Skirt, what's going on? Good morning. And it's funny you guys are saying good morning, but I believe all the EU players are just waking up now, right? Jesus, the Draven's numbers look unbelievable. Sir, you should have seen the Draven numbers for top 64. Do you want me to pull those up? I'll pull those up for all the EU guys coming onto the stream just now. Or EU guys waking up in general, guys. The picture is grim for top 64.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Leroy, what's going on? Leroy,
I'm
did you
doing
join the camera thing? Okay, let me pull you in here. We'll go here.
I saw that the top 32 was even worse than the top 64.
Okay, let me see if that worked. We'll pull you in here. Hopefully, your nice, pretty face is coming all in. There you are, Leroy. But I forgot to take out the other name. There you are, Leroy Stinson. Join the cast. And like I said, how are you feeling, Leroy? Doing good?
Yeah, doing really good.
There we go. Did
Got
you
my
catch
sleep,
some
got
of the
everything.
Ezreal game?
Yeah, I arrived midway through the first one, and I totally saw the last one. It was amazing, and that's a euphemism. Like the way he danced. That's gonna be the word around that Draven, not activating his legend ability once. That was doing wonders. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
And
truly a sight
the
to
last
see.
one where he totally plays around switcheroo just in case, because just to flex. Yeah, no, that was too good. That was too good.
It really was, right? The wages of pain and the minus. What was it? How did he play around it? It was a minus. It was Arcane Shift and
No, the last one it was because he rebuked the Draven, and then instead of just going with pit crew, he searched for another pit crew to go first against the Titaner that was at -1, so that if he gets switcherooed his first pit crew, the other pit crew with the tokens and all the might can go in.
Yeah, it was
that was-
impressive. We never seen it. And Lodi Dodi saying, "Hey Leroy," and "Hey Lodi, how you doing?" But yeah, guys, let me pull up the numbers. You obviously saw the numbers for 64, right?
I saw the number for 64 and for 32.
Yeah, I mean, if this trend continues, we're probably going to see about half of these. I mean, more than half of the Dravens ended up staying into top 32. So probably more than half. We'll probably see... I mean, we're talking about 16. So do we think there's a world where there's more than 10 Dravens left? I think so.
There was 23 Draven in top 32,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. So yeah, that's totally possible that we have more than 10 Draven in top 16.
Yeah, more than 10 Draven, which is in President. What is that number there? Because 10 divided by 16, is that like, is clearly way more than 50%. I mean, 8 is 50%, so...
Yeah, but top 32, there were 23 Draven. I saw that on Twitter. And if that's literally 72% of presence. 72% chat. What do you want to do with that?
Yeah. Kyria Bang saying people need to learn how to play around Draven firstly. Imagine GP. Kyria, what do you mean GP? Earlier, do you know what he's talking about? Or they're talking about? GP?
I mean, GP to me is Gangplank, but wait.
GP to me is Grand Prix. Like the Magic Grand Prix or the Magic GPs. I'm sure there's a lot of abbreviations for GP.
Okay, yeah, probably talking about the nationals. Yeah, because you said GP to any league player, they think Gangplank.
Right,
Tons of
right.
gold in the bank.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, let's see.
You know, there was a question in chat saying, is there going to be a Draven errata? Who said that? Oh, or Zerk, it was you. You said Draven for, errata Draven for him to tap up the combo. Would it fix it? Zerk, I don't know if it would necessarily fix it, but I don't think we'll get 70% Draven representation if that was the case, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we talk about it like probably 3 times during each day of any regional
Right,
now.
we have to.
yeah, make him tap, and that's it.
There almost
Problem
seems
is that we won't have that before at least March.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, there almost seems like there's other ways, like even with Draven being right now as he stands, we just saw Ezreal 2-0 him. Whether Draven was on the play, whether Draven was on the draw, obviously he wants to be on the play, but it just seems like this Ezreal build, as we said before, right, Lyra, we said there could be a rock, paper, scissors. Draven's one of them, Ezreal's one of them, and Irelia's one of them. It almost seems like right there in that top 32 match, we saw a picture of the future, what could be that rock, paper, scissors. So perhaps, as we said earlier in today's regional, the 1 week time difference between regional and regional, people are just playing what they consider the best right now. They don't have too much time to play test. They don't have too much time to theory craft. So they say Draven's number one. All right, I'm playing Draven. But we're seeing it. I think that was a really great build. Almost, if you will, a Draven counter, right? It almost felt that way.
Yeah, it. I mean, that's the second time that we see that Pit Crew is real up in the top cut, and a lot of people were talking about it, and I get the idea of there's probably no better deck than Israel to deny that combat to Draven, to deny that crazy ability, and that's what he's doing perfectly. So yeah, that's probably something to check, definitely.
Yeah, we'll see. I know NA say he wanted to play test this. I kind of want to see what that deck is, because Ezreal's obviously going to be winning the best of Ezreal because he's the last one standing. So we'll definitely get that deck list, and we could probably give it a little bit of a run. Fire Charge saying, I think bracket seeders are going to be very important. The matches are going to be very different. Fire Charge, I don't know if you know, there's no such thing as standings giving you any kind of benefit in Riftbound. Even at the major level, if you haven't noticed, they're rolling the dice. They're still rolling the dice like it's on Swiss. So Riftbound, like some other TCGs, I know someone told me Yu-Gi-Oh still do it. There's no like first seed goes first every time or first seed decides. It's always random. Reason being is because they feel it's a bit too advantageous to get players the decision, because who's gonna go second realistically, right? Who in their right mind in Riftbound's current state will choose to go second? Perhaps maybe niche Aurora players. I don't know. Lyra, I know maybe I asked you before, but is there any deck you can think about that is better on the draw?
My thought for set one was maybe Darius, because Darius gained a lot by being on the draw, because you would develop already 2 units on turn 1, and usually a bigger one that what your opponent would play, so you would almost guarantee 2 points on turn 2.
Okay, it seems like Carrie Bang saying versus Draven, going on the battlefield first is better technically. Wait, Carrie, you want to go first against Draven though, because you're saying you want to be on the battlefield, right? You don't want Draven. I don't think there's any scenario where you want Draven on the play, because he just gets onto the battlefield, getting those points earlier. Or let me know what you meant, Carrie, because I feel like you definitely don't want Draven going first.
There's actually this one tech that we talked about, or actually when he wants to be on the draw, because he's playing this Obelisk of Power, but that's not the Miracle Dragon, that's the standard version, where he's at 4 runes. You can consider actually letting him be on the play so that he cannot develop Draven on turn 1.
Yeah, I know what you're
But
talking
you
about.
need to be able to take advantage yourself of that 4 runes that you will have. Else it's render useless. And we saw Fiora do that, and
yeah, I think that's a rare occasion, but you're totally right. I think if there's one situation, it's probably that Obelisk of Power situation. But man, oh man, let's see and speculate what we can see going forward. The second most represented is Aurelia, right? So I think Aurelia might just be the top 16 match. There was 5 of them in top 32. there has to be a minimum of 2. There's just no way there's gonna go down to 0 or single digits Aurelia, because she's still a great legend. I'm just trying to think. I don't think we saw an Aurelia versus Draven in any of these regional matches, have we? Do you remember, Leroy?
No, I don't think we did. Not that I remember.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think we did, chat. Let us know if you guys remember Aurelia versus Draven, but it looks to me that it's a decent matchup because Aurelia wouldn't be able to go so far if they didn't feel comfortable in that matchup. Like I said before, everything that's outside of the realm of Draven, you're only having to prepare for a single deck, and that is just the boogeyman right now, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, I don't think we're getting any changes, so if things kind of stay the same, I don't want to say the regionals are going to get a little dull, especially when we think about decks coming out of the woodworks like this EZ that we just saw. But they could. I hope it doesn't become like that, because if we get 3 to 4 Dravens back to back to back like that, I feel like it's going to leave a bit of a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, right? Do you feel like that would be like a negative vibe for the community, or is it already a negative vibe?
I mean, tier 0 decks are always an issue, I think, for communities. And yeah, people are already, I mean, I'm seeing folks complaining about Draven all the time.
Yeah.
But when you see that as real play, it's like, is it actually a skill check? Can you actually completely like overcome this? I don't know.
You know, I think you just nailed that a little bit, because it almost seemed like the player was just simply better. His play lines were crazy good, like just things that a lot of typical standard players wouldn't even think about. So I think if any normal player tries to pick up that deck, they might be in for a slight rude awakening. They're like, whoa, I thought this deck was easy against Draven, but I'm finding it a hard time against him when I play it myself. So it might just be, like you said, a skill check, like a matter of skill. But that's kind of how top decks work. Like we talked about the Miracle Draven, it's such a high power level, but it takes a really good pilot to make it that full power level. So it could be something like that from the Ezreal player. I'm going to try it out. Have you tried out that Pit Crew Ezreal? Because I know you were maining Ezreal before Pit Crew became popular. Have you tried that package yet in EZ?
I've not tried the package yet. I didn't have that much time to play. Or I didn't take that much time to play Riftbound this week because I'm a bit too much playing TFT right now. But yeah, honestly, I think I will definitely try the Pit Crew package because apparently it's great. And so many people were talking about Miracle Ezreal. Me first, let's be honest. And maybe the actual way to play Ezreal is the Pit Crew.
Yeah, it almost seems just like the stronger variant. Because I guess the Miracle Ezreal still doesn't... You could play around Draven the best you can, but the Pit Crew variant just makes it so much better and effective to play around it. So I think for now, given in the world that we live in, with the Draven being the king of that world, I think it's the better one. Perhaps in a meta where it's a bit more balanced, where you have to go against the likes of Aurelia more often, the likes of Victor more often, maybe even the mirror matches, it could change a little bit, which that's kind of the fun thing about TCGs, right? It kind of evolves as the meta keeps growing. It goes older and older. And you know, Leroy, I don't know if you were here because I know you were just joining us recently. There was someone in chat that mentioned that Riot has no intention of balancing anything in set 2 because their head is already so far ahead in a couple sets. They know the game gets balanced eventually. Someone told me they were a roommate with someone that works at Riot, and they said set 3 makes Draven feel like a elementary school or something of the like the set 3 is way better and way more broken, that it kind of evens things out. So I was actually interested in that, and I wonder if it's true or not. But I guess we find out in a couple months, because set 3 comes out.
I could buy that. I could buy that. Honestly, that's a tech I could totally accept and understand. And yeah,
Yeah, because I mean, we are in the earliest stages of Riftbound, right? I feel like a set really gets good at the minimum 3 sets in, so that would be a perfect time to not literally break the game, but make a lot of legends powerful. So I'm actually excited to see what we have, but I don't want to speak too soon because Spiritforged is not even out yet, right? So, speaking of Spiritforged
Yeah,
coming out, Leroy, are you going to be signing up to any of the pre-release events, or is gonna have a are you going to be a little bit busy?
I think I already signed for one. I'm not sure. I need to check, but I will definitely. There are some cards that I need to get, and I want to, yeah, get my hands on those first legends and so on, and have fun playing Riftbound. So definitely, yeah.
Yeah, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. It's just, or Leroy, if you know as well, it's just 5 booster packs, right? That's all you get from the pre-release, or do you get more?
Uh, I don't know exactly. Maybe it depends of the local game store policy also.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, I think it's that. 5 or 6, I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I think I gotta
If
I
chat
gotta
say 5, I'm
reread
going to
it, but I
believe
think it's
them.
something like 5 packs, and then you build a deck of 25. Was it? I believe it's something of the like. So you build a deck of 25, and it's just sealed. But I know some shops are doing a booster pack per win. Oh, and thank you, OMG. So 25 cards pre-con with 5 packs. Okay. But if shops are giving one booster pack per win, you can't like switch in, right? It's kind of locked deck, or I guess it depends on your logo, like who's going to be keeping tabs, right? You're not going to be having to submit a deck list. I'll be opening up those booster packs, adding some good cards in there. But I guess that's kind of cheating. I don't know if that's
Yeah, that's
considered
cheating
cheating.
because like the more you win, then
Yeah, exactly. Pay to win kind of thing.
that wouldn't be so fair.
Mm-hmm. And Yuki's saying, actually, let me see this. Oh, and Broke is saying 1 legend, 15 cards, 5 packs. Nice and nice. Eric is saying 15 card pre-con. You build it. Yeah, exactly. We established that. And you could use 3 colors. Oh, Eric, I actually missed that part. So you could use 3 colors.
Oh yeah,
in
that I remember. You can use 3 colors. Yep.
That's interesting. It's almost like you have a 3-color. And actually, you bring up a good point. I read somewhere that you don't even need a legend. Is that right, Eric? It seems like you have a good information about it. Is that right, Leroy? You don't
Yeah,
need a legend?
yeah. You don't need it because the one I did on the first set, I didn't have to. People didn't have to get a legend. I had Ari, so
Nice. Yeah, I feel like it's only to your advantage to get a legend, right? Yeah, Eric's saying if you have no chosen champion or legend, you draw an extra card turn 1. Oh, so it's almost like your legend reads draw an extra card turn 1. Granted, you only get that for the first turn. Legends usually do something every turn. Let's say like Ezreal, you're able to get a draw if it's a Draven. I hope we don't get any Draven shenanigans, but people want to win packs. So that's probably going to be the likely pick for a lot of players. Yuki's saying there's also get display for prize support for each 16. I think pre-release thingies, but some stores pretend they didn't get it. Yuki, I heard of that. Like stores keeping the product to just sell it. That's crazy. That I think stories like that, Riot will be punishing stores like that because those products are supposed to go to the players instead of just being sold for profit. I mean, the world we live in, money runs the world, right? So it's a sad reality, but it is what it is. I wouldn't be surprised that more than a couple shops are doing things like that. Oh, and Libra,
yeah,
look,
totally.
it looks like there's not even Draven to be picked from. There's only 6 legends. So thank you, Eric. I need to catch up on my pre-order because I signed up for like 4 events in 2 weeks. So I appreciate you letting me know. So it's only Ezreal, Azir, Renata, Jax, Lucian, and Aurelia. Okay, so the big standouts for me is Ezreal and Aurelia. Those are probably my go-tos. Anything you pull, gotta pull Draven to use it.
Wait, because wait. There's one card that's interesting because you don't need much to trigger Renata Legend's ability, and like when you're not in constructed, it's sometimes hard to get some synergies with your legend. But with Renata, if you're just generating gold anyway, that can have an other effect later on. Maybe Renata's passive in sealed is just super strong.
Yeah, you have a good point because in Seal, the format isn't moving fast. You tend to go to late game, you end up having a good amount of runes, and once you get to that 5 point, each gold you develop from getting the hold gives you energy as well. But the thing is, in Sealed, are you going to have the late game cards to like benefit from that? Because, you know, in set 1, Time Warp would have been crazy. But in Spiritforged, what are some big cards you could use from a Renata? Like, well, I'm trying to think what you could hit. We might have to pull up the card gallery, but off the top of your head,
Well, knowing that
big
you can
cards?
already like, I'm thinking because you can have 3 colors. So anyway, it's like what are the you can end up on some huge cards that you can play anyway.
Yeah, what are the biggest cards in the game? I would imagine you're
Like, I don't know,
stuffing them
like
in that
you get
build.
Tiana, a little Tiana Crown Guard, you know, that can do a lot.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't know.
And Eric's
that's one.
saying he lost to a Renata yesterday because he was 3-8 in a turn. Whoa, Eric, let me know how that happened. Was it just the Renata champion? So Renata champion on a battlefield, you pay to score, you time warp, so that's 4, 5. Champion again 6, or I guess he might have pushed the other battlefield somewhere in between those turns, right? Because that sounds impressive. 3-8 in a single turn.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw it. There was a Renata on the Swiss rounds yesterday, and he was doing really impressive stuff. Unfortunately, he was paired up against a Miracle Draven, so it was a Miracle Draven versus a Renata. They ended up tying, believe it or not. It was super impressive. That's one game I want to go back and watch. But to be honest, the game 1 ended up going for 40 minutes. So we had a 40-minute game 1. So they had 20 minutes to play game 2. And they just ended up tying. So we didn't really get to see everything Renata could do. Did you watch that one, Leroy? I think you were here with us on that game, right?
Yeah. I was here for the Renata game.
Yeah, that one was crazy. I think Renata has some sleeper potential. It's it's underexplored, I want to say. Based on what we saw yesterday, just the fact that they were able to somewhat keep up with Miracle Draven. Perhaps not the best pilot, but it still kept up with it for sure.
Yeah, I mean the echo into Hidden Blade strat was so funny.
Crazy, right? Yeah, guys, echo into Hidden Blade already, all your runes into Time Warp into Renata. It was impressive. Sleepy Stella saying, I've been watching a lot of Riftbound and buying stuff, really looking forward to actually playing. Yeah, Sleepy, that's the one thing that if there's a single thing holding a lot of people back from really diving super deep into Riftbound, it's just the lack of product. And of course, that's a set 1 problem. I hear it might be a little bit of a set 2 problem. Hopefully not, guys. Hopefully not. But I feel like some card shops are not receiving as big allocations of it as they were expecting. So it might be a set 2 problem, unfortunately. Hopefully not a set 3, set 4 problem. So I think eventually everyone's going to be able to buy Riftbound at Walmart without the scalpers coming out. So I'm hoping, chat. I'm hopeful for the future, but for now it feels bad, right? And I heard so much like I would love to play. I just can't afford / find any product because I think boxes were going up for like $300 at one point. It was crazy. And yeah, Sleepy, that was the 15-minute judge call one. They said set 2 had 100%, 150% the stock to set 1. That's not nearly enough. Yeah, Eric, for real. They needed to have 500% from set 1. Is it just a printing cost? Lear, do you have any insight on like the printing of things? Because why can't you just print more? Like send more money to the manufacturer. I know it's a time thing. Like it takes a lot of time. But just have the whole set, like send a batch every month. Is that too crazy to ask for, guys? Does anyone have some insight on how that thing works?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I'm so new to TCG. I have no idea how that thing works.
Because the money's there, guys. They're gonna get the revenue eventually. Everything, at least, maybe I'm being too hopeful, but Riftbound is able to get the money as long. It's almost like they should just get a pre-order. Like, why limit? This is a question I had for the Riot merch store pre-orders. Why do you even cap it? Just receive as many pre-orders as you can. Make millions of dollars in that single day from the pre-orders being unlimited, and then just send them all to print. Send every single bit to print and then just ship them out, whether it takes 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. You're gonna eventually get them to the players, but I think they cap it in that stance so that all the players could get it in February. But I know what you mean, Fire Charge. The pay for factory space becomes too expensive. Okay, Fire Charge, but I guess maybe they need like an in-house production, but that's a whole nother mess. But Aguito saying, from what Dave was saying, they're already printing set 4, so I'm presuming it's a time on the machine. Aguito, that makes sense. So it's just like all their printing presses are being used for future sets, but why are they already printing set 4 is my question. I guess they're trying to catch ahead, but I need you guys to print more set 2, honestly.
I need you guys to print more set 1.
We need to see more set 1 for sure for a lot of the new players joining us. Hooligan saying, my locals is going to be able to sell players 1 box max and might cap it depending on how they show up. Yeah, Hooligan, I hear a lot of locals doing that. You know, for set 1, what my locals did, or a couple locals did, is they limited to 2 packs per player per day, so that people couldn't just come in and steal every product. So a lot of people, they forced people to come into their shop getting 2 packs every day. I would go in with my brother, we'll get 4 packs in a day, and then we'll come back the next day. I mean, it lasted about a week or 2 longer than the product just being sold, but that was one shop that was still selling the packs at MSRP. Shortly after, we saw packs being sold for like $10 USD. What's the craziest number you've seen, Leroy, about the packs being sold?
I don't know, I think I think for the shops at least, not considering the scalpers and all, but for the local game store, it's much more regulated in Europe than in the US. So I think they were at more reasonable price overall.
I see. And whoa, Eric on YouTube saying the $15 packs. You're getting scammed. Is that USD or Canadian? I hope that's Canadian, Eric. Cape saying my friend entry pack was Barb signed. Oh, wait, Cape, how are you playing Spiritforged already? Did you order some Chinese, or has there been pre-releases? Chat, I thought pre-release open next week or the week after. How are you guys getting it? And Sleepy saying they have a crippling addiction to TCG. So when One Piece went to the moon, I was able to sell a lot. Nice, Stella. How much? No, actually, I don't even feel comfortable asking how much you made. But if you want to say, I'm always curious. I bought a playset of everything apart from the sign cards and an oddly one baited hook. I think that's an emote. Nice, Sleepy. That's a come up. You know, I have a friend that I went to elementary school with, funny enough, and I kind of reunited with him later in life when we were like adults. And he had I went over to his place and he had a super nice house, and we were the same age. I'm like, whoa, how do you have a house already? And he told me he was just a chef. He was a chef at a local restaurant. He saved all his Gen 1 Pokemon cards when he was little. He had a whole collection of Pokemon cards and he sold them as he was an adult. I think he made like tens of thousands, if not, I think it was scratching the name. I think he might have made 6 figures from his Pokemon collection, allowing him to get that house and stuff. So I was like, man, imagine if we all were able to save our Pokemon or our Yu-Gi-Oh! We would have a good amount right now.
Yeah, most likely. I gave them to a cousin or something like that, and when I saw the prices, I was like, what have I done?
Yeah, either we gave them away or we just kind of crunched them up. I know all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, all the Blue Eyes White Dragons I had are completely just dismantled. I was just well, you weren't thinking of that because we were just little kids, right? We weren't thinking about like saving it for collection.
Yeah, of course.
And guys, it looks like a couple of you guys bought it for $15 USD. What is that, guys? 15 times 24? Someone run the quick maths, because that doesn't seem right. 15 times 24, 360 a box. Jesus, guys. It happens, Jala. It happens. You know, set 1 got the better of us. The most I paid for a box was 240, and I thought that was a ripoff already. But I guess it wasn't as bad as what you guys got. But Leroy, I think did you say you already pre-ordered some product, or you're gonna try kind of
Yeah, I
just gauge?
pre-ordered at my local game store so that
Okay.
it would be there in time.
For Bologna,
Now,
right?
yeah, I need to buy the cards from set one that I'm missing. That I'm starting to know which deck I want to play for Bologna. So yeah.
Yeah, guys, let's help Leroy decide. Anyone else going to Bologna? We're here. We have some time to kill. What is going to be the best deck for Leroy to run at that first regional out in EU? It's going to be so fun, though, guys, because Europe hasn't had any Riftbound regionals. Of course, over here in the US, we did already have Houston. But, you know, Leroy was saying he's kind of leaning towards Ari. That was his main in set one. What do you guys think he should run? Or is this a trap, chat? Is this a trap? Are you guys going to bait Leroy to play something he shouldn't?
Come on, guys, be nice.
Okay, Carrie's trying to help you out. Kaiser, Ezreal, Draven, or Annie. Trust. Okay, Carrie, that's fair play. Fair play. Those seems like the top decks. You know, that is a deck I think Leroy is considering, right? Is Ezreal at the top of your list or one of the decks?
Yeah, Ezreal would be a deck I could play. The only issue is I don't want to buy purple Ezreal for 150 a
Yeah.
piece.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know, gonna go up to 200 euros for one card, and I don't want that. I really don't want that. So I'm really considering not playing purple actually, so that I don't have to deal with all those crazy things.
And Larry, you're getting
And
a whole lot of help in the chat. Benjamin saying, depends on what you want to play for. If you want a metal card, I vote Ari, which could be pretty good. I don't think a lot of people are going to be bringing Ari. And he says if you want to win, you have to probably play Draven. But I don't think you're going to be playing Draven, right? Is there any little
no,
bit
I
of
won't be
you?
playing. No, there's no way I'm playing Draven. If I want to win, I will probably play. Yeah, Ezreal would be my fault right now. There's no way I'm playing Draven. This guy is too toxic. Look at him.
He's too great. And Rogaine saying definitely not Ari. Rogaine, what if you're playing for the metal card? The Ari metal card was the most expensive one sold. So you actually come up a little bit more than the champion. You definitely come up more than the finalist in that regional. So I don't know. I don't think it's like the most worst choice. Do you think there would be day one errata or ban on Draven? Dusan, there's no such thing. Draven is going to be everywhere in Vegas. Is going to be everywhere in Bologna. They're not going to touch it the first week of Spiritforged release. They're not even going to touch it until the end of Spiritforged release, if I'm willing to bet. 100% of ban errata? Nah, they not say one. Wait, chat.
No.
No, I don't think so. I just the way Riot's been moving, I just don't think, unless the next regional is 100% Draven representation in top 64, then we might have a problem. I mean, we do have a problem, guys. We definitely do. 70% Draven is an issue, but I just don't think Riot's going to be able to respond by the time Bologna and Vegas goes around.
Yeah, no, there's no way it's getting banned. It might be errata in a way, but I really don't think so, the way they said things. So, but no ban whatsoever. If there's a ban, I'm ready to, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get a ban. I think we talked about this maybe 100 times by now, guys. I think the proper errata is just have it exhaust to draw. That way you're only drawing a max of once per turn. Sleepy's saying, I think the game is too new to have a ban. I'll give it 3 to 4 months to see how bans or erratas. Yeah, Sleepy, that's what I said. I don't even think we're going to get a ban or errata by the end of Spiritforged. It might be like we saw how Kaiser got a little bit of a hit with the current errata. It might be similar to that. So we're like 3 weeks away. Are we 3 weeks away, chat? How far is it from Spiritforged? Let me pull up the calendar. Yeah, we're 3 weeks away from Spiritforged, so maybe a month out is when we got errata. So maybe in April we could get some kind of errata for Draven, or if there is such a thing. On Riftbound, that's the best deck, or Draven, Annie, Aurelia, purple. Yeah, I mean, we've seen, according to the Chinese meta, those are for sure the best decks. Purple got so much value on that color. For sure, for sure. Yeah, perhaps Kai's is getting slept on, but I think we're seeing it here, chat. We're seeing Ezreal really coming up. Aurelia's always been the one of the best legends. I want to see, I wouldn't be too upset if this next round, Leroy, is gonna be Aurelia Draven. Would you be happy with something like that?
I'm happy with anything except for like driven mirror.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, 70% representation, and we managed to not get driven mirror. Yeah, good.
Yeah. And you guys, Luis Gonzalez in YouTube saying not an errata or a ban, but changing how combat works. Luis, I think that's actually the more unlikelier way, the more unlikely way of them fixing things.
Yeah.
Does it fix it better? Probably. But then you're just messing with the fundamentals of Riftbound, and they probably have those fundamentals in mind when they were developing set 3, set 4, set 5. Because, we're just in set 2, but they're a bit ahead, right? They're taking all the rules into account. So changing something like that now, when Draven might not even be an issue in set 3 or set 4, I think that's just a big workaround that they don't want to go back on in the future. So, yeah, Lewis, it's a good idea, but I just don't think they're going to be able to, they're not going to elect to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, they will need to reverse after that. No, there's no way they're doing this.
Yeah.
Combat won't change before, like maybe in 10 sets, maybe after a rotation or something like that. But
yeah, I agree. It's tricky though, because we know it's wrong. We know it's wrong to draw a card when you didn't do any damage, but it just seems to be what it is for now. I don't like it. I'll be honest, chat. I don't love it. If I had the power to change it, I would probably lean that way. But I don't think Riftbound is ready to do just a big change.
If so, they could errata Draven so that it says damages need to be done or something, but not the whole combat system. That would not make any sense, I think.
Yeah. And guys, the schedule's right above my head. How far back are we right now? I know we were an hour behind. Top 16 was supposed to start at 1:22. Okay, we're not the most behind. I believe right now we're about 40 minutes behind. So keeping that in mind for the next two casters, I was just making sure we're not getting super crazy delayed. But Dian saying Draven is slept on. Yeah, Dian. It should be 100% League of Draven. Monocolor meta is really boring, but it is what it is. Or it is what it is as it currently stands. A lot of high players will tell you they've been playtesting this Draven matchup. I mean, I've seen it both ways, right? I've seen people completely, like the Challenger boys, say Draven is just the deck to beat. There's nothing that breaks it. And then there's players like Leroy said, the world champion for Legend of Runeterra, Alan, saying EZ's the truth. Or, Draven's actually not beat.
He didn't say easy. Easy was just people speculating. But he said, I beat Draven, Draven easy game.
Yeah, exactly. He says Draven is completely beatable. It might just be a skill thing. Alan is just such a skillful player, so it could just be every Draven he played is not on his level, but they have a really good playtesting group, right? I believe Prismatism is in his playtesting group. Kuvi, who was a really good Aurelia main, is in their playtesting group. Randy, which funny enough, guys, if you guys know Randy, I believe he goes by Randy TCG online. He's in China. He tried to compete in these regionals, but there's a lottery system. You can't get in. You can't just sign up and get in. You have to be voted in. Or not voted, but lottery. You gotta get the luck of the draw to join the top the 500 lucky players. And 2 for 2, he hasn't got the chance to play. So he's out in China. Imagine flying all the way from the US to China just to play, and you just don't get lucky. I feel bad. And Fire Charge saying for the next set, at least any future league champions and any silver cards that turn into RA Lux were relatively, they're easier to get. Oh, Fire Charge, you're still on the topic of metal cards? I think so. Does Annie have a good matchup against Draven? Sleepy, they're kind of the same deck, right? One gets efficient use with runes. One is more consistent because you see more draws. And we talked about it before. I think the draw kind of weighs out the rune, right? Because you want to see more cards. And when you see more cards, you're more consistent in the long run, right? So I think Draven just etches out Draven, or Draven etches out Annie, and because they're the same colors, you're able to have access to the same cards. So would you agree with that, Leroy? Like Draven and Annie are just the same, but Draven's just a little bit better, or does Annie definitely have something?
I think Annie's got something for her to go, like we saw, but it might need to play differently. That's what we saw last time with this Annie. How do you call that, Annie? Like big boys? I don't
Yeah,
know.
Annie
with
good
all
stuff is what I would call
yeah,
it.
Annie good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just this bunch of really good value cards, and yeah. So no, Annie's got something. Let's see if she can manage to win a tournament. I don't think it would be as easy as in set one, but maybe. So yeah, let's see.
We'll see. I mean, she's still in the tournament. She's still holding on strong. Will she make top 8 again? It doesn't look too likely, but honestly, it looks like no other deck besides Draven is too likely. But Trunks saying the number of players in China may be more than total players in the rest of the world. You know, I don't think so. If you're talking about the collective player base outside of China versus the whole player base in China, it's a good question. And obviously, I don't have an exact answer, but I would say no. Let me know what chat thinks. You guys think the player base is bigger just in the Chinese region? I mean, population-wise, it seems kind of realistic, but I could also see a world where TCGs aren't the most popular in China, right?
Yeah, but Riot is super popular, and I think that makes the balance. And when we see like how many really good or pro league players are getting in, there's no doubt that it would be a big success in China, and it will keep going on like that.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see. And guys, for those who are just joining and don't see the results, I mean, we're seeing Draven going nuts in chat. I see. Yeah, Gabriel, it really is. If you guys haven't seen it just yet, before this top 16 that we're just about to get into, hopefully within the next 10 to 15 minutes, there was 23 Dravens. So me and Leroy were speculating. We're assuming at least 10 of them. Even if you divided it by half, 11.5, even a half a Draven made it in, but at least 10 total Dravens most likely move into top 16. So that leaves room for 6 other legends, perhaps the 2 victors on that momentum train. So that's two Aurelias. And then if we really want a diverse field, hopefully the Fiora and the Ezreal. I mean, the Ezreal 100% made it, right? So hopefully the Fiora made it, because that'll be your 2, 4, 6 other characters or 6 other legends. That would be the perfect top 16. I say perfect, but of course it would be even better with lower Draven. But I think it's just the realistic nature of things.
Yeah, let's just hope that like all the other decks pass, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Victor's doing good. Vic, we saw it in the round of top 64. It completely murdered the orange, chat. For any orange fans, they weren't feeling good in that opening round. I really was hoping to see either Kaiser do some good things today. Oh, funny enough, Annie didn't make it. Of course, there was just, was it just 1 or 2 Annies? Let me look back. Oh, both Annies. I was wondering, yeah, 2 Annies, they weren't even, I mean, virtually single digits, but both of them didn't make it through. That's interesting. I wonder what was their matchup, if they were just Draven, or did they have to go up against Aurelia? It would be cool to see like a full grid of all the matchups for top 64, because there's not that many players, so somewhat realistic, but we're probably not going to get that since it's all the way in China.
Yeah, and we saw Leona go through that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it probably was the Leona we saw in round 7. Leroy, I think so. What did we get? Was it me and you at the last round, or?
Yeah, but I don't think so, because she was in 4-1-1 and she lost.
Yeah,
so
she
was
lost.
Probably another Leona.
So you think another Leona did better than him? I feel like he had to be the best one.
No, I don't think that's possible, because if he was in 4-1-1, so if he lost, he was in 4-1-2 or 4-1 or whatever it is. But you need to have 5 wins to advance. So either that or there was some ruling and his opponent was eliminated or something like that. But else, no.
Okay. Yeah,
It
that would
was
have been
another
cool.
Leona.
I have a feeling that maybe because there were so many ties or something, that Leona still ended up making it through, but
Oh, not mathematically
impossible,
not
right?
possible. Yeah,
Okay. That's
sadly.
impressive then that there was two Leonas that did decently good. Perhaps there's something to Leona. We were talking about the
Yeah,
8-pack of stuns.
Leona might be a really decent deck. I mean, I remember having her not right at the bottom in my last meta snapshot, and she's doing even better right now. So yeah,
Yeah, seems to be doing good. You know, thinking back of the legends that made it into Top Cut on the first regional, let's try to remember what legends we didn't see in this regional. It was a good amount, right? I remember Ari making it through, Azir making it through. Or did wait, let me
um,
pull it up again. Oh no, Azir
on
did
day
make
two,
it through. I guess
you mean the
similar.
ones that made it last time but that did not make it this time?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I guess I
how
could look
did
at your
Set do?
your cheat sheet as well that you had. Was it
How did Set do? Set did not.
one?
Set made
Yeah,
top
one
64.
set made it.
Yi did make it last time and did not make it this time.
Oh, that's a good observation, guys. Master Yi didn't make it to Top Cut today. Ari, funny enough, made it to Top Cut last week, so no Ari's today. So double
Yeah.
Comdex didn't make it.
So Rek'Sai did not make it last time. Sivir did not make it last time. Ornn did not make it last time.
Okay, so a couple
And
new legends taking their spot. And Tuki
yeah,
saying Misfortune. Last time we did see a Misfortune, so that's cool. Bo Victors made top 32. Yeah, Gita, we were talking about that. Bo Victors. I hope they make, imagine two Victors make top 8. The last two Victors standing making it all the way. At least one of them. I'm hoping one Victor make it a top 8 because he's had the lowest conversion rate. So perhaps he could earn some respect back on Victor's name by top 8ing one of these regionals.
wait, what are we? Why are we talking about Misfortune?
They on the Fuzhou regional Misfortune made it, no? Or no?
No, she did not.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at your graph. No, she didn't. Tukeen, what were you saying? Are you just saying Misfortune in general? I remember there was a Misfortune round 7 and they won, but I remember they didn't make it thinking back. And all right, guys, hopefully we get this going. You know, the one thing that kills us is these breaks, but you know, we just have no control over it.
Yeah,
You know, I'm
and
gonna
I
have to
can't
think
wait to
of like
see
some
the.
segments for the future regionals to do in between. I saw like some other streamers do like bingo, but I don't know how I feel about that, guys. What are something we could do in these intermissions? We talk about the stats, we kind of analyze decks a bit, but I don't know, Leroy, if you have anything else we can for the future.
Yeah, I
What are
mean
some other cool
we could
things?
pull up some really cool decks that we saw during the last day or so on, and try to talk more about them. We could. I could work even more on my data analysis so that we talk about it. Um, we could do some games of
Yeah, something to
ourselves
think
with
about.
some decks. Yeah, I mean there are several stuff that we rock
You know,
all the
it would
speed
be
for
cool
100.
if we saw it would be real cool if we were able to get access to the deck list right away. But guys, for those that didn't see it, this was the deck list of the easy last week, so let's try to compare it a little bit to the deck list we saw. So I think a big change, the deck list from last week only had a single arcane shift. It looks like the deck from this week, the strategy revolved pretty good around arcane shift, so he probably at least had 2. Would you say, Leroy? At the minimum 2, maybe he had all 3 arcane shifts.
Yeah, most likely. And yeah, when you see those mind splitter, those watchers, that makes a lot of sense. No turn 2 whatsoever.
True, besides outside of like stack deck or stuff like that. So this is similar to the Ezreal we saw, but definitely there's some changes there. Two Ezreal champions. Okay, it looks similar. This might be pretty close though. With the lack of one, maybe give or take one more arcane shift. This maybe is a time warp because we didn't see any kind of time warp from the Ezreal this time around. So maybe it's as simple as a time warp in for arcane shift. That could be cool. And Eric saying explain the hidden tech from Renata. We would have to get the deck list there. Let me see if I can get the best of deck list from last week. Uh-oh, chat. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. It might be time. Maybe, wait. Maybe I could pull it up. Actually, let's pull it up on the next intermission because you guys know whenever they throw it over to the casters, we're about 5 to 10 minutes away from getting the match going. And we're speculating. We said Aurelia versus Draven. We haven't seen any Aurelia in Top Cut. I have a funny feeling we might be seeing it in top 16. Or chat, what about you guys? What are you hoping for?
I'm computing right now the numbers from Fuzhou plus Chengdu.
Oh, that'll be cool numbers to see. You know, you're going to be able to build a pretty good tier list once all the regionals are done, right?
Yeah, that would be a snapshot that would be more accurate than just a snapshot.
Yeah,
it would start to look like a real team.
And Eric saying he hopes to see Fiora, hope Fiora and Victor make top 8. Yeah, that'll be awesome, guys. Let's take a look at the names that are making it into the top 16. We see AI EDG one more time. I think that was the Annie player last week. And here is the snapshot. 12 Dravens, and yes sir, the Fiora making it through. So there is indeed 4 unique legends being represented in the top 16. 12
wait. Why does Ornn is at 0 and Lucian at 0 and so on? Because usually they do that when they were there last round, but we saw that they were not, so maybe the numbers were wrong.
No, I think those are just filler pictures they found. I think they're just, it would look weird with blank space.
Okay, I didn't have time to take a screenshot.
It's okay. We'll rely on Riftbound Report to post it. Usually I'm the one posting, but because we do these live streams, it's give or take, right? It's give or take. You either do the live streams and you're able to post, or you're not able to post, or you don't do the streams. But either way, we'll get the info one way or the other. But 12 Dravens, huh? More than I was anticipating. I was just joking about 11.5. It looks like we had to round up, chat. So more than 15% of the Dravens ended on converting onto the top 16. So 12, 2, 1, 1. We have a couple heroes, as I mentioned before, still remaining. 2 of them. Guys, I don't know about you guys. I am rooting for those underdogs. It's kind of fun. I think Casanova told me on Twitter, it's always fun to have a sort of a villain to root against. At this point, I think all of us, maybe there's a small niche of you guys out at home that are rooting for the Dravens. But I am rooting for Ezreal, and I am rooting for Fiora. And it is time, Leroy. Let's go ahead and go to the feature match, because it looks like we're going to be started very, very shortly. Oh man, this is going to be good. It looks like the classic meditation from these players, but revealing the legend. Of course, we had to anticipate it. The Draven will be revealed for player number 1, but what is under the hood for the other player? Do we have an Aurelia? Do we have the lone Fiora? We're going to be finding out shortly, and he looks intense. He looks like he's a bit nervous, but shaking out the nerves, and it will be the Fiora. There we go.
Let's go. We got the Fiora, guys. I mean, what can we ask for? That's just perfect.
Yeah, perfect. The lone Fiora, and we see why he was trying to calm his nerves, trying to get himself locked into the moment, because he has every hope on it. He has everyone's hopes on his back. He's saying, I have to showcase that the Fiora from last regional, it wasn't a fluke. A Fiora here in Chengdu can get it done one more time, and it looks to rather be a bit of a traditional Draven build with the Reaver's Row getting revealed. And I love this battlefield, Leroy, the Triferian War Camp, allowing it to make it a bit easier to hit those mighty threshold status conditions. So these are good turn ones, I want to say, or good game one battlefields.
Yeah, especially since there are not that many decks in this meta that actually take a big advantage of playing on that Trifarian War Camp. So yeah, Fiora will be queen with this battlefield.
Yeah, you know, having your cards retreat from Reaver's Row usually wouldn't feel that bad. But when you're going up against a Draven, you still end up winning a combat. Very similar how Fight or Flight or Rebuke works. So Reaver's Row not really going to be benefiting Fiora. But as we said, the seeding in these top cut doesn't matter. So these guys are going to be deciding who's on the play and who's on the draw with the dice roll. And by the sound of things, it almost looks like the Fiora player won on the play, because he feels he wasn't excited about things. But we saw kind of a little bit of a flinch, if you will, from the Draven players. So hopefully Draven, or I should say, hopefully Fiora might just be on the play.
And we got some turn two. We've got the unsung hero, right? Yeah, and Pete Rookie and the set. So there are some good cards to start. And yeah, I was always expecting it. Probably going to mulligan one unsung hero. Oh, thinking about sending something else maybe. My bet was one unsung hero.
I think so. I'm right there with you. One unsung hero seems like the proper mulligan. Set Brawl is such a pivotal card to your game plan. Unsung hero, as you mentioned, is an early unit to play out on your opening turn. So I like the Pit Rookie. You get some buffs online. You make it easier to hit the Mighty with Trifarian War Camp as well. But of course, Set Brawler is your key piece. As soon as you play him on the board, you're going to be hitting the Fiora Legend ability. And of course, he's just an impressive unit to deal with. But we saw a card that could pose some problems for Fiora, that Falling Star. If the chosen champion for Fiora is going to be Fiora worthy, which we're seeing right here on the screen, the Falling Star might be the perfect card to pick off that Fiora nice and early, now allowing him to push the pace as fast as he wants. But it is time, the round of top 16, Draven versus the final Fiora remaining. Can they get it done? Can they move on forward into the top 8 and push another Fiora off the back of the Fuzhou Regional into a second top 8 finish for Fiora? Because there needs to be a bit more respect, and it will be the play for Fiora, developing out a nice little unsung hero to start us off.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and we top deck that Troll Chen, that Call of Glory, goddammit. That Call of Glory.
We could call it Tro Champ. I'm sure people will understand it. But Call to Glory Tro Champ, as those Legends of Runeterra players would maybe be familiar with, that was just the name in Legends of Runeterra. So either Leroy calls it Tro Champ, you guys know it as Call to Glory. Virtually, we know what it does. So stack deck starting things off in the 1-2 combo that Draven players love to do. Stack deck into the Noxus Hopeful. That is a great opening as well.
Exactly, and that will directly match and overcome that unsung heroes might. Oh, there is the One Punch Man card. This being said, I mean, the Fiora player could use potentially that Troll Chen to let's forget that Troll Chen to buff the unsung hero, but the issue would be that you would not like to spend your card that early into the battle.
Yeah, I mean, at the bare minimum, you're going to be drawing 2 for using that Call to Glory on Unsung Hero. So it's not the biggest L to do nice and early on. But the Pit Rookie followed by the second Pit Rookie, going to be getting a +2 buff virtually on splitting those buffs up, one on the Unsung, one on the Pit Rookie. Does he decide to conquer? Because he doesn't look like he's going to be able to hold against the Noxus Hopeful. But of course, Reaver Row seems like a good idea. But is it really the best idea? Because we're talking about going against a Draven player. You're completely tapped out. Noxus Hopeful can just simply push in. Not only do you have enough might, but if you retreat from Reaver's Row, you're giving Draven a draw. How do we feel about this conquer, Leroy?
Yeah, it's exactly the opposite of what the Ezreal player did on his game, where he would accept to not get any point, to not give Draven more draws. And here, Fiora is choosing the opposite, but I think Fiora needs more tempo, so that makes sense. And she is like, I will get that point, and you can get that draw, but I need my points right now.
You know, something I could consider is, as we mentioned, there is a Call to Glory hand. Perhaps this Draven player underestimates the Unsung Hero. You have a buff in the back line. Unsung Hero could get buffed up to 6 total might. So it's going to have to force Draven to let go of a bit more resources in the hand. Whether he has a spinning axe might be the perfect card to bring the hopeful up to 7, allowing him to win. Perhaps he's saying, you know what? I'm baiting you to come in for the Reaver's Row. You think it's an easy combat win? I'm going to make it a bit tougher for you to take it down. We're seeing in the hand, there's a falling star for the 2 pit rookies in the back. It does come at a decently hefty cost, being the double power. You don't have the luxury of playing things like Kai'Sa, but he smells the bait, Leroy. He's saying, you know what? I don't like the potential of a Call to Glory. Let's go over to the other battlefield. Play it safe. I don't necessarily need the draw right now, and does go up a single point for himself. Now I'm curious to see if the Draven is going to be established out, and it looks like he picked it up as we said it. And oh, I like this directly onto the Trifering. That is interesting.
Yeah, you want to ensure that you're unlocking a battlefield, and Reverse Row is probably easier to retake. Now, there's one thing that I thought about, which was if he's playing like that, that means he doesn't have any arcs, because else it would be so easy for him to retake the other battlefield. But maybe he's doing this to bait that he does not have an axe, and that his opponent thinks that too. And then in the end, he still has one. You see what I mean? Like some mind games, high-level mind games.
Yeah, and at this high level, mind games could make the difference by the end of the game. So Fiora does get triggered thanks to that set brawler coming down, as we said at the beginning of the turn. But now the question stands, is there any world where you want to try to contest to just try to take one of these units out? Because you have a double pit rookie. You could be swinging in for, I believe, 4+3 going up to 7. Draven would just be defending, I believe, at 7 as well. Do you just try to take at least a 2-for-1? I think you're just too scared to hit, and I think he's thinking about his turn. Unsung Hero, you can leave him there. It's very rare for perhaps something like a Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa's just a 4-might unit, just like the Noxus Hopeful was. So you're in that same position you were the previous turn. So plays it patiently, sitting on the 2 pit rookies in the back, and passes it over to the Draven player. So this is going to be close, but as it stands, one player is getting to 8 before the other, and that player is going to be Fiora if they're going to play this whole game throughout the remaining of this match.
Exactly. And you're happy to just let your unsung hero here. If it dies and you powered it up before, you get that +2 draw. So yeah, the situation is not that bad overall for Fiora. You've got this set that is ready to get in with a Bajillion Might and apply a lot of threat on that battlefield with the One Punch Man in the hand.
Yeah, he definitely has the big old punch first available to him. So let's see what this Draven wants to do, because of course he has to push the pace here. He has to understand in that point tempo lead he is behind. So he has to find a way, not just this turn, but within the next couple turns, to try to conquer away that battlefield from Fiora. It's not that crazy. It's only Unsung Hero. With the Call to Glory, you do go up to 6. So if he had something like a Darius, follow that up with a second play, that could just be exactly what he needs to get over the Unsung Hero. But he doesn't have the most amount of runes, since we're basically still the early to mid game so far. So it looks like he's leaning on the Kaiser Survivor. It looks to be at the top of his hand.
Yeah, I guess. Counting. I mean, you still have that falling star, but maybe you don't want to pay the power cost right now.
Yeah,
You're
it would
not
set you
in
back.
any-
Do you feel like it's worth it? A falling star on the set? I mean, we know
That's
what's in hand, right? So it wouldn't truly be worth it because Call to Glory can save it. But if you don't know what's in hand, oh,
yeah, I
he's
think
going for it.
pretty good.
Double target set brawler, doing a total of 6 damage on that back line. But as we just said, there is a Call to Glory that's a +3 reaction speed, allowing the falling star to virtually get away with nothing of value. I think that's the only play. You can't counter it. So taking the buff off the pit rookie, and that is a big swing because, as you said, it's very expensive. That was 2 Fury runes removed from the rune deck, or removed from the base, I should say, from that runes. So it came at a big price, and it gets you nothing for that. So that was a big thing, because now you have 4 runes remaining, and you're only going to be going up to 6 runes the following turn.
Yeah, and you're not. Sorry, go.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm curious to see how he closes out this turn.
Yeah, you don't have. I was just gonna say you're not KSI. You don't have those little stupefy or something else to reduce the set might and get him down. And the thing that's really interesting is that he had that buffed pit rookie, which allowed him to use the troll chant, the Call of Glory, on the pit rookie's buff and not on set buffs, which means Set will still be able to spend his buff and get to +4 might whenever he wants.
All right, doesn't like the look of the set brawler coming in potentially onto the Trifarian War Camp, so retreats everything and develops out a Kaiser Survivor. And you know, I'm seeing a couple questions in the chat. Is there any penalties to slow play? Traditionally there is, right? But keep in mind, guys, this is the top 16. There's a whole lot on the line, so there's actually untime. If you pay attention to the timer in the middle of the screen, the timer is ticking upwards, right? So these players are just trying to take full advantage of the untimed rules. So perhaps don't blame the player, blame the game they're currently playing, because those are the rules. So they have a lot more lenient room, a lot more leniency, if you will, in regards to the time. So that's why the judges aren't stepping in. If this was Swiss, I will agree with you guys that the Draven player is playing a tad slow. But in this situation, given that it's top 16, we'll let it slide, right? Or the judges would let it slide.
Yeah. And looking at we played since the beginning, I think he will send the pit rookie here to get to the point. And wow.
Yeah, did you see that card in hand, Leroy? That was
I
insane.
saw that card in hand.
Guys,
oh, and someone in the chat
guys
just
caught
asked
it.
Was your, well, you got your run square.
And we see why the Trifarian War Camp is able to do even more work than expected. Pit Rookie going to be sacrificed at 3. So you're able to reveal a Matron off the top, Action off the top.
You got so many. You got 2, but 2 good choices. And if you play that Matron, you can reactivate the Pit Rookie and yeah, buff something else. And by doing this, you know what's the most important part?
What is it?
That he killed the pit rookie that was on the battlefield, and that he will deny Draven another combat.
Ah, very well said. Exactly right. Exactly how the other players been playing around Draven, not giving those easy combats. But I like the action coming down. If you pay the additional 2 costs, you should be able to steal the Edge of Night. Is that worth your 2 order runes? It looks like he's thinking it might just very well be. So paying 2.
Actually, it will be only 1 rune because it gets mighty, and then you can activate Fiora's ability.
Oh, well, no, I meant for stealing an equipment.
Yeah, but because you do that, you can activate the Fiora's ability.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Of course, yeah, it's effectively just like you're doing 1 because you gained 1 back. So yeah, it technically only takes out a single rune because Fiora does recycle one back onto the base. So good stuff. This Action putting in work because the Edge of Night is a nice little card, right? Action swinging in for +2 now. So 6 total might. And you're able to send in the other pit rookie to conquer up to 5. But I wouldn't blame them to keep it on the even side of things. 4-2, you're feeling comfortable. You're in the lead. So Fiora doing work with that baited hook. Who would have expected the final Fiora remaining is going to be a baited hook variant, right? We saw some cheeky cards there. The Harness Dragon. What else did we see off that baited hook? The Matron. So much spice coming out.
Yeah, and I was so focused on... I was still baffled by the fact that... Okay, he just played the baited hook on Fiora, and look at the board that he has right now.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. Buff set, one pit rookie, that unsung hero that is buffed also, the Action with the Edge of Night, and to top it all, the Fiora that can ready any of them if they go mighty. That's just insane value. And now you're at 4, so you can confidently push in everything, and in 2 rounds, you log that game potentially, because once you've conquered, you can just kill the units and not give Draven that extra draw, not give Draven that extra value.
Oh yeah, 100%. Fiora feeling in a commanding position. The board state is night and day. Not completely. Draven isn't 100% behind, it feels like. Whenever you do have a Kai'Sa and a Draven and a Hopeful, those are some significant numbers, right? You have 6 potential and then 4. So a collective total of about 14 might, give or take. And then he still has some runes to work with on this turn. But you know, he did already expend 1 Falling Stars. It looks like he might be going for another. If that's the top of his hand, it looked like it might just be. So Falling Star using the remaining of his Fury runes. And it looks to be some good targets. The best target being the Fiora worthy. And it looks like a Fiora player was just like, you're probably taking these 2, aren't you?
Yeah. That Falling Star coming in clutch, because the Fiora was such in a commanding position, and that's a huge step back. But the Draven is now again on 4 runes, and Fiora will be up to 8. So, and now, more interesting, Draven does not have any Fury runes, so he cannot activate the Draven's passive ability.
Yeah, that's something to be very considerate for the Draven player, and something Fiora could keep in mind for these potential conquers on the next turn. As you said, you don't get that nice +2 that a lot of Draven players rely on. You do have access to something like Rebukes if you do have that in hand. It looks like he has a single Rebuke. He's kind of flipping through those cards a little bit too fast. Fight or Flight is what I'm seeing, and I think that's all I can make tell of, but I think it's a Rebuke, of Fight or Flight. Perhaps a Treasure Hunter that I think it's Treasure Hunter, Titan, or Fight or Flight, and a Rebuke is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think you're right. And by now, like, okay, say your opponent uses Rebuke, you're not happy, but you don't even care about giving him more draws, because 4 runes, what can he do? He can't even play 2 cards in 1 turn, so... the Fiora is starting to be in a good lead, I think.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. It seems rather closer than it seems, of course, though. But Fiora now getting passed over Draven, leaving at least those 2 runes for the card we said. Something like the Fight or Flight, something like the Rebuke. If you rebuke the Action, you do get your Edge of Night back, so he has to be careful about that. But ooh la la, Leroy, I'm seeing an even better card getting picked off from the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible top deck there.
Yeah, and you've got that Hidden Blade, right? So you could kill one of the card with the Baited Hook and kill the other one with the Hidden Blade, get that +2 draw. Deny, again, any combat to the Draven. Yeah, no, that's really good for Fiora right now.
Yeah, because there's only 2 runes at the ready, right? So anything that comes down will be riposte from Fiora players, so feeling decent about this turn. Now the question stands, this baited hook, you always want to try to get value every single turn. Do you dare just send your pit rookie into Trifarian and try to look for a 4-cost, something like the Matron, perhaps even another Action to just play out? I know there's no equipment on your opponent's board, but just to kind of get a better replacement for that pit rookie, because you are able, actually I don't think you're able to play it onto a battlefield, so it would go for the base. So I think the best hits would be, or you are able to play the base or to battlefield? I thought you couldn't.
I'm not sure. No, what I wanted to say is that you don't even want to play it on the battlefield because of
Draven, right?
Draven. So you're happy having all of your units in base.
Yeah,
And
I think
dancing
so.
around like a certain pit crew did last game.
Reaver's Row will be activated, of course, so going up to 5 points and setting things up for that 6-point conquer for Fiora. You know, the only thing holding Fiora back, I will say, is her lack of card power in the hand right now. 3 total cards, one of them being Riposte, so you have it as a counter option, but it doesn't look like you have any more units to work with. You do have to get rather lucky off this baited hook, so baited hook will be targeting the pit rookie as it did before. So you sacrifice a 3 unit, you're looking for something with 4 might or less. Oh, a Matron though, okay.
Matron. Yeah, there's no way you're picking anything else than the Matron, right?
Yeah, we were saying he's lacking some units.
There was a first mate, so maybe you could have considered the first mate to get back your set in base, but he's on the reverse roll, so that's just one more draw that you give to Draven. It's not that big of a deal compared to the power of the Matron coming online.
It is true, but perhaps he wants to just try to hold it down on the Reaver's Row, at least bait the hold down, because he does have something like a Reaver's Row, and I'm seeing the synergy here. For some reason, I was like, oh, he can get by the pick rookie, but of course, the Fiora worthy hit the trash from the Falling Star. That is pretty much the best unit you can get back in this moment, but I guess not the best because you don't have a follow-up play, right? You don't have something like a set brawler to keep online. But it is a good card nonetheless for something like a next turn situation. So it does go up to 6 because you conquer both, and leaves the set brawler because you had no other option to bring it back. But 3 cards in hand. If you remember right, it was the Riposte, the Call to Glory, and then there was one more card that it fades me what it was. But things are looking good, but I will say not incredible for Fiora. Things could kind of slip away from this Fiora player. It doesn't look like she's in a super good position, but it ends up being like, what does she end up drawing the next turn? AKA also, what is Draven going to be able to do this turn? Because he should be able to go up to 5. And what kind of defenses is he able to hold up for that final 6th to 8th push? Because we saw the rebukes, we saw the fighter flights, and I think there might even be a ride the win to get a backline unit or another battlefield unit over to another battlefield. So there's some combat tricks there. This Draven not out of it whatsoever.
And you could choose to, I think he's got a hidden blade, so you could choose to stay on the battlefield, force some resources from the Draven, and yeah, if you get fighter flighted, you can use the hidden blade behind, and
oh, Leroy, I'm impressed. He's deciding to hold his ground. He's saying, I have the set brawler. My unit is at 5 might. Your unit's going up to 6. Do you have any little bit more buffs to take down my Call to Glory? We saw the rebuke at the very worst, but perhaps you're trying to bait out those big spells on the defense rather than when you have to push in, because you want set brawler in hand. You have a Fiora worthy, you play out the set, it gets ready on the exact same turn, and that was the 3rd card, the punch first, going up to 10 total might, and he still has a Call to Glory. No wonder he's holding firm.
Does he have a Call to Glory? I thought it was a hidden blade. And wait,
I think he might. Yeah, you're right. Maybe he did use the Call to Glory. I swear, I think maybe the Call to Glory was off the baited hook. You're totally right. One of them was the hidden blade.
Yeah, and what was the What's the last card I thought?
Repose.
Repose. Oh yeah. So I think it's a Hidden Blade and not a Call to Glory, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a Call to Glory.
No, I think you're
Let's
right. If I remember right, I think it was a Call to Glory off the baited hook. I'm mistaking it. But a couple good options to try to take this set down. But like I said, the Fiore worthy proven a real worth in the situation, because if it does come down to it, Rebuke feels okay, but not the best. So having to rely on fight or flight to send that to set pack in. But is this a worthy repose? Do you want to repose a simple fight or flight, or do you just take it?
No, I think you take it and you Hidden Blade so that your opponent does not win combat. I mean, it will still draw from the Hidden Blade, but you remove the Draven anyway, and your opponent does not win combat, and you're just happy from there.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, because the set brawler stays at 10 might for the remaining of the turn. You Hidden Blade, and either you give him a +1 draw for the win of the combat, or you give him a +2. So there's just a net difference of a single draw. So it's not the biggest of difference. So I do like what you said. If there is indeed a Hidden Blade, it might be the time to do it. Not only do you take down one of the more impactful cards, being the Draven. So he did too an interesting repose, and adding 2 additional might, so defending for a total of 12 might. Is this Draven just getting or is this set brawler getting a little bit too out of hand, even considering the couple backline units being pushed up on the follow-up?
Now he has to use the Rebuke, definitely, but he will not have anything to play next turn, basically. It will be almost completely tapped out, and yeah, that leaves Fiora in a decent position with everything she's got on the board, I guess.
Wait, did I mistake? I thought he only had 4 runes, or I guess he did have 4 runes. Or how much runes did he have before the Rebuke? I feel like he didn't recycle properly, but the judges probably would have called it.
No, he recycled 2, but he had a floating, so that's why he only tapped.
That's what it was.
And there it is. And as we talked about, that will only leave one draw difference.
Yeah, just so that you don't win the combat. But I guess the priority passes on over. It looks like he's considering a ride the win, but that wouldn't be the end of the world. You're completely
You can't
tapped back.
ride the win. Ride the win is action speed, right?
Oh, you're right. You can't. Well, your Draven still dies, but you can still ride the win into because the combat isn't completely resolved.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. After the.
Yeah, not ride the win Draven. Draven's dead. Draven is dead. I'm talking about ride the win so that you win the combat. So you ride the win, the Noxus Hopeful into it. But I still like my position as the Fiora player, because you have the set brawler and the Fiora 1-2 combo. All you need to do is conquer one battlefield, and the set brawler could do the remaining heavy lifting to get to that victory score on the next turn. I like this so far. There's only 2 runes available, and I see why Draven's taking his sweet time, because he might not see the winning line. I think things are starting to fall apart for Draven. He's not seeing it. The Hidden Blade does resolve. Let's see what are the 2 cards off the top, though.
Yeah, we saw that Axe, which is really powerful if he wants to defend next turn. And a stack deck. So yeah, start turn, a stack deck, Axe, and ride the win.
It almost looked like you said pass the turn. That would have been a winning line already. I mean, you had to ride the win to stop some kind of conqueror. But I think Draven's only out in this situation. You might just have to stack one battlefield right here, right now. If you kind of split the difference and split these battlefield might apart, I think it just makes it a whole lot easier for something like a set brawler. And that's just one unit. You still have to worry about a 6 might Action. You still have to worry about a 4 might Draven. And then the big card you definitely have to worry about is the potential 8 might set brawler coming your way onto one of these battlefields. So, okay, does decide to split it because you do make it a bit harder. But if you go 5, 8, 9,
You hide the tide turner.
Okay, I can
You
see a
hide the
world.
tide turner. You would be solo on rune, but do you have any choice? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't see that he picked that up. My bad.
It might have been off the 2 hits off the hidden blade. So hides the tide turner and overzealous fan. That is his final stance. He's saying, get through this, or I might end up winning it. But you're only at 5, so you're not even going to be able to win on the following turn. Is there a world where Fiora says, okay, no, I feel like you take advantage of him having 0 runes available. You want to try your best to try to close things out in this very moment, don't you?
Yeah, I really think so.
Yeah, let's try to think it through as these players try to join us in and try to decide what is the winning line. Kai's is only at 4 might, and that's all she's staying. So that's a simple, straightforward math. It decides to throw the action over there. More than likely, I would imagine.
Yeah, also you would deny the tide turner swap with Kaisa. But I think he will use it anyways on this turn.
Hero, you know what card would go crazy right now that we saw Fiora players use last week?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. The barrage.
Yeah, imagine guys, if he had the cannon barrage, it would do -2 to everything on your opposing battlefield. So the treasure hunter would go down, and it can react to the overzealous fan activation. Of course, we're talking about the luckiest hit off the top of the deck, and this is of course a different Fiora deck, being that baited hook variant. So he probably doesn't run it. And I like this play. He's saying, you know what? You just have a single unit in base and you're only going to have 4 runes. Why am I going to risk it to go into Overzealous Fan, allowing you to get additional draw? Let's go ahead and stack.
Good luck with that.
What was that?
Good luck with that.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you. Good luck with that. And you have a single Fury, and you can't even play a Darius. You can't even accelerate a Kaiser. You have a Tide Turner. You have a Ride the Wind and a Spinning Axe. That might be your best line. Ride the Wind into Spinning Axe, and I still don't think that's enough because that's going to be 7 plus 4, bringing you up to 12. Or I think if I did my math wrong, 4 is 11. And yeah, Set Brawler's at 5 plus 4, 9 plus the 6. You're already up to 15 plus the 3, already up to 9. I think Fiora has it 100% GG locked in. Unless I'm totally missing something, Leroy, which I'm seeing the hand right now. I don't think there's an out, but I could always be wrong, of course.
That would be 7, and he's got nothing else. No, I don't know. 7, say he has a fight or flight. He can fight or flight. Action.
True.
That would be 7. No, it's over. No, it's completely over.
Yeah, I didn't keep in mind the combat tricks, right? But if you play a Rebuke or you play a Fight or Flight, you can't play one of the options I said, because the most might you can push in with will be that Spinning Axe plus Ride the Wind on the Noxus Hopeful over to that battlefield, because you could attack and then in your priority play Ride the Wind for the Noxus Hopeful and then Spinning Axe. But we just did the math. I just don't think it's enough. This Fiora player playing excellently in this game 1.
Oh yeah, no. Even if he fight or flight the action, and he has, if he had 6 runes, he could not make it happen. So yeah.
Yeah, just thinking carefully, but stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place. Yeah, can't figure it out.
No hate toward the player, guys. It's just the legend. Okay,
yeah, it looks like it should be GG, but fair play to him. He just wants to feel it out. But there is a sign of a good player. Understands there is no winning line, so will save some time, concede, and that is GG. The fan favorite Fiora getting game number 1 of this top 16. Well done. I'm impressed. I would have never expected a baited hook Fiora making such a deep run in Top Cut and nonetheless defeating the Draven player facing him right here, right now. I'm excited. I have good hope for Fiora, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself, because sometimes when I start rooting for the player, I cast or curse them, right? You don't want to cast or curse them, so we'll keep it neutral. We'll keep it neutral because I think Draven did well. It ended up being Fiora had a little bit more of that tempo lead. He was scoring every single turn. I think it was literally 2 to 4 to 6, and then able to close it out on that final turn. What were you most impressed with on that match, Leroy?
Oh,
I
guys,
mean,
why
I
got
think the
my red
obvious
eye?
answer is the baited hook.
The
Oh,
baited hook,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think no one expected the baited hook. And good morning for those just joining us. What's going on, King Louis? You're just coming in at a perfect time. Fiora versus Draven, and it is a baited hook Fiora at that. You know, we didn't get to see the late game capabilities of Fiora, because Fiora is able to establish a good amount of rune presence as we inch later and later into the game. So we saw things like Harness Dragon. You know, I was thinking about this deck earlier, and the synergy goes like this, chat. You have a BF sword, so that's going to be able to give 3 might. You add it to any unit, and when I say any unit, the likely targets being unsung hero, so you go up to 5. The other likely target could be something like a pit rookie. So you sacrifice those 5 might units, and then you baited hook for a Harness Dragon that comes in at 6 might, right? So think about the strategy there. You unsung hero, kill it yourself, you draw 2, and then you look at the top 5 cards of baited hook, hoping to hit something like a Harness Dragon. There is a whole lot of potential for this player. If we see that play in this series, I would be ecstatic to see it, because there's some craziness going on, some crazy play lines potential.
Yeah, I really like what he cooked up there. And I'm so curious. I would love to hear what Mr. Ipo2 right there has to say about all this.
Yeah, he's probably saying if I was a Draven player, I would have done something a little bit different. And granted, it was
Yeah.
a bit of a different build. We didn't see any mind splitters, but other than that, did you see anything different that stood out from the APOP 2 list? I can't think off the top of my head.
No, not that I can think of right now. It's pretty hard. I would need to see the deck list again. And
Yeah.
no,
It
you're right.
seemed
Those mind
really
splitters.
straightforward Draven. And taking into account being so straightforward Draven, we saw Reaver's Row. He is going to be on the play, so he's probably most likely going to be going Targon's Peak for the second game too. Which him being on the
Yeah.
play, you know, I don't wish it, or maybe, you know, keep it neutral. It's so easy to root out or root against the villain, if you will, but we'll keep it neutral. We might just very well see a game 3, because who is stopping a Draven on the play? It looks so tough to do. Fiora has some good options. You have the punch first to try to throw up a good defense. You have the riposte to take down things like a rebuke, but it's tough. It's definitely tough. This is why we see so
It's
many
really,
Dravens
really
still
tough.
left in top 16.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we'll see as these players sideboard in. We saw some good viable options in Fiora Legends before. Cannon Barrage, or what is it called? Fire the Barrage? Barrage
No, it's
something,
Cannon
right?
Barrage. It's Cannon Barrage. It's
Cannon Barrage,
Should
yeah,
be.
that was an
It should be
excellent
because
sideboard addition. If he has Cannon Barrages in the sideboard, he might very well be able to win on the draw. That would be insane.
yeah. So for those who did not see last week, Cannon Barrage. So it's a reaction speed card that deals 2 to every single unit on the battlefield. I mean, every single opponent's unit. And with this card, the main thing that you do is that you're able to remove that Draven greatest overzealous fan, the overzealous fan, so that you are not sent back to base.
Yeah, that is a key strategy there. Key strategy there. Another key piece that could be pivotal to the game plan, it should be something like a Savage. You get rid of the Edge of Knights, you get rid of the spinning axe at action speed, right? So you're able to do it in combat. So things like Salvage, things like the Cannon Barrage that we just pulled up on the screen could be a bit of a difference maker going into this game number 2. And Mazu saying is this grand finals is reminiscent of the finals from Fuzhou, but we actually are in the top 16 rounds. We are just coming off of a win for the Fiora in game number 1, so the play will be going over to Draven. And trying to think of what Draven most likely going to be sideboarding. We saw Fiora, at least a lot of Fiora, especially this one being baited hook. They lean heavily on things like gears and equipment. If they have things like a thermal beam, that could be paying good dividends for the Draven player, because you get rid of the baited hook, you get rid of the BF sword, you get rid of the Doran's blade. So that's going to be something to keep in mind if he does have it. But it's tricky. I don't know too many Dravens playing Thermal Beam, but on paper, it doesn't sound like a bad idea, does it?
No, it does not. I think that could be a great play for Draven, definitely.
Yeah, so guys, let's go ahead and get things started. This is going to be top 16. Draven trying to bring us into that game number 3. But first things first, you got to get through the Fiora. And does play out and curve out quite nicely, as you tend to do with Draven. Going to be playing out a nice treasure hunter to start things off. Does Fiora have at least either a BF sword or an unsung hero? Wouldn't feel all that bad. But oh, goes for the Fiora worthy, which seems to be a bit ambitious given the fact there were so many falling stars. But if you falling stars now for a single unit, that doesn't feel the worst, does it?
Yeah, you're quite happy to see the falling star going so early in the game. No, I think you're happy. Yeah. My question is, now that it's not playing on Trifaria and Wacom, do you think there's a world where he does like those hybrid aura players and he just cut the
baited,
the baited hook and maybe the matron and so on, so that
I think the deck in general is built around the baited hooks, if I'm being honest. So
I don't
think he completely
I think so.
cut them. I think just the Trifaria War Camp enabled the strategy more effectively, right? So I think with the cards we mentioned before, with the equipment increases on might, you still get decent value from the baited hooks. And you know, Leroy, if he had a set brawler, that would be so devastating for Draven. He's completely tapped out. But in this situation, it looks like Draven is fortunate to miss the set brawler.
He forget the runes from the Tyrant's Peak.
True. The judges did not give it to him, because 2 would have made a difference. Even if it was a set brawler, if you had things like a spinning axe to keep up, that would be exactly the might you need. But Fiora having to do the only place she can, gonna be conquering up to Dreaming Tree, getting a point herself. But I like this play so far from the Draven player, because you do have a good strong board presence. You know, even the Fiora in the back line can't take down both the Overzealous Fan and Noxus Hopeful in one. But I would expect that treasure hunter to retreat just for the simple gold. But he's almost thinking about retreating everything. But no, keeps it straightforward at the minimum for just that treasure hunter for now.
Yeah. Good for him. Did not get punished for forgetting the trigger. He could have like Darius, and because we didn't see his hand, but we could have Darius and stack deck and remove this Fiora. Potentially even an accelerated Kesa would do the job.
Yeah, that could be the job. That's one more might than the worthy, but I'm seeing a good amount of cards on Fiora, and we haven't been revealed to the casters just yet. So 5 cards. One of them, if it is gonna be something like a punch first. Oh, that is right. The Pharaoh's Forerunner coming out to play. And that is a really tough card to deal with. Whether you deal with it alone or you have to deal with the former, or the latter, I should say. The 2 mech tokens getting played out after the defeat. Things are not looking good. You have a challenge, but you just don't have good challenge targets with your units so far. So we're seeing a bit of the lack of game plan, if you will, coming from Fiora. It looks like things aren't really flowing as smoothly as they did in game 1.
Definitely. I mean, when you rely a lot on that baited hook and you're not drawing it, it never helps. This being said, right now she's got plenty of time to take back that battlefield. It's just that she's lacking some proactive play, I think, and some board to develop. Some you would like also to buff that Fiora. I'm not sure that she's got what is required to do so.
It would be nice, something like a simple Pit Rookie or even something like a Doran's Blade. But okay, going for the Death Claw. So gonna be sacrificing just the unsung hero. You get a trigger off the Dreaming Tree, but then you bring the Fiora Worthy into Mighty range. So just simply trying to get more rune economy developed out. Because the Death Claw is not a play we usually see on the offense, especially when you're trying to gain a rune and gain a card. I guess that's worth it in itself because Deathclaw also reads draw a card. So you get a card off the Dreaming Tree, you get a card off the Deathclaw. So I think he's just digging for more options this turn, which is fair enough. You always want to have more options available for the following turns. So I guess that's as good as you can get. But I was trying to get at, usually you try to play Deathclaw when you're pushing against the units. When you're trying to defend against certain units, but in this situation, netting 2 draws doesn't feel all that bad, and this player takes a good amount of notes, so maybe we should be the ones taking notes here at home. Do you just take notes of what you've seen in hand? It makes sense given the fact that it's a baited hook, so if you do all the numbers correctly, you're able to accurately predict, not super accurately, but you're able to have a good idea what's left in the deck, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's checking everything he has so he knows everything that's in the deck.
Those notes look a little bit too much if you ask me. It looked like he had all 40 cards and he's checking what he's seen and what he hasn't seen. Is that legal?
I mean, any notes are legal so far as long as they are not imported from before the game. Yeah, that's honestly, that's pretty smart. He's not, I think that's why he's here right now. He's not letting anything go to chance, and yeah, I like his plays.
Yeah, on top of that, we did miss the Fiora Worthy triggering on herself, allowing her to retreat back as we keep bringing back to it, not letting Draven get those simple conquers. Of course, there's just that Treasure Hunter in the back line, so I wouldn't blame him to try to push up forward, because he conquered now. It would just be simply to try to hold and not let the Treasure Hunter get a simple conquer going up to 4 points on the following turn. If he has something like a simple might increase, remember Fiora, the Fiora set 1 champion does have shield, so not only do you get the might increase from your combat spells, you also get the shield 1 once you pass that mighty status condition, of course. So that's something that he has to play around. So does push up to Dreaming Tree, and it is Dreaming Tree, of course. So if you do have that infamous punch first, you're able to get a +1 draw on top of that. So that's not the worst position.
Yeah.
So I like what Fiora is doing so far, but it's still looking a little bit of an uphill climb for her.
Exactly. She lacked some really good plays in the beginning. She was able with that, I think that Death Grip and Unsung Hero combo was really good, adding tons of value overall. Now let's see if she can use that to her advantage in the 2-3 following turns.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to give a bit of insight as we did in game 1 because we haven't been able to see the full hand coming out from Fiora. And, you know, speaking of seeing the full hand, the Mind Splitter might have just been a great addition from the sideboard. We saw the Grand Finals champion from Fuzhou use these Mind Splitters to perfection, and we're seeing them now. Not only are you building a fortress on that Targon's Peak, but now you're able to take down the most impactful card from Fiora's hand, and that's spells, that's gears, that's units, any card you want. That's what makes Mind Splitter so incredibly powerful.
I think I see a set brawler, and I think that would be a really good thing to take out, because how are you going to push into that battlefield without the likes of set brawler?
Yeah, and Leroy, that's a hand. I'm seeing two riposte, a matron, a brawler, a unsung, and a challenge currently in the hand. So he had some gas. He had a little bit of gas, but I agree with you. I think set brawler is just such an impactful card every time it hits the board, especially because we do have that Fiora worthy as well. So that should be the likely target. Another one to consider could be Challenger Matron, but you know, Brawler is just such a good card. That has to be the clear option. And given the fact that he takes out the oh, he's gonna be taking out Matron.
No, he's siding. I think he's siding Riposte and Ted, so that he's like it's one of them. But he's going to choose
It had to be,
because
right?
yeah,
I
it
think
had to
everyone
be.
can agree at home. It had to be the set brawler removed from hand, because if that set brawler was probably the only best bet of getting through the Targon's Peak, and it is just getting a bit too carried away. Just 2 units. I mean, basically just a single unit. If you could get Fiora into the range of one more might with a pit rookie or something, we didn't get to see it in hand, and you didn't draw it. It looks like you drew into the baited hook. Do you dare sacrifice one of your Fioras to see something off the top? You're only able to see a 4 or a 5, but I don't think you want to do that to the Fiora worthy, so it doesn't seem too likely. This position that Draven has locked up for himself is looking like it might take him all the way over to the 8th victory score, because I am just not seeing, after the back of a Mind Splitter play, you lost the only thing that could have perhaps brought you back in, because even with the set brawler, I think this is just too big, right? 7 plus 6 plus the 4, that's 17, plus the 2, 19, plus the 1, 20 total might on Targon's Peak. Even a set brawler
Yeah.
pumped up 3 times is not getting there.
And oh, but look, that could change a lot of things, because if you can manage to get your hands on a honest dragon or something like that, uh, that can change a lot of things.
Yeah, it could change a lot of things. He's trying to get some good equipments. That's something we haven't seen anything of in this game number 2. Where are the Doran's Blade? More importantly, where are the BF swords and challenge coming out? So Fiora challenging the overzealous fan, taking away the ability essentially by trading, not trading, but taking it out in general. So 4 might on the 2 might, and you get the +1 draw. What is going to be hit off the top of the deck? I would love to see. Imagine it was another set brawler, but I didn't actually get to see what it was. Did you?
Yeah, no, I didn't. But I think, yeah, as you said, a set brawler or a BF sword would be the 2 best picks here, and that would be a good time to talk about that combo that you said, where the BF sword goes onto the unsung hero, and you use then the baited hook so that you get full value. There it is.
Oh, speak of the devil, the exact card he needed. Because think about this, guys. BF Sword, you can attach it onto Unsung Hero. You trigger the legend ability, so you're able to ready it from the champion. You get a rune. The question is, I think you do for Unsung Hero simply to draw 2. Or in this situation, you bring Fiora up to a 7, you gank over, and then you just take some units there. I think Unsung Hero and take down a Noxus Hopeful and a Treasure Hunter. But honestly, when we break it down like that, it just doesn't feel too good regardless of what he does. Let's see what the likely target is going to be for this BF Sword. It looks like it's going to be the ganking Fiora. So entering that threshold, triggering the legend, and now ganking is online. Shield not going to be applied. Deflect not going to really matter in this situation. So you're swinging it for 7, but passes the turn. Interesting.
Yeah, that I can understand. Maybe you want the ability to have your baited hook so that you can go in with Fiora, get the trade, get back the sword onto the unsung hero, get back in, and do everything in one turn so that you can do as much damage as possible.
Oh man, I'm really liking what you're saying, right? You take a couple units down with the first Fiora, the BF sword reattached to Unsung, you send in a couple more units plus the 2 draws, and now you have a full readied runes available on that turn. So I think there is. I think Fiora player is thinking 1 or 2 turns ahead, specifically so just that next immediate turn. So I'm liking what he has available to him in terms of options of play lines. But let's see if Draven could try to stop it and not let things go so easy, because we're not taking into consideration the exact math, but just like decently good plays in general, right?
Yeah, I think so. Um, we don't know this time. We don't know what's in hand, so we can actually think like the players. Uh, I mean, we know what's in Fiora's hand, but we don't know what's in Draven's hand. So we can think like the Fiora player without knowing what she should or shouldn't do.
You know, and the chat brings up an excellent point. It feels on paper like a decently good play, right? Not conquer, but trade some units here, trade some units there. But that's going to be netting Draven a draw every single combat win. And this is a line I did not expect whatsoever. Going to be establishing the Draven champion and the Kaiser survivor, building up an impressive back line, saying, you know what? I know Fiora struggles dealing with baseline units. So, I'm just going to retreat it for now and take conquers as I can. You're only most likely going to be able to go up to 5 total points this next turn. If I could continue to conquer 2 times every turn, I will be able to close out this game in the next 2 games. So I like what he's thinking, because when else can you play out a Kaiser and a Draven on the same turn and feel comfortable completely tapped out? I think that was a great play by Draven, and it could bear fruits going forward as he gets another turn, and even more so as he's looking to close things out on that final 6th to 8th push, because I don't think Fiora could build any kind of defense if we're taking all that might into account. It's gonna take like a double punch first, a call to glory, a little bit more than that on top of that.
Yeah, and I mean that baited hook could do maybe some good with Anna's Dragon or something like that. Let's see.
All
He's got in
right.
mind.
Baited hook is going to come online. Doesn't seem like he has the best options for something like a baited hook, but we did see Harness Dragon. We talked about it's a bit tougher for Fiora to reach all the way in the base, but Harness Dragon is not only able to target battlefield, but also the base. But we're talking about just removing a single unit. Most likely going to be the biggest one there in that Mind Splitter. But even if you take one out of the equation, Draven is still feeling rather good about his position. We're approaching the 55-minute mark very shortly. If this goes to a game 3, this might be one of the games where we had big breaks. We could be seeing an hour and a half minute round. The matron coming down. I only remember, was it another unsung hero in the trash? It looks like it was.
Oh, I need to not use the baited hook effect, which is not a weird play, but something to consider.
Yeah, just playing out perhaps for the future, because if Fiora goes down, you take some trades for it, you get the BF sword later, but like we said before, that's just going to be draw after draw for the Draven, so it's almost like a lose-lose situation. Draven seems to be running away with the game just alone looking at the current board state. Equal in numbers, but not equal in might, of course. And we've seen the hand for Fiora. We haven't seen the full hand, and we're taking a little glimpse of it now. I'm seeing that fight or flight, which could pose a problem for Fiora on some kind of defensive push or some defensive anything, honestly. Picks up even a stack deck at that. He might just go ahead and play it out right now to see more options for this turn, but does have 8 runes to work with. The craziest card, if he ended up playing another Mind Splitter, he might as well just scoop things up, but does it like to play that stack deck that we were talking about?
Yeah, and I think like I'm wondering if like trying to get that baited hook onto the matron and then the set, getting a set or something like that. Oh wait, didn't he miss the trigger from Targon too?
Yeah, perhaps he's just saying it doesn't even matter because my hand, I have enough runes to play it. Usually when a player misses Targon's Peak, it's just because they don't have full use of it. Because if they did, they probably would remember, as they are in that top 16 position. Or, of course, sometimes it just slips your mind. But I think I'm right there with you. He might have forgotten. But with 4 runes, you have at least a repose. Or at the minimum, you could hard cast a Call to Glory. A repose Hidden Blade doesn't feel all that bad, but it's just not the winning lines this Fiora player, as I would expect of a winning Fiora player in this game too. It looks like Draven, as we keep saying over and over again, looking to be in that driver's seat and just doing a couple math. He's saying, I conquered 1. Do I want to go up to 6? He definitely does. So deciding what units he's going to be able to push into this Fiora, and decides on the Forerunner and the Mind Splitter, it sounds like. So swinging in for a total of 13 might. That should be enough, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, even with the punch first, you're only going up to 12. So I think he's perfectly calculating what he has in his hand. So just going to be taking out the Mind Splitter. The BF Sword, as expected, goes back to the base. I think this is exactly what they have in mind, though, allowing it to reattach to the Unsung Hero. And maybe you baited Hook. As you know, the 1-2 combo that we talked as we were talking earlier on could come to fruition going forward, because we see the Unsung Hero, the BF Sword, and everything that ties it together in that baited Hook. So does he hit a Harness Dragon? And is that even enough to bring this momentum back in Fiora's favor? It just seems a little bit too late for that.
Yeah, I don't think so, because even with that, I don't see how she can retake. And that's why I would have loved to see Ook on the Matron try to get a set brawler that could potentially have actually made a difference and pushed for 12, 16 might.
Yeah, oh man, the Ferris Forerunner number 2 hitting the board. So if it was difficult to deal with the first time, it's definitely going to be really problematic to take down more than 1 down. And if you do, you don't end up winning on the next turn, because the most you can get is up to 7, of course. You're going to have to deal with 12 total might of individual 3 might mech tokens on the clapback. So this is looking even better for Draven. I actually didn't see that he had that in hand. So let's see what he's able to keep up. I wouldn't blame him to keep up at least these last 3 runes. And he does remember the Targon's Peak. So going up to 5 runes available for a fight or flight. Something like the rebukes we saw in that initial game. So let's just see. Does Fiora have something in mind? Will this baited Hook even grant him more options? Because you do have a +2 draw. And you could hit a Harness Dragon. But with the double Forerunner, like we mentioned, the victory is feeling out of grasp for her, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you can potentially equip several times that BF Sword and make wonders of it. Because you go like this, and then you can sacrifice it with the yeah, exactly, the baited Hook, and then reattach that BF Sword. There are some options. Let's see.
Yeah, so
Right now
floating a
that
rune
was
twice.
yeah.
Let's see what he hits off the top of this deck. It could be a good hit if he hits something like a Set Brawler, but an Action.
Oh, and there it is, the Set Brawler.
Okay, that's step 1. Set Brawler with the BF Sword could go up to 11 might, right? There's 12 might on the Forerunner, but honestly, just the simple fact that you're only going up to 7, there's just the best you can do is just set up a wall. I feel like in Dreaming Tree, right? You go up to, actually, I don't think you could do everything here. You can't take down the Targon's Peak and build that wall unless you build it on Targon's Peak. But then the 12 plus the 6, 18, 22 for the hopeful +1, going up to 23 on the clapback. And not taking into account the fighter flights of rebukes. This is tricky. There could be a world, but I don't envy the position of this Fiora player whatsoever, honestly.
Same here. and still has to deal with 5 runes up for the Draven player, which might, I mean, probably has Fight or Flight, Rebuke, and so on. I don't think you attached a BF sword to your set because of this. I think you want first to attach it to the matron or the unsung hero, even better maybe, and push in with several units so that you can be sure to remove everything. While even if you're taking Rebuke or Fight or Flight, I know that he has at least one riposte, and his opponent knows it too, right? Because he used the Mind Splitter.
Mm-hmm.
Would rather keep your riposte for as long as possible. So yeah, he's going to elect to use that.
Yeah, quite the complicated turn, which is why he's thinking very carefully, because perhaps there is some kind of window that you can bring this, because we are talking about going up to 6. Or no, you already conquered that one. We are talking about just keeping a point hold, but your opponent going up to 7, and he's saying, do you dare to try to conquer? So I think he's going for the game plan as we said before. Can he hold? But you know, Draven's going up to 8 before you. So this is
Yep,
tricky.
exactly. Would it be one point ahead? That would totally make sense. But now, how do you manage to?
It's almost like he's just trying to go for not losing the next turn. But if you think a couple turns ahead, how are you not losing on your turn? You know what I mean by that is the hold on the Ferris Forerunner, because you have the set brawler. Wait a second, perhaps that's what
Oh,
he
I
has
know
in
why he's doing
mind.
that. Yeah, I know why he's doing that. Is to not proc the 2 Forerunner and to not have to deal with the D6 might
Mm-hmm.
twice.
Okay, I think he figured out something, because I did see a punch first. So let's try to do a little bit of the quick maths, right? The BF sword, is that on the unsung hero? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So you can kill it and equip it to whatever that would then become mighty, and then you can trigger the Fiora ability. The set will become mighty through his own ability, being able to be readied if he gets a fight or flighted. He actually can punch for a lot of mine next turn and keep the on guard for the rebuke. There are actually some options. I'm
Yeah,
wondering
you
if
know, the more we're getting deeper into this late game of this game too, the more I'm seeing some kind of potential light at the end of the tunnel for Fiora. Because honestly, like we said, let's do the quick math. There's 10 might just with the matron and the unsung, plus the 2 is 2. And then if you have more than just a punch first, that given that that's 17, that's definitely more than a +6 Draven plus the 4 plus the 2, or even 1, because treasure hunter is just 1. So that's just 11 current might on the base for Draven. So it's gonna take a spinning axe and another spinning axe. I think that'll bring you up to what, 17, just to match a punch first. Did Fiora just edge it out? Because if unsung hero dies, well, it all lays on if Draven catch the game plan from Fiora. Because if unsung hero doesn't die and the BF sword stays on that battlefield, how are you getting?
but it will die because you got the baited hook.
Of course. So you know you have your own options to kill your unit, so you're guaranteed that +2 draw regardless. But how? So you just need to get over 12. What in this circumstance, if Draven tries to take your same play and just stacks everything into Targon's Peak, is that a viable option too?
Yeah, now it's really hard for Draven. He has to choose if he keeps all of his resources to um, attack the battlefield or trying to defend next turn, and he probably does not want to split everything. Oh, and he's going to go for the hold, right?
Mm-hmm. It looks to be the only option available to him. If he's able to sacrifice the unsung, hit a harness dragon, and then you need something like a pit rookie, or what else can add some more buffs to the set, right? Because you just need to use the set ability over and over and over again to try to take it down. But oh man, the more units he plays out, the slimmer chances he has. Of course, Set Brawler could hit something, or not Set Brawler, the beta hook. I guess the best hit has to be the harness dragon, but you're only going to be able to deal with a single unit. Did he already push up the 3 units in base? Or I don't think they're officially on the battlefield yet, right? They're just really close to it.
Yeah. But now he's not going to push into that other battlefield then. So you could have the pit rookie for 5 being readied by the Fiora because it goes mighty. The set going in.
Oh my goodness. We thought the wall was being built from Fiora, but instead it's going to be built by Draven. That's I don't even want to do the math, but we'll slowly but surely do the math, right? That's 12 from the Forerunners, 5 from the Darius, so bringing it up to 17. 1 apiece for the Treasure Hunters, bringing it up to 19. The 4 from the Hopeful, that's going to be 23. Another 4 for the Kaiser, bringing it up to 27. And then there's 1 more unit, the Draven. So 27 plus 6, I believe. What is that? Is that 33 total might? I hope I did that right. That just seems a bit too tall of a task if you ask me. You need a triple punch first, a double to triple buff on Set. First things first, baited hook and see if you hit at least a harness dragon, I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. Harness dragon would go a long way, killing potential. I think you kill Darius because if your opponent has that 1 curse card and he's got that hidden card also, Darius goes up to 7, so that's the big of might.
I think so. All right,
Of
guys,
course.
let's see what he has at the top. The Call to Glory could be very impactful. The Pit Rookie, I thought for some reason he was drawing 2 first. If he would have drawn 2, look at the draws he would have had, Leroy. A Pit Rookie and Call to Glory would have been so nice to have because you're able to order it that way, right? Or do you have to proc baited hook first? It
You
might
have
be
to
the way.
propagate it first. Yeah, because else it's not dead yet.
Of course.
And oh, he got to put it first, no?
Yeah, it looks like it. So did end up getting some kind of value from that, but he really wishes he would have top decked something like a harness dragon. So right now Set is currently at 8 might. That just sounds so minuscule when we're talking about the 33 might on that dreaming tree. How are you taking it down at 7-7? Funny enough, 70 minutes in this round, this game number 2 going to distance. I see now players like these, matchups like these is exactly why we have a bit of those extended breaks throughout the intermissions. He's trying to do the math. Double punch first brings it up to 18. The BF sword 21. You're getting close. The Fiora 24. If you can ready the Fiora to gank over, that's 29. Leroy, we're getting close. We're getting really close. Pit Rookie to ready the Fiora. Whoa, wait a minute. Do you have enough runes for everything? Leroy, if Fiora wins this, we are going crazy here. So Pit Rookie on the Set. I think, yeah, that actually adds more might. Or does it add more might?
I think it does, yes, because you can also ready the Pit Rookie through one of the BF.
Oh, you could ready the Fiora with one of the BFs, you mean? Because you get more might from ganking over, I believe.
Yeah, but you can ready the Pit Rookie with one of the BS and the Fiora with the other.
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. And then you're swinging it for more. So at the end of the day, it's just raw power. And that might just be a fight or flight to end all his troubles as long as you keep 2 runes available. Do you have the riposte? We saw it earlier. Did he still keep it in hand?
Yeah, I'm sure, because he doesn't have any discard, right? So I think, yeah. So I don't want to do the math because I don't want to get a headache.
You know, I am developing a little bit of a headache. It could be all the math I'm doing. I might have to slow down on that
Okay, so
on that
that's
department.
all right. 12, 14, 7. Oh no, but he's not gonna choose to.
Ah, I thought he was gonna go on Fiora to activate the worthy so you could gank over. But
Yeah, he's
oh,
another miss. Hey,
is there a first mate? Maybe. No, I don't know what he has in mind. He had a bit more options, I want to say, in terms of swinging in with.
oh, no, okay. He said he just wants. No, no, okay, okay. He just wants to remove right now. Then the set dies. Then he can re-equip the weapons and then ready. Yeah, we.
That's
the
brilliant.
play.
Of course.
We-
We
I'm-
are forgetting what equipments do
Yeah.
best. They return to the base to get reattached one more time. You're so right. Look at all those units he's taking it. You know, Leroy, when we're talking about the BF swords getting
He's got
put-
it. He's got it.
I think he's got it.
it.
Right, because 12 and 113, you were post to fight or flight.
Still
Fiora
has
swinging in for
5
7.
plus 7. He still has 12, and the riposte, which would be 14.
Oh, and a punch
no, he's
first.
got
He
it.
got it,
No, he's got
Leroy.
it.
If we're
He
doing
got
the
it. He
numbers
got
right,
it.
I think he might have
Let's go,
just
guys.
snuck one under.
Let's go, guys. That's one less Draven into top 8.
Let's
And
see. He
that's what
pays
Fiora.
1 and it's going to be paying 2. So a punch first added on Fiora. So the mighty status condition and the dreaming tree, mind you, going to be picking up. This guy is playing out of his mind, figuring out the exact line he needs. A lot of people wouldn't be able to do what this player is doing, but phenomenal sequencing. Going to be getting an additional draw and being very careful at leaving 2 options, 2 runes available to him. So the punch first going to be crossing the mighty. Fiora worthy does have to go online because you want to get ganking online. So yeah, he's pointing at Fiora worthy, readies it, and now you could go ahead right now because of the punch
can
first. You are at
equip-
what, 9?
Equip both of the BF sword again. Get in, then re-equip them, then get in again, and then go, kick his ass.
That is what he has in mind, but even just the BF swords right now are enough to take it down because 9 plus 3 is the 12, bringing it all the way to 15. He's gonna be conceding. GG. Unbelievable play from this Fiora. I
that's what
would have
I'm talking
never
about.
expected it. We
He's
were
so
talking
good.
the entire game too. Fiora's on the back foot, and look what ended up coming to fruition. The Fiora will be moving forward into a top 8 position, and I am loving what I saw. If that Fiora was able to win from that bad position, I want to say this Fiora might just have what it takes to take it all the way, and we might have ourselves a first ever Fiora Spiritforged champion. But of course, I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's the other Ezreal, but that was an amazing match, Leroy. What did you think about that?
Can we
one?
get Fiora versus Ezreal in final, please?
Yeah, guys, what did we think about that? That might have been the most intricate match I've ever seen in the history of Riftbound. Just that last turn alone, you're trying to do the math to get over 33 might in a fight or flight, and you actually get it done. Unbelievable, guys. That was very impressive.
Someone is saying it was really bad play by Draven. Why? I think he had to stack all this might because I think Fiora had 2 riposts in hand and would have he kept some runes open to play whatever he had. She would have played it differently, and the riposte would have done so much damage.
And man, chat, that one took a lot out of me. I don't know what it was. It was all the map we had to consider. Maybe all the energy we had trying to get super hyped for Fiora because that was exciting. I am always excited. You know, not to root against Draven, but you can't help it sometimes. Especially you guys know, for those that have been following my Chengdu Regional talks in the intermission, Leroy knows I love Fiora. I told him if I'm going to Vegas, I'm probably going to be taking Fiora myself. So I am a favorite. Even before she finaled last regional, I was a bit of a Fiora fan before then. But either way, she's looking good. So top 16 was 14 Draven. No Eat Peaches. It was 12 Draven, 1 Ezreal, 1 Fiora, and 2 Irelia. Is that right, Leroy? I think that was right.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you, Agito. And guys, since we're halfway through the regional, I will take a short little break. But before I do, I know Alguito and Bandit will be joining us for the next match. Of course, Leroy, you're welcome to stay. I know you if we want to keep talking any more insight going forward of what the match we just saw or anything we want to talk about, or we're simply just chilling, talking to chat. That's always cool too. But if Alguito and Bandit want to come in, join the camera thing, and then I'll add you guys here because guys, I added cameras at each corner. So if Alguito wants to join, you're welcome to join. If you want to wait till the break is over and just join for the cast, that's completely fine too. Just let me know. But I do need a little bit of a break, chat. After back-to-back days, back-to-back weekends, it starts to eat at you a little bit. So I'm happy that that Bandit and Alguito is gonna be helping me out cast for the next 2 rounds, and then we'll see what we're doing for finals. And yeah, Tenzo, super awesome to see another champ. And you know, they didn't just win. Every non-meta or off-meta pick like the Ezreal or the Fiora, they didn't just win. They beat Draven in 2-0 fashion, right? So I don't want to say that was a dominating win because Fiora barely snuck it out. That was just pure skill, wasn't it, Leroy? Like, if any other player would have just conceded or lost in that situation, like I said, that might have just been the most impressive game of Riftbound I've ever seen.
Yeah, honestly, I think the Ezreal performance was even more impressive to me because it was not the same at all. Ezreal side, it was the lines of play, the global idea, and on Fiora's side, it was more like pure math and perfectly knowing what your deck can do or cannot do.
Yeah, you know, you said it perfectly. I think in this situation, Fiora was just a bit higher skill or just had the cards. Perhaps it was just the punch first, the top deck or something along the lines. But I think Ezreal, the deck alone, is better positioned against Draven. That's something I want to for sure say. Because interesting enough, a big key piece to Fiora's game plan in the Fuzhou finalist deck was Lucian. Doing a little bit of what the pit crew does. We saw no Lucians. It looks like they're, because of the baited hook variant, they're not playing anything that's kind of 3 might because it makes things tricky. Yes, you could get a Doran's Blade. And funny enough, speaking of Doran's Blade, we didn't see Doran's Blade, so perhaps only running things like BF Sword. So Fiora one going second, that's impressive. Yeah, Chance, Fiora was impressive, period. That was awesome to see.
Agreed.
And here it looks like Alguito is on the camera. So Alguito, let me go ahead and add you. But guys, I'm gonna take a bit of a step back. If Alguito and Leroy want to entertain chat for a little bit, guys, feel free to ask us any questions. Talk about the match we just witnessed, what we're anticipating going forward. This is the perfect time to do it. Mind you, chat, since that game ended up going about 70-75 minutes, the break shouldn't be crazy. We should be getting into the next round rather shortly. And let's see if Alguito is here. There he is. Alguito, are you in the commentary?
Yep.
There you are. Can you hear me now?
Back me.
Welcome on in, Alguito. How are you feeling?
Good.
There we
Alright,
go.
see some fun games. We've got hopefully no more Dravens left, although there should be. 8?
Yeah, there should be at least 6 of them moving on. Because 12, yeah, if you cut them right in half, we probably still have at least 6, maybe even 7 Dravens moving on forward. But did you catch a bit of that game we just witnessed? The incredible Fiora comeback, if you will?
Every week we see Fiora. Fiora's looking just that much better.
It really is. And you know, since Alguito's relatively newer on this Runes and Rift streams, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself for anyone that's just joining the stream, or anyone that's just joined us for day 2 that wasn't on the stream for day 1, might as well, since you're just popping onto stream just now.
Good morning, chat. I can't see you over there in Twitch, but hope you're doing well. I'm Agito, generally more of a Digimon guy, but big League of Legends fan, especially the lore, and who doesn't like new card games, especially from Riot?
There we go. And it looks like Bandit will also be joining us. So chat, we've never done this before. We have 4 cameras around. It might get a little bit crazy, but it's going to be fun nonetheless. I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about. Bandit is a notorious yapper in the best ways. I don't want you guys to take that the wrong way, but Bandit could probably talk to a rock. He's just an incredible person. So I'm happy to have him in today's commentary. And let's see if he joined once we have his camera in. But once he does, I'll be stepping away for at least just 5 to 10 minutes, getting some food, getting a teeny bit of rest, just so we can push on forward for the next one. But I am curious to see what these results for top 8. Do we think that Ezreal continue to made it? Leroy, we'll let you go first. Do you think EZ definitely made it through?
Yeah, I'm going to go with my heart here. Easy made it through. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna be optimistic. Easy made it through. One of the Aurelia made it through. We only have 5 Draven left.
Okay, that would be impressive. What about you, Agito? What's your predictions for this top 8 split?
I'm feeling the same way. I feel like at least one of the Aurelias pushed through. The Ezreal was clean. Obviously, we just saw the Fiora there going toe-to-toe with the Draven. So I'm also expecting 5 Dravens and then at least one of each current champion.
That would be incredible. You know, we haven't seen any little bit of Aurelia in this Top Cut Day 2. So if production does what they do best and they kind of split things apart, we could be seeing a top 8 Aurelia versus Draven. And has that been the tail to take for this entire Top Cut? Has it been just champion versus Draven the whole time? Top 64 was Draven versus... Oh, no. It was Victor Ornn, and then it was Ezreal Draven, and then the matchup we just saw. I can't believe the stream has been so long, and we've just been going into 3 rounds. I cannot believe that, but I guess there's just technically 3 more rounds remaining. And guys, Bandit isn't in just yet, but when he pops up in there, I'll add him, of course.
Oh, wait, no, wait. I'm confused. What were the decks that were left? Yeah, I didn't take any notice. So the 2 victors died, right?
The 2 victors?
They lost that.
Yeah, let me pull it up. I'll go to Riftbound Report again. He's such a great guy. You know, I met Marshall out of Houston. We were talking up a storm, talking about so many ideas. Really good channel, guys. Riftbound Report on Twitter. But let me go there first. He should have posted that. And then we'll talk about just the remaining results. And you know, chat, or not chat, Alguito and Leroy, what are we feeling in terms of odds of a non-Draven champion today? Is it pretty realistic? We go
winning the world
tournament.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
The issue obviously being Draven is just the most played deck this format again. So it does look to be more in favor of Draven, just from percentages. But I would like to see any of the 3 basically trying to take the gold this time.
Yeah, that could be real cool. If you had to pick one of the 3 to take it all the way, where's your money at? Or, you know, hypothetical money. Where are you leaning towards?
My 50p that I can put down, I'm going to go with Fiora, because she's just got such a good matchup into Draven. This is a different version than we've seen before. As you said earlier, seems to only be on the BF swords. None of this duelist juggling the equipment with Lucians. So it's nice to see an even newer version of Fiora, even though last week's one was also very good.
Yeah, it really was. And 1 second before we get Leroy talk, Bandit coming into the stream. Bandit, how are you feeling? And welcome on in.
Man, I'm feeling electric. I mean, after those 2 rounds, how can you not? Honestly, that was a masterclass of how to outplay the Draven, capitalize on its mistakes, and it is really what it takes to fight yourself to the top in Chengdu.
It really is. In 1 second, Bandit, are we getting a little bit of feedback from the mic? Because usually your mic is perfect, but I'm hearing a little bit of a double up. Is that just me, guys, or is Alguito and Leroy hearing that?
No, I'm not sure. Maybe up here, but right now I'm not hearing anything.
Chad, did you guys hear that, or was it just me? Am I going crazy, guys? Alguito, did you hear something?
So I didn't get anything then, so I think it might just be your end.
As long as chat hears it perfect, I am good to go. It might just be on my end, but usually what I hear is what chat hears.
Lovely.
But maybe, you know, Bandit, go ahead and introduce yourself. I know a lot of people are familiar with you, but since you're just joining, and we'll see, guys, pay attention. I'm hearing an echo. Okay, so one person
Plus, it should be better for you now. 'Cause I think
perfect.
you might be receiving Video Ninja and Discord audio. So
Nice, Bandit. You're sounding perfect as ever. So yeah, if you want to just introduce yourself, for anyone that's newer to the Runes and Rift English co-streams that we do for these regionals, because we're never casting at this time, so I'm willing to bet there's a couple people that haven't heard of you, surprising enough, at least for our side of things.
No, that makes perfect sense. No, the name's Bandit. I have been with Runes and Rift for, I want to say since its inception, but you know, I've been playing League for ages, Legends of Runeterra for almost just as long, and well, when a TCG that can be played competitively and was getting support came out and it was all League themed, I just knew I had to get in on that. Now that we are here, we actually get to co-stream and cover one of the main regional qualifiers, and I'll just have to add to that. That is such an exciting scene to play in, because despite the abundance of Dravens that we have seen in the tournament, I love these little gems peeking through, and I do really hope we get to at least chase down these little leads, these little storylines that they are dropping for us. And I have yet to see an Irelia come through as well. So plenty to look out for today.
Oh yeah, I am definitely excited. And you know, since you're just joining us, we're trying to pose the question: out of the legends that aren't Draven, what are you feeling is the most likely for trying to take it all the way and find themselves as the second Spiritforged champion? Who are you betting on, Bandit?
Yeah, my imaginary money will be put on Ezreal, man. That
Okay.
performance was so clean, and I feel like I haven't seen the Fiora really capitalize on any sabotage cards being played. Maybe that is still left in the sideboard. But having access to the Mind Splitter in Ezreal, being able to abuse that with the Arcane Shifts, feels like you are both set up very well for either the Draven matchup, which is so dependent on those little combat tricks, right? And when you know what they have on hand, you can play around it. You can be more deceptive in the bluffs that you are setting up for yourself as well. And it works just as well into the Fiora. So my money 100% on Ezreal.
There we go. And I have a funny feeling Leroy might be agreeing with you, but we'll let you talk, Leroy. Where is your money at? Are you just 100% on Ezreal, or is there something else that catches your eye?
No, I mean, that Fiora showed really good stuff, honestly. We saw last time that it could already make it to the top, and yeah, I mean, this one seems maybe even more prepared than the last Fiora that we saw going to the grand finals. Yeah, one of those two decks might take it all the way, and yeah. Now, once again, by the way, Fiora is the last standing facing the purple threat.
That brings
So
up a good point, right? The last remaining non-chaos domain card, because Aurelia has chaos, Ezreal's chaos, and of course we all know Draven takes full use of chaos as well. So yeah, that's a really excellent point. So holding it down for the body and order decks, I have to root chat. I think Fiora is my best bet. Not only did she do fantastic in the previous regional, the player we
You're
just
so
witnessed.
I can't believe this. You're so rigged. You're rigging.
You
You're
think
rigging
so?
everything. Reject Fiora. Embrace Twinks. I mean, Ezreal. Into your life.
I mean, Ezreal's cool. I mean, before I saw this Fiora, I was full on rooting for Ezreal. But man, imagine if we get it, chat. The Ezreal and the Fiora in the grand finals. I'm gonna go ahead and knock on wood to not jinx that happening. But I'm willing to bet we will be seeing an Aurelia in top 8. But Bandit, Alguito, and Leroy, hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to take a quick little 5 maybe 10-minute break to get some food and just refresh for a little bit, as I've been going strong for coming in on over 6 hours now. Do you guys feel comfortable holding it down? Maybe chat a little bit, then chat or catch up on things.
Yeah, plus get out of here, man. We don't need your seductive treats trying to convince us that Mommy Demacia herself is the real favorite in this tournament. Get out of here.
All right, guys. All right, Bandit, Aguito, and Leroy will be holding it down for a short little bit. I will be right back, chat. So don't go too crazy, guys. I don't want to see any, because we don't have any mods in chat, so no one go too crazy. But you guys are good.
Don't
It's
tell
just
them.
Riftbound, chat. It's just Riftbound. How bad can it get? But yeah, guys, I'll be right back soon, and hopefully these breaks aren't going to be too long, because that one did go the distance, 70-minute round. I'm winning the bet. Like I said before, it should be a nice little 10 to 20 minutes before we get things started with that top 8 rounds. So I'm looking forward to it, but I'll be right back, chat. And Aguito has the pick cruise. Nice little pickup. I'll be back.
Let's
though.
go.
I might be voting for Fiora this time, but I'm ready for Ezreal.
I mean, all we can hope for is that they do not face off against each other. That is my only prayer that I want to be heard. Please, let's not unleash this civil war.
I want them to face off, but in grand finals.
Yes.
Exactly. We gotta savor that stuff. Save best for last.
Exactly.
Coming in with the arcane, getting riposte. Then you try and rebuke. Second riposte.
Honestly,
Fight or flight.
Even from a lore perspective, it just makes sense, right? Ezreal going into a tournament, a ruin, build up from the corpses of Dravens. He's arcane shifting left and right, and it's Fiora trying to bring him to a halt, restore order in the ruins of Noxus. It's just cinema. It writes itself, doesn't it?
What?
Say, no. What you meant to say was Ezreal's walking into a desecrated ruin and goes, treasure. Loot. Mine.
Yes. The means of production just lying await in these abandoned ruins.
By the
Time
way,
to distribute it to the proletariat. Am I right?
By the way, if Ezreal goes to Demacia, it's not Ezreal anymore. It's Jaro Lightfeather.
Oh yeah, of course. My bad. Also, do you think it's a coincidence that the second the American leaves the commentary booth, it is instantly power to the people? I mean, that can't be a coincidence, right?
Whoa.
Oh. It's getting slippery here.
Come on.
Yeah, no, I will be.
Where are you
using
from,
this
Bandit?
platform. I am from the Netherlands, Leroy.
Oh.
He's in between
So
us.
yeah, maybe not the poster child for for equalitarian messages, but you know, we do our best. Now, Leroy, you have been sitting here a little while longer than I have, and tell me, why do we suddenly see this gap in the armor of Dravens? Are these just inferior Draven players, or are we finally getting on top of what it takes to take down Draven?
It comes back maybe to the skill check that we were talking about when I don't know if you saw that Ezreal game, but he was dancing around Draven, and the way he played it made it so that Draven completely obnoxious broken legend ability was not used once during the game, except for the last turn when he was too late. What was that about? He was so good at playing around this, and Fiora then managed to perfectly plan everything so that Draven had no shot whatsoever of defeating her. It's the same thing where they had such great lines. They planned over three, 4 turns ahead, everything. And I think that's why Draven are falling right now. But it goes to show that's what it takes. That's perfect planning, perfect players. That's what it takes to beat freaking Draven.
Yeah, and I think it does add on to it, and I do want to pass this on to you, Agito, that these Dravens are coming in, it's day 2, they've already had a full day 1 behind them, and you're coming into day 2. You gotta be playing on your highest level, and that is just tricky there. And is it these gaps that they are leaving? Is it the fault of the Draven player themselves not executing properly? Or are we really getting on top of the deck tech out there?
I think with Draven, as much as like Leroy said, it's more about Draven wants to fight you with fight or flights or the overzealous. So, they're always winning combat to get that draw power going.
Yeah,
But the other thing
fighting
is as
in
well,
quotation marks. That's valid.
it does feel like Fiora has become this like thing from the shadows that maybe people weren't testing into because it seems, oh, it's a structured deck. It's meant for like beginner players. It doesn't seem to be that good. And then when you look at the deck itself, it's we power ourselves up through might. You can't get rid of the might. We get in equipments. Not everyone's running equipment removal straight away because thermal beam is a very expensive card. You don't want to have that in the deck and then go against something that doesn't run any equipment. That's 2 cards you're drawing into that instantly dead. Draven is obviously using Mind Splitter as that kind of card to sort of get those things out of the hand earlier. But
Definitely.
did you see Baited Hook coming in a Fiora deck? I didn't.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a new angle. But as someone who has been playing in those longer 2-day tournaments, Igito, what must be going through the players' minds, and what are the rituals looking like to stay on top of your game, to keep your mental focus locked in so you don't lose grip as the day moves on forward?
And that is the biggest issue, I think, for a lot of the Draven players who are used to just, I'll throw everything at the wall. And so now they're just sort of having to go, oh, I have to think about these plays because these people play into Draven all day long and know my tricks, but I've not been playing into them. So unfortunately for them, it's a case of holding some runes back, getting your combat tricks going. So in this case, either spinning axes, cleaves, the occasional fight or flight or rebuke, and I think not being too greedy on the plays. You only need to have 1 or 2 units in the base just so you can make those combat tricks happen. Don't spend all your runes on 2 big units and then not doing it with it on the following turn.
I mean, did I just hear you say to Draven players to not be greedy? Leroy, have you ever seen a Draven player not be greedy?
Are we talking about league or are we talking about because?
Like both.
All of
No,
them.
no matter the yeah, no, just no. Actually,
On a flashing queue but I missed.
It is actually a contract you have to sign. The moment you put Draven in your legend zone, a contract appears, like a little devil appears on your shoulder and kicks off the angel, and then makes you sign a contract in which you agree to be in which you are greedy.
yeah.
Did you just say that follow-on spawned in and made you sign a contract?
Pardon?
Did you say that you made Tyler 1 spawn in and make you sign a contract?
Yeah, he was very convincing and threatening.
And you also have to blame anything but yourself. Your support, your draw, your whatever you want, but it won't be your fault.
I have been playing League for like over 13 years now. I am very comfortable blaming anyone but myself. I don't care that it's not a team game. The lights were in my eyes. My sleeves were crumbling. I think his deck is marked, actually. I think my opponent is playing a marked deck.
Yeah.
And I am calling a judge right now, and if the judge does not agree with me, I'll call the head judge on the judge for being biased.
When did you start playing League?
When did I start playing League? I started playing League because I fell in love with Dominion. Believe it or not. Rest in peace. Legend.
Great game.
I think it was like season 2. Season 2.
Okay.
I started playing a whole lot of League. Twisted Tree Line. I don't think I played Summoner's Rift until I was already a man. No, I remember really just messing about as a kid. And, I mean, it just kind of snowballed into the hobby in which you connect to your friends with. You're rushing back home to log on, especially for me, someone who lives relatively far away from school and from friends, so meeting up physically wasn't always an option. That was the way to stay in touch, and well, fast forward 10 years later, and it's all you can yap about. Are you guys any League enjoyers, or maybe Legends of Runeterra? That is totally fine too.
Both.
Jason,
Both. I've played every single Riot game.
Ooh, what is your? I do want to hear your take on the what's it called, like the Crown Seeker or something, the Silas game. Did you play that?
The Mage Seeker.
There you go.
Yeah, Mage Seeker was a great game, honestly.
Honestly,
I
have to agree.
I think maybe my favorite was still Rune King, but Mage Seeker was really good. The storyline was probably the best out of all Riot Forge game. I liked Song of Nunu. Bended
The
Tail
style
was
in that is just so pleasing to me.
yeah, and just walking through Freljord with the music and all the chimes and so on, that was amazing. Bendel Tail was a nightmare to play, collecting constantly resources that was just no. And Convergence.
You were bringing up Tales of the Ruined King, and I actually didn't play that because the whole turn-based like Final Fantasy style gameplay usually doesn't very appeal to me. Sell me on the Ruined King gameplay. Like why is it so attractive? Why should I play that game?
Ageto, did you play? Do you want to start?
So the issue for me is I'm a massive old-style JRPG player. All of my favorite games are generally from like the SNES or the Nintendo 64. So back to when games weren't too good at being one-to-one. But it's just a fantastic story tale. You see the other side of the characters from League, especially some of the ones that weren't really doing much during the Ruination. So it's nice to sort of see like what was everyone else doing during that time. I don't know how true it is to the lore now, though. So
it is still there's
still there,
not been much change. There's almost no retcon whatsoever on that side. What I could say about Rune King is
it's fun.
One thing that's amazing, you see Bilgewater, and you actually see Bilgewater, and you see the Buru Temple, and you see all this city that is built with shipwrecks that have been piled on top of the others. And this is just crazy. The turn-based combat, you still have a lot of actual decision to make, and it's fun. And they created some fun mechanics where you don't have to just choose this thing or this thing. You have to play with some modifiers every time, and it feels quite really good.
I think the most important part for me that will sell me is, will I see Graves and Twisted Fate kiss? If then I'll buy it right now.
Sorry, no.
No.
I'm never buying it, by the way.
But you can meet Necrit. You can meet Necrit.
You can.
Oh shit! Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
Yeah, Necrit got his own character that I don't know if you read the book, because he also read all the books.
I haven't actually.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, there are 3 books within the League universe. There's the Runation, which was the first one. Then there is a shorter novel called Garen First Shield, which is the story of Citria of Cloudfield. There's a card about her. The 2-drop that get +1 buff when another unit is played. And then there is the Ambessa story, which makes you realize that Ambessa is not someone really nice.
Oh yeah, for people who were still on the fence about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the show didn't make you know this, the books definitely do.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I am personally all for women in STEM and in leadership positions. You know, and if they happen to vanquish other civilizations, that is the price of progress, right? I mean, as all Piltover adjacent characters would say, that's the price of progress, man. That is just the way it works.
Yeah, just break my legs on my back. It's fine.
Yeah, or preferably their internal structure. Now, I will be getting a reading list from Leroy after this, because clearly I still have some homework to do to really call myself a Runeterra aficionado. Now, if you'd have to reside in one of these continents, gentlemen. First choice, last choice, and we will be excluding the Spirit Isles because obviously, what a nightmare.
The Spirit Isles, you mean the Shadow Isles?
Shadow Isles, but
Yeah, okay. Go ahead,
yeah,
Agito.
Leroy, you start please.
Really hard because the easiest place to live, if I was allowed to live there, would be Bandle City. But no, I can't deal with all those yordles, so it'd probably be like Piltover probably makes most sense as it's the most forward-facing nation in terms of technology.
Sure.
Probably Zorn would then also be the worst one, but Icafia is probably the worst
like,
place to live. Hello,
that's the
everybody.
thing, right? That's the thing, because you think like, oh, I'll go to Piltover. It'll be so much fun. But the real chances are is that there's probably like an 80% chance you'll end up in Zon anyway because that's
Yeah, I'm
just
not
how
rich.
it's put together.
I'm not rich enough to live in Piltover, or smart enough to live in Piltover. So yeah, it'd probably be Piltover would be my first choice, and then probably the Freljord. I'm just too weak of a man to live the lifestyle that those people live in.
I mean, you could definitely just be like a pig herder there, right? Like you don't have to be. I mean, let's be real here. We'll probably just be farmers, regardless where we go. We'll either be cannon fodder or farmers, and well, wrestling with Sejuani's boar in the snow. I mean, that sounds like a good time.
My arms, my legs, my back—they're all broken.
Brussels is going to murder you, though.
And you know, that is the death I'll take. Death by boar, it could be worse. I could be in an alley down at Zon, you know, huffing paint.
Yeah.
Huffing shimmer and betraying all my friends. Or death by boar. I mean, come on. That is pretty... For a farmer, that's a pretty heroic way to go. Now,
You probably
Leroy,
wouldn't get
you
death
tell
by
me.
boar. You'd probably get death by Ursai. So you'd be just the followers of the volley bear.
I mean...
Yeah, or a troll or whatever it is.
Or a troll,
Death by Harry Bear is literally my preferred way to go in this life. So...
Fair,
Now,
fair.
Leroy, tell me your favorite place, or your first pick to live, last pick to live, excluding Shadow Isles.
Well, like when, and I'm going to say when and not if. Okay, mark my word, guys. When the MMO comes out, I would like to play Yordle and I would like to play Bandle City. I feel it's really whimsical. Problem is, as a man, if you go to Bandle City, you die in like less than a day because of the way time passes there and time passes here.
I thought because of their voices, you just have to end it. You just can't contain yourself. You just...
Oh no, it's fine. You get used to it. But apart from that, Bilgewater sounds like sketchy but a lot of fun.
True, but you do get raided by the Shadow Isles like every other month. when the Shadow Isles have their time of the month, they'll just come down
and you might get killed in a dark alley or some whatever. Yeah. It's
Shadow
really
Isles
sketchy.
light.
But it seems fun. Else, I think, you know, something that could be really chill is Ishtal. Because
Dude, that was my pick. That is the hidden giant. Please continue.
yeah, you're just nobody's going to bother you. You're just here. You just have to deal with Kiana being a whiny princess, and apart from that, that's your biggest problem, basically.
Well, you do also have Skarner, who's kind of mentally like deteriorating at a very fast rate as well, who may or may not crush you.
But that is fine. I'll just put him in my microphone. So we'll just put his entire family in my microphone, sing a song about it.
No. All changed. He's now just a giant ass scorpion.
He is still a microphone. He's still a battery in my heart.
I remember him as he used to be. A battery.
Yeah. No, that. I think Ishla. I mean, yeah, there is a 50% chance you get horrifically mauled by whatever wildlife is trying to eat you. True.
Just a Rengar.
However, you can also just be chilling in the jungle. You know, there's cougar cat in Italy, thrashing around now and then. You get to hang, just chill in a puddle, live a good life. And I mean, once you're established, right, and you're like part of the gang, you know how to survive. I feel like from all the external threats that are threatening Runeterra, Ishtal is just kind of they have mastered the isolation diplomacy style, and as far as I know, there are no real gunboats yet or gunboat diplomacy to bring that to an end.
There's warships from Noxia, and there's also warships, well, pirate ships from Bilgewater. But I don't think Bilgewater's above.
But they don't know we're here. They're not clocking us yet.
You're a coastal town.
Yeah, no, it'll be one big storm needed.
Ionia could be fun. Depends if you count before or after the invasion.
Yeah, like war crime Ionia, not great. But then
it's only a war crime if we believe that the Noxians weren't in the wrong.
Well, I mean, it's both sides, right? Because if you go even more, you have like Wuju style Yi unleashing, his wrath upon the plane. And if you do manage to avoid all that, you have a bunch of edgy, shadowy boys that are, tickling you with their blades, while also being very edgy.
Yeah, I mean, they are literally the demons from K-pop Demon Hunters in the end, singing Soda Pop when they arrive, and that's it.
Yeah, I do like how we're just blatantly avoiding Demacia, which, except for its fascism, it is a pretty chill place to live, right? And the chances that you are born a mage are pretty low. So, are we maybe sleeping on Demacia?
No, sucks.
Are you a mage? If you're a mage, it's terrible. If you're not a mage, you're just a farmer.
Yeah, I'm a mage. I'm totally a mage. I can do it.
Sorry, Leroy. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, Leroy, please leave now. I mean, I'm in Demacia, and even being associated with you might get me in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You might see some people in robes knocking on your door. Do not worry, they are here to help you. The mage seekers are actually
have you heard about
very friendly.
Petricide? Can I introduce you to our Lord Petricide?
Oh, I love funky rocks. They're my favorite.
Yeah, I love them.
True.
The best trees ever.
I do think we have to take into consideration that Demacia does have dragons. Thank you, Roxion. I did not think about that.
Yeah, but everywhere has dragons, kind of. No?
Yeah, but Demacia is kind of like their headquarters, right? I mean, that is the place that is.
I think there's a lot more in Demacia.
Semi-regularly bothered by them.
I mean, the real place for dragons is Camavor, but
we don't talk about Camavor.
I mean,
yeah.
I think probably when you look at Shurima, it's stinky.
Whoa.
Change my mind then.
Oh, there's lots of gold.
And slavery and the sacrifices and and if you manage to dodge all that, you'll probably just be stabbed by bandits.
Everywhere has bandits. Everywhere has slavery. Everywhere has a dark alley you can get stabbed in. It's all the same. It's just choose your temperature.
Not Ishtal.
No.
Not Ishtal and not Bendel. That's where I'm. Yep.
Maybe not Bandel, because obviously they have magic and that's different. But elemental magic makes terrible things.
I'm gonna take Bandel off the list anyway, because Bandel Isles, the Bandel City is kind of like the Shadow Isles of good things. It's like, yeah, obviously that one. If you're a Yordle, obviously that one. But let's keep it interesting, because I think when you look at it, how bad is the mountain?
Targon?
Targon. Oh yeah, I mean we were just talking about fascism.
Different kind of fascism, yeah.
Yeah, different, but still.
I mean,
yeah.
I feel, yeah. I mean, the chances of you just spawning there without any supernatural powers to kind of give you the edge, I feel like you're just playing worse Skyrim.
It's the same thing, isn't it? For Skyrim, you just kind of get rolled upon like the Avatar and go like, "You're an aspect now."
But you kind of have to make it up top first, right?
Not if you're from Targon.
Oh, so that's just with Zelan.
You get chocolate in Switzerland, though.
I am not fully certain what the current immigration law is in Targon, but
No, but
That would
I
make it
wouldn't
tricky.
like Targon. I wouldn't like Targon.
yeah, but
So just to answer the chat's question, you're right. No backstabby alleyways, but there is just giant entities that will crush you for the sake of it.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and like you're in. If big guy starts to wake up and breaks his chain, you're in the. You're the first to
True.
die.
But Bard's
Honestly,
cool.
maybe.
All right, guys,
maybe.
I'm back.
We're having a very serious conversation here. Plus, please.
I
come
hear.
on.
I've been hearing it, and I've just been eating in my room while you guys been chatting. It's pretty much almost like a League of Legends podcast. What I've been
No,
hearing, it
'cause
sounds awesome.
I think we're sleeping on
Dragon would you
Noxus.
pick?
I
Oh,
think we're
League of
sleeping on
Legends.
Noxus here.
Chat, how is it going for LCK? How are they doing? If anyone knows. Okay, sorry, Bandit, you were saying.
Oh, I'm about to unfold my full-on Noxus monologue. I'm not sure if we have time for that.
We should, guys, continue. Pretend I'm not even here. To be perfectly honest, my lore on League of Legends is so little. So it's almost like embarrassing to comment on anything
Plus
what he
is
says. But
exposed.
guys, please continue. I don't mind. I'll keep out on chat if you guys. I'll bring their questions to you guys' attention. But going on the monologue, be my guest, Bandit. This is the perfect time.
here's the
We're on
thing.
an intermission break.
I feel like the more you read in the novels, the more they are kind of like warming you up to Noxus. It's like, yeah, sure, it's not great being conquered. True. However, once you're in Noxus and you just, do your job and you're just slightly above average strong, right? You don't even have to be like inhumane strong to get a good position in Noxus. It's just, do some rock crushing, lift some sheep over your head, and you're kind of in a good position because once you're part of Noxus, you're no longer at risk of getting conquered by Noxus.
You know, that's what they said about USSR.
I am not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Oh,
You know
my
what?
goodness.
Conquering is fine if you want to be conquered. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah,
Although they do
but-
say that if you want to join us, you can just join us and we won't bother you again. So they are kind of okay in that respect. And then they burn your city down, so
Yeah, like I feel like if you're like middle class, Noxus is not too bad because it does take away a bit of the ceiling for you to rise up and be like, I don't know, chief in your village, which you were never able to do before. And as long as you're okay doing taxes, then you can just kind of chill.
Yeah,
It
but
might be. I mean, natural atrocities in Noxus are not that bad. Sure, you have the occasional dragon, or Ionia scouting parties, but it's not that bad. I feel like it's just kind
you
of
might
like
get kidnapped as a kid by the Black Rose.
I was to say, we're going to ignore the shadow government here as well?
yes, please do. That is sort of the point. That is nothing. There is no shadow government in Noxus.
We've got a vampire,
Trust.
a walking suit of armor, a lady who may or may not be a divine entity that's been around for like ever, and then
But
the occasional.
you're not in the loop of that. You're not in the loop of that as just some random, upper middle class advisor to the chief of your village, right? I feel like there would not be. I feel like
I feel like you might be in the way. Yeah, I feel like you might be in the way.
There is no way in Basing command got me
Yeah,
so bad.
there is no shadow government in Noxus. It's power to the people, and the people do consist of vampires and talking suits of armor that have been living for 1,000,000 years. But don't look at them; they're just fantasy folktales. You can do it, and you should do it. Noxus, just do
I
it.
think Vladimir is quite well known in
Freaking
terms
Jedi
of
trick.
been a person.
You have not seen a vampire in this government.
Yeah, or it's like a hemomancer. I'm sorry. Didn't want to call Vladimir a slur by accident.
Dirty vampire.
Hemomancer
How
is-
And
dare
yeah,
is
guys,
the
do you get
preferred
all the
term.
lore simply just from playing League of Legends over the years, or you
no,
guys like
no,
keep...
not at all. No.
How
No,
are you guys
League
so
of Legends is the
knowledgeable on
worst
it?
thing. Well, on my side, I read 3 books, played all the Riot Forge game, I read most of the stories that were available, watched a lot of Necrit.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, it's mostly just trying to keep track of the MMO leaks
True.
that come through now. So you're kind of like sleuthing over the internet, like, no. That they want us to believe that, but that's not true. They would never do that. Because if you think about it, Gangplank never died, and he's still roaming the Shadow Isles for some... No, there is mostly just by engaging with the content, I got very curious about it, and for me, Legends of Runeterra was the catalyst to get deeper into the lore, because they just make it so enticing, and they have like these visual novels that slot in very pleasantly.
Yeah.
That kind of pulled me in further.
When you
Nice.
see like TRE is a great example of, you got 5-6 cards that explain his ascension. Yeah.
Yeah, and there
Legend
are
of
just so
Runeterra.
many microcosms in Runeterra that you can kind of latch onto. Like for me, like as a Xerath one trick, I was very big into Shurima and trying to figure that out, and then things start to merge. Like Kai'Sa became like a super meta deck in Legends of Runeterra, so I picked that up, and she came out as a champion. I thought it was very interesting, and then you kind of, it's all folding in on each other, and as a side effect of that, you do get like shards of lore, and you're like, wait, why is it called Icathian Rain?
You know,
What's
yeah,
the
because
deal
you're
with
bringing
that?
up all these names that I know them as simply just the Riftbound cards, but of course they actually make sense, like their locations, like you guys said, Targons. Everything you guys are talking about, I'm like, oh, I know bits and pieces just from Riftbound alone, but it's so cool. I would imagine. Have you guys heard there's gonna be a Riot MMO, right? There's gonna be all the locations you guys talked
Yeah.
about. You're gonna be
Oh.
able to access them in like an MMO form. Is that right, or
Yeah.
is that just rumored?
That's right.
That's right. Mark Merrill said on the stream that he would be out before 2030.
Oh, so
Maybe.
some ways away. 2030. I guess we were 2026, so not that far away. It sounds like forever away, but we're inching closer to it. That sounds
Yeah,
like
but
a
it's
great
been
game.
already 4-5 years, so
Yeah,
yeah,
and
makes sense.
Yeah,
It's
honestly,
going
right,
faster than Elder Scrolls 6.
Fair. It makes me nervous. It makes me a little bit nervous because it's such a massive undertaking, like the scale that they're working out on, and well, we all know that trying to please MMO people and RPG people is just like it's never gonna. There's so many high expectations on it, and we haven't even seen a shard of gameplay yet. So I am just treating it as an hallucination until I have something in front of me I can touch and put my hands on. And until then, it is fan fiction in my eyes. Just
Yeah.
to save myself from disappointment.
I know, right? Because it's so tough to make a good MMO, but perhaps because it's been in development for so many years and there's still a couple of years left, it could be like the next big thing. So who knows? I'll give Riot the benefit of the doubt to develop a really well made. I mean, just to bring back to the point,
have
just
the talent.
lore is so rich. That's what kind of brings people into MMO, like the good stories, and you're so connected with each of the regions already. So I think it's just gonna be popular based off the IP alone, right? So I think it's gonna be a good game, honestly. Hopefully.
Yeah, and honestly, what I have been appreciating a lot is that, especially in more recent years, like let's say like the last third of the Runeterra IP, I'm just gonna call it, they have not been too afraid of moving the story along. I remember when Senna came out, which feels recent, but now that I say it out loud, probably it's been like 4 years ago. But when Senna came out, it was like so crazy to me that a story was moving forward, that the storyline was progressing in Runeterra, with someone escaping Thresh's Lantern and a love that was teased for so long and that seemed like a mythical being at this point, a folktale almost, was now taking not only shape in the story, but as a playable character as well, and such a badass one at that. That was, for me, the game changer that gave me chills all across my back.
There we go. And you know, bringing up like the simple thought of new legends or new lore added to League of Legends. Since you guys know so much, I don't know if I even asked Leroy the question on the previous regional, and I'll open the question up to chat as well. If there's just one legend that hands down has to be brought into Riftbound as one of the playable legends in future sets, what is that one legend you guys would pick? If you guys worked at Riot and you said this is just the next one that has to be printed, we'll start with Aguito here. What's that one legend you really want to see in Riftbound?
Aatrox.
Okay.
Give me Aatrox.
That seems like I gotta Google that. You guys know I suck at this, but we get chat saying Angel Leaf saying Zed. Okay, I'm familiar with Zed from TFT. We'll go around the corner here. Bandit, what about you? What's the one legend you have to have in Riftbound?
So it is kind of tricky for me because I am looking for exciting characters that really bring something new to the game. So from a personal perspective, I'd say Xerath because I love him and I love Xerath and everything he does. Very cool character. However, I don't think it'll be very interesting from a gameplay perspective. Now, what could be interesting? Aurelian Sol, the guy who creates stars and planets. And if there was a way you could make like a third battlefield for yourself, right? Creating a whole new plane to conquer or dominate. That would be amazing. Like smashing down a star to obliterate a battlefield. That could be like that speaks to me on a cinematic level.
Yeah, that seems awesome. What about you? And I'm familiar with Aurelian Sol from TFT as well. He's a good unit. Balira, what is your go-to pick if you had control over it? Who has to come to Riftbound eventually?
We talked about it once, and I will keep my answer. I want Jack because I think there are some characters that are not from League of Legends that deserve more love than what they have right now. And I feel like Jack would be a great contender for that. So for those who don't know who Jack is, of course, is Seth's father, and he's from Bilgewater. And we see him in the Legends of Runeterra universe. So yeah, that would be my pick.
And what would be so enticing about that character? Like, what makes him such an interesting character?
It's just the idea of having champs or characters that are not in the that we don't know a lot about already. It's like Nora, it's like Kobuko. We have seen them. I mean, Nora just arrived on Wild Rift, so that's good. But it's just we know them from afar, but really not much.
And I think that would be the most interesting part as well. It does allow for Set to beat up his father for abandoning him, which might be very cathartic for some people.
Yeah,
that are very engaged in the story.
Particularly for Set, actually. Because Set hates his father so much.
Yeah, exactly. As you know, as is talked about, from his perspective, quite reasonably so, right? I mean, and it's maybe a storyline people could react to, and it would be even funnier if it's just some guy. Like you're making him up as to be like this grand character, like this so deserving of all my disdain and annoyance and resentment, and then it's just some guy. Like it's just some. That would. I feel like there could be something very, very cinematic in that part, like such an anticlimax in a way.
And real quick, guys, it looks like we're going to be moments away from getting this top 8 round started. Like I said before, I went on a little bit of a break. It's going to be covered by Bandit and Aguito, taking us away for the next 2 rounds. So I'm excited to see what these quarterfinals have in store. You know, since this one is more of the intermission round or intermission waiting scene. And actually, guys, let's go to the main scene real quick, only to see what are the remaining players. Do we recognize anyone? Let us know in chat. I'm just seeing a whole lot of Chinese characters. I don't see a lot of the traditional AI EDG. I believe that was the Annie player that plays 5th last regional. So this is interesting. And take a look at the meta share, guys. 5 Draven and 1 1
Oh, we called
1.
it.
Okay.
We called it. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, guys.
I mean, there's
What
hope.
you want to see, though?
There's hope still. If we get a single Draven mirror, I think if we get a single Draven mirror, there is still a shot. I mean, there has to be a single Draven mirror. But if we can get 2 Draven mirrors, we are almost guaranteed something spicy in the finals.
It's likely, right? Out of the 5 of 8 players playing, there's probably going to be a Draven mirror match, but that just goes to show a top 8 for Unique Legends one more time, back-to-back regionals. I was starting to get a bit worried with the big Draven representation. This was the biggest, most undiversified top 64 we've ever seen in a regional. And I say that not in terms of legends we saw make it, but in terms of sheer numbers. It was 2 legends taking 90%, I want to say, and everything else was
crazy.
just single digit numbers. So quite the likes we've never seen before. But for this next round, let's do something where this is the Spiritforged Lounge, I like to call it. I'll put Bandit and Alguito on the caster booth, very similar to how we do on the Runes of Rift tournament. During the cast, we'll do the main tournament scene. And then just like these guys are on like the caster scene, I'll throw it in and out of the caster scene while they talk. Of course, little comments between the match. And then I'll throw it back over to the feature match. So I could head over there real soon. Let me just make sure all the cameras are set. So let's see if this works, chat. I think I set it up. Let's head on over there for now.
Maybe.
Oh,
Are we here?
I think we're in business, Akito.
Okay.
I think
Let's go.
we are ready to pop off. Now, I was wondering what we would be seeing through, and I think part of the fact that we're seeing a lot less Dravens pop through is, of course, of the Draven on Draven cannibalism going on currently. I mean, let's not mince words about it. It's still over half the field, right? In a top 8. So there is definitely still that element in the back of our heads, but we have seen that it can be done, and that it can be done in style, on the draw, and still make it through 2-0. Now, what does that do for us in top 8?
This is the only time I'm going to be okay with a mirror match. Just because it's the biggest chance. So we go into the semis and we get 2 good legends going at it.
We are on the precipice of finding out who will be facing off each other in the top 8. And these
It's
rounds,
a Draven.
Yeah, probably. But for the second one,
Also a Draven!
all right. I mean, it was at least 25% chance that was going to be the outcome.
Yeah.
But I am still quite okay with that, because actually, as one of the few people, I love covering mirror matches. I actually do. I think it's very interesting because it really is the most level playing field that you can find yourself in. And it's all about the minute differences, those little accents you put on executing your playstyle that will be the difference maker. Now, Agito, what will you be looking at as the most important pillar of piloting a Draven deck that we have to pay attention to?
As you just said, you like to see the difference between these two. And as we all know, there are 2 very distinct versions of Draven currently. We have the standard, I go big punch you in the face, and we also have Miracle Draven, which we had seen in yesterday's events. So there's a good chance that one of these could be on Miracle. but overall they are slightly different playstyles. One is just how much advantage can I get from a turn 2 or 3 play versus how big can my units be and just hold one battlefield down. And obviously, if Draven can't win a battle, Draven's not doing so well.
Yeah, he is in trouble then. And we have seen these cards that ready themselves and pull back afterwards to negate those more conventional combat wins, those victories the Draven yearns for. And that is really not the case in the mirror. So if you'd have to split it down the middle, and on one side you have reactive style of play, we are figuring out what our opponent's doing, react to that, or just pedal to the metal. I don't care how many combat tricks you have, I am going for it. Which way are you leaning when it comes to the Draven mirror?
If it's all about luck, then it is more of a pedal to the metal. You go big first, you just hold down, and you just show your opponent that there's nothing you can do about it. If one is lucky than the other, you have to hope the other person's on Miracle Draven just so they can just drop a whole board of things and just make your opponent just lag.
It will be revealed to us probably, I'd say, in the first few turns. I think the main giveaway would be like Ezreal in the cards in hand, if you manage to spot any of those.
So the Fizz is more of a miracle side.
Yeah, Fizz is a little bit more of a miracle angle, and I will say, Miracle, or like this more storm-heavy Draven, where you're just kind of looking to puke out as many cards as you can in a single turn. It is volatile, even though once you get the ball rolling, you're fine. But getting the ball rolling, you do need certain cards to get you chugging along, and I think the first one everyone's looking at is that Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal is such a good card of getting things going, as we know. Discarding 1, draw 2. Obviously, depending on the engine you run, discarding a regular card is not going to do anything to you during the turn. You are putting things back again with last rights, so it doesn't matter too much what you're doing. He just drew Ezreal as well, so we know that turn 2 is essentially going to be trying to get the Ezreal down, maybe turn 3.
Yeah,
but it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, turn 3 is that breaking moment in the Miracle deck where you really start to be unstoppable, almost. Where you can really start chaining off these big turns where you put down 10, 15, 18 might in a single turn whilst preserving some of your mana. However, you are then searching for the ways to keep your runes intact.
So you can see it on the side of the red Draven, they do have access to a seal already, which is going to be quite useful. And again, both of them are going to be trying to make treasures going forwards. Miracle Draven seems to be more greedy for power as opposed to like regular Draven, or that's how it feels to me.
100%.
So it does seem to be a case of you've got a treasure token out. If you can get it to move twice, it's going to be good value. Seals are always good value for Miracle Draven. But does it really have the power to deal with big bad Draven?
Yeah, and Zaun warrants as well as one of the battlefields, meaning you can fill up that discard pile a little bit faster, get those scrap heaps going, so your hand always still stays filled up, even if so you're not fully dependent on being dominant in just these combat phases. So I feel we are looking at the next turn where we really need to see something impactful happen, right? First few turns, you get to develop a bit, but turn 3, turn 4, you have to make a splash, and you need to start chaining these cards together.
Ooh.
And this is a very risky approach.
So with Miracle Draven, I don't normally like seeing Draven come out too early because he's more of like a follow-up piece, or maybe a piece when your hands get a bit lighter, you need to basically get more units out. I like the idea that you're going to try and keep a battlefield because the other Draven can't come out and do anything to you currently. So it makes sense overall. I'm just not massively happy with the Draven coming out too early, but they are trying to get the advantage over their opponents.
Yeah, trying to get, but you're on the draw as our right side Draven, our red side player, and I feel like you're just very vulnerable on those battlefields. With all of the resources available to a Draven to dominate during them, you're going to be very, very dependent on having the answers ready. So that is the question we are asking right now.
We did see the spinning axes in the hand of the blue player, so there's a good chance that they don't have to tap for the power this turn. They can just get out the spinning axes if they wish to. They are going to use the gold though too, and also do the spinning axes. So you're just a massive Draven in comparison. You take that battlefield and both creatures, so it's great.
Yeah, I had to duck there for a moment. As well, it's so real. Bringing the action to our screen right here. And here is the first vulnerability we see. We have seen a major investment coming through from our red side Draven, right? By putting himself onto the battlefield, getting the Draven in there as well, and it being punished immediately by our first player in the sequence. And now the fact that he gets to discard and draw more cards, get to see more options, means look at the absolute abundance of options at their disposal.
That hand is just disgusting. They've got all the movement they need. They've got the search ability. They've got the mind splitter just to look at the opponent's hand. Obviously, both decks are going to be drawing a lot this game, so not always the greatest with a full hand, but again, if you can see a big key piece that you want to get rid of, not too bad, like the Last Rites or maybe the Ezreal, as we know it is in the hand. I think this turn will be Ezreal will be coming out on the side of the Draven, so for our blue Draven, it might be one turn too late for that, but still, a 7-mark unit that's just going to look at your hand is just amazing.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing in this current matchup is just look at the economies that are chugging and churning away in the background. We see one player, a little more tied up for these Fury runes, only sitting on 4 mana, already took a lot of costs and doesn't have any real significant pieces yet. Now, it can be deceptive in Storm Draven, in Miracle Draven. You have to keep your eyes open because they can strike unexpectedly. But the fact that our blue Draven is maintaining this amount of control and building himself a quite significant lead through the early game without it coming at significant cost to his rune pool is devastating if allowed to continue.
Totally agree. As I said at the previous turn, the Draven coming from on the play Draven, not necessarily the greatest idea at that point in the game. As we both agree, that was just massive gamble, and the gamble didn't pay off for them. But as I did say, it's going to be a good turn to get the Ezreal out. We're tossing the cool shots, but it makes sense so you can get 2 draws, so you can do the same thing either way.
All right, more seals will
definitely... Sorry.
The extra seals will definitely be required if he wants to stay in this race. Already fallen behind just a little bit, but no, we are not in despair just yet, especially when you keep in mind how explosive these turns can get. And we also see the Harshes in hand already, so keep your eye on that discard pile as well, because as that is growing, it will actually be digging again.
Yeah, he double-shotted the cool shot. I like the fact he's kept the seal. I say I would have kept the Rasa, just because the trash is already getting pretty big. You probably get out for 1 or maybe 2. Having that big unit in the back would be pretty useful. We do know he's got 2 seals, so they can play them out as well. But is there anything you really want to use early?
Yeah, the Russia is just such a core component now. We see the battering ram coming in through as well. So we are assembling the pieces to really start contesting.
Taking the scrap heap, let's get that out early. Yeah, fine. Get your trash going again. But you are kind of in a situation where you're not really having much use for these continuous play effects that you keep putting to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and just doesn't have the energy available to him to capitalize on the multiple casts that have occurred in this turn. And as that continues, you're going to have to start be a little worried. Is this mountain ever rising on the side of our more traditional Draven player? Is it becoming too big to climb at this moment?
They are in a fantastic place. I would move the treasure hunter out to get 1 more gold token going, just for the sake of it. You don't mind losing him now. You've got such efficiency out of this card. Go to 5, and then you can either look at building up the Zorn Warrens as just this big battlefield to fight at, or you can be a bit more reserved as we do know they are playing Miracle Draven, you don't want to just put everything into one battle area and then just see, as you said before, 16, 18, 20 might come out and just bop you in the face.
Yeah, it is a scary proposition to be playing into. However, when you have acquired yourself a lead like this and you can expand on it still with a single conquer effect, you do have some breathing room for yourself. You can be a little bit more reluctant to make these major investments and extend yourself in very fragile positions that can be punished, and just make sure that you are keeping up your economy well, that you're scaling up these combat tricks, or make a proper investment to disrupt any miracle plans.
There we go. What would you get rid of here?
I feel like what you are really looking for, the missing piece in this combo right now, and anything that can add on to the economy or that can really bring them back into the game. And that is a very vague concept, but we have seen the seals, and the seals can be devastating. Harsha, very big threat, has the deflection cost as well to be messing about with, so not a bad target either. So it's really up to you. Are we going to disrupt in the setup or in the bombs department? And currently, the setup, the graveyard is growing. I think it is time to take out the bombs.
I agree. Seals, obviously, it's always a good card. Early, late game, generally going to be good value. But I do think you need to get rid of either the Fizz, the Ezreal, or the Rossa. As we know, the trash is going to be at least at like 8 or 9 by now. Next turn, it was definitely going higher. The other thing to say, though, is that it should be the next 2 runes off of on the play Draven. It should be both Fury. So that would make him a bit easier to do some of these plays that they're having to be a bit more careful about with the lack of runes.
Yeah, and I think caution is key right now for our blue side Draven. You want to be careful how you are putting yourself out there. And I feel like by putting these larger bodies onto the battlefields, you really are susceptible to these impactful combat tricks, these major rushes coming through. However, we also know that Miracle Draven in the late game becomes inevitable.
You are on a clock with Miracle Draven, as you've said. Ross has just come out for one power. All of a sudden, you've got 2 batter rams coming out for 1 cost each. Whatever cards you got left over, you can just put onto the field. We saw the Bushwhacker, so we know that's coming out later as well for the extra assault. It is just a ticking time bomb, but they are in a position where the going first player, 5-1, they don't necessarily have to put their foot off the gas, but they're in a comfortable position where next turn, if they can't get taken out of the game, they are going to 7.
Yeah, they're going up to 7, and even though that is a little bit of a tricky situation to be in, right, with the extra victory points ending up in a draw, and we have the seed coming through. I feel like the Miracle Draven just could not rise above the Mount Targon that was presented to him by good old traditional Draven. Traditional for a reason.
So I quite like the traditional Draven because you just know what you're playing. You just forcing yourself. It's very dependable because it's all about combat. It's all about the combat tricks. It's got the good purple behind it. All movement tricks are always really good. We've known that from the other purple decks in the meta, as you can see by all the other purple decks in the meta. And it's just, like you say, it's consistent. It's just good because it's very consistent.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not as volatile as that Miracle Draven aspect that we did see. And I feel like the switch up by main decking some of those Mind Splitters, a card that I just think only gets more valuable the better you are at the game. It's one of the few cards that rewards game intelligence, game knowledge, not only of your own deck, but of your opponents as well, which of course is a little bit easier when you are playing in the mirror.
Yeah, I think obviously after the first couple of turns, you kind of realise which version of Draven they're playing as well. As we could see, it was Miracle Draven, but once they saw all the trashing and foraging for good units, they also know they're on Miracle Draven. So, you know, turn 4, was it? Getting out the Mind Splitter, you know that they're already a little bit behind. If you can just take out that one card that's going to bring them back in, as you can see, time to concede.
Yeah, that is. Then the stars are not aligned. You know that you're successful. That the elements of success are out of reach. And of course, do keep in mind that the players on these tournaments are a little more well informed on who they will be facing, right? Especially on day twos. You are familiar with most of the faces or the earlier ones. You have been talking to your friends who possibly have played against them, trying to get notes on it like that. And I feel like that form of information gathering as a bit of a scouting opportunity, or maybe even as a form of team play, as we do see certain bands form up either before going into these events or during these events where people are really rallying together and try to have their mates set up for success as early as can be.
It does feel like it is Draven versus the world. So everyone who isn't Draven is probably there actually helping the others out, going like, yeah, he's on Draven. He's not playing XYZ card. So if you're playing an equipment deck, don't worry about that. Oh, he's playing Miracle Draven. Once he gets his discard going, try to do what you can to stop it. I don't think we're seeing a lot of recycle from other people other than the purple decks themselves. So it does seem to be a bit more... once the trash is going, you're kind of stuck. But if you can get in there early enough, it does seem that they can't really pull themselves back out of that slump.
Yeah, and it can guide early game decisions, as we saw before, where our blue side Draven was putting himself out there in slightly more vulnerable positions that against a more traditional Draven could be exploited more easily. But if you do have the information that your opponent will be playing that Miracle variant, you know what you have to do. You have to get on the gas from the very get-go. And if you refrain from doing so, you might be paying the ultimate price for it in a tournament like this.
Exactly. We both agreed that the turn 3 play for the Draven was way too early for that Draven to be coming out, especially because it was on the defensive already. And then you just saw the opponent just take advantage of it with the spinning axes just to, chop him down a bit more.
Yeah, and I feel that we might be looking at quite a different situation. Because we can only assume that Miracle Draven will be starting from the play, which in the mirror is even more of a difference maker than it is in regular matchups, where it can already be quite so decisive, especially when your opponent is making a run for it, rushing to 8 victory points. And I feel like when you are answering Draven, right, you are on the draw, you might want to take into consideration which battlefield you're going to field. And we know that Arena's favorite is such a possible menace. But instead, we have a very more calculated setup in battlefields.
I mean, they're aware they're going second, so they're probably going to say, hey, look, let me ramp a little bit quicker. I want to get 4 runes on my first turn. That can maybe get out 2 of the treasure hunters. Obviously, the opponent gets to have 3 runes on their first turn as well, but at the same time, 2 treasure hunters that can go either direction is always very good to get that ramp going super early.
Yeah, and I feel like when you are up a game in a match that is a best of 3, you can be more, you can take more risks when you enter
greedy.
that round 2. Yeah, because essentially you're playing for free, knowing that even if you botch this game up like no one else has done before, you will be on the play in round 3, and you can pull it over the line once more.
I just imagine, though, for the red side Draven, that they would be running Minefield as their third option.
It is, I mean, it is pure speculation for up to this point. We have seen it come through multiple times, and not only on Draven's side as well. So it would be a safe guess, but for right now, I feel it's all about keeping up tempo from the very get-go. Make sure you get all your Exodia pieces aligned so you can pop off before Draven can slam the door shut on this series.
Okay, first turn Draven. Obviously, they had 4 runes, but I wasn't really thinking that was the play.
Yeah, it's risky. It's risky because, a single falling star can absolutely crush that. However, Is that really main deckable in a Miracle Draven list? Can you punish that? Because Miracle Draven is not necessarily all about the interaction. It is about setting up the engine, and that comes at a price.
I think we've seen with the list for Miracle Draven, they play the one of Falling Star. The deck does obviously churn itself quite quickly, so we could see that just come out of nowhere. They do sometimes side in a second copy, especially if they are trying to get rid of the smaller units, so that way they can't just haul wealth. But again, we saw last time the same play here. I can't see if there's any combat tricks or anything in the hand of the red player, but we do know there's a Kaiser in the hand of the blue player.
Yeah, and I feel like you really have to double down on this strategy and just keep presenting threats, keep pushing on forward, no matter the cost, no matter the risk. Make your opponent have the answers, and it's always so scary when situations like this happen. And once again, Miracle Draven putting down his own leader into the fray.
It worked out last time for him very well. Again, we have seen that there's the repeatable assault. We are getting the extra might on the red Draven now instead. Did you see if there was a fight or flight or a rebuke in the hand for the red player?
I haven't checked for it, but if there is, it will definitely be shown not too long from now. But you're gonna have to be worried about the answers laying in wait. Look at all those runes available to our blue side Draven.
So they are going to power up, which is expected, to be fair. But I do wonder if they're trying to make them spend their runes before they send, there we go, off the fight or flight or the rebuke, because that way you're both at a disadvantage.
Yeah, you'd be trying to, and he has the energy for it, but it feels like you're getting down into an arms race. And as someone on the plate, it feels like you are already falling behind if you end up losing this combat.
You hope everything good here.
Spinning the wheel, hoping for the best outcome to follow. But it feels like the rope is tightening already. We haven't even... It feels like we haven't even gotten through the early game yet. But these mirrors can be decided so early on if you allow your opponent to snowball early on to the mid game, especially when your own economy is so meager.
That is an unfortunate thing sometimes. Again, the same play that happened in the first game. You thought that maybe they would have spread out their champions, tried to make it go for a 2-point lead maybe, so that way Draven could only take the one card out instead of being pushing through again. Unfortunately, though, there's no combat tricks here to get the Draven out of danger, and unfortunately they do just lose their battlefield and their champion.
And what an absolutely devastating blow. The first punch landing might just be a knockout already, as we might be looking at a speed run variation of the tournament.
So we have seen that the miracle pieces are in hand. It's not too late yet to get rumbling, but I do feel like it's going to be a bit of an awkward one to come back with all this might on the field already.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? Even though a lot of these miracle pieces can come out together, they're not entering ready. And the fact that our traditional Draven player will be taking the turn with so many resources at his disposal. On top of that, the draw he got from that combat, he has the stronger economy, and you're gonna have to be efficient like you haven't been before to topple such a challenge.
He did just get the fight or flight off of that, stack the decks. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. They are trying to figure out if they do want the roster, though, because they have seen that the trash is starting to build up already. But it is an awkward one. What would you go for here? I think maybe the fight or flight as a combat trick just for a later interaction.
Yeah, I feel like there are two schools of thought on this one. You can either decide to go down a more stabilizing play, right? Keeping the tricks up to make sure you can equalize your opponent, or you accept that you are behind. You accept that the only way you are coming back is by taking the lower percentage play, right? The riskier play with the potential higher payoff, because that is what you need right now. You need higher payoffs to go over the top of this Draven.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, they are just putting back their sort of combat removal back into the deck. I am concerned. I understand they're trying to get more of their pieces out. It's just, obviously, we saw the last game. Maybe you want to be a bit more defensive while you try to build up your back line. 2 battle rams, though. And we've already played, is that the 3rd or 4th card this turn?
I'd probably say it's like the 2nd or 3rd. They'll be playing.
So they played the stat deck,
right.
They played the Cold Shot,
the
they played the Ezreal, they played the Seals. So yeah.
Yeah, it's the 4th. The Seals came out early, of course. And, well, that is then suddenly a big old barrel on your battlefield. But is it in time this time around?
It's much earlier than last time. Obviously, we didn't get to see the Miracle play itself out last time. Even if they split themselves up, there's a lot of damage going to either battlefield. Do you think they're going to try and hold the one early and then move across? Or do you think they're going to just try and force themselves into both battlefields?
I feel like you don't have to go down that route. I feel like when you're splitting up, you're just making it a little too easy for your opponent. And the only thing that you're doing is giving away 3 cards, right? Because you're not going to stop them from conquering. It's just the way it is. However, now you are down a card. So we're going to have to be, I feel like a little more reserved. And Dravens excel at attacking, not necessarily defending. And we have seen the aggressor, the one who is fighting towards the battlefields, be victorious more often than any defenders. So maybe the preferred option here is to just retreat and find a way back in to punish it. But can you contest that miracle economy that they have built for themselves?
That is the plan, correct? We do see some...
Oh, they're making a stand.
So we do see some good cards in the hand of the blue player that could help them out in a further turn. But yeah, let's check that hand out and see what we're going to get rid of this time.
Yeah, and the shaking of the head should maybe be our first sign that our more traditional Draven player might not be seeing the cards he was hoping to see early on, and just look at the resources available in hand. So many ways to claw himself back into it.
So it's asked to see the trash. I think we've got at least 8, maybe 10 in there already, which means Rasa next turn will just be online. Cold Shot, obviously, getting 2 more cards, not great for the traditional Draven player. And then Ezreal, again, just doing his own little shenanigans. Doesn't necessarily make for a good time for the player on the blue side. As we can see, I think there's some combat tricks for the blue side, so it's not necessarily down out for them, but it is more of a assault style combat trick.
I think they are pondering their options, mulling the road ahead. And, I mean, even though you might be in a quite precarious situation this turn around, remember, there's always game 3. Mm-hmm. There is always that next game in which you can be on the play once again. So even though this game might be a bit more shaky and on loose ground currently, there is still everything to play for.
So they are still ahead, though, so it's not as though it's pick the wrong card, you instantly lose. But all 4 of these cards are very good to get rid of. Unfortunately, the double Cold Shot is kind of a pain for the opponent.
Yeah, and you're going to have to ask yourself, is halving the chances for that for a spell they can repeat anyway, is that even worth it?
There goes, taking the Ezreal. I think the Ezreal was a good choice. The unfortunate thing is, Russ is still cheaper now. It's going to come down soon either way. Cold Shots, 2 of those are going to be used at this turn. Russ is just going to become generally free. Just tap the seals. But we'll see what they can do on the... Oh, they got us on for Rebuke, okay.
The big difference this time around is how much earlier they have this Miracle Engine online. And before you know it, all those cards that have left their hand and into the trash pile, right? You can access those again in time with the fizzes coming in clutch. Scrap heaps, drawing more, filling up ever more, making sure they can go over the top. And this time, the mountain to surpass is nothing more than just a molehill, even.
That's it. You can trip on this one. There's nothing really stopping them from coming back at all. Again, the board is very full. They do have fight or flight, so if that way they get pushed back themselves, they can fight or flight in return. Again, the roster can come out this turn, ready for next turn. I do think they're in a good position just to keep going. They could also just go and take Tarragons to just have cards in hand for next play. So I do think it is a good way of just keeping yourselves with some economy in this game.
Yeah, and tell me, what is your where's your mental at this point in the match when you are, you're feeling pretty confident. Your opponent is very aggressively shaking his head left to right. How conservative are you going to play still?
I feel like the blue side's still in a good position. Obviously, they're already one game up, so they're not in the worst seat possible. They're probably not as calm as they were.
Game.
Just this game, so they're probably feeling pretty good still. They are ahead by 2 points. Again, I think we both agree they're not really going to be taking both battlefields this turn, so you're probably still in a good position. The person on the red side, though, obviously, they know they've got a good hand. They do have 13 might currently on the field. We don't know that they've pulled a Rebuke and a Fight or Flight, so they're in a great position to just conquer any battlefield they wish to. So I think both players are probably in a good headspace right now until this next play goes through.
Yeah, and you have the world at your feet. However, traditional Draven, our blue side Draven, is tapped out. Is this the moment to capitalize and bring this Mind Splitter asunder? Well, there you have your answer.
Okay. I feel like it was probably the best play to do. I probably would have rebuked maybe, so that way you're not having to lose 2 units and just lose the 1.
Yeah, but it is the Nox's way. A lack of bodies is rarely ever the problem. Meanwhile, those combat tricks might prove themselves a little more difficult, especially if you keep in mind that you do have the Rashes to back them up.
Indeed. And as you know of the old Noxon proverb, beat them till they're family.
That's just the way to do it. I mean, honestly, it's the cordial thing to do. The respectful thing to do, even.
It is.
Why deny them their opportunity at glory? The root thing is actually to play the fight or flight in this instance. Very dishonorable.
I say he trashed the fight or flight. Wasn't good enough, apparently.
Yeah, very bad card.
So we are getting another battling ramp out, so that's all 3 that we've seen so far. Obviously, the deck does put things back in. I am hoping this does run the last right, so we do see cards going back into the deck, so they're not going to deck themselves out too quickly. But again, we haven't seen that card in either game, so not too sure if it is played in this version.
I mean, it's going pretty quickly. However, it is maybe a side effect of success. Like if you're going through it that quickly, I feel like the price you have to pay for that might just be dismissible as a side effect of how well you're doing, rather than a real threat to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm. So currently looking pretty good. Obviously, we know about the Rebuke and maybe a second fight or flight in hand. Currently, it feel like the Draven should push.
For a second, I thought their trash pile was their hand. I was like, my god, what did I miss? How many cards did they draw? But that is not the case. That is their trash pile. They are only sitting on... yeah, they are only sitting on like 8 cards instead of the 12 that are in his trash. Very, very, very big difference.
It's only 8 cards. What could be in that hand? Anything.
Anything. Could even be trash.
Could even be trash.
Now, going over your options as our blue side representative is put up to a daunting task of stopping an engine that is firing on seemingly all cylinders.
Yeah, this Miracle Draven's just got the edge this game. I don't think the blue side's out just yet. Maybe depending on this play.
Oh, that does seem like a Rebuke is coming through.
It does seem the Rebuke is coming through. What I was thinking for this game would be a case of spend your ruins, try and get onto Tarragons, get 2 extra ruins up for free. They did have a Ride of the Wind in hand, so they could bait them into attack them on the open battlefield and then move across and take whatever's currently lingering on the second battlefield.
It's a dire prospect, but even though they are losing these combats, look what it is doing to the economy of this Draven, who doesn't have any treasure and is now sitting on a measly 3 runes, will go up to 5.
To be fair, though, even though it does seem like the economy on the other side is just very lacking, they do have access to those cards like the Rasta that will just come out for a cost of 1 purple power. So just tapping your seals will basically grant you a big bad body. And then a lot of the things that Miracle Draven does play is very cheap overall.
Yeah, but even the battering rams cost a single energy, but he is kind of blowing through those now. We have seen most of them already, and a little cheeky little double conquer here. Get the hand filled up again, while not putting too much pressure on the resources available to you. And now it is back to the Draven. Can you get another fruitful turn?
I do feel with the blue side Draven that they did just play that as best they could. Gaining 2 points is what you want to be doing where you can. Keep yourself higher than your opponents. Obviously, you can't contest them when they're at the battlefield unless you do have a fight or flight, but I don't think we saw one in the hand of the traditional Draven. They do have a lot of combat tricks like the spinning axes, and I think we saw a Edge of Night in there as well.
Yeah, I feel like the reactiveness of Miracle Draven is just a lot worse. So by kind of snatching these battlefields for yourself and allowing yourself to be constantly attacking and not having to defend, I feel like you are setting yourself up for more success, for more options where you can have the upper hand. And even though the threats coming down are great, we haven't seen a single Russia just yet, despite the overflowing trash pile.
So I do feel like there's one still in hand. We know one got put to the bottom of the deck. I don't know if
Yeah, but like not on the
Draven
battlefield. Where are they?
No, that's
Where's
true.
the Russia, Lebowski?
So you should be playing one. It just seems strange that they're just keeping it in hand. The trash has got to be full of by now if it's just a power cost. Although, did I just see a Mind Splitter in the hand? I think I did.
I mean, just by sheer number, probably. Look at these players. They're both drowning in cards. They can barely hold. How are they supposed to hold all those cards, Agito?
That's it. Just falling to the floor. Just don't do that.
Wheelbarrowing them onto the table.
That's it. I mean, the game plan here should be to try and take both this turn and then get back out again like the Kaiser did. The unfortunate thing for the Miracle Draven is you don't run Kaiser because you don't want to be spending the extra on Kaiser to become accelerated to start doing plays. You are more, like you said, the defensive, like, unreactive player. So it goes to 3.
Yeah, like
to be used again.
The threats of Miracle Draven are not necessarily in its flexibility, but in its inevitability.
Ooh.
And just the landslide of threats you can pump out one after the other, especially when those seals start to come into play. Now, I will be answering Ruben. Yes, we did see Ezreal play, but that was top 32. He is in top 8 currently, which we are looking at right now, but we can only pray that he will make it to top 4.
So essentially, hopefully only one of these Dravens wins this round, and then the other one-offs are going through to the semis.
4. Yeah, that is the preferred situation. However, I mean, having a Draven in the finals and then have it lose, I mean, from a story perspective, that might be even better. But we're just going to have to wait and see. It is all very far away. And what might not be very far away is the exaggeration of traditional Draven's downfall in this game. They are sitting on that lethal 6 victory points, just a single turn away to start threatening the game, and with that, the match.
So the issue here, obviously, for the Miracle Draven is they are 2 points behind. They do need to start either clearing that battlefield over there they can't just stack up on the 1 currently. They are too far behind for that. We do know there's a Mind Splitter in hand, as you can see. That's probably the card they're going to try and play out this turn. But they do have access to Fizzes as well as Rebukes and some Ride the Winds. So maybe some combat tricks coming in this turn.
But that is a precarious situation because the Mind Splitter is such a major investment on his side. Will that be enough to pull him alongside and to keep him ahead? It will be coming out, but that is so much of their engine gone. And just look at that. Oh,
just throw cards at me. Jesus. To be fair, that hand isn't too ridiculous. Obviously, Fight or Flight's a pain in the bum. A Spinning Axe isn't the greatest to go against. There's 2 of the...
Yeah, they're tapped out. They're tapped out.
Well, I meant more for the follow-up turn.
Yeah, but like currently, I feel like the greatest boon in from this Mind Splitter is knowing what lays ahead of us, knowing what we can expect in our following turn.
So that is the issue, because right now you either want to just put the traditional Draven just onto one battlefield to hold till the following turn, or you are looking at a way of trying to get rid of what's on the other battlefield and just conquering this turn. There's enough power, I believe, in the hand of the traditional Draven to push through on the other side. It's just if they are willing to risk the resources for it. There's 3 of those at Breniers now.
Will they have a better shot next turn? That is the question. I doubt it, because if you... it's such a tricky situation to be in. But we have seen our blue side player favor aggression over caution. And I think we'll see that exactly come through. Not afraid to feed his opponent cards by trickling in units 1 by 1. If that means he can secure himself the match. And so the grinding process has begun.
So we're just going to basically gear up this poor gear unit and then just throw it all at the wind.
Yeah, throw it through the mincer, Noxus style.
So that's 12 might, I think it is. Gear
and
up the Draven.
There
you go.
Is the GG. And that was, man, it felt precarious to be against the Draven, who did have that Miracle Engine up and running, but he climbs over top, holds his ground steady, and it really shows how vital it is to know what you're playing against and adjust your playstyle accordingly. And I think by playing very greedy, very aggressively from turn 1, it gave him the edge now, didn't it, Akito?
I believe it did. We both agreed that the traditional Draven is just a more consistent playstyle of the deck. Obviously, miracles happen, but as you could see over here, they tried to get very aggressive a bit too early before they were really ready themselves, and then obviously both games they did just kind of fall to the wayside.
Yeah, I feel like in these mirrors, and even though they are pursuing 2 different game plans in how to reach their goals, I feel even the slightest of deficit that you accrue for yourself in the economy department is resonating, is rippling throughout the entirety of the game, and is exactly what is the difference maker in this situation. Miracle Draven could not recover from such financial devastation.
And that is the true issue with Miracle Draven. It's all about those slightly later game big plays. You just have a army to march onto a battlefield and just try and keep your way down. But it does seem that this on the play Draven just wasn't willing to risk that one extra turn, and would just both games just faltered.
Yeah, they have won themselves a whole lot of territory, and they will be moving on onto the top 4, which is, well, once we have more results, we'll definitely keep you in the loop on that. For now, it is going to be a bit of praying and finger crossing, because as likely as we were to have a Draven Mirror, almost as likely is a matchup of Aurelia facing off against Ezreal, or maybe the Fiora. So I join us in prayer. Agido, will you lead? No. I won't be putting you in that. I think we'll have to throw to the council what our next steps will be. So let's go head over there right now.
I will say before the council joins us fully that at least 3 of these players are going to be walking away with their best of already metal champions.
True. Very, very true. And, that in itself is already a major achievement. But we are joined by the illustrious Plus and Leroy. And I think this council is ready to convene.
You're muted.
Shame on me. I was going crazy. And thank you, chat. All right, just to bring it back, I was just trying to get at, I said it felt slightly underwhelming because I was really hoping for a game number 3 in that top 8 match. Because honestly, I thought being on the play as the infamous Miracle Draven, you had such an advantage, right? We've been hearing it's been the talk of the town for at least 2 weeks since they really made their debut in the Bologna, I think 340 player tournament. So I was hoping they would bring us there. So I saw chat say a couple things. There was 2 key moments, both in game 1 and in game 2, where I think things just completely went out the window for the Miracle Draven. It was losing that all-important Draven chosen champion. It was like he did the same plays twice. The good old saying, fool me once, shame on me, or shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And that just ended up happening. He did a treasure hunter with the Draven and tried to defend, and that was it. He couldn't really build up a good defense on turn 2, and then he got that Draven champion eliminated both times in the exact same way. So I think right then and there, things just started falling apart. So what about you, Leroy? Did you see anything? Or Bennett, if you want to follow up?
Leroy, you got anything to add?
No, go ahead.
I am very curious to what was going through his mind, because I feel like by trying to dig yourself in a way, the way that we saw the Miracle Draven attempt, I feel like you're kind of playing into the strengths of a Draven deck that likes to overcome these not fully dug in battlefields just yet, right? Not full on bastions, but more like small skerfuffles. They can beat up a few, boost themselves over, or fight or flight you way back home. It felt like you were playing right into their hands. First time around, like you said, not fruitful. Second time, nothing changed.
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't punish the greedy line of play by first turning the Draven. It came at a costly price in the end.
It really did, and you brought a good point before we brought it over to the lounge for this intermission break. If we saw 2 Dravens go at it, that's 3 Dravens left, 3 unique legends left, so hopefully they got paired up with, because it was 5 Dravens in top 8, right? 5-3-3 or 5-1-1-1?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, in an ideal world, each Draven got paired up with one of those individuals. So yeah, I think I'm right there with Bandit saying we probably still see at least 3 unique legends in top 4, which is kind of nice. That's almost every single spot filled by a unique legend. I have a feeling, since we haven't seen any of Aurelia, maybe she's just making it through. Maybe she's just winning on the down low. Just kind of because these players are able to reject the feature match. I think that's what I've heard. I don't know for 100%, but I would imagine a Draven mirror match wasn't their first pick for a feature match. I think they tried to approach one of the Aurelia players and they said, I don't feel comfortable just yet. So they had to go with who they had to go with, because I really thought we were going to see the Aurelia match. But I think at one point, you can't say no if you're the only players left, right? So we probably get that one really, really soon.
I mean, it's slowly coming down to it right now, and maybe Irelia very close to Akali, who likes to stay in the shroud as well. Maybe Irelia cosplaying as Akali now that she is not available to play just yet.
Yeah.
Now, I am very curious. Once you get through that round 4, and pressure is mounting ever more. How do you keep a clear head? How do you contain nerves? And I know for a fact we are joined by a player who is experienced in running these multi-day tournaments. Agito, could you enlighten us with like these more endurance-based, these marathon-type approaches that you have to bring to the table to bring your A game?
I speak for everyone in this battle now. So for me personally, the jitters are always the first couple of rounds. And then once you get into the groove of things, generally it's smooth sailing, and then you don't really have any of these like round jitters where you are pushing yourself to try and play the game the best you can. Some people obviously will. Not everyone does well under pressure. But I always say if you can, make sure you're hydrated well. Days are very long. If you can get yourself like a little pack of like jelly babies or a little sugary snack, just keeping yourself going. It's always the best way to do it. Don't overeat. This isn't a marathon, people. This is now a sprint.
Yes, I mean sometimes it can be very deceiving to make up whether it's a marathon or a race to the bottom, especially when you need to peak at those exact right moments.
Yeah, Nagito makes a good point. I think feeling like you have to eat more to get more like brain energy is a mistake, because at one point you start getting, I mean, you're not going to eat a whole meal before the top 4 anyways, but if you do out of like stress or anything, you could kind of work against you, kind of get a little lethargic, if you will. But I think staying hydrated is super important in these big events. Every time I tend to compete, at least when I went to Houston and some of the OTCGs, I always brought like a big old water jug just in case. Something I did like about Houston is they had a water station. I don't know about how many TCGs had it. Let me know in chat if you guys seen it. It was just basically infinite supply of water for all the players. So they're just saying it is super important. So I'm willing to bet all of these guys have been able to stay hydrated throughout the event. And I want to see, I know Bandit wants to see it, that Ezreal moving on forward. I wish since that match, I think it wasn't even a 30-minute top 8 match, they should just squeeze in a secondary top 8, right? Saying like, okay, if you guys are going to game 3, hop on the stream, right?
I mean, yeah, please go for it.
So what do you think our next round's going to be then? Or what would you like it to be?
I mean, on the feature table, I mean, it is kind of close. For top 4, I think my dream scenario is we have one of the non-Draven decks facing one of their brothers in arms, or sister in arms, right, with Fiora and Irelia available to us. And they'll have to duke it out for a spot in the finals. Meanwhile, depending on how many Dravens get through, we either get another Draven mirror that will play through in the Shadow Realm, and then when we're done, we have a setup of a boss battle for the ages. A Draven who can threaten once again, despite ever slimming odds in the tournament, to become champion, to crown himself victor, having to push past one of these contenders and then being smacked down by the new contender, the new victor, the new champion rising to the occasion. That would be absolute cinema for me.
I agree. That would be picture perfect. You couldn't write it any bit better. I will say, just keeping into account, just like the skill level of the games we saw previously, from that match we saw from Ezreal, from the match we saw from Fiora, I feel like the level of play, maybe there was just a bit more intricate lines in those games, but I just don't know. I wasn't very impressed. I could be biased because I'm not the biggest fan of currently the villain of the meta, but it just didn't seem like he was making pure optimal play lines. I mean, the Draven on the left, the blue Draven, seemed to be under control for sure, but it just goes to show perhaps Miracle Draven is really good, but it takes a really strong pilot to bring the best out of that deck. And I don't think, of course, he's probably pilots it a whole lot better than I can. Of course, he is in that top 8 position, but just from what I
Right, you
saw,
don't get there for free.
yeah, exactly. You don't get there for nothing, of course. But just, I guess, compared to the other Draven, it did seem, like I said earlier, a teeny bit underwhelming. And just, I was slightly more impressed with just how these other players were able to think through their lines. It is untimed. Not that he was rushed or anything. It just didn't seem like it was fully thought out. He wasn't thinking those 2-3 turns ahead. It looks like he was just trying to get for the immediate reward, get the conquer, not thinking ahead, saying, okay, does he have anything to clap back on those push? Would he have something like a spinning axe to bring it over the might level, or bring it over that little threshold to beat me down? So yeah, we'll see. I mean, if these players keep playing phenomenal like they're doing, perhaps they could take down these Dravens right now.
I think I'll definitely co-sign that message, Plus, because what we see here is that only peak performance is good enough to move on. And if you slip in even a single match right now, that is it. You're going home. And if you're playing Draven, top 8 comes with a prize pool for sure, but that is not the result you were hoping for. These people are dreaming. They went to bed yesterday dreaming of those medal rewards, of wearing the crown themselves. And it should be a lesson to anyone further up in the tournament that you have to bring your A game. Nothing else will do.
Yeah, well
Totally
said.
agree.
Yeah. There's one thing that I would like to see though, which is the Irelia versus Ezreal matchup, because we talked about it. We talked about that potential rock paper scissors that meta could shape in, and I'm really curious to see how the pit crew would do in Irelia. Yeah, it's a matchup I would like to see very much. I'm not sure that we've seen it so far. If I'm not mistaken, not at all. Both times that we saw the pit crew Ezreal, it was facing Draven. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think that is a very interesting aspect to keep in mind, and also why I'm really looking forward to see these non-Draven decks face off against each other, as we are laying in wait to move on to the round of 4. I think it'll be very interesting because a lot of these non-Draven decks are really catered towards beating Draven decks, because that is what makes sense. Most of your matches that will be played will be against Draven, and that's how they got so far. But the moment they are then pitted against something that is not a Draven, how will they adapt to that situation? Because that is not a game state you get to practice as much, not something that you are keeping in mind as much. And that is the moment where I start to favor an Ezreal, because when I look at that play out, I feel like that could work against a plethora of decks.
I do think with the word of adapt, the Adaptatron is a very good card in any green deck right now, which could just be a sidecard deck. But walking in and conquering anywhere and then removing some of those gears from the Ezreal would be very annoying if it is the pit rookie version. And again, into Draven, if you can walk across and pop a Edge of Night or pop a spinning axes, that could also kind of cause a little bit of issues. But again, it might just be a side card, so you might not see it in the first game.
You know, to butt in real quick, bringing it back to the point Leroy was making. Leroy, you remember the first time we saw Pit Crew on stream, that was actually against an Aurelia. It wasn't a Draven, because they ended up losing. Even though they made so much great plays and brought it to everyone's attention,
Oh, yeah,
they
my
still
bad.
lost in that best of 3. They came up one game in game 1.
Confused.
Yeah, I mean, everyone got confused. We see so many Dravens. We associate Draven with every single round, of course. But yeah, I think the match does tend to favor, as you brought it back to the rock, paper, scissors meta. I think Aurelia has a decent, good matchup because Ezreal doesn't like to go too tall. It doesn't have things like Blood Rush. It doesn't have things like Cleave. The removal options for Aurelia, or the removal options for Ezreal, are what we saw, those Bellow Breaths and Watchers, but that's going to be very expensive against the likes of Aurelia. It does have deflect, And we all know how many combat tricks Aurelia has up her sleeve, right? The reaction speed, discipline, the on guards, the defiant dance, on top of the counters, mind you. You got the defies, the not so fast. It looks like they have all the tools to just keep Ezreal from their usual game plan. So that's going to be interesting to see. Imagine if we see an Aurelia Ezreal grand finals. That would be a dream come true. But I think one Draven has to sneak in there, doesn't it?
I mean, just numbers-wise, that would be the safe bet. But the safe bet in general would be to pick Draven all along. And that is exactly what these decks have been great at, by going against the majority decision, by playing the odds and gearing themselves up to be that counter piece that is sought after by everyone who doesn't play Draven right now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see as we approach ever closer to that top 4. You know, with the round being so short, I'm willing to bet those other players might be going deep into their best of 3s. Maybe it is. Maybe as we're speaking right now, it is going to be an Aurelia versus that Ezreal we were rooting for so much. So yeah, we could be here for a tad little bit. So Aguito and Ben, I know you guys are just recently joining us. Feel free to let me know if you need a bit of a break. I do have the ability to kind of hide the cameras for a bit. If you need a bit of a bathroom water break, same for you, Leroy. Let me know. If you guys are chilling, we're chilling. We'll just hang out here, discuss a little bit more stuff. Or if anyone in chat has any questions for us, we never do this. We never have 4 people on the stream at the same time.
Cozy.
What do you guys think about that? It's kind of cool, no?
I'll be tapping out for just a minute, freshen up a bit, so we're still nice and easy.
Sounds good.
And I'll give you a little tap on the shoulder when I'm back for that.
Yep, sounds good. I'll take your camera out.
No, just a camera plus.
So now the
plus,
bandit's
they're knocking
out.
on my door.
We'll see Bandit
All
here
right,
very
back, guys.
shortly.
I would love to see, for the semi-finals, Fiora versus Ezreal.
For the semis, that would be the most epic showdown. That alone would be the grand finals match in my eyes for sure. And you know, that actually is a matchup we've never seen. We could try to think about it hypothetically on paper. So Ezreal conquer in, conquer out, or not conquer out, but conquer and then move away out. Fiora has a decent time conquering and defending. And we just mentioned Ezreal has a little bit of a tough time going tall, so perhaps in taking into account things like punch first, call to glories, is there a world that Fiora edges out that matchup? What do you think, Leroy? Trying to think about it. We never seen it, but just thinking about it.
It's so hard to tell. I feel like Fiora relied on several units in late game, and that the Watcher could do a lot of damage. Also, if a Mind Splitter takes out the riposte, that would hurt a lot the Fiora.
True.
So I'm thinking as well as tools. I'm curious. I think it will depend a lot of real draw actually. What can he love to counter the Irelia?
Yeah, it would be close. I mean, I'm saying if we actually do get that for the semifinals matchup, that alone to me is pretty much the grand final. So that would be epic. Hopefully we get something. But if anyone's just tuning in, it is official. One Draven will be locking his spot into the top 4. So yeah, and Nemad saying, is it over? At least for the quarterfinals, is over. So we're just gonna be hanging out for a little bit. I say a little bit, but it could be a little bit longer than we would hope for. Surprising enough though, because you would think when you're just down to the final players, it doesn't take too long. But with the rounds being untimed, these guys want to make sure they're not making any kind of mistakes. So fair play to them. They're just trying to do their best. But it does feel good to know, kind of like what Aguito said, you're walking away, at least 3/4 of these players are going to be walking away with the best of, I mean, definitely everyone, or 4 out of 4 are going to be walking with the best of legend for sure. But out of the top 4, 3 individual ones are currently in the top 8, almost guaranteed that. The only exception being Aurelia. And that probably, in my opinion, maybe Ezreal's a close one. Probably the most valuable one, I want to say. Aurelia and EZ. And then, of course, Draven. But because Draven has developed such a bad taste, maybe he's not going to be the most expensive. But I could see him just like Kaiser was one of the most expensive or sought-after meta cards. It could be Draven. But as in League of Legends lore, it has to be, we talked about it yesterday, Aurelia or Ezreal, no?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. The best indicator is the number of skins, and we said it was Ezreal, so...
Yeah. And Zio Black saying which decks made top 4. We don't know yet. We only know from these quarterfinals it was a Draven, a standard Draven locking it in. So there's one. Oh, and Zio, you want to know top 8? Let me go ahead and pull that up for us. Leroy, you don't have a snapshot of it, right? Let me see if I can find it online.
No, I don't, but you can get on the table. There are the numbers the table that I sent.
Okay, let me just get the big graphic and then we'll go over the numbers. Just because it's a little easier.
I mean,
only
we
for
don't...
top 8.
Yeah, but we don't have to. I was just saying, if you can't manage to find a graph, that get that option.
Look at this graph.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the numbers. But yeah, Zio Black, if you're just joining us, there was 5 Dravens that ended up making their way into that top 8. And then it's just 1, 1, 1. The last glimmer of hope for non-Draven decks, which have a good shot. I think all these decks, as I think Bandit or maybe it was you, Aguito, mentioned, each of these decks, I would imagine they're strictly built to take down Dravens right now. So they feel comfortable. They've made it this far because they probably played at minimum through the Swiss rounds to the top cut, at minimum at 5 Draven matchups, perhaps even more. Because in day 1, it was 143. Was it, Leroy? Maybe I'll pull up the numbers now.
This time it was
the cumulative, or just the let's do just the Chengdu data for now.
Yeah, you can start with the Chengdu. Maybe later on the other one will be good, but right now I think just the Chengdu is good.
I think Bandit brought up a good point in that probably a lot of the Dravens are fighting other Dravens on the way up. So it might be a case of maybe only going against 3 Dravens on day 1, and then top cut is just more fighting the Dravens as you go down.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, thank you, Bandit in chat, saying there's 0 victors, but Surgeon, there was 2 victors in top 16. They just didn't break through the top 8. So very close. They made a good deep run, but just not close enough. And Jack, can you see these numbers, or are they a little bit too tiny for you guys? But it is.
Oh wait, I will. Okay. Give me a second. I will make it better.
It's just a lot of info, but it's good information for sure. And Bandit's a little small. Yeah, try to zoom in. Just at the cameras, you might not be able to see.
Yeah, but
it.
I'll send you a better picture. Give me just...
So for Sleepy Stella, the main reason why is because a lot of people are now bringing in more gear removal, because obviously equipments have become a thing in set 2. As you've seen, Fiora loves gear, Aurelia loves gear, Draven loves gear.
Should be at least a bit better if you want to get the...
Ezreal loves gear. So essentially like the best 4 decks in the meta, within reason, because obviously these are the 4 decks that are currently seeing success today, all run gear. And so you don't really want Dazzling Aurora to be taken from you or destroyed from you, because that is your main play around the deck. Also, as we've seen from some of these orange decks as well, we have had Akshan come in, and obviously as we just seen from our cast yesterday with me and Leroy, you don't really want your opponent stealing your Dazzling Aurora from you.
Yeah, exactly right. That's why we've seen very little Dazzling Aurora. We saw a bit of it in those Swiss rounds, but we've seen 0 of it in the top cut so far, both regionals. And chat, are we able to see the numbers a little bit better now? I mean, I could see them for now. There's 148 Dravens that came in today's event, and looking at the conversion rate, it was 62%. Is that what the numbers mean, little Leroy? 62% of them ended up making it to top 64? Or is that... No.
Wait,
25% made it into top 64.
Yeah. Exactly. 25% of them made it into top 64. Again, the best number, which right now I've not rated yet because I didn't finish exactly, is the field conversion is always the most important because you can actually compare the decks between themselves, and there you can see that like Draven is at 2.0, which is insane. I don't think I've ever seen that number. So yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
super
unprecedented
insane.
for sure.
And Ben, are you back? Bring the camera back.
Yes,
There we go.
I'm lying in wait. Don't deny the people any longer.
Exactly.
It's the
And you
shadow
know,
bandit.
I do want to point out something I thought we would never ever say. Kaiza with a lower conversion rate than what Victors were known for in the past. Can you imagine how far the old school queen of the meta has fallen? Of course, she's still strong, guys. I really do
The
think
mighty
Kaiza
have
is a
fallen.
good build, but at a 2.5%, 39 Kaizas coming into day one, only a single going into conversion into the top 64. Unbelievable. I mean, those are Victor numbers, no? And I know dig at Victor, but you guys know what I mean.
Oh my
Victor's known for being the 2% or the 3% conversion rate. Has Kaiza become what a lot of the internet used to call the fraud decks? Is she just not in it to win it anymore? What's up with Kaiza, guys? Lyra, any insight on that? Or anyone here, any insight?
Plus, Victor's already out, mate. Well, we have to kick them while they're down.
I meant the Victors of the old, like all set one. Victor has single digits conversion. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Victor did
True, yeah.
okay-ish
Not
this
only do Victor players suck when it comes to the end of the tournament, they've always sucked. Now that really makes it better. Plus,
time. No, they did good. They actually did good this round. What was the conversion rate for Victor? Yeah, look at that, 9%, almost a good solid 10% conversion. So who had the lowest conversion? I mean, speak of the devil, I think it was Kaiza with the single-handedly lowest conversion rate from the Chengdu Regional. That's something I really never thought. You know, it brings a good point. If
I mean, it was
Kaiza-
Yi.
What was that?
In the good legends, the legend that had the lowest conversion rate, this set was Yi, because not a single Yi made it to top 64.
True. And he was pretty much the king of set one as well, right? I mean, he ended up winning the last regional. So, I was trying to get at Kaiza, Master Yi dominating set one. Draven currently, I guess you could kind of put Aurelia in the mix, dominating set two. Is that what we're going to be seeing as a trend going into set three, set four? Is there just new legends going to be taking the top spot every time? And eventually, does it balance out the game that way? I know we talked about this earlier, but it almost seems like if every set brings a new legend, is there just going to be one legend that always reigns supreme? Is it just inevitable in card games?
well, my perspective on it is as follows: when one deck becomes the favorite or the perceived optimal way to play the game, it's also partially a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because when everyone agrees, all right, this is the best way to do it, other play styles won't get as much attention, won't receive as much tinkering. And of course, you're gonna see a lot of Dravens in your top finishers when a third of your field consists of Dravens, right? There is a part of cannibalism going through, but just on like sheer numbers, right? If you put like 10 monkeys against 10 normal regular players and you put them in Swiss, just by sheer cannibalism, some of the monkeys will get through. And that is a very harsh
Okay.
comparison, but it does highlight the fact that it is partially a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, the reason why people are flocking towards it, because this Raven does have real strength to it, right? It's undeniable. However, we were having very similar conversations about Kai'Sa. And I feel like if given enough time, we still have to see the first major tournaments in Europe come through. I think we just had one. And we have seen that innovation and a different environment does spark creativity. And it's even bleeding through here. New archetypes that may have been underappreciated in the shadow of Draven.
Yeah, one of those being that baited hook Fiora. I don't think anyone would have expected something like a baited hook Fiora. Maybe just the normal Fiora we saw take it all the way to the grand finals last weekend. But baited hook, you know, there was one deck list. I could try to find it. It ended up winning one of the city challenges in China. Maybe that's where they got the idea. Let me see if I can find it for us.
I mean, I think that would be an interesting prospect, right? We have seen beta hooks in Runes and Rift weeklies as well, but on Darius, right, when we were still dabbling in set 1. And we have seen the absolute punishment that can be put out almost on a similar level as Miracle Draven that is firing on all cylinders, right? Where it almost feels unstoppable and they're chaining these turns together, popping off each and every single time. But its volatility is what makes me nervous, and something that in the Fiora deck I feel like you can overcome through your ramping capabilities.
Definitely, and I found the deck list, so let's see if we see any kind of differences, because so far it looks very similar. We see, actually, if you guys remember, for those that were watching the Fiora matchup, did we see Treasure or Honest Brokers in that match?
There were some honest brokers.
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay. Because, yeah, this could be
I felt there
very
was more
similar to the
different.
list we just saw. I can share it in the caster
yeah,
chat if
that
you guys
would
want to
be-
see it.
Yeah, I can see.
We didn't see a rally of the troops, but we did see at least 2 death grips. I wonder if they've taken the one out and put 2 in instead.
Yeah, and I'm
Sort of
actually
bit
not
rookie,
too
sort of
familiar with
constructs.
Rally the Troops. What did the card do? Let me find it. Okay, action
It looks right.
speed. When a friendly unit is played this turn, buff it. Okay, so trying to get your call to glory more consistently online. But is it just one unit? When a friendly unit is played this turn, buff it. And you draw 1. I don't know about that card. It doesn't seem too worthwhile. It's a good thing that it doesn't cost any power, but I feel like something, I mean, Death Grip also draws 1. So yeah, I think you're right, Alguito. He probably just put the rally the troops and put it over to Death Grip. So I can't wait. I can't wait for that Fiora list to drop, but it's probably something a bit similar. And he might be running 2 to 3 Harness Dragons, and we didn't get to see it once. So maybe it's a bit of a high roll strategy, or they're saving
I mean,
it
we
for
saw
the
it.
grand
We
finals.
saw it through the. They didn't play it, but we saw it through the.
Yeah, he drew it, I think, on one of the
He
unsung
drew it,
heroes.
but I'm saying I don't think he played it.
No,
Oh,
he didn't
and
play
I'm
it.
seeing from chat, Zark saying it's every unit. Okay, now we're talking. Every single unit you play out is buff. I can
Yeah.
see why that's a one for sure. I don't know why it doesn't say. I guess it does make sense when a friendly unit is played. Period. I just would expect to say when friendly units are played, but maybe I'm just being too nitpicky there.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you take into consideration that when stuff like Akshan comes out and Fiora comes out, and the Matron as well, right? Having those like go over the threshold to become mighty, that is sometimes that spark you need in a deck to set everything alight.
Yeah, nice little tech option. We don't see those cannon barrages that I really expected people to bring into the sideboard, but maybe this tech wasn't caught up. I want to see the sideboard from this current Fiora player, because we're seeing sabotages here. Decently good card, probably a good card against Draven with spinning axes, but another card that should be good against spinning axes is a salvage, which I think we saw it, guys. Does any of you guys remember if we saw salvages in that game?
I think in game 2 we did. I think they drew into it, but I don't think they actually played it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it's mostly like the sideboard options. That's the way you see it here as well. Even though it is fairly alright value in most situations, since of the prevalence of gears that Agito brought up earlier. However, I feel like it is still quite niche, and when you're heading into round 1, advancing your own game plan might be preferable over trying to guess into what your opponent might be playing.
Yeah, fair enough. And it's always fun to see how far or behind we are on the thing. So let me hide my camera for a slight second. I believe they say top 4 should have started at 1600, which I think military time, that's 4 p.m. my time. So we're exactly
Definitely.
2 hours behind schedule. Actually, we're an hour behind. So maybe we're just an hour behind schedule because that's 4, which would be my 3, I think. I don't know anymore. We're all going crazy here. But what
we'll have
time
to
is
see,
it for
but
you
isn't it
guys,
like-
Bandit and Agito? It's still like midday, no? Or morning?
Yeah, it's approaching noon for me, so probably a little less for Aikido.
Nice.
It's just 11 o'clock for me. It's not too bad.
I'm
For you,
assuming
however-
the same for Leroy, right? Is it about 11 for you, Leroy?
Yeah, it should be about the same time as Bandit.
Okay, noon. Nice.
But for you, Plus, it's quite a different tale. And do you want to share with the class the nightmarish time that you're up at?
It's not too crazy. It's right around early in the morning. It is 5:53 a.m. So we started the stream for me started at 9:40 p.m. So we've been going through the night. As it looks like we're passing about the 8-hour mark, 8 hour and 20 minutes. So nothing too crazy. I think yesterday was a bit shorter stream than it was the first regional, because I think the first regional ended up going all the way to 11 hours. Yesterday was like 10 and a half. So a little bit better, a teeny
Baby
bit
steps.
better. So we'll see where this one goes, because if it's 10 and a half, that's 2 more hours. Is that realistic? I mean, we do have 2 more matches, so it's probably going to be somewhere in that neighborhood. And speaking of that, how are we still feeling, Bandit? Because I know it's Bandit and Agito, because I know it's a bit later than the anticipated time. Are we still feeling good for the next couple rounds?
For the next
Good
round,
to go, baby.
definitely.
Okay.
Around finals, we'll reassess just a little bit. But man, we might just have to clear the schedule, right? Not to be too see-through, but I mean, if it is a Draven mirror in the finals, I might be suddenly very occupied.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
It makes complete sense to me.
I'm
We
gonna
might just
go.
have to call a stream right there.
Oh, what is it, mother? Oh, a medical emergency.
Yeah, I gotta
hear.
go see my daughter.
I'm
or
on my
something.
way.
Yeah, exactly. But Zarek's saying, do we have the top 4 decks already? Zarek, every time we see the next decks is when they get right back to the caster booth. So not yet. We know what's one guaranteed, the one we just watched in the quarterfinals. But yeah, Lodi, give us your energy. We're all running, at least myself, I'm running a teeny bit low on energy. But once we see, like you said, man, if there's a non-Draven matchup, like if it's a mirror match, my energy levels are tanking. But if it's a not Draven, I think I should be decently good for grand finals.
Yeah. If we get top 4 full Draven, it's gonna be like, oh no. End the stream. End the stream. Send it, guys.
Yeah, we're on strike. We're on strike.
It's over.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I think
funny
it
thing,
is
I don't even
interesting.
think too many people would be too upset about it. Well, maybe so. I think people would still want to see it either way.
Oh no, definitely. But I am very curious, Plus. How are you hanging in there? Because we're talking about the players who get breaks in between, right? Yeah, sometimes they have to go long, but they can walk around and do the thing. But you have an 8-hour stream to maintain in the middle of the night. How do you stick it through?
Honestly, you just make sure you try to sleep as much as you can, because despite staying up the whole night yesterday, I still got 8 hours of sleep. So I just ended up going to sleep around 9 a.m. and I woke up around 4 p.m. I think that's somewhere in the neighborhood 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 7 hours or so, yeah.
From my
Yeah, Leroy,
experience,
go
I
for it.
feel like it's easier to go long into the night than to wake up at like 2 to do 10, 11 hours of stream. Maybe I'm completely wrong there, but that's what I kind of felt. I don't know.
It's kind of personal, I feel, at the end of the day. But I think it is very noteworthy and commendable that Plus is giving himself an artificial jet lag for your entertainment.
Something like that. Honestly, I would be lying if I said it doesn't throw me off for the next couple of days. Like, come around Sunday and Monday, I'm still in this headspace like I should be awake during the night. So it takes a little bit of adjustment, especially when we're doing this for an entire month straight. Granted, we're about halfway through, 2 weeks in. So week 3, I think the city's called Dalian is Dalian. So let me know how would you guys say that? Dalian. It's this Chinese city, so I'm probably saying it wrong. And then there's a final one that I can't recall. So 2 more Chinese regionals.
Dalian?
We'll see. Dalian, yeah, maybe that's right.
Because
Dalian?
Yeah, I feel like it's like almost like a single syllable would fit that, right? Because you know what, I am very afraid of exposing my untraveledness in this very moment.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could blame us for not knowing that, but it's something close to like Dalian.
Oh, they'll try. Plus, they'll try.
Probably. But Nalvin saying mirror match not worth my sleeping time. I think a lot of us would agree with that. But you know, at the minimum, you guys do have to catch the VODs, or can catch the VODs if you want to rewatch that. But guys, don't manifest it. Don't speak it into existence. We won't get another mirror match. I'm already slightly, not truly upset, but we'll put it disappointed. I was slightly disappointed that we got a Draven mirror match before something like the grand finals.
I get it, because we saw that there were 3 other legends that were there, and we're like,
yeah,
all right, let's go. We're not gonna get a mirror, and
it was a 50-50 at the end of the day to have some Draven on your screen. But let's flip it around. Let's get all these Draven mirrors out of the way early.
True.
Early-ish. And so we're just geared up for only bangers afterwards. I personally would be okay with that trio.
Yeah, that's a fair trade for me. Get them all out the way first, and then we only have, as you mentioned, great matchups for these next ones. I mean, granted, guys, we only have 2 more left as the semifinals, and then we're down to the last match of the day, the grand finals. We saw Apop2 take it down with a Draven, and then I believe his name, he's actually on the commentary cast today, is like N5N, or maybe that's just like a Chinese tag or something. He did so well throughout the tournament. Just things didn't go his way in the finals. And what was that?
Would you like to announce the town?
What was that? Is that a question for me or Bandit?
Well, Bandit said it's gang signs, but I said, do you want to know how to pronounce the town's name correctly, apparently?
Oh, yeah. Hit us with it.
Yes, please, enlighten us. Yes.
So it's Dalian.
Oh, there we go. Dalian. I wonder where the uns come from, but maybe that's just the Chinese dialect, right?
Is that where I mean, is there another town like that where they make like certain currencies? Because if you have 2 of them, you might be dealing with doubloons.
Boo.
That's fair.
That one went over my head, I'll be honest.
Guys, I think it's time to end this stream.
I go
Honestly, this is very important, right? Because if we bring the level down to this, the inevitable Draven mirror will feel refreshing and upbeat, and it will spawn some life in all of us once again.
I'm not sure, because if you do that, maybe we deserve to get some Draven mirror. You see what I mean?
I'll
maybe
you know
that's
what?
just karma.
Just to play it safe, I'll try and better my life and stay away from such sinful behavior.
Yeah, I'd like that very much. Thank you. Lovely.
Now, guys, I was curious. If you guys have been playing in your locals, right? We have not seen Set to officially be distributed in, I believe, America and Europe itself just yet. But is there some hidden tech that nobody is that you're willing to share with the world? Because we've seen Ornn mentions before, right? Sasuke can't get enough of the GOAT himself.
He's still believing in it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is a deck only a father could love, right? No, plus, trust me. 27th time is the charm, really. No, this one we fixed it.
Yeah. And real quick to answer a little bit in chat, Jay Dorsey saying, so what top 4? And Jay, we don't know just yet. We're going to find very shortly. I would hope very shortly, but as soon as the casters come back, they're going to show the top 4 distribution. And Pre saying, where are we right now? Top 8, top 16. We just got done with the quarterfinals, which is basically top 8. So we're moments away. I say moments away, but give or take 10 to 20 minutes away from top 4. And to answer you anything spicy, who would like to answer that? What have been the spicy things we've seen in top 4?
Top 4.
Or
anything
in
not
top
Draven,
cut,
right?
in top cut, in top cut, I meant.
In top cut. Yeah, I
we
mean,
saw a Miracle Draven. We saw Baited Hook Fiora. We've seen an Ezreal overall, which is pretty good. What was the first game test? The one I didn't see.
The first game was a Victor versus an Ornn. And Ornn just got completely destroyed, honestly. Ornn almost looked like he couldn't do anything against the Victor matchup, so it was quite upsetting. Not truly upsetting, but
it is the toughest one, I think.
It was tough. It was just a straight up tough matchup. And we're seeing a couple new people hop in saying who was the top 8, what was the top 8 distribution. So I'll just pull up in chat since we're on here on this little break. So yeah, chat, it was, again, I'll repeat myself, which feels like repeating myself, but people come in and out of the stream, of course. But it's 5 Dravens, a 1 Aurelia, a EZ, and a Fiora to round out the top 8. So as it stands, we only know the results from 1 because we just witnessed from the cast that Bandit and Agito just did. It was a single Draven moving on through. So we have 1 spot locked in. We just need to know what the other 4 in. Imagine.
Oh no.
Wait, no.
Yeah. Oh no, guys, we haven't even talked about this yet. But there is a world where in the top 4 is only Draven.
Yeah. No, I said it. I said it.
Yeah,
oh.
No, shoot me now, Bandit. Shoot us now. There's no way.
It feels like saying the spooky name in the mirror 3 times, like Beetlejuice. And I feel like if we do, you have to mention the devil's name to set them free, or does that call them upon you? But
Bandit, I'll counter you slightly there, because these guys made it so far. They're already in top 8. So they had to be prepared for the most obvious matchup being Draven. So if they made it this far, what's one more round? They versed so many Dravens, but of course, a counter argument to that, these are the best Dravens remaining. Can the players that came most prepared for the Draven matchup take down the best of the best? I want to say yes, though, because I think at least the Ezreal build...
We're getting rumors.
Oh,
we're getting rumors of Ezreal in top 4.
Ooh, Emporium,
we're waiting
Emporium
confirmation.
Saying it. Okay, where's your source, Emporium? What do you? How do you know it's top 4? You got someone out there in China?
Yeah. Give him up.
There are players. I mean, guys, this is live. This is literally live as we're watching it together. So they said on the Sideways stream. Okay, Emporium, I would believe it because they have friends out in the Chinese regional. I know one of them is a coach out there. So okay. We could be seeing Easy on stream.
I mean that is the first Noma, right? That you'd have to get it from. And honestly, I am choosing to believe this. This is now my new truth, and I think we can live with that. And honestly, now it is a toss-up if we'll see Ezreal back on stream.
Yeah, honestly, I think everyone would love it, especially if the other matchup is a Draven. So Draven, Ezreal, and we said it. I know I fell in love with the Fiora build, but the first love I had in Top Cut was the Ezreal. So I would be ecstatic to see him because I felt like he had such a favorable matchup, at least a 55-45% favorable matchup towards him on the play, on the draw. He just was looking really good. Like he knew exactly how to approach it. So yeah, I think if we do get any other feature match, it would only be a disappointment at this point. I hope Emporium, I hope you guys are 100% right over there.
Yeah, and I think when Ryu Stark is bring up as well, we gotta get that Aurelia on stream. They can't be getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it. Show yourself and share your knowledge with the world, because the ceiling on Aurelia, I really think it is underappreciated how close she feels to how Aurelia plays on Summoner's Rift itself, right? So swift, dashing up and down, cutting through with surgeon-like precision, taking out threats left and right, and the way they capture that in the playstyle of the deck is something I can't wait to have showcased properly on stream.
Yeah, you know, it would be a shame if Aurelia was the #2 most represented deck in Top Cut and we didn't get to see a single Aurelia. So I'm right there with you. I really do hope they progress on forward. So, I mean, guys, we could kind of make bold predictions here. 2 Dravens, an Aurelia, and an Ezreal. Is that what we're hoping for? Or not hoping for, but most realistic options?
So according to
Yeah.
the chat itself, it was the Fiora versus Ezreal game, and if the Ezreal won, then it's going to possibly be multiple Dravens in the final. So yeah,
Man.
Yeah, and that is what we were speculating, that the Ezreal is not only geared towards the Draven matchup, but whether by accident or sheer luck and talent, also plays relatively well into more versatile playstyles as well, and especially when you look at the Fiora that's so dependent on a handful of cards.
Yeah, and Nagita, did someone in chat say it was easy versus Fiora?
this was on Billy.
Oh, on
Literally.
Billy. How did you have it like auto translated?
I do.
Nice,
Google.
nice. That's pretty smart of you. But man, I would have paid to see that matchup. You know, we saw the Draven Mirror. It had
We've
some
been
good
robbed.
moments, but imagine seeing that epic showdown, right? The Ezreal versus the Fiora. That would have woke us all, or woke me right up right away. So yeah, Pagio, Fiora is out according to Billy, which is pretty much the most trusted source right now. At least since it's going live over there. So yeah, unfortunately, Fiora seems to be out, but we do have the hero still remaining. Ezreal still pushing on forward. So if he makes it to the grand finals, he has to win. I mean, but maybe I'm jinxing it here. I don't want to. I'm gonna go ahead and keep knocking on wood, because if he makes it, I want to see something non-Draven, so that a lot of people, because how Chinese meta currently works with just being a week away, people just play what is considered the best, aka what ends up winning. So because Draven keeps winning, more players elect to play him. So imagine in a world that Ezreal wins, do we see like 30% Draven, 30% Ezreal on the next regional? I would imagine it's something close to that.
I mean, it would be a shift, but we should not underestimate that a part of the Ezreal success is being slightly more favorable in these Draven matchups. And what does it mean when, you are not almost guaranteed to face a Draven half of the time, right? That is really impactful. But what I do like in these decks that are developing overseas is that they do seem a lot more intricate, a lot more delicate, and it requires a lot of awareness, not only from your own deck, but what your opponent is playing as well. Like we mentioned before, Mind Splitters are cards that have endless value the better you get at the game. And I think with Fiora as well, you have to be very aware of what those opportune moments are to strike, and that fits in the characters so well, looking for that one opening, or ducking and dashing, looking for that opening to strike. And if we can move that direction, I am a happy bandit.
Oh yeah, I think all of us would be ecstatic about that. But real quick, guys, let me run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. So hold down the fort, chat. Or not chat, Alguito, Leroy, and Bandit hold it down. I'll be right back. Just a quick second, okay?
And then to piggy off back of Bandit's statement, I do think we'll see less Dravens next week, just because as of the first week it was like 180 something played Draven. This week it's going down to 147. I can see it going down to like 120 next week. Filtering out into the Ezreals, maybe the Aurelias, maybe into the Fioras, just because, as we've seen, they don't just have a one-sided matchup into Draven. Draven isn't just the big bad of the format. It's probably the easiest one to pilot out of all of them, but the others aren't just out for it.
Yeah, and I mean, eventually there's just no more Dravens, right? There's no more cards. They're gone. You can't play Draven anymore. You can't have it. You can't bring them to the tournament. The supply is empty.
We only
That's
had
how
2.
that works, right?
Done. But I think that's also a good point. A lot of people are looking at, like, what can I get out of going to this tournament? I don't mind being the best of Israel. I don't mind being the best of Yi. I don't mind being the best of Garen or whatever. Just that way you've got yourself a nice little trophy to say, hey, I went somewhere. I've got this cool little prize. No one can take this away from me. And currently there's like 5 in the world.
Yeah, I do take some issue with that, though. As
Go on.
a competitor myself, I feel like even though you're on such a large tournament, I feel like the moment that becoming the winner of all is no longer your main goal, I feel like something is a little off in the environment. And even though I do respect trying to have these alternative legends and try and get major results from them, I feel like the mentality should always be making a push for the very, very end. And that is what really separates the champions from the contenders.
So
Yes,
I do agree with you.
but
Leroy said it earlier about you don't want tier 0 formats. And this does kind of help shimmy that out of it.
yeah, not only this, but um, making this makes it so that there are some legends that you would not expect that could perform and that could inspire people to create new decks. This is a sort of brewery for good ideas, I think.
Definitely, but then you're still entering with the mentality to take it all, right? You think your deck is particularly well equipped to deal with the obstacles on its course. And that is that fighting spirit that is so commendable, especially when it is from a brew or a deck tech that is yet unproven.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I
It's
get
always
the
good to see
idea.
people push it out something
Yeah.
a bit new, a bit different. Like we cast the game yesterday with the Renata. I've not seen any Renata games that weren't just all tokens, pretend you're a victor, and yet we saw the build your gears up, get giant horns just blowing that horn and crashing into a battlefield.
Yeah, it was even a little bit more than that on top of that, right? Because they had the Renata chosen champion getting value from the gold tokens generated, able to get a point. And then the spiciest thing from the Renata, we talked about it slightly earlier, either with Leroy or with NA, I believe, the Echo to hit and blade the Echo to ready your entire runes. It was some craziness. I hope we see some more Renata because I think there's gonna be a chef that breaks her. Maybe there's a world because she was playing against Miracle Draven in that matchup and she was looking fairly good. She was gonna end up, or she won game 2 and they ended up going to a tie because game 1 lasted 40 plus minutes. So in a world with untimed, in an untimed environment, perhaps Renata could have done something. It just, those turns look so complicated. It's going to take a really skilled player to make Renata work. But just like we saw this Ezreal and this Fiora player, is there a world where we eventually see Renata top 8? Or not top 8, but at the minimum top cut? Because I was impressed. I know, Agita, you said it. She was doing some really amazing stuff, wasn't she?
I thought she was, but it's quite funny the difference between the decks. The Miracle Draven takes slower to start the game off and gets very quick towards the end, whereas Renata very quick first turns and then has to start thinking towards the end of their turns.
It is quite different.
But
Yeah,
I think the color code of blue and yellow is just a very powerful color combination anyway. So with a lot of the other ones like Lux, Annie, Victor, as we go further down the line, those colors will just get better either way.
I definitely feel that, and I think when you are looking at especially the Miracle Draven setup there, I feel like people may have been underestimating its reliance on its surprise factor, right? When the fact that it deviates from the traditional Draven path and has separate vulnerabilities, right? If you never contend the battlefields against Miracle Draven, they don't really care. It doesn't really bother them that much because they'll be drawing regardless because of the way the deck is constructed. Now, with the knowledge that you are playing against a Miracle Draven, I feel you can punish their over-reliance on all the pieces needed to get to that Exodia board state. And you can punish their lack of interaction with their opponents, just like we saw in our previous match.
As I said to you during it, he seemed very confident to pick out the pieces he wanted, but thought none of the interactions needed to actually fight the board states.
Yeah, especially if the only way to really deal with your problems is by getting yourself going even faster, it is exploitable. And that is an aspect that should not be underestimated, especially in these top finishes. These players are well adaptive and they can switch on the fly, maybe even have some outs in their sideboard, right? Do not underestimate how much preparation goes into coming to a large-scale tournament like this one.
Mm-hmm. And to answer Rift Lodge, I know, Caster, you said, Sally, no. It was more so the fact that the game we just watched was about 30 minutes long. So that's probably, these breaks weren't, so this isn't even a break because some players are still playing. So it feels like a break to us, but the players are still competing in the round of top 8, which is a bit of a feels bad, but it is what it is. Perhaps in the future, we do get something like a backup table, because we've seen it in the past. I know in Houston they had 2 tables and they would be rotating, not rotating, but if one ended up finishing earlier, they would hop over to the other one. But yeah, a couple people in chat saying I wish they had backup matches. That would be cool. That would be real cool, just to shorten the breaths. For Swiss, it wasn't that bad, but for top 8, it gets a little bit crazy.
Yeah, especially because it was so extraordinarily quick. This Draven v Draven was an absolute speed run.
Mm-hmm.
Game 1 conceded very early, realizing they just didn't have any gas to push the engine forwards anymore, and essentially happened again in the second game, where they tried to go all in and just couldn't push through.
Yeah, I guess I think I've seen Draven mirror matches. They either go like insanely long with like a miracle mirror match, or I guess in this situation, it kind of ended up being super speedy. But it brings up an interesting point. I know we said it was a matter of skill level, but it almost seems like the more straightforward traditional Draven, with those equipments, are able to keep those Miracle Dravens from conquering. Because it's almost like, Bandit, you said, like, Draven in general, a whole lot better attacking, but more so Miracle Draven, because it's all about building up your base and then sending in units when you need them. But you don't really have those spinning axes at reaction speed to defend. Yes, maybe you do have those rebukes to the fighter flights, but you do have more defensive options in the traditional package. So it almost feels like maybe people are wrong, or it could just be a matter of what we just saw in this feature match. But it's curious to see if there is a clear winner in terms of what Draven's power level is the traditional one or the miracle one. I don't think we'll get a true answer ever unless you're playtesting at a high level, because everyone's leaning towards miracle. But that match makes me believe that maybe the standard is still super strong. It just depends who's the pilot, no?
A pilot thing might be a real thing here, because I would love to see the Draven mirror matchup. Well, love to see. I would be interested to see the Draven mirror matchup in which they don't lose their Draven the very next turn they play it. I think that is such a back-breaking play to be going into against, not once but twice.
Right.
Yeah, it's the exact same play both games. Turn 2, get your Draven out. Turn 3, lose your Draven. I think the issue as well for game 1 was they just couldn't get the engine to start, which obviously a no game is not a great game to watch or play. And then the second game, even though they got the engine to start to run, they were just being very greedy with what they wanted to take off of the top. So instead of having a couple of resources for removal or combat tricks, they just decided, hey, let me just get more engine pieces that they never played.
Okay, and we're getting a little bit insight in chat as well. Jet from YouTube saying mid-range is slightly stronger but more difficult to pilot. And when you say mid-range, are we talking about traditional? I would imagine you guys mean traditional. I mean, it is mid-range, of course, right? So yeah, it has to be. And Radek saying mid-range is overall better. I mean, it depends who you ask. Honestly, everyone from that one Italian tournament, the champion was saying he was getting so many comments throughout the tournament saying it feels like we're playing a different game. You're doing things I couldn't even imagine before this moment of playing against you. So it could be some adaptation, like the traditional Dravens taking into their main board the Mind Splitter we saw. Maybe those are kind of devastating, moving the EZ, not enabling the game plan from the beginning. So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see. But yeah, these guys are thinking that mid-range or the traditional Draven is just better in general. My close friend was the one of those creators. Those are his words. And Jed, are you talking about what's his name? Leroy, do you remember who the Italian winner was? He's a One Piece player. He's kind of famous in that community.
No, because I know he's a TCG player already, but again, it's not my field per se, so it's hard to really know.
Okay.
No, but Leroy, you live the closest to Italy from all of us, so you should know him personally.
Yeah,
how that
right.
works.
Oh, that's just racist.
Just
Whoa.
call him. Just step out your home, walk the 5 minutes it takes to get to Italy, knock on his door.
Right.
Yeah, you do. I'm probably like the furthest point in France from Italy, almost.
Really?
So yeah, I'm like
Well,
in
you're still the closest
Brittany, so
Yeah, you're still the closest. Come on, put some effort in, Leroy.
yeah, I'll do that for sure. No
What
worries.
do you mean you won't get on a 14-hour train ride to go see the person in Italy? Come on.
Yeah, you should have played in the
You
tournament
know that
actually.
I wanted to go to Bologna by train, and I couldn't because it's just too long and too expensive, and I have to take the plane.
Oh wow! I
Yeah,
would
it's-
imagine everything's pretty. I thought everything was pretty much able to be trained or able to take a train in Europe. At least like France to Italy. I'm
expensive
surprised you had
trains.
to.
It would
expensive.
take me like 17 hours or something like that.
Wow, I didn't expect
Yeah,
that.
especially when you're not living in Paris in France, trains are like it takes a long time to get to a big station that can get you to the other big station.
Yeah, I won't get
I
into
do
that, but
I do want to highlight that I think if Leroy were to leave right now for Italy, he might be back in time before the next round starts.
Oh yeah,
That is
at the pace that this tournament's been going, it just might be the case. And it looks like someone in chat is friends with that Italian champion. He's saying the deck was constructed originally around Jinx, which is so funny you bring that up because in regional number 1 last weekend, we were kind of saying just put the Miracle package in Jinx and play for the best of metal card in these next regionals. I feel like that has to be a good thing. Decently
and if
good thing.
you checked, there were more Jinx this tournament than the previous one. So maybe some people actually picked up on that.
They realize, okay, I think this might be my best shot at getting a best of meta card, but everyone in chat saying, why is it taking so long? It looks like it won't be taking too much longer. So very shortly, I will be throwing it to the caster booth. Alguito and Bandit will be taking us down to the top 4 matchup. Hopefully, I mean, I think, sometimes I hate being biased, but I think everyone can agree with this. Hopefully, it is not that dreaded Draven mirror match, and we get at least Ezreal coming out to play because it has been confirmed he is moving on forward, and we might just see within the next 5 minutes or so the remaining 4 players for today. So we'll see. I'll keep it on the scene for now until we see the 4 players, but once the players start setting up, I'll go ahead and let Bandit and Alguito take it away for this next round. But we'll see. Usually when they show the caster scene, they end up showing the deck distribution. So here we go, chat. Who is left? It looks like we see the players remaining.
it's a sign of an early winter.
Yeah,
I will be
I
devil's
think
advocate.
the
will
AI
happily watch
was
whatever
easy,
games
so
together.
easy did move forward. I remember AI in the middle was the Ezreal player. Oh, Fiora made it, guys. Oh, the
Well, let's
rumors
go.
were wrong.
Let's
I mean-
go.
All right, let's watch
I mean-
Ezreal versus Fiora. There we go.
I mean, either way,
Ah,
if it's
don't-
Draven Fiora or
No,
Draven
no,
Ezreal,
no.
that's not terrible as well.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of down for it.
I'm okay.
I'll
Honestly,
take
I'm
anything
okay
I can
with.
get at this point.
I'm okay with another Draven mirror because that will mean the ultimate.
Yes, but not
Yeah,
on
no,
stream.
wait.
See,
But
that's what
not
I
on
want
stream.
the Fiora and Ezreal so that I get the good match to cast.
Yeah. No, wait. No. I was completely messed up. I was like, we need Ezreal versus Shura in final. So no, we need.
No, you
Yeah, and
need
I
the
think
Draven V single digits. I mean, single digit legends right now, right? Fiora Draven, Ezreal Draven, but Bandit, Alguito. If you guys are ready, I'll go ahead and throw it over to the main scene and take us away. It looks like we did see this player before, but I'll let you guys take it from here, all right?
oh yeah, that is very much on the brink of being very problematic. Now we are just messing with Plus, of course. Now the people have spoken, Chengdu. We demand Ezreal on stream, and we demand it right now. And reveal it to us. It will be Fiora facing off against. Well, we can only await as the grand reveal. It is Fiora Ezreal, which feast thine eyes upon this glorious battlefield in front of us.
This is now the finals. Don't worry, everyone else. This is now the finals.
Yeah. Oh, and you can see them settling in, knowing that they'll have a final hurdle to overcome before they can take their deserved spot into the grand final. A last hurdle to overcome. Agito, who has the upper hand in this duel?
I would like to think that Ezreal probably has a slight edge into Fiora. He's very mobile. He's not really caring about holding down the fort, as they say. If he can get his cool pit crew and Swifties combo going, then it's Fiora's game to have to pull it back. Obviously, Fiora is more about having one big bulky unit to try and get some advantage going between the buff engine, the unsuspending, and the unsung heroes for draws. But I do think it is Ezreal's game to win.
Yeah, and we have mentioned it a few times before, so if it sounds repetitive, my apologies. But the versatility of addressing a plethora of threats from Ezreal's side is something that you should be looking out for. However, when you look at the availability on Fiora's side to mess with their opponent's game plan in either riposts and then striking decisively, might, it is. I feel like you can explain both game plans as being superior to their opponents, and that is what makes this duel so exciting to me.
It's not a one-sided battle between each of these characters. There is some counterplay to go through. Fiora wants to go big and tall. Ezreal has the ability to knock them back down to size. Fiora has the riposte for a counterplay. It's not all just one to the other. It is a good back and forth match we should get here today.
Yeah, and from what we've seen so far, the key pieces in the Fiora list that we have to keep our eyes out on, Agito, what is, in your opinion, the pillars of success for Fiora?
It does depend on how they're going to be running this. Ezreal, as far as I'm aware, doesn't really run any gear removal, so getting those baited hookouts on turn 3 or 4, or seeing also maybe a set in hand, would probably be the play to be. At the same time, Ezreal doesn't really play a lot of big units besides the Mind Splitters and the Watchers, so it might be more of a reactive play than it is a reactive play. But I do think it is going to be trying to get advantages between the baited hooks and the draw engine through the unsung heroes.
It's gonna be a tight one. It's going to be a tight one, and Draven, talking about force of habit, Ezreal is on the play in this one, winning the roll off, getting himself a small advantage to edge him ever forward just that little bit. But keep your eye on that rune pool of the Fiora that can get out of hand so quickly, growing with every mighty unit entering.
What happened?
And further developing
Big crew.
plays coming through. It's going to be tight.
And a cull. So we got half the combo ready to go here on the side of Ezreal. We did take advantage of getting the first unit out on the field with the Fiora from the Fiora player.
Ooh,
and a
Seal
Seal
next to it.
going down.
Yeah, that
So
is
we
a
do
big
understand.
development turn. That is
You
just
can get in and get out. Very good.
adding cogs to the machine, making sure that they can keep chugging along whilst not further extending themselves into problematic board states that can be punished by mighty Fiora units.
Same with the Draven, as we've seen before. The key is to get in and get out as fast as you can. Pit Crew has that ability with the call attached to it, so constantly just moving in and out of battlefields. Not really having to worry about the current board state of the Fiora, but with what's in hand, it could become tricky if they try to hold a bit too early.
Yeah, because we've seen a lot of attacking motions coming through most successful decks. Not too focused on holding, as that is too vulnerable a position. And I'm not necessarily sure if that is still the case in this matchup, that have definitely combat tricks to their disposal. It's a key part of the game. But it feels less explosive, less volatile.
So it is much more of a lower power level kind of deck versus each other. Obviously, towards the end of the Furious game plan, they are going to be big, mighty units, but currently it is more that mid-range power level, which they can both deal with quite fairly easily. We're going to do anything else with the runes left open. We do have access to the Troll Call, I believe it was the Troll Song, the Call of Glory in the hand here for the Fiora, so they're not really too worried about being jumped on by this pit crew. But at the same time, there is a few other things in hand, so we can just go on here. We do know there is the Bellows Breath on the hands of Ezreal, so again, that is something to be concerned about for the Fiora.
Yeah, definitely you have to something to keep into account. But Ezreal himself hasn't made his entrance yet, and as I mention it, that is exactly what will transpire right in front of our eyes. And now the digging has begun to a quest towards the missing pieces for Ezreal, and that just is a continuation of what direction we've already set off into.
As we all know, that Ezreal is a spelunker by trade and nature, so delving deeper into his deck makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I was personally a little saddened to see that they for the alt art they didn't put in Explorer Ezreal. That was my favorite dinky skin that he can run with. But you know, sometimes you have to just make room for those more debonair among us.
So I do quite like the debonair skin line, so it's nice to see this with Ezreal. I do hope they carry it on with the other characters, with Vi coming in the next set, and then hopefully Jace further down the line, and a Galio at some point. But as you can just see here, just trying to craft his hand a little bit deeper. We did see the Arcane Shift come out earlier from the draws from the playing of the Ezreal, so we do have the Ezreal combo if we have to.
Yeah, and I think even though it is enticing, I don't feel like there's a real over-reliance on the Ezreal kit. Like, I feel like you're not out for the count when you don't have the Ezreal on hand anymore. And I think part of that contributes to the success of this deck as well. That it's not, you know, overly reliant on a handful of game pieces.
No, I think the Ezreal is quite good at, as you said, it digs a little bit into its deck. It's not really sort of clasping on for anything to go. We are equipping the... No, we're just playing out the extra call. But overall, yeah, I don't think Ezreal's really one of those decks where it is just constantly starving for card economy. It does seem to be pretty good into it. And then just to sort of talk to chat there, he actually trashed a Rebuke, so I don't think he's looking for a Rebuke.
Yeah, it looked like a slightly more strategical game. And to answer one of the questions in chat, what are these players writing down? Well, every time these the cards become public knowledge, right, and things disappear more and more into the bin, especially cards like Rebuke, like Fight or Flight, or a Flash or a Recall, like very pivotal cards like that. It's good that you can write down this information, make sure that, all right, that is one less they can hit off, just so you can always make a statistical proper play, right? You don't have full information, but every little bit helps. The more you can get off your mind and onto paper, the more capacity you have to focus on the things that can only be calculated in your head.
Exactly. So if you see your opponent's played 2 stacked decks and 2 cool shots already, you know that there's only really 2 more cards in the deck that's going to help dig a little bit deeper. I don't think Ezreal plays more than just the champion Ezreal in the champion zone, so it's not as if you have to worry about that coming out. I think they do play a Fizz or 2. We have seen the Vex, though, as a counter to other cards, and I think a couple of them do play the Last Rites as well, so it's not always about digging deeper, it is sometimes about recycling the cards that you can't normally recycle.
Yeah, and you know, especially when you are playing a baited hook deck that sometimes has to account for cards left in the deck and what threats might be in there or how likely they are to hit certain cards in their deck, so that you can prepare for such scenarios, right? When you see them only hit bombs in the first bit that are all going into discard, you know, you can maybe be a little bit more greedy, play a little more forwards, and try to see if you can gain some ground by punishing such unfortunate runouts. However, if you are unaware of those situations transpiring before you, and you are not making the most of that, you might be losing out on value. And as a TCG player, it's the one thing in the world I love most: value.
So as you can see, that they are at that lovely threshold of 7 on the field here, with the gold escaping apparently, and there you go, exactly what I was trying to say. The Mind Splitter is coming now. If your opponent hasn't really been playing a lot of cards from hand, this knowledge will be quite good to see. As we can see here, there are a few decent cards in hand still, but what are they going to try and do to get some value out of this?
Yeah, the Call to Glory is being shown, and that will be everything they are putting down right now, just to pop her onto Mighty, ramp themselves up a little bit more. And this is the point where we enter territory that might have been not as obvious beforehand in this tournament, where Dravens usually kind of whittle down on their rune reserves quite harshly. Fiora, who can just keep ramping up, is a lot more concerned with how many cards she can keep in hand to make optimal use of all those resources available to her.
Personally speaking here, I think the most valuable card in that hand overall would be the BF Sword, just because we know they only run 3 of the equipments, and that would be a great shock to them later on. Especially with the punching first, they could be hard bargained later on, or you can just...
Or challenged.
Or
and
challenged.
The fact that there is a bit of a lack of resources available to the Ezreal to get rid of the BF Sword once it is on the battlefield. And if I'm supposed to trust those fingers, the BF Sword will be having to make new BFs in the trash pile.
That's it. As many friends in there as you have, don't worry about that. But yes, I don't think the Ezreals tend to run the acceptable losses, because it is a loss to themselves, especially in this version of the build. And I don't think Blue has an option currently to get rid of equipments. Off the top of my head.
That is something we'll have to discover a little bit later on. And it's once again the options, and that you're humming and hawing, and that you're weighing for yourself, how much do I want to advance my own game plan, in contrast to how important isn't that my opponent cannot get to his game plan. And with the stickiness and slipperiness of the Ezreal, I feel like you have a lot of answers that address many problems. There are many threats in your Mind Splitters that are also advancing your game plan for yourself. But it's getting a little choppy on the battlefield as Fiora is pulling ahead in the lead and Ezreal is lacking a bit in the might department.
As you said, we do have the big-bodied Mind Splitter that is a dragon. I know, I'm confused too by this. And that 7 might unit isn't nothing to scoff at, but we did just see the hand has at least 2 options to do with such a mighty unit itself. And that can be cause for concern, especially if you don't have anything in play to keep it going. Although, our Watcher's a pretty good option.
Yeah, the Watcher is a good option. I mean, a little less so with the way it's set out, but look at that, dealing 12 damage to all and everything at battlefields. I mean, that might be the way forward to make sure just to wipe this proverbial slate a little more clean.
So I don't hate that option either. It does clear the board. You also get to score to 4 as well. Very costly, but they're in a good position.
And it does exhaust all your units, so he cannot move up afterwards.
No, it puts him sort of on the equal playing field, as I don't think there's anything. No, that's wrong. The Fiora champion is currently out in the back, so it doesn't necessarily get rid of all the problems, but they do actually go for that option. But again, it's not a bad option, especially if one battlefield does get very full.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, is it a large enough answer? Because it does exhaust your own units. You cannot capitalize on the gap left in its wake. And it looks like we will be facing off into more fighting, and that is a daunting task. Looking at the runes available to Fiora, knowing that a riposte could be hiding in that hand.
He has access to knowledge already. He knows there's 2 punch first in there as well, making that Fiora a 10 might unit over their 8, which is not very good to walk into.
Will be committing.
So that's 9 to a possible 10, which again isn't very great. Doesn't Fiora also have shield as well? So she'd be actually 11.
Is getting toughened up for certainly. However, there is a lot of tricksies up of this Ezreal's sleeve, including but not limited to that arcane shift, which we've seen its impact before, especially when these Mind Splitters and these Watchers get to stay on the battlefield. They have so many tricks to be annoying, to make life miserable for you. And especially, I mean, 4 cards is not a small amount of cards for a Fiora. But you have to keep into account every combat trick. They have more trouble evening up the score like that.
See, this to me be a fairly good play. But are they going to go for the card advantage? They are. I thought they might want to maybe arcane shift it across so that way it was banished, so it wouldn't be able to be targeted anymore, and then become a new unit that could strip another card from the hand. But I think they're still doing a good play here.
Please continue.
I think it's good to, you know, the Mind Splitter might be a big key piece right now, but in return they can draw 2 more cards. I believe all their runes are still open, so they could use this battlefield explosion and then put themselves in a better position for next turn.
Yeah, and I believe Arcane Shift is on action speed, not reaction speed, which is why they didn't
you're right,
commit to that, as they do not like to be labeled a cheater, which I respect.
No.
It's those team
cheating is wrong, everyone.
You should be mindful of. Now, with that all committed, we are dropping bombs on battlefields, exhausting all units for the Ezreal player, but taking out both of these battlefields in full.
Now, could you re-ready that pit crew if you have a gear in hand that could be spent this turn?
I don't see why you couldn't.
So if they do have another Cull, or maybe no, they're passing over. I was wondering if they're a Seal or a Cull, maybe they could unsuspend it and try and get another point. But no, they're still in a very good place.
It feels like a bit of an emergency break that had to be pulled. And with the Hidden Blade expanded from their hand as well, the options that the Fiora has at their disposal are starting to run a little slim. However, they are sitting on 5 victory points. They can take any battlefield that they want, move up to that oh so dangerous and treacherous 6 victory points, and now it's up to them how they will move forward. Entrenching or staying nimble on your feet.
Indeed. At this battlefield as well, that Fiora does become mighty, as they already have a buff to make them a 5 might unit. The Unsung Hero is still a very good card, although without that BF sword, it does make it a little bit harder to get the resource retention from it. But again, we have to remember there is 2 punch first in the hand, which are always just scary cards to deal with, especially on the play.
A scary card to deal with, but when these rune pools of the Ezreal starts to grow, and they can start landing multiple impactful plays in a single turn, is when things start to grow ever more scary. Bellows Breath hits the field, and what will the answer be? You see them mull it over, making sure they are keeping everything tidy and in place.
I think he's repeated it, which means that they're both -2, and then did they have a Watcher in hand for it to just instantly kill them?
They do have the Watcher in hand, as we can see. But a Stupefy will come over top, and I do believe the Watcher does lower it to a minimum of 1, doesn't it?
It does, and the Bella's Breaths are just damage points, essentially.
It's a damage point, of course. You are correct. And so does he have the mana for it? He currently doesn't have the mana for it anymore, does it?
No. So, he's going to take his own card out. Giving it the might. So that would go to 3 across, and then there would be 4. Oh. By any means possible, right?
Pardon?
So I think Frigid Touch gives -3. Maybe I'm wrong here. And then that would obviously 2. So Fiora should still be at 1.
Well, and that is a bit of a scary proposition to be at, as we are resolving the chain currently. Some light judge intervention, and I feel like we are sometimes so distracted by all the shiny new toys that Spiritforged has brought us that we are quick to overlook the good old reliable cards from set 1, like Stupefy.
Yeah, still a great card. Gives you -1 might, draw a card. Draw in any card game is always really good, as you can attest to that. But it's just nice to see that the set 1 cards are still worthwhile to play.
Yeah, and now with all the units taken out on the side of Fiora, it is up to Ezreal to show he knows how to steal a win away from the Crown Guard themselves, as they are looking to dig a little deeper. And as long as those Mind Splitters keep on coming, that can be real trouble. We'll be passing on it.
I did think, to be fair, with the Bellows Breath, it would probably be more useful in a deck situation where they're not going to be pushing up next turn. So it just makes sense if they've got any smaller units just to keep them on the back line.
And they're getting low now as well, right? Like, committing to a Mind Splitter right now would be most of your turn. Now, they have banked themselves up some treasures to sustain any major power blows. And here we have the dragon, that one we have been waiting for.
So yes, the first time we've seen the dragon come down. Very impactful card. Obviously, for them, it's a case of it is slowing down their momentum as of the next turn going over. Ezreal can obviously still get in and out if he really wants to. But again, it is the turn for Fiora really to be winning this, as they should be going to 7 next turn, with the Ezreal possibly being stuck at just 4 points.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the margin of error that Fiora has bought herself by making those early commitments to the bases, by scooping up those early victory points. She has bought herself time to sustain these nuisances being thrown out by Ezreal himself, who is now scrambling for answers. But do not underestimate how tricky it can be to finish out a game when you are sitting on 7 points. So close can be in reality so far away.
Indeed. We did just see them pick up the Watcher from that cool shot, which is a great card, and I think we will probably see it coming down next turn, as we have just tapped through our ruins. If they have a gear in hand, this will essentially give them the play to go to 4, making it a bit easier on the following turn. But we see ourselves a Boots going up to 5 points this turn, I believe.
Yeah, if allowed, so the pit crew can run rampant if need be. And now it's no longer a single threat on the side of Ezreal's board, making up multiple plays for themselves, cold stacking, and well, making sure that we are playing a clean game. Not unimportant, but that will bring them up to 4, readying with the treasure, introducing themselves, sweeping up these battlefields, and they are just driving a little Grand Prix around the battlefields.
And this is what you tend to see from Ezreal, just trying to basically get the combo of the Boots and the Cull. It does seem that most of them are only running the 1 Swifties, so the combo doesn't always come into play super early, but it has come in at a clutch time.
Yeah, very clutch. And this is how quickly the tempo of a game can swing. And with still 3 energy available, they might have some answers for the threats being put up. And how are we feeling about drawing yet another dragon?
I believe we have the cards to play it at least, so that's always good. Getting rid of this pit crew would help out. Obviously, they're going to try and score to 7 points next turn if that's the case. You kind of want to hold with a dragon, I feel like, and then maybe play the other dragon to the same field, just to try and get something going on the map, as these dragons would be 7 apiece on the Teferian war camp.
7 apiece in the war camp, and enhancing their dominable stand with a brother in arms is, I mean, that might be the push they need. I mean, any card in hand, they can play freely. No more energy needed, even available in the books. And with such a large pile being tapped, they will be taking out the pit crew. But look at that hand of Ezreal. Surely there is some sort of answer hiding in there to keep him in the race.
We've seen there's a rebuke in hand that can keep him off of the play for another turn, but you don't really want to be seeing a Harness Dragon going back to the hand to be played against you again the following turn. Obviously, the issue here for the Ezreal, he's only got the 1 unit on the field right now.
Oh, but Akito, are we keeping track of the fact that he didn't play the dragon onto the battlefield? That surprises me a little bit.
Surprises me too. I'd have thought he'd have tried to hunker down for at least 1 more turn, unless he's just that confident that Ezreal can't remove them from the battlefield and it's a hold game for themselves. We obviously know about the Arcane Shift over here. We also know about the Watcher, but again, I think there's still 2 punch verses in the hand for the Fiora player.
I mean, yeah, but I feel so susceptible to like fight or flights or rebukes or the likes. And we will be starting off with a Bellows Breath. And I believe he paid for it twice.
That he did.
All right, getting himself more information still. And you have to keep in mind that even though there are a lot of big scary cards in the hands of our Ezreal player, he needs to get them on the board, and that is a costly investment. And even when they do, you have to bring a whole lot of them. Even with the Watcher coming down, is the double punch first enough to keep themselves standing? It feels so susceptible to interaction being played out.
I agree it does. Obviously, the issue for their opponent is they don't know what's in their hand, and we know there's a Watcher there. Currently, both dragons will go down to 2 might, so even with the, I don't know, go down to 3 might on the battlefield, but even then they'd clash with each other if that's the case in terms of the Watcher. Although they are going to respond with the punch first, which I think is probably the best plan here.
Yeah, spreading out their investment as well, making sure that they already have some extra might this turn, and they can't be, blown away with a single card. Means they have more information to themselves. Spreading out their decision will be pivotal.
So the Ezreal did know about these punch first and was probably predicting this play, although if that's the case, I'm surprised they didn't double tap the repeat on the Bellows Breath, as it still would have put you one might higher than the Dragon if you did want to put out the Watcher this turn.
Now, when you conquer a empty battlefield, does that still count as resolving combat, and does that heal up these dragons once again?
No. So I think the dragons have to. So I feel like with combat, when it comes to damage counters, they have to do a combat. They have to enter a combat themselves, as they are currently on the battlefield, and no combat has happened on the battlefield for either player. It wouldn't reduce the might given to them.
Not counted as being in battle just yet. You gotta get your hands dirty if you want to heal, and that is the way that will shake out. But still, we are laying in wait of what the Ezreal has in mind to address the current issue of dragons holding a firm grip over these battle camps.
So I am pondering right now if you could Watcher and then Arcane Shift it at the same time, just to get the double trigger out.
I mean, can you even pay for that is kind of the question. 4, 5,
If you
6,
don't accelerate
7,
it, you
8,
can,
9,
right?
10. Yeah, I think it's 10, but I don't think you have a unit ready to actually contest it then. Or does it get pushed down because of the damage?
I presume because of the damage. So they are coming out with the Watcher. I couldn't see if it's accelerated, not because they cut away too quick.
It's not tapped.
It's been accelerated. It's been accelerated at least.
And the countdown is here. We have taken our exit, and now Ezreal is committed.
I mean, this is a great position for Ezreal right now. This is what you need to do just to try and clear that battlefield.
Yeah, it is dicey though. You know the tricks that the Fiora has at their disposal, and I'm not sure if they are fully aware of those last cards in hand. It's been a while since they splitted any minds.
Indeed. So hopefully they wrote it down, or they just have a decent enough memory to know that be careful of what was going on. I think the only card that they would have known about were the 2 punch first left over, which have obviously been used this turn. The Death Grip was used earlier in the game, and then they drew into the follow-up Hidden Blade. So that would be a bigger Watcher there. So this will do it if it's the case.
If it is out to fully resolve, and this is the power of these gears, of these equipments that kit out any unit on your field to be truly indomitable. And with a bit of a reward from the calls coming through, now it is up to Fiora to be contesting in 2 battlefields at the very same time with only a single ready unit to go. It is a tough task, but not impossible. However, there's still so much energy left on the side of our red side representative.
Indeed. We know about the rebuke still, and there's enough cards up to rebuke that back to the hand, meaning that their last play is essentially done and dusted. Was that a Fox joke that I heard there with kitting out?
Ooh, a keen ear. I appreciate that in a co-caster. Now, for more of these wordplay, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, I don't see any dogs just yet, but every dog does have his day.
And they do. Now, to let all these further puns, these sleeping puns lie, they are going over what is at their disposal one more time, figuring out if they have even an opportunity to clutch a victory from here. But that is really one of the limitations that if Fiora walks into. Just doesn't get to see as much of her deck as their opponent, and that is Ezreal stealing a victory from the clutches of defeat.
And to be fair, a well-earned victory from the Ezreal as well, as that didn't seem to be going his way for the first 3 or 4 turns, and then has just turned it around in the last 2. So very proud of him to clutch that back.
Yeah, and I think the question being asked in chat is very valid. Should have Fiora just hunkered down on that single battlefield, make it more difficult for them to come over the top? I mean, hindsight is 2020, right? You leave yourself with more options, but I feel like on 7 points, you are already committed, especially when you look at the hand size of the Ezreal.
Indeed, I think they had like 9 cards in hands. You've just got to try and figure out like what is Ezreal going to be running, how many combat tricks, how many rebukes, are they running vital flights, which obviously is the purple deck, you probably should. What's really going to get me? We've already seen that 1 Mind Flayer, they only really run 2. You know, we saw him put a Watcher back, but they did draw into another one, which does help push forwards that acceleration. Although I think we both do agree that they probably should have played the second dragon to the battle arena, so that way they could have killed off the Ezreal originally.
Yeah, it is game 1 of our featured top 4 match, battling for a spot in the Chengdu Grand Finals. Now, once you realize, all right, this Ezreal was on the play, we're going to get Fiora on the play, and let's be real, this Fiora, it didn't feel like she was really operating that baited hook game plan, and it's up to people to decide if that is the versatility of that deck, that it doesn't solely rely on baited hook lines of play, or that the engine never got going. Which way are you leaning?
I feel like it was the engine never got a chance to go. As we saw, they took away their, I'm going to presume, the only BF sword they saw during that game, which just hampers that mighty threshold a lot to this deck. And then obviously we did see a baited hook at the end there, but I do think it might have been a top draw from that last turn.
Yeah, and I do feel like by having a abundance of Mind Splitters, a lot of these more sticky threats from your opponent, you can nip them in the bud. Take care of them before they have time to develop into large adult-sized game-ending threats.
And that's the versatility currently of purple. You know, it does have a lot of options to it. It's not just about combat tricks. As we can see, there's also hand tricks to be played too.
Yeah, tricky hands. I think that is fitting on an Ezreal, which has, you know, some nimble fingers that are looking to get their hands on shiny treasure. Now, what did strike me as interesting, or maybe outside of the line of expectation, is the lack of sabotages being played on that Fiora board. Can you walk me through that line? It feels like an auto in.
I would feel like in this format right now, where everyone wants to play gears to some degree, either it be equipments or baited hooks or even just seals, a lot of decks are currently taking advantage of the seals, you would feel like some form of removal would be in pretty much everyone's deck, even if it's just a 1 or 2 of, but it does feel like sabotage is specifically a sideboard deck for these Fioras.
And, I mean... sabotage gets rid of a lot of things, right? Choose an opponent, they reveal their hand, choose a non-unit card from it, recycle that card. It's not limited to just gears.
Sorry, I was going to salvage, you're right.
These pesky spells, and just the information you get for a single energy, for a single might, for single power, sorry. It seems like a throwaway cost for a Fiora deck, and the information that you have with it, knowing what to riposte. I am always of the opinion that the more information you have, the better you are equipped to deal with the game. But it feels like it goes double in a deck like Fiora, which has to pick and choose their moments so carefully.
Totally agree. Yes, with sabotage itself, obviously it's not as powerful as the Mind Splitter is, but again, for a cost of 1, you know, you've got to balance out its usefulness. But as you said, you know, you can get rid of the very egregious spells that are going to hamper your day, get rid of the gears that are also going to try and push you back where they can. And just hand knowledge itself is just very powerful in any card game.
Yeah, and of course it is an endless balancing act, right? Because cheap cards, in especially the Order and the body right? Orange body. I think that is how
all
that
right,
works.
body and order.
Body order. There you go. Is of course sometimes struggling to get enough cards in hand, and then lowering your curve significantly can just mean you are not well equipped for that end game, especially because I mean near the end of that deck, they were top decking. They were really just top decking from what they could get, and even a double punch first could not bail them out in the end. Now, how are we going to adapt as the Fiora to the problem in front of us? We have a sideboard at our disposal. What has to change?
I do think that Fioras do play more sabotages in the side deck as well, so I think getting them into play is a good option. Again, with the salvage, which I thought you said originally, put them into the deck as well. Getting rid of any of these gears that are causing the pit crews to run amok is just, probably the best way to do it. And again, so if you can sabotage the hand, remove a gear, and then you can salvage off whatever's left to play following up, and then hopefully just hit the cards you need to see. You need to see some bigger swords, and you need to just get into the actual grittiness that is Fiora when she wants to fight back.
Yeah, can Fiora find her grit to stick it out and make it to Game 3? It is going to be decided right here. Ezreal looking to close it out. Fiora looking to stay alive. Final notes are being eyed over as we are approaching the very, very start of this Game 2 of the top 4. Judges are ready. Players are almost ready. Agito, are you ready?
I'm ready, baby. You ready?
I was born ready. Actually, no, that's not true. I think since I've awoken today, I've been feeling more ready as the hours have passed. Now, if you're on the play,
ready, yeah?
Will that be the difference maker? Show me that flying start.
Can we get something good down here? Into a Pit Rookie, I don't hate it. It's a cheap enough card. I know you want to get the buff from it, but again, just getting some units on the field is really worth it.
It's a fine start, answered in kind on the other side with what looks to be a pit crew. So that is already one of those scary engine pieces that the Ezreal is looking to maximize already on the board.
We do have the key piece in hand. And he would make it mighty.
He would make it mighty. And getting yourself ahead of the curve like that, it is what it is all about. You cannot play fearful right now as the Fiora. It is really all about making sure you can get that flying start off as quick as you can. And that is maybe one of the key pieces that he would have welcomed in the previous game. Riposte, countering and buffing when need be.
Indeed. And a first mate as well, a very solid card in this deck. You want to try and get as many interactions with those battlegrounds as you can early to try and push it through. But again, coming mighty, getting yourself a tapped ruin is also just a very good advantage for yourself.
Yeah, and the card that didn't see the light of day in the previous game is seeing and making his debut in not even turn 3. Already getting on the field in turn 2 is exactly where you want to be. However, it does make you slightly vulnerable. One is none when you are playing against Chaos.
Indeed, Chaos is all around us. So coming down with a call, again, Germany very good to get this out early. You do miss on the unsuspend trigger, but you want that treasure more than anything else.
Yeah, and you can still find your way back home with the entry of the treasure itself. There they go, safe and sound back home, just popping over to the shop.
That's it, saying hello, getting some gold, moving back out again.
It's as simple as can be. And once again, it really minimizes the amount of situations you have to put yourself in where you are overextended, where they can punish you for sticking around on an objective that you shouldn't be on.
Definitely, indeed. We can see the challenge in hand. I don't know if it's worth throwing that at the pit crew early enough, as this Ezreal doesn't really get the chance to bring those pit crews back, and sticking them down a unit is pretty good at this time of the game. But again, we've seen the first mate there, so if you wanted to, you could withdraw, play the first mate, unsuspend, move out to get 3 points this turn if that's something you really wanted. Overall, though, it's it's a fairly good hand from the Fiora.
Yeah, a fairly good hand. And I think if you can manage to stop the Ezreal in its tracks before it can reach that critical mass in which it gets to see so many cards, where it gets to accrue advantage over time indefinitely, is where you want to be as the Fiora. But it's better to think over your options twice now that you have cards aplenty still in this middle part of the game.
So we have access to another BF sword. There's the Action there to steal that colorway from the cheeky mice of Pit Crew. That could be quite devastating, to be fair, taking away their gold engine and gear recycling engine. So I think Action could be a good play here.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, just taking away some of the footing that this Ezreal has accrued for himself. Plus, I mean, everyone likes to lay their eyes upon Akshan. It doesn't see a whole lot of play. Or is it because it's not purple? Maybe. But I think it is an answer perfectly fitted against not only Draven, but
It's
taking away some of
definitely,
these key components of Ezreal as well.
So it has definitely seen a rise in Fiora, as this is not the first time we've seen it in Fiora. It does seem to have taken the place of the Lucians that were there, essentially doing the same thing as the Pit Crews are in Ezreal. But I do enjoy seeing one thief steal from the other.
Yeah, it is very, very in canon. It is a race to the bottom. No honor among thieves. And losing that really does hurt a bit because there are no seals up and running just yet. We'll be digging a little deeper to see if he can find a way out of, well, not a bad situation, as Fiora did have to pay a pretty penny to get Akshan out on the field.
You say this,
But
though,
let's
but
see
the
if it pays
Action
off.
should be making its pennies back very soon, so it's a good investment opportunity.
We see more and more cards unveiling themselves, and it's not as worrying for a Fiora to dip a little lower into the tank when it comes to your runes, right? It's so easily recovered by making your units mighty, especially those Akshans that are only a single might away from making the cut.
Indeed, as you can see, they've got the call back to hand, as they did use it to take it away from the Action, which isn't as good now, as the Action isn't getting the advantage from it as it should be. But overall, it is good to see that there is some counterplay to these gear-based decks.
Yeah, and that is that bit of gear interaction we have seen before. And not a bad choice in an Azure deck as well, as even doing it on your own gears just means you can ready your Pit Crew again for sometimes just the meager price of a single energy.
And overall, isn't that what we all want in life? Just a cheap call to the hand and constantly gaining some advantage over it.
Yeah, and even though the Fiora is on the play, I feel the battle is developing in a slightly more problematic way, where that early lead that we saw from Fiora in Game 1 is not being accrued this time around. Meanwhile, the Ezreal seems happily plotting away at its schemes to be popping off later in towards this match.
Does indeed, and I don't know if you noticed, the Ezreal player did just draw 2 of the seals, just to hammer it home that if you do take my colour away from me, I can still come back to base.
Yeah, and even though that is the cost of a development turn that can be punished by Fiora just a little bit, let's see if he is fully committing to that or if he will be spreading out some of these threats just a little bit. And
Going
as
for a
these
challenge.
moles come up, they are be looking forward to be squashed by a challenge.
And that Pit Crew is getting taken out by that challenge, straight to the chin.
Straight to jail.
But we are -4 for the rest of this turn, as obviously we don't enter a battle. But but anyway, it doesn't matter too much because we're going to pop ourselves anyway.
No, and that is not the worst case to be in,
No.
because like we said, Fiora can struggle to keep up with the card advantage that other decks are known to generate, and by maximizing your situations like so, you are keeping yourself in the game, refueling yourself so you can make it for that home stretch as well, instead of being left stranded at the side of the road.
Indeed, I don't hate this either. Do we put this onto Akshan and then move 7 Might into the void, or do we just keep it at the back and wait for a play to turn up next turn?
Yeah, and they still have access to their legend itself as well, right? They can still just pop that out whenever they feel like it and advance their game plan like so. I think the most important part now is that you do want to stick onto an objective and keep resources open for a potential riposte if necessary.
Indeed. So they are in a better position right now. They do have 1 unit to 1 unit. Obviously, Ezreal is on the play next turn. If there's no pit crew, Ezreal is going to be another turn behind. But it does seem that they are just going to use the Fiora's legend ability to ramp a little bit more.
Just ramping a little more, making their way out to their battlefield, securing themselves yet another victory point, increasing their lead up to 2. And that is definitely still within reach for Ezreal, but the gears have to start turning a little quicker, or else this game might just slip away from them.
Indeed, it does seem to be that the big play for the Ezreal's combo has been kicked down a step or 2. Although I do like this as well, where the first mate does get to bring the action back by unsuspending it.
And losing the minimal is sometimes winning the most you can. I think that is an aspect we always have to keep our mind of. And will this be the double seal turn? Yes, it will be. Committing, and will this be the mind splitter?
I think it will be. Just
that
as we thought the game was going well. But I think the mind splitter is coming out for a jolly good time to remove whatever Fiora's hiding in that hand.
Yeah, it is pretty sour to have to give away so much information, and also, well, maybe losing that riposte or losing a key component, the answer to that puzzle, perhaps.
I'll say there's 3 key cards in this hand right now to get rid of. I think any of those 3 choices are spectacular, but they are going to get rid of the riposte, which makes a lot of sense. You know, it's a counter spell in a combo that definitely doesn't normally have a counter spell to it. Although with the Matron and the BF Sword in hand still, things can still escalate quite quickly.
They can if necessary.
But they did just draw into a second one, right? So
sometimes that's just the way it goes. Sometimes you get that bailout.
Sometimes life gives you
orange.
oranges.
Play Renata for it.
Sometimes it gives you juice.
That is exactly what is transpiring in front of us now. Remind me what? Yeah, the proposed.
So top 2, I think good.
And that might be the opening that may make it even more powerful, right? When the Ezreal
to the bottom.
Thinks he might be in the clear, and then biting the dust all the same.
I'd say we do have access to another first mate, so if you want to sacrifice the first one into the void, go to 6, and then play the second one out to bring back your action, which I think isn't a terrible play. I think it's down to the Ezreal then to sort of build up a board to try and take back one of these battlefields to hold down, or at least scuffle with.
Yeah, and what we have seen before, that this Ezreal does not scurry away from taking on a bit of a deficit in their victory points department, knowing that they can maintain control through the later stages of the game to pull it across the line regardless. So even though Fiora is very threatening on 6 victory points, do not count out the fact for shenanigans like arcane shifts, mind splitting your hand once more.
Indeed, there's no out for Ezreal till that 8th point is scored, and we do see another Ezreal in hand, so there could be a good dipping into that deck once more.
Yeah, and the combination.
And we do find the arcane shift at the top.
This is the arcane shift, and that is not the only problematic combo of cards that they can be acquiring for themselves. It is one to the lower side of the curve, because when you take into account, like, it's right now it's a little bit too high of a price tag, but the Watcher and the Bellows Breath being able to take out anything it wants if you can pay the cost is devastation on a stick.
It definitely is. Ezreal, I think, was a bit of a sleeper hit until last week, and I think it's just showing you how good the blue collar combo can be with purple, and it just goes to show that even if one little pit crew was annoying the most, a giant fox can definitely do more damage.
Yeah, looking to pounce whenever they can. But we are mulling ever still, even though multiple options at our disposal. This Fiora is not down and out, not at all, especially when she still has 4 energy at her disposal.
So I think it's probably the best bet, though, to relinquish that first mate to the Dragons. Ezreal going in, though, and again, nothing you can really do about this. There's no real stop coming here from the poor Fiora. But again, on the play will be where we see things happening.
We'll be looking to catch up just that little bit. We'll be moving on to 4 victory points, addressing some of the immediate concerns, but now they are in a tricky situation, and passing the turn over with all your energy ready and a absolute library of cards. That is a threatening proposal, but Hidden Blade might be the scalpel they are looking for.
So as long as they don't fumble this bag right now, which I think they're on the good set to do. To be fair, you just walk the Akshan into the Ezreal, hoping for no fight or flight or a rebuke. But again, you can just...
Yep. You have proposed.
They have proposed, yeah. So no, they've got enough cards in hand to just basically deal with whatever wants to throw at them. So do you risk it for the biscuit and throw that Hidden Blade down early onto the Void battleground?
That would be quite the commitment to make. And it's really up to Fiora to decide at what pace she wants to unveil these plans, because once you are committed and you have shown to your opponent that you are playing for the win in this turn, that can affect how they respond.
Well, I do agree. This is the turn to push it, though, if Fiora just want to try and get it out before the Watcher Bellows combo comes down next turn.
I mean, have they learned from their past mistakes? We have seen a lack of decisiveness from this Fiora in Game 1. Can they do better? If they want to, it has to come from this turn. They are going over all of their options, but now is the time to strike, and here they go.
So 7 into Ezreal's 3. Currently, it's obviously on the play for... switch the might.
And that is a tricky position to be in, because you do have that repose ready. That might be the boon they're looking for, but that is such a key piece. You have to pick the right moment for it.
Is it worth the riposte? I feel like it would be in this moment.
I feel like you have to address everything put in your path right now and hope that they don't have more laying in wait. They will be letting it go. It has now resolved, and this is not where you want to be at, but let's see how he recovers from this first situation. Can this plan reach phase 2? Now is the time to pull the trigger. Now is the time to act, and it will be the Hidden Blade putting business back in order.
I'd say you do have to get this Hidden Blade out now, just to try and recuperate some of this discipline from the Ezreal.
And it really limits the options you have to deal with this Mind Splitter. I think that is the tricky part of this deal. Is this too much powder that they have used up? And coming through, they will be banishing their Mind Splitter and making it enter once again to disrupt any future plans coming through.
So this is a good play from the Ezreal. They do have to basically make the best play they can right now, as otherwise it is going to 7. And this seems to be where they need to be right now, just to try and keep that plays down. Obviously, getting a cheeky look at the hand as well doesn't really help the Fiora going into this turn following.
No, and now you're kind of happy that you already got rid of the Hidden Blade, right? That was such a pivotal card. The Riposte is slightly more situational. I mean, the ceiling feels endless on a Riposte. But with the Hidden Blade expanded on their very first battlefield already, yeah, they will be countering this. Will be beefing up some of their own units. And with 3 energy, that is not an insignificant amount of might going over to the side of the Crown Guard. That is a blow. You can tell on the faces of our Ezreal player that he is not pleased to see the situation in front of him unfold the way it is. Despite being up a game, they are hunting to shut it out. And you can't eat a lot of those, especially, and that is, I think, the salt in the wound. They already got rid of one of their earlier ripostes. Now, pondering their options once again, these dragons might make short work of the Mind Splitter, holding out on that last remaining battlefield if they can pay the cost, that is.
I do apologize, that's Bandit. Thank you for taking the reins there for a second. Nothing seems to happen since I've gone though, so that's good to see that the Fury is still in this. But again, 7-4 is a good point to be at for the Fury, so they're not too far behind on the plays either.
No, some would even say quite ahead, actually.
So they are in a good position right now, so I'm happy to see that.
Just some friendly bullying. And the cost of the dragon, I do believe, is like 6 or 7, is it not? So for now, it's outside of the realm
For
of
the big dragon,
possibilities.
it's 8 and 2 ruins to recycle, so it's not going to be coming out next turn.
Ooh, but look at this. Not something you see too often outside of baited hook decks, and today is no exception, as they will be looking to recycle some of those graveyard plays, setting themselves up for future success. But that does leave the door open for Ezreal to find a way back inside.
Well, this would clash currently as it's 8 into 8, so... Sorry, no, 8 into 10, so they are going to be in the good position here if the Ezreal can't remove that threat from the field.
Ah, of course, they ready it. That is it, and they have found a way through.
So it is good to see that they have had a chance to come back in Game 2, as we always like to see a good friendly backwards and forwards between matches.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what you're looking for, and equalizing the score, meaning we will have to go to a deciding game number 3. Man, it is tight. Fiora showing how she can surpass the nuisance that is Ezreal with all of its pocket sand to throw in the eyes. It is not enough in game number 2, but was that because of sheer luck, or is maybe being on the play the difference maker that will be decisive in this match?
I think this time the Fury was a bit more proactive. They had the challenge early. They used it early on that pit crew. Luckily for the Fiora, they didn't have a second or a third pit crew to put down. And it does feel like Ezreal runs quite low on units. So it does feel like when you do remove a pit crew or an Ezreal early, and then maybe get into the Mind Splitters and Watchers later, it does feel a bit more intense for the Ezreal to come back from that.
Yeah, and I feel like this time around, the Ezreal had another nasty game plan, but Fiora had the cards on hand to maintain integrity of her own game plan, and it was carried out with more decisiveness, committing to the battlefields when it was necessary. Something that we were maybe lacking a bit in game 1 is set straight in game 2, and they will be looking to continue those efforts into game 3.
I will say there probably was a little bit of luck on the Fiora side, as the Ezreal was probably a little bit too confident, knowing that they had removed the riposte earlier in the game to only then top deck it on the following turn. So I think Ezreal may have been thinking they were a bit more lucky than they were until, obviously, it came down.
Yeah, and it is all about capitalizing on those windows of opportunity presented to you in the fly. Now, as the Ezreal, you will be able to choose who goes first, so we're going to assume Ezreal will start on the play. Is there any mending of the game style that Ezreal has been showing us so far? Is there any need for adaptation to overcome?
It feels like the Ezreal is doing everything they can right. It might just be a case of they weren't just getting the draws they needed on that play. And with any TCG, you do have to have a little bit of luck on your side, and unfortunately, the sticky fingers of Ezreal's weren't just sticking to the right cards.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, and man, the thoughts going through these players' heads in a all-deciding best of one for a spot in the grand final.
So it does seem to me, though, that whoever wins this, though, they are still the best of each playable legend today. Fiora has done amazing. The Ezreal we've seen twice today already. We both know these are both phenomenal players, and it's good to see good gameplays at the end of the tournament.
It really is, as we inching closer to the grand finals and taking a little bit of a bathroom break. Brandon stepping aside, he will be right back, so just hopping in for a second. But you guys have an awesome match on your hands. I am a little bit jealous, but I think the grand finals could be posed to be a great matchup as well, with one of these players moving on forward. Either or, whether it's going to be this Fiora player with this tall build, ramp style deck, or the Ezreal go in and go out style, I want to say whichever of these decks end up moving on forward, I feel like, I don't want to jinx it of course, but they feel favorable into that Draven matchup. I know we talked about it earlier today. They've had to fight through the whole sea of Dravens this entire regional long. So if there's any point to just continue on that Draven beatdown momentum, it has to be in the grand finals. What do you think, Alguito? Either of these decks, you think they're able to take down a Draven in the grand finals?
And we know they can as well. We've seen them both play into the Dravens over the course of the last 2 days. So it's good to see that they know what they're doing, they know what they're playing into, and they know how to take down a Draven and not just walk straight into one. So it's good to see that we had both of these play Draven matches earlier, so we should see a very good finals no matter who wins this round.
Yeah, you know, just taking a look at the game plan coming out from game 1, game 2, I think a big card that we are seeing that perhaps decently, a good amount of decent chaos decks tend to run is things like Hard Bargain. We haven't seen any kind of counterplay options coming out from this Ezreal, right? Or have we?
He did draw a Hard Bargain earlier in the second game, so I don't know if it was a side deck card that he pulled in or was just lucky enough to see it in the second game. But unfortunately, when your opponent's runes are 8 open, Hard Bargain just won't stop you from getting taken out.
And interesting, we see a battlefield I don't believe we saw as we saw him earlier in the round of top 32, because it ended in a 2-0 way. A Veil Temple getting revealed for the very final battlefield selection. I believe I'll pull it up on screen. When you conquer here, you may ready a friendly gear, and if in the equipment, you may detach it. So perhaps trying to move around those calls, move around the Boots of Swiftness a bit. I wonder exactly how he's going to utilize that gear in this game number 3, but this is looking like it's going to be... And you're back? Okay.
Yeah, no, thanks, Plus, for covering. Now, I think it's a very interesting point, because it also untaps those seals. Didn't mean to fully interrupt you or merely co-sign your post, but we are on the precipice of heading into the deciding third game of the semi-finals. Winner makes it through. Loser may join the audience.
But no, I agree. It's a very interesting third choice. It makes a lot of sense for this deck, as you've said. Untapping those seals, readying a call, maybe getting out a Boots of Swiftness that you can't quite pay for, so you just get to take it this, get your cool gold to spend off, go into the Boots of Swiftness, equip them, gank over, pull it back out again. I can see it's a combo piece. It makes sense. It's good to see some innovation in some of these decks.
And this is an interesting development because if my eyes are serving me right, and there's no ramping happening in the first turn, right? That looks like the Dreaming Tree to me.
Mm-hmm.
Did this Ezreal decide to go on the play?
Ezra went first, but I don't think they saw a
He just
2-drop.
missed. Ah, there we go. There we go. Yes, it makes sense to me again. That happened quite swiftly. Gathering the pieces for himself right now. And a body hits the floor.
So, as Fiora doesn't really get a chance to get much gold going in these colours currently, as they don't really run the Honest Broker, it's probably nice for Fiora to get an extra goal when they can.
Will be getting himself back, but I feel like in the early game, it will be most impactful, right? A little bit of extra yum-yum. However, I think you should be worried about... Maybe it's too early in the game to worry, but the value of that in a Fiora deck is slightly diminished, right? Because you already have so much access to ramp through your legend ability.
You do indeed. It's also nice, though, to just be able to get the first gold off and use it to equip a card to yourself. That way you aren't sort of dealing with losing the extra rune early on and getting the extra ramp all you can.
Yeah, and we have Fiora Worthy entering the battlefield right now. So keep your eyes out, especially with those treasures making their way through, becoming mighty. Might now also ready them, and that is exactly what that token will be expended for. No! Will be spent to hide a card. Now, we've only seen Hidden Blade so far, but, you know, technically it could be anything. Even a Hidden Blade.
Could be a boat. Ezra's hand's looking quite good, though, overall. A lot of draw power in that hand going forwards. I do want to see this cool chart and the stack deck getting deeper into this deck and just trying to push through what they can. But there is 2 cool shots there, so going 8 cards deep, it will be good. And they're trashing the Boots of Swiftness. Oh, okay, then.
It is what we are looking for currently. Digging deeper ever still. Now, these more developing turns from the Ezreal are really meaningful, because the more filtering of your deck you get to do, the more cards you get to see, the more streamlined your future turns will be. And we are going deep. He really needs that pit crew to keep him in.
That is the key combo piece of this deck, to go very fast, very quickly. It's a shame that they got rid of the Boots of Swiftness, so we can't see the ganking to be trying pushing for 2. But it does seem like the Fiora is going to try and keep hold of 1 battlefield for as long as they can. So maybe it's for the best not to try and gank across and get slapped by a Fiora.
Yeah, especially with 3 energy still at her disposal. That might be a scary, scary situation to be putting yourself in already. Punch firsts at the ready. There is a whole scala of potential trap cards that can be looked to activate whenever you make a single wrong step.
But we have found the pit crew right now, and it is coming down for its cost of 3. Unfortunately, no readying this turn, but it will be ready next turn.
Yeah, if it is allowed to persist for so long, because we have seen Fiora previously settle matters in a interesting way, and look how exposed this Ezreal is currently, fully tapped out, no energy, ready, very vulnerable to be interacted with.
It is indeed. This is probably the perfect play for Ezreal. Just try and get a point as early as you can, and then try and claw yourself back. You're a little bit behind here. You're not too impacted by this, though, as you do have other units on the battlefield as it is. You are going to target yourself, and you're going for the Pit Rookie. So drawing 3 cards, actually.
Yeah, Dreaming Tree is a fun card. That is a healthy hand once more. So we are crossing into our 71st minute of this duel, of this bout for a place in the grand finals here in Chengdu. Now, can Fiora maintain the pace set out? Because that was a very costly turn for the Ezreal, having to dig very, very deep, not only in his library, but in the wallet as well, to get a single pit crew out.
See, it does look like Fiora is in a much better, healthier spot currently, with the economy of their cards and with the runes on the back there. It might just be a turn to try and get out the BF sword, I think. Just try and get your might going a little bit higher, just because they can walk into you with a few more mighty units.
Yeah, and do not underestimate the Fiora plays here, because when those units turn mighty, they do have the option to ready them and beat tempo in that way. Great way to catch your opponents off guard and find a way through like that.
It definitely does. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if I was to see an aggressive play like this.
Ooh, all right. All right. Will be sparking up, drawing a little more, making mighty, because losing the buff and then going over the top once more means that they get to ramp for next turn. And that does kind of show that despite the abundance of cards in hand, they are still looking for more, not happy with what they currently have on hand.
I do wonder if they're trying to dig a little bit deeper for more units. Maybe they're concerned that they are in a play where they're not too happy with it. Time will tell shortly. Again, I would like to see some of the equipment coming out earlier than it did before, just so that way you can get more of your mighty plans going. But the combo we saw last time is still a very good combo.
Yeah, still gets the job done. Does it without fail. Now,
I would have liked them to play the equipment first so they could have equipped it for free.
yeah, that could have been the preference in here. But you cannot fault them for not keeping their full attention on a battlefield they might not have seen too much of as of yet. And despite a busy turn for the Fiora, I feel like the damage that has been done, it has been kept quite minimal, which I think the Ezreal is very, very thankful for, not being punished too hard. Felt that scrap there, the card scrap, was more of an expendable unit.
Yeah, the cool. Okay, makes sense to me. Get it going.
Here we
for
go.
That one. Moving in, doing
Off
the same
to
thing
the
again.
races.
Change it over. We want to see the call on the bottom, not on top. Anyone could be carrying this now. It could be Ezreal. It could be Draven. Who knows? There we go.
That will be adjusted accordingly. Now, Dreaming Tree, once again, in the hands of Ezreal, and they will be trying to address the issue of the cull. That is that salvage that has made its first appearance, and I think here you really goes to show how valuable those extra cards can be for our Fiora player on the left.
Indeed. We did see a gust in the hand, so I wouldn't be too upset if they gusted their own pit crew back to hand to save face and not lose that on the following turn. But they do have access to the seal, so it's not also a bad play either.
Now, card you wanted to get out of your hand regardless. And we are back to the mines as Ezreal goes digging just a little deeper. Can do it again for free, and that is a Mind Splitter. Will be capped. Doing it all over again. Bellows Breath making its first appearance as well. Card we have seen to be quite destructive if paired up with its friends. Ooh. It is a scary proposition now.
It is. It does make sense, though, that you want to take the card chart, because this way you do get access to playing out the gold tokens and then trying to ramp yourself some more, while also unsuspending the pit crew, if that's what you want to do this turn.
Keeps the engine going for now. Keeps Ezreal within an earshot of Fiora. Once again, doubling up on those treasures might come
Free into
at
free.
a price. Yeah, has the Gust in hand still to contest it if he wants to, but do not underestimate the trickiness of a Fiora in combat.
Indeed, I do wonder if they're going to wait for him to reply to this, or if it's just going to be a head-to-head. No, they will Gus. No, Frigid.
Frigid trying to deal with the Fiora once and for all, lowering its might by just a tad, making it more of an even fight.
I do wonder if they're going to fight back here or not, as they do have the Gust in hand.
Going over their options, losing the Fiora is a bit painful.
It is.
So
They do have access to the first mate still, so it's not as though they're down any units here. But again, you don't really want to be losing your main unit when you don't have to.
No, and that is, of course, the carrier of the standard as well for Fiora might be a larger problem down the line if they cannot ready their units in time. Thus far, not been too relevant just yet with those first mates coming in clutch. But how long can you rely on your number 2 when the captain is down and out for the count?
Yeah, that's it, really. You can always just go and capture the Dreaming Tree again if you wish to, and just get your point to 4. You're still in a good position here. We did just see the original Fiora in the hand, which is still a fantastic card, especially when buffed or equipped to make it mighty. Shield, ganking, and deflect. 3 very powerful keywords.
Yeah, the thing that surprises me just a little bit is the reluctance to use Gust from our Ezreal player. Now, of course, I get it. It's kind of like a more generic answer, but with the tendency of Fiora's units to become mighty fairly quickly and outside of the threat range of a Gust, might not get another significant opportunity to put it to work.
I'm under the impression they were hoping to try and bait out the punch first, and then they could Gust in response because the Gust would resolve first, making the one Might Fiora become off the field. Just the only thing I can really think of.
It's the line of play you definitely have to take account for, but Riposte will be meeting the field, will be taking care of the switcheroo this time around. Last game let through, not this game 3. We'll be pulling the trigger on that just a little bit earlier, trying to get that pesky pit crew back in the dirt.
Currently, it looks like it's going to do it, but again, is there any plays they can do to maybe get this back to hand? I see a ride the wind, but no, they're going to get rid of the pit crew. I think they're still in a good position. They do have 2 units in the back there, so it's not as though they're lost out to everything. But that is a pretty mighty unit, and they did get to gain a little bit of advantage in the back there from the Fiora legend.
Yeah, and take into consideration how hard they have fought to find that pit crew. It took them an entire turn of digging deeper and deeper. I think it cost them like 2-3 power as well to dig that deep and see what they had going for themselves. Now going through the trash, making sure, keeping count of how many pit crews might be lurking in that deck still. But yeah, I feel like that's a significant blow, and is it enough to pull further away? As of yet, we're going to have to see if there is something to up the ante and maybe find a way onto that Dreaming Tree as well.
Indeed, it does seem like the pit crew is the main point scoring engine that this Ezreal is using, and overall it's a very good engine that we've seen used multiple times by different Ezreals now. But again, you kind of just want to make sure that you have a good backline ready to fight into the Ezreal's Watchers and Mind Splitters when they are definitely coming down any day now.
Yeah, the hand size is still looking healthy. You were talking about it already, Agito. Here they are, Mind Splitter. The first one of our 3rd game making its entrance and laying bare all secrets laid in the hand of Fiora.
I see a Harness Dragon over there in the corner. I do feel like that could be something interesting to take away from them, as well as the Salvage, which doesn't seem like a lot, but in a deck that does revolve around gear, may want that getting removed quicker than not. But they're going for the Harness Dragon, which again, fairly good play, destroys anything on the field, no counterplay to that really. So it makes sense that they want to get rid of the bomb with the body.
Yeah, and to add on to it, right, these expensive cards, yeah, it's a lot of eggs in one basket, but in decks that sometimes struggle to gain themselves efficient card draw, having more expensive cards kind of feels like you're drawing cards as well, right? Because you're getting a lot of work done in a single card, where other decks might have to expend 2 or 3 cards to get a similar effect and impact on their battlefield. So nipping that in the bud not allowing it to see the light of day can feel like a double up win.
Indeed, and as they know there's no counterspell or any battle tricks in the hand from the Fiora, they can just double tag the poor little first mate here, making him weaker than a Card Shark, or the Ezreal Debonairi in the back there.
Yeah, and they have the discount ready to go. Looking to equalize the score once again. And most importantly, whilst all of this is happening, the fact that they are pulling aside the Fiora whilst still developing their board with a Mind Splitter, which does, you know, not only get rid of any threats in hand, but brings a, I believe, like 6 or 7 Might body along with it. Now that can be a game changer.
And that's it. The thing with the Watcher and the Harness Dragon and the Mind Splitter, both very big costs, but come with a very big body at the end as well. So the extra effect that you get from is just a bonus on top of the cake. But we do see a trade there between the card and the poor first mate there, which I don't think is too bad for the Fiora, as they haven't really gained anything on the side of Ezreal, other than just knowing what's in your hand currently.
They are keeping them at bay just a little bit, and they're giving themselves the opportunity to pull away a tiny bit further, as Ezreal did not manage to get on top of any of these battlefields. Now, when you look at the resources available, well, I think Fiora is sitting on 11 right now. 10? Looks like 10.
It does look like 11, yeah. I think there's only one currently in the pile. So it does seem to be a good option to go maybe into your mighty Fiora from set 1, as she's going to hold a battlefield very easily into one of these Mind Flayers. Although it would be awkward with the Ezreal coming in too, but it's good to take out another big unit when you can.
Yeah, and here they are going up and up and up, bringing them all the way to 11 runes right now. A single one left in the deck. But even though that is quite a large threat that can defend itself relatively well, is it going to be enough? Is what I am wondering, because we need... It feels like you're always so susceptible, even if they do have some sort of protection, if they do get ganking, and they're very versatile, it always feels vulnerable to have one unit that you are almost fully dependent on.
No, it definitely does feel a bit more in keeping with Fiora to just have to sort of stick it out with what you can have. But again, it is working both ways with both decks currently. Although we do just get a pick crew off the top, which is always a delight for an Ezreal player.
Alright, getting to Stupefy for an extra draw on their Ezreal means that they're digging still. We've seen Ballow's Breath in their hand. Are we looking for a Watcher? Are we just content chugging along just that little bit? And these developing turns from Ezreal, if they are not met with punishment from the Fiora, they can really start to drag you down into the mud with, for example, these Mind Splitters.
No, you can obviously see it's a very good unit, and again, it's a very big unit to help out with these mighty decks versus them. Again, we haven't seen much change in the hand for the Fiora player here, but maybe getting rid of either the Salvage or that BF Sword, as they will cause issues later on if this game doesn't wrap up shortly.
Yeah, and they're both still quite a ways away from finishing it all. And these Mind Splitters are really putting so much pressure on the hand of Fiora that even every time that she's playing cards, it really does feel like she's going down, and it will be made more difficult to meet parity on the Ezreal itself.
Get rid of the BF Sword. I do think that's probably the better play here, as you aren't really getting the Pit Crew combo engine going right now. So the Salvage doesn't seem to be more of the troubling one for the Ezreal.
Not as of right now. And once again, a Mind Splitter, big investment, leaving Ezreal only with 2 energy left. Of course, we know he still has that Gust in hand, I believe, so can bring his Ezreal to safety if need be. And drawing a card in the
straight into
process
the
as
Ezreal.
well. Yeah, but he has the Gust, right? That should bring
He
him
does.
to,
He should be able to gust himself.
and draw a card on top of that. I don't hate that.
No, it's not a terrible play. I was wondering, though, if maybe they did have the first mate in hand and they were going to try and move out and then gank across to try and score 2 points this turn. So he's going to gust
it's
himself.
Not outside the realm of possibilities.
No. Say again,
Especially with
happy
them
with the
drawing
play
as
from
well.
the Ezreal.
They're drawing from the salvage. And I think that is what makes the salvage extra enticing for the Fiora players as well.
Yeah, any card that says your opponent can't do something or I'm taking something away and you gain something else in return is always just a very powerful card.
Yeah, that, and I feel like the ways of drawing cards are so limited that even when they come with little hoops, they are still very attractive.
Do you see
Not
what I
as
see?
attractive as a matron to get back first mates.
So that's it. You get out this matron, get your first mate back out, untap that beautiful Fiora, and then move her across to gank. I believe it's probably the best play right now, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean maybe for the mental boost, morale boost, bring back your own Fiora.
Yeah, you definitely could do that. It's also a play. Not a terrible play. I was just thinking more maybe you want to try and push out that advantage where you can. But
yeah,
again,
maybe win
two
the
mind
tournament.
players are pretty scary.
No, I think it's definitely okay. I think getting the shipmate out and pushing yourself onto the 6 points to the 4 is probably the way to do it. Just because the threat you have whilst being on 6 points cannot be ignored. You have to be cautious. You have to cover your bases when your opponent is sitting on 6 points in a way that you just do not have to. But they will be going for the Fiora. Want to ready their units regardless, because if they can buff up their matron, for instance, that will be mighty. Can ready that and get onto the second base regardless.
Indeed, but there you go. That also works too. Just that way, you are splitting out your units, as you don't really want to be seeing the mind splitters take over one full area. You do kind of want to separate them currently, as that's the only 2 units you have. But again, you did say about the Fiora. I think it is a good play. You can attach this stuff to the Fiora now and ready it again, but I don't think that's the play to push forwards anymore. Although I probably would have preferred them to play the matron to the battle area if that was going to be their play, to try and make one battle area bigger than 14 if that was possible.
It's a tricky situation to be in, but maybe having the opportunity for yourself to withdraw, exactly like that, and just having a sacrificial pit rookie out there to put you on the 6, and that is quite a threatening position to be in.
It definitely is, because now you've got a situation of you have to take both battlefields, splitting that damage between both fields, making it easier to come back at next turn. Obviously, a Watcher could come down, making it a little bit more awkward to have the extra might on one of the fields, but then again, it is down to the Ezreal to pull this back.
Yeah, and with another hidden card, you can only imagine it's going to be a Hidden Blade, making an attempt to overcome that battlefield with just a Mind Splitter, even less attractive. But if they do come over the top, they can get rid of their own pit rookie, putting more cards in their hand, maybe another riposte, maybe a punch for something in the realm that can be tricky, that can really threaten the game and may possibly earn themselves a spot in the grand finals.
Indeed. The other card that could be hidden here that possibly isn't a Hidden Blade, who knows? Some Fioras do run Facebreaker, so stunning on the attack and making the attack fail is also a good plan.
Yeah, you don't even have to give away the cards for that one. And we have another Fox in hand. Will they be taking the opportunity to beat Fiora off of that battlefield?
That's it now. So again, you have to split this sideways, I suppose, the best you can, as going to 7 points on the turn of the Fiora here. 10 might isn't the scariest thing on that field. Obviously, we know that the Israel has a rebuke in hand, which obviously makes it a little bit easier to try and get rid of something when they go into fight. But again, not necessarily the worst situation for the Fiora player to be in, especially if you can walk 10 might plus whatever else into the battle area.
Yeah, don't be scared. That is just the trash pile of the Ezreal that they're taking a look at. That is not their hand.
So these purple cards doing it.
Yeah, well, it's glare. It's actually dark purple. It's actually dark orange. Don't worry about it.
That's it. It's fine. So he's probably trying to figure out how many rebukes are left, how many fight or flights are left. I don't think we've seen any of either being played this game. But again, it is nice to see the trash, as the Ezreal has known to put the rebukes and the fight or flights in the trash before.
Yeah, you can really start to move in the direction of like excluding certain situations or confirming what they most possibly have in hand, right? Because if you have that many cards in hand and so many cards in your trash and none of the cards in trash are rebuke, I mean, there's a really good chance they are lurking in the shadows of the hand itself. Now, here we go. The bailout. Will it be taking care of the Mind Splitter? You're going to have to assume so.
Ooh.
No.
It's not a bad 2, though.
No, I feel like if you can get the buff cards you need to be even more threatening in the next turn, and a Riposte might exactly be one of those cards that he was hunting for.
I say, no, I'm quite happy with this now. They're in a very good position. If they try to rebuke anything on the following turn, when you go into the Dreaming Tree, you get your draw from the Riposte, and you will stop that rebuke.
Hunting still. How much more will Ezreal commit? How much more energy will be exhausted to entrench himself on these battlefields? Hidden cards here, equipment's there. Now, what is a amount of might that you feel comfortable with as the Ezreal? Because being split out so thinly, I'm not feeling great.
Well, that lovely Ezreal just put out a switcheroo. So now you're having to deal with a switcheroo and the rebuke in hand, which makes it a little bit more awkward for the unknowing Fiora. But I think you want to be pushing at least 13 might into.
Oh, there we have it. The sabotage. We were talking about it earlier. And it will be put to good use. And this is really getting a lay of the land, knowing how far they can push, not having to be guessing any longer. And will this be it? Will this Fiora be pulling ahead? You can see how tense the Ezreal player is, how nervous they are this all-deciding turn. Meanwhile, our Fiora pilot, pure focus.
That's it. I do think the best play here is the rebuke. We personally know what the face down card is. The only other thing it could be would be a fight or flight, or the Wages of Pain, I think is the other blue hidden card you could possibly put down here. Obviously, we know it's a switcheroo, but with the Riposte in hand, you're taking the battlefield.
Is there enough for 2 of them? And with the Riposte, you can spread out that might gain as well. But they're gonna have to count everything twice, thrice, to make sure they are doing all their checks, crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's. Nothing is left up to chance.
No, indeed. So that's Fiora. It's currently 8. You want it to be 11 if possible, just to be able to try and keep it alive after you riposte and take out that board. 8 into 8 is good.
Here's the first
not
challenge.
Enough to keep you going.
Here is the first gauntlet being thrown, and it's thrown by Fiora. Head of the Crown Guard looking to take down the first battlefield, an inch closer towards victory in Game 3, towards a spot in the finals. And they
So
will
the funny thing is, with the other cards that are on the field that didn't get thrown into their own distribution of hell, there is now 14 might on the field if you riposte.
And
So
also
they
the
can take
BF
out the
sword to get
battlefield.
put to use again.
That's it with the extra 3 might from that and the riposte. It's 14 might, I think, on the field, which means they can definitely take over the other area and then hold possibly for the following turn. They do have a first mate in the hand, which is what I thought they were going to do with the Fiora. Move it in and then ready and then gank across, but that wasn't the play.
Yeah. I am not completely sure if they were expecting to trade in that battlefield, was maybe expecting a combat trick of some sort that he could riposte, so he would go up to 7 whilst maintaining a character with ganking as well, right?
Which is strange, as he just saw his hand. So you're going to try and crash it into the big boy. There you go. So riposte.
Look at the switcheroo, but that will be met with some resistance, as the riposte in hand will surely be making its exit rather soon. And is that enough to throw the game into a complete lock?
I didn't see the play, but it definitely is, because now you take out the Mind Splitter with the Matron as your 9 into their 7. You then equip the BF Sword onto either the Pit Rookie or the Fiora, and you take out the Ezreal, and then you move the other card onto the other battlefield for 8 into 6.
And then the writing might just be on the wall if they can get through this combat phase. Can they remain level-headed? Can they remain clear in the mind and find that path, walk that path all the way into the finals in Chengdu on Fiora?
I think it can be done.
He is on the prowl, on the hunt. And as we are going through the last few moments, the last potential motions, how will they recover? How will they clean it up? Rebuke.
Did they not get rid of the Rebuke?
I guess not. It felt like such a shoo-in, to be very honest.
Yeah, I thought they got rid of the Rebuke earlier and left the gear stealing thing that could only be played at their speed and the Watcher. So I'm very confused now where this extra draw came from too.
No, as we get confirmed by chat that he did get rid of the gear interaction that was still left.
Ah, the remote call. Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
No, and it might come at a hefty price tag now as well. They do have some mana left in the pool, most definitely. But suddenly, you are no longer looking at closing out the game in your favor, but you're looking at holding on for dear life. What is hiding in those clutches of Fiora? And is there a victory hiding within them?
I believe there is, good sir. I believe there's enough ruins and power on the field left to crash this into the big dragon. God damn it.
Oh my, that is that is a top deck for the ages. My word, that is, I'm just gonna say that's disgusting. Oh wow, that is devastation served on a golden platter.
So my thought process was that you take this battlefield here with the Pit Rookie, they take over the dragon, they explode. You then move the Fioran with the BF swords and you take out the Ezreal. And then you survive. And then you play out the Spectral Mother, and then she plays out a first mate, and then you go in with the other one. Which might have been their thought process as well.
And all that nervousness melted away from the face of our Ezreal player as he can sense he is fully back in this game despite taking a little bit of a hit. This turn was really going blow for blow, going all out to push it over the line, to pull it into their own territory. And it looks like Fiora came up just that little bit short. Will be dealt with. And that is the face of someone who was so close to be a Chengdu finalist, but might be left in the dust.
Just trying to think, what is your play now? What can you do now is the question.
Cry.
Cry
and curse any deity out there that is blessing this Ezreal with top decks like that. I mean, he's gone through by now most of his deck, but still, it feels...
Can we deck them out is the question.
That is the question now.
So, Spiritual Mother maybe? Then equip the sword with the first mate to unsuspend to attack the dragon is the only thing I really think of here. Just to try and keep that out. Okay.
No, by one last shot, trying to make the difference in this game, might have clawed back some momentum away. But it's kind of...
You get another
turn. A lot of discussion going on.
That's it. You get another turn. You go to 7. You can hold. If you don't beat the Ezreal, it's not the end of the road, as you do have the Spectrum of in the hand to get a card in play next turn. But again, it does probably feel a bit more worse than it really is from the outside.
Yeah,
so you are going to 7.
I mean, going to 7 when you were expecting to be going to the finals. I mean, that is quite a commiseration price. And knowing what the blowback might be, as Ezreal would like to see some more cards, but we know what's laying in wait, what is up in that hand. Now the question is, does he have enough bodies?
So we know there's a Watcher in hand, but he doesn't have enough ruins to play at this turn.
It was a costly turn for him as well to hang on.
Oh yeah. So we're going to try and get deeper into this deck. You can get 2 more draws out. We do draw into an Ezreal, which is not a terrible thing. Gives us a unit.
They're going the distance. And I think that is only fitting for 2 players that have fought a way through the deck. And I believe that is the Sheikh. And man, the relief on his face. Can you see it wash over him? The moment he thought he may have squandered it all, it comes right back to his rightful owner, clutching a 2-over-1 victory and earning himself a place in the finals.
As Porsche just said in the chat, and I was about to say myself, this is a game worthy of what you call a finals match. That was spectacular. It was like 105 minutes, which means that the final round should be upon us very shortly.
Oh man, that was the definition of the final check, to only make it through the best of the best. To be the best, you have to beat the best, and I think that is possibly what this Fiora just accomplished in the semifinals.
Absolutely. This Fiora just held on tight, ran down as much as they physically could. They A-rammed the life out of this last game, and it paid off in the end, even though that Ezreal was throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, a bit of almost divine intervention, it felt like, to get through those top decks, but they hold on, and the sheer tenacity, the mental fortitude to withstand such pressure is deserving of a spot in the finals.
Definitely.
Oh no! Plus! You're muted, my guy.
It's because, guys, I'm muted because
was
I'm
very
telling these
interesting.
guys
Yes,
something
muted.
in and out. And where do I even start? What was I saying, guys? All right, I'll try to
You agree with
recount.
me,
What in
Bandit?
the world was
You
I
said that it
saying?
was a finals game.
Yeah. All right. To reiterate a
Hi,
little bit,
everyone.
I was saying I think Agito was absolutely right. We just witnessed a grand finals game type performance. Incredible stuff. I was just mentioning, I hope Fiora didn't use every little inch of brain power they had remaining, because at the very end, you could just see how stressed out and slash relieved they were to get the win and get over that match and find himself in a grand final seat. So this is going to be a good one. Most likely, of course, not most likely, a guaranteed Draven versus Fiora. So very reminiscent of the Fuzhou Regional Finals as we saw last weekend. But something's telling me, guys, I have a funny feeling the results might be a bit different. What about you guys? Are we all on the same page? Are we Team Fiora for today?
I mean, how
I mean, I
can
was
you
Team
not?
Fiora last time, but yeah, it showed. Maybe, I mean, I'm not sure that we saw the other Fiora before, but this one showed that it had a great mastery of the Draven matchup, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, after that series, how can you not be cheering for this Fiora? After going through all that, through hell and back, they are truly deserving of not only a final spot, but the very crown itself. But they will have to surpass a quite familiar hurdle, ones they have overcome so many times, but that should not give them a false sense of security.
Right. You know, something I do want to point out that I thought was quite interesting in this semi-final, grand finals, if you will, we didn't really get to see any baited hook shenanigans, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
No,
Maybe I was looking away for
not
a little
once.
bit. In all the 3 games, and granted, as Alguito said, it's 101 minute. That might have been the longest game we've ever had on streamer. I don't know if you guys, maybe longest game you guys casted in Riftbound. If I was casting that, that would have been my longest game for sure. But either what I was trying to get at, in 3 long games, and Fiora was drawing quite well on some of those games, we didn't see any baited hook. Do you think there's a world she cited them out after game 1 or something?
Has
I
to
personally
be.
did.
Please, yeah, go, Guido.
So we saw it in the hand at the end of the first game. Obviously, it was a bit too late to use it then because it was Israel's game to win. And then after that, we saw the sabotages and we saw the salvages, which, if we look at the list from last week, does seem to be the way that they play this. They want to do bait hook first game, try and lure you into a sense of security of what their game plan is, and then going on to more of a control variant.
And I feel like when you're facing off against something that is not Draven, right? You're not necessarily racing for those, you know, those races to the bottom that we've seen before, where it's really, I gotta get as much might onto the board as possible. Dravens that are more adept at taking out single threat targets onto the map, so you need more threats on the board. It's not the case against the Ezreal. You need to be more mindful of how that deck plays, and by switching the style of preferred play in your deck, I think he adapted to the situation brilliantly.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He looks like he knew exactly what this matchup brought to the table. So understanding not only the Draven matchup, but the potential other Chaos decks as well. And you know, guys, we might be getting really close, as that match did end up going the distance. And I believe that will be it for Bandit and Alguito, closing us out in that semifinals. But you guys killed it. I thought you guys synergized very well. Chad, what do we feel like? How'd you guys like Bandit and Alguito's commentary? I definitely enjoyed it. But as we always do, just in case this round starts sooner than later, I did make commands for you guys. I did it. I showed you guys a little bit yesterday, but Bandit, I gave you a command, and Alguito, I have you a command as well. For anyone looking to find you online, all you have to do, guys, is type !point Bandit or !point Alguito in the Twitch chat. I need to work it out with the YouTube chat. I don't know how to do commands for that. But as I was trying to get at, just before we head to a little bit of a break / reset before this final any little closing remarks or any things you want to leave us with? We could start with Bandit.
I think I was very fearful of a very one-sided regionals event where, we see the continuation of Draven domination. And I'm just so glad to see that is not the case. I think the only Draven win we've seen on stream was in the mirror today. Maybe in the very first few rounds. But everything I caught, Draven was going down. And I hope we can end the day the way we started it. And I know it will be regardless in safe hands, as Plus will be taking that on from us.
And just for me, thank you very much, Bandit. It was great to work with you. And for Demacia, we have this now. We can't let the Noxons take us down, as we got to fight back sometimes. And I wish we were cosplaying Gragas. We could definitely do with a drink or two right now.
Nice. Yeah, you guys take care.
I'll drink to that.
Absolutely. And guys, I think Holy Chief typed it in chat. You can find Bandit on Twitter. It's just /caster Bandit. And I think Aguito mentioned it yesterday. If you want to touch a bit into it, he did start a Riftbound YouTube channel. It's right there in the link on Twitter as well. Follow his ex. But yeah, if you guys want to leave us that. As we said before, we are all on the same page. Team Demacia, Team Fiora. Can she take it home? We're going to be finding out rather shortly. But yeah, Bandit and Aguito, if you guys want to go ahead and head out. That was a whole lot longer than I expected. I know, Bandit, I threw you some times. I think we're pretty much at the end of that time anyways, aren't we?
Yeah, no, we drank it all up, man. That is just the way it goes sometimes. That just means I'll just have to come back for another finals very, very soon. For now, we will be left in the hands of what looks like to be a banger finals, and well, in the atmosphere of that, what like crown guard forever? Is that a crown? Right, that works, right?
There we go. But yes, Bandit, thank you so much, and Aguito, thank you so much. We'll definitely keep in touch if you guys want to try to run something back for one of these future regionals. There's 2 left, so it doesn't have to be the immediate next one. Perhaps 2 weeks from now. So we'll keep in touch as we tend to do in the caster chat. All right.
All right.
Can't wait, Plus.
God.
And
Sounds
good luck
good.
for the finals.
Take care,
You too,
Bandit.
Just remember, guys, fill your survey in. Just say you want to see us again, me and Bandit together. Just tick the boxes. You got it going.
No, yeah, you guys will definitely see them around. If it's not in the regionals, at the very minimum, in those Runes and Rift weeklies, we tend to do quite often. But yeah, I'll myself take a teeny little bit of a water break just to prep up for the grand finals. But I'll go ahead and close out the cams for Bandit and Aguito. But thanks again, guys. See, talk soon, okay?
See you later. Good luck, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, guys. Enjoy the finals.
See you, Zia. Thank you. All right, Leroy, just me and you to close out the show.
Yeah.
But man, Bandit and Aguito did indeed kill it, so I was a big fan of those.
Yeah.
But it looks
Same.
like it's getting a
Same.
little bit late because look at the time, chat. We are approaching an 11-hour stream. I don't know how I am still alive. Maybe I'm
Yeah, I
slowly
don't know
dying on the
either.
inside.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
I'll
crazy.
try to
I mean,
close it
the-
out the best I can though for you
The
guys.
finals should be coming online soon. I'm gonna say I wanted the pit crew to win. It's just such a fun idea that they had here, and such a fun, goofy deck that you're like, it shouldn't work, and yet it works really well. So yeah, but Fiora played really well, and we talked about that at the first regional set 2, but I feel like the level is increasing regional after regional.
Definitely. I think these this Chengdu top cut stepped it up a little bit, right, from the Fuzhou one. Just the level of play. It might just be these 2 players though, the Fiora player and the Ezreal. This is why we're calling the semifinals the true grand finals, because the level of interactions, the understanding of the matchup, and just what they're able to do each and every turn was so impressive. And it almost feels more impressive versus the meta call, the Draven Legends, which ends up being what they're going to be playing against. Is there a world though, Leroy, where Draven just does Draven things and ends up winning again? Or does Fiora feel good? Because it almost seems that way, no?
I mean, yeah, Fiora did so great against the first Draven, and I believe that she can take out this one too and get to the finals. One thing that I find funny is that I heard a lot at the beginning of the set that Fiora would be quite an underdog legend, you know, like really tier 2, tier 3.
Right.
And we're seeing her literally destroying everything right now.
Yeah, you know, you bring an excellent point, guys. I know we're on the Fiora train right now, collectively. Chat, raise your hands. Is there anyone on the Draven train? Is there anyone in chat? We won't call you out, you know, we won't make you feel bad. I'm just curious. Is there anyone in chat that wants Draven to win versus Fiora? And of course, I'll keep it non-biased during the cast, but I know just for, you know, shits and giggles, we all would love to see a Fiora win just to kind of push it down. I'm a body enjoyer. There we go, Giovanni, for sure. Ban them. Okay, maybe you guys are all easy all the way. Well, he just lost, so we have to pick sides. Well, we don't literally have to pick sides, but we just have two options. We have Fiora and we have Draven in the grand final. So Ezra, would have been nice to see. Oh, we do got a Draven fan. Okay, Arthur, I see you. I see Arthur. So we do got some fans rooting for Draven. They just want the total domination. 70%, not good enough. Let's get back-to-back regional champions. Might as well take all 4 regionals, huh, Arthur? But man, that's either way. We're in store for a great finals. And yeah, Mac, BN saying, is the finals now? The finals should be somewhat soon. I really doubt that the Draven v Draven ended up going 101 minutes, right, Leroy? There's no way that that game was longer than this game.
No, especially since it seems like this was overall a pretty control-ish matchup, and Draven versus Draven feels more aggro-like. So no, I really don't think so. That would be really weird, except if we got a super long judge call or something like that, which can happen.
Which can happen. You're totally right. It could also be, I mean, the one Draven we saw guarantee in top 4, he wasn't a Miracle Draven, so unless it was like a Miracle Draven versus Standard and something went down, but I really doubt. I think this is just your Standard break. And speaking of Standard break, let me run and get some quick water before we run into the finals. Do you need to do the same, Leroy, or you're feeling good? You want to hang here?
No, I'm good. All
right, chat. I'll be right back. This is literally like 5 seconds. I just need to re-up my water, so I'm feeling good for the finals. Be right back. Leroy, hold it down. This is the first time in stream you're all alone here. Guys, ask Leroy some questions so he doesn't feel alone here.
Yeah, it's fine. Ask me anything. If you want to talk about lore, we can do a lore. I mean, we did a lore time with. This time I was not alone. Usually, yeah, there's always a lore moment. This time there were some other people. Let me bring the second chat because I was not having the YouTube one. What's the next time? The next game will be Fiora versus Draven. We're having the same final as last time. Not the same Fiora. And I think it's the same Draven. I think it's the standard one, and we are not having a miracle this time. Might be wrong, but I really don't think so. To improve the miracle-driven matchup, I really we didn't see any Aurelia today, right? Didn't we? Didn't we catch one Aurelia? We did not.
All right, Chad, I'm back. And Mohammed saying, what's the next game? Is it the finals? It is indeed the finals. We have Draven and Fiora one more time, back-to-back finals. And, you know, I was just talking to my brother out in the kitchen. Is Fiora kind of solidifying that second position in the tier list? What are we thinking, Leroy? Is back-to-back finals enough to say, I know Aurelia is the number 2 represented, but in terms of power level, is Fiora number 2? We know Draven is a clear favorite. Maybe some people would say not unbeatable. Obviously not unbeatable, but does she take take that second place? How are we feeling about that?
No, she does not.
Oh, okay. Is
No,
it
she does
easy? Is
not.
that what you're gonna say?
It's just field conversion on day one is a really important thing. Maybe there are like 1 or 2 really good Fiora players, and maybe some Irelia players have not picked up to that pace, and that's why we're seeing this. But
Okay.
in order to determine if a legend is good, to me, you have to consider an overall thing. And Fiora averaging on over 2 tournaments 0.48 or 0.5 field conversion on day one. No, Fiora is not number 2 right now.
Oh, okay. I almost want to disagree with you, but you have the numbers, you have the data, and I tend to not fight the data. But in my heart, guys, in my heart, Fiora is clearly number 2. Actually, she's probably number 1 in my heart. But thinking about it, of course, Draven is Draven for a reason. I'm worried though, is there a world where Draven just kind of high rolls, just draws everything he needs, or is this baited hook? Because, you know, we saw him side out the baited hook against Ezreal. Was he siding out baited hook against Draven's? Because in the Draven matchup, if you remember, Leroy, didn't he keep baited hook all 2 games? I think he did.
Yeah, I think so. I think we saw the baited hook on the second game too. Yeah. I would tend to agree with you on this one.
Yeah, so maybe you keep it in Draven, but you don't keep it against Ezreal. I'm wondering why. Maybe just, I don't know, the mind cards, the
control
arcane
matchup,
shift.
and you need some. I don't know. Maybe the cards they usually side. I don't know. Maybe needed some more sabotage, and the card to side was that baited hook. That could be a reason. You know, maybe you don't have any other card that you want to side.
That could be very true. But yeah, I am liking Fiora's chances today. Baited hook. We saw the in the Draven matchup, so we can kind of fall back to that matchup. It was Triferian Warcamp game 1. You're able to buff up by 1 might, so even your simple pit rookies are being sacrificed at 3, so you're able to hit those impactful matron plays, the action plays. And action against a traditional Draven could be stealing away those spinning axes, so we could be seeing some plays. But I worry, guys, whenever I hype up a legend, whenever I'm fully all in on a legend, I don't want to say it tends up to disappoint. So guys, let's hype Draven for a second. What can Draven do that we haven't said already? I mean, do we have a feeling this is going to still be the mind splitter Draven we saw from last week, Leroy? Do you think is easily at least a mind splitter Draven?
Who knows? There are so many good cards that you can run in that
Mm-hmm.
goddamn deck. I think the Mind Splitter is really good card against Fiora because any decks that lack draw is really weak to Mind Splitter because once you get taken at 1-2 cards, you cannot replenish your hand and you're just done. So I think if he has Mind Splitter, he will definitely side them against Fiora.
Okay.
Now, does he have them? That's the question. I think it's a good card to have. So I'm gonna say he has Mind Splitter and he will sign them against Fiora.
I think so as well. And you know, Kai brings a super good point. I think the beta hooks might have been sided out because of those reaction speed might decreases like Stupefy, like Frigid Touch. I believe Frigid Touch is reaction speed, is it not? Let me double check.
Frigid Touch is the reaction speed, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it makes sense because right when you activate and put baited hook on the chain, reacting it to its Superfire, bring the might down, even a repeated Frigid Touch. So yeah, that makes complete sense, Kai. Thanks for bringing that up. But man, I don't want this break any bit longer. I am so ready to jump straight into the grand finals. Maybe though, if you're the Fiora player, we saw how relieved slash stressed out he seemed to be. He was like, he almost seemed like his brain, it wasn't like mush. But did you see his face at the end of that, Leroy or chat? Did you guys see his face then?
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked like he used every ounce of brain power he had left. So I think if he needs a little bit of break, fair enough. Might as well get a fantastic final. If your player looks so relieved, I'm saying Jala, because I think he still had a winning play on the turn that he ended up passing and holding either way, because he ended up playing a pit rookie, right? So he pushed in with the Fiora with the BF sword. But what if he pit rookie attached the BF sword on pit rookie? So Fiora worthy goes for the other battlefield. Pit rookie comes down. BF sword the pit rookie, ready the pit rookie, and then swing in. How much might was left? There was just an Ezreal on the board, right? So I think there was a world where they could have just won on the push instead of on the defense. I mean, it didn't matter. A win's a win. But what am I missing there, chat? Was that a line of play that he just missed at the very end there? Or do you remember that turn, Leroy? It was super complicated.
I don't remember exactly, no.
Okay. Yeah, guys, if you're at home and able to
would
rewind the VOD a little bit, let me know. I'll try to watch it after the stream is all said and done. But I feel like there was a world because pit rookie's a 2, BF sword brings it up to 5. You trigger the mighty. You ready it from Worthy after the Conquer, or even before the Conquer. The other battlefield was empty. All that was left at the very end when they played the pit rookie was just the Ezreal. So maybe so. Unless I'm missing something. If he had something still online, we saw it was a Rebuke that actually got played. The Arcane Shift got played. There has to be something because this guy doesn't mess around. I'm willing to bet he did not miss lethal. Unless his brain was kind of feeling a little mushy towards the end there, so I could see that. And speaking of mushy, but that's for my brain. I hope I can keep up with the cast, but it should be good. Once we get things started, energy levels should rise. But for those that have been tuning in for quite a bit on Twitch and YouTube, we appreciate you guys. It's been a long day, a little bit longer than day one. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying the tournament. A little bit longer breaks, but that's just what tends to happen with Top Cut being on time. So I like Swiss because we see a variety of legends, and then I love Top Cut because we see the highest skill level of Riftbound being played out. So it's like a win-win both days. It is long. It's just definitely long days. What was that?
It's the first time that we see a hook deck not only in final but like in top maybe 32 after 2 sets of hook being here. I think it's the first time that we see it going that far into an official regional tournament.
Yeah, you're so right. This might be the first time because the only hook deck that was super popular was Hook Darius, right?
A bit of hook Leona also, but yeah.
Yeah, that's so
Yeah,
true. Good
exactly.
observation. So, guys, this could be the first hook deck to do anything. And man, imagine if it's going to be the first not only beta hook champion, the first Fiora champion, the first non-chaos. And whoa, we're hyping it up way too much. I'm going to go ahead and jinx it. I'm going to slow down. But to answer some questions, chat. Daniel, the finals is going to be Draven and Fiora round number 2. And what I mean by that is because that was the finals of last weekend's regional. So thank you, Chant. That is it, Fiora and Draven. And it was a great game. If you guys want to see pretty much the real grand finals, and we don't know yet because we could be in store for a really great matchup. But I say real grand finals because the semifinals we just got off of, we just finished was really great matchup. It was Ezreal versus Fiora, 2 of the best players in Top Cut, having to eliminate each other. Because imagine a world, Leroy, where it was the Draven, Ezreal, Draven Fiora, and then we just witnessed what we saw, but in the grand finals, that would have gone down in history.
Yeah, there's no word for that, honestly.
It would have
And
been
the
so
idea
good.
of not having any Draven in final.
Yeah, right. And on
yeah.
top of that, make it a little sweeter with no Dravens. But YouTubers saying, when do they release the list? I believe they release them at least by Monday. So it depends. I think for the Fuzhou Regional, they might have released them today, depending on where you are in the world. So for me, it's early morning. It's approaching like 9 a.m. Sometimes they drop them in the next couple hours, but they're all posted on WeChat, so it's kind of hard to access. But I will try to access them as soon as I can, and I'll post them when they're
there
made
are
public.
some sites that recap all the deck lists. I didn't check on Pitover archives, but I know that Riftdex posted all the deck list.
Yeah, so
that's what
keep an eye out for those when they get posted. I know I'll keep an eye out. And we'll post them at least the top 8 lists on Discord and Twitter as well. Aurelia looks a bit underwhelming. I don't know, Heart. I think Aurelia is still super, super good. It just matters on the pilot. It matters on those draws. The only thing that's holding Aurelia back is the lack of units, I think, being played right now. But it's a trickier deck. I feel like Aurelia is one of those decks that comes down to deck building. I don't think anyone has figured out the perfect 40 cards, or anyone that we've seen, at least in the Chinese meta so far. I think there's probably someone in the world that's figured out the perfect 40 cards for Aurelia, at least for the current meta, right? Because it depends what your meta is at locals or what you expect at regionals.
that will constantly switch, because how many Draven are there at your tournaments?
It's
how many of them are playing sorry, how many Draven are at the tournament, but like how many are Miracle, how many are Standards? There are so many things to consider. So
yeah,
there's
a reason that Aurelia's numbers are always number 2 right now in the Spiritforged season, right?
Yeah.
Draven's been number 1, Aurelia's been number 2. I think today, was it 13, or how much in top 64? Was it just, it wasn't 4? Am I going crazy? How many? Let me double check.
I think it was 5 today in top 64. No, in top 32. Yeah. 13 in top 64.
13, yeah.
5 in top 32, that's what I remember. 2 in top 16, 1 in the top 8, and then bye.
Yeah, bye in top 4. They didn't end up making it. I thought it was 2 in the top 8, wasn't it? 4 Draven, 2 Aurelia, a Fiora, and a Ezreal. It might have been 2.
Oh, yeah, maybe I fumbled that. My bad.
Oh, no, you could be right. Wasn't it 5 Draven? Oh, we'll look back. Guys, remind us, or maybe I still have it.
No, it was 5 Draven. It was 5 Draven.
That's what
it was. 5
okay.
Draven.
And
one Aurelia, 1 Fiora, and 1 Ezreal. Yeah, I remember, because I was so happy of seeing one of each, and I said, oh yeah, it was the right call.
Right.
So yeah, 5 Draven. Not Draven. Draven.
Yeah, he's put on quite the show. But man, everything would feel so much better if, despite being the number 1 represented deck, he doesn't end up winning. Because I think by regional basis, it's going to shine some light, at least on some other decks, saying, okay, I have the biggest target on my back, bringing Draven to this event. Is that the proper play? Am I going to actually make it all the way to top cut? We probably still have a good bet at making it to top cut, as a lot of Dravens did. But every regional, it feels like players are getting more and more comfortable playing against it. And maybe, as we thought early on, it felt unbeatable. Regional 1, it felt decently beatable. And now, Regional 2, he definitely seems like he's not untouchable whatsoever. The Fiora seem to be getting the better of him. The Ezreals with this pit crew strategy might be getting the better of him. And Aurelia did decently good in that top cut as well. So those 3 decks right there might be not Draven counters, but leaders that in the right hands are able to keep up pretty well. One legend I do want to point out is Kai'Sa. I really thought they would do good, because I feel like the Draven matchup isn't terrible. You're able to hit the back line when you need it. So I don't know, what do you think is holding Kaiser back? I know we were talking about it a little bit earlier.
That's a very good question.
Right.
Say, wait, because on Fuju Regional, she had 5 Kaisa in top 64, one in top 32, one in top 16. That's reasonable. That's not crazy numbers, but that's reasonable.
Okay.
I probably had it in A or B tier. This regional, out of 39, only one went through,
Yeah.
then completely fumbled.
Something happened between last regional and this regional. I seen chat saying it's a hard
Probably
deck to pilot, but I think Gran actually
pairing.
had nailed it perfectly. I think it was the Aradas, guys, the Falling Star and the Cathian Rain Aradas, not letting her do what she so famously did in set one. You're able to kill things around Zhonya's Hourglass. Even against like set legends, you're able to work around the set legends. So maybe
With
that's
the
why we're
number of
seeing a whole lot more Aurelia too.
Irelia, yeah, that probably maybe with bad pairing, then a lot of them took an Irelia and, and died. I don't know. Maybe some on Azir also. I mean, maybe she fought a lot of green and could not make it through.
Yeah, I guess all 39s just reversing up a lot of comdex today. But it almost seems that the matchup against Draven might be a little bit tougher than we speculated earlier on. It looks like they probably ran into comdex. They probably ran into the classic Draven decks as well. Grant saying even Fiora can repost it. Okay, so a lot of things kind of working against Kaiser in set 2.
Yeah.
And
This being said, the repost was already there before, and like the erratas do not have any interaction with the repost.
okay. Yeah, exactly. Repost was
Um,
already there. It just was a bit underutilized because Fiora
yeah.
itself was
Let's see.
underestimated.
Let's see next week what she does, and if there's any big difference or not.
Yeah, because it could just be city by city. Maybe in Chengdu, not a lot of popularity amongst players, so it could be something like that. I will say, I think from back-to-back regionals, Fiora doing so well. I think it's expected. We saw from Fuzhou to Chengdu, Fiora did come up a bit. If you have the exact numbers, feel free to let us know because I know you were writing them down. What was Fiora's numbers day 1 versus what we saw in, not day 1, but Fiora's numbers week 1 versus Fiora's numbers week 2? Because I saw them go up, but how much did they go up? Do you remember? Or I could try to find it too.
How many more Fiora? Is that the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. From day 1 of Fuzhou to day 1
Okay,
of...
so day 1 of Fuzhou to... All right, so the conversion, the field conversion for Fiora on Fuzhou was 0.67, and on Chengdu it was 0.31 because only one went through, whereas on Fuzhou 2 went through.
Okay. And I just checked back the roll numbers. It didn't actually move all that much, guys. It went from 24 players in the previous last weekend's regional to 26 players. So only 2 additional players coming out, bringing Fiora. But are you saying from that stat, it was a better conversion, you're saying? Or what was the stat
No,
there
it was
for?
worse. It was worse.
It was worse? Okay.
Yeah, it was less than half. It did, because of course there were more decks and only half went through because it was 1 instead of 2. It's so hard to have some good numbers because of Draven being so overwhelmingly represented.
Right.
Yeah.
That's so strange. It almost feels like there's just a skill issue. Not issue, but just a skill factor coming into play there. Because it almost feels like in this player's hand, if he was playing Draven, do you guys feel like he would be in the same situation? Because he does feel like he's playing expertly, right? Throughout every game we've seen him, he's doing everything he needs to do right. Or he could just be in the realm of catching people off guard. Like you're prepared for the Draven matchup so much that you're just not preparing for the Fiora matchup, actually. I think after today's regional, win or no win, back-to-back final spots, people are going to start respecting Fiora and try to prepare for it a bit more. So it's going to be cool to see going forward. I think if Fiora went from 24 to 26, she has to scrape over 30 participants next tournament. If maybe more, maybe we get like a 40, 50 players on Fiora, starting to try to balance things out, but maybe not. Maybe it's just the player. I don't know.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I'm curious to see, just like you said, what goes on next week.
Yeah, guys, for those that don't know how Chinese regionals end up doing, it's an entire month, weekend after weekend of regionals. So we just came back from, well, we didn't come back, but we were co-streaming the last weekend's event. So yeah, that was 1 week ago. Next weekend is another one, and the week after that. And if things go the same way as the Set 1 season go, a month to a month and a half later after the regionals close, all the winners, actually this is a national open, so maybe it's not all the winners. I think it might be another lottery system, but 512 players is the max players that are allowed to participate in these regionals. For the national open is 2,048 players allowed to participate, and that's usually about, like I mentioned, a month to a month and a half after the regional circuit concludes. So I'm willing to bet that we probably have something super similar for Spiritforged 2. Set went up
Yeah, I
from
could see that. You're
Fiora.
right.
Oh, Darf, are you saying Set Brawler's up in terms of pricing? I can see that. Set Brawler. I gotta look if I have a couple Set Brawlers in my binder. I think I do, actually.
No, I don't.
You know? Because, yeah, I think my brother was building a set deck before he stopped playing for a bit. So I gotta look. Hopefully I have some Brawlers there before they get even more up. Because imagine she takes the win today. So, yeah. I mean, what other cards might be going up from the Set 1? What does she use? I mean, Salvage seems to be good. If that card's not going teeny bit up, granted, it's a couple of cents, I would imagine. So what's the most that could go up? Like $1 or $2? So that one we don't have to worry about too much about. There's Brawlers. Baited hooks were always somewhat expensive, but I don't even think Fiora necessarily needs baited hook. It just looks like when it goes off, it really gets things going. We haven't seen the crazy high roll of the baited hook hitting the Harness Dragon, because you would imagine that's exactly what he has it set up for. But I guess the more consistent play is going from 3 to 4. And chat, the casters are online. You guys know what that means. We are moments away from witnessing another piece of history in Riftbound Set 2 history, I should say, right? So we are about to jump into that grand finals. Is it the Draven we already saw in the quarterfinals finding his way and fighting through that semis that we didn't get to see? It was on the other table. Will he be the one representing Dravens in the grand finals? Because we know who the Fiora player is. What do you think? Do you think we'll see the same Draven we saw, Leroy, or did he get taken down? Just a little fun prediction.
You know what?
I was at this point.
I was not that impressed, so I'm gonna say it's the other one.
Nice. That's a good bet. That's a good bet. He did. You know, he was the one that took down Miracle Draven as a standard Draven. So I mean, it was tough because the game ended up finishing in about 20 to 30 minutes.
Honestly, it was hard. That's why I'm saying I was not impressed. So, but he didn't have to play impressively. He just had to play, and the game went peacefully for him. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell really.
Okay. I mean, we'll see if we recognize the name when they throw out the bracket. I mean, will they throw out the bracket? What they will show, guys, get ready to screenshot the screen. They are going to be showing the finalist deck list. That's what they do in every single regional. I should probably be screenshotting as well. But guys, they probably will be showing it rather shortly. The Draven list and the Fiora list, that's what they've been doing in every single regional circuit. When it gets to the grand finals, they end up showing the deck list, which is why we were speculating earlier that they do end up doing open deck lists. There's no way they show the deck list to the viewers Unless they lock the players in the room, in the feature table room, and then they show the deck list so they don't have any outside
No,
communication,
they
like
would
no
not.
friends.
That would be so funny, but I really don't think they
I
would
don't
do
think
that.
so. Yeah, I think it's open deck list. But Rins, we'll get the easy list by tomorrow. I'll post it on X, but at the minimum, you can check out websites like Riftdex, or if you have access to the Chinese WeChat as well. That's where I find mines. There's also the best of Ezreal from last week too. It's somewhat similar, but it would be cool to
Yeah,
know the exact 40 cards on this Ezreal too. So I'll try to post them on
yeah.
Twitter when we can, on Discord when we can. They're gonna be released within the 1 to 2 days. And you know,
Because it was
start.
even more impressive. So yeah, that would be really cool to know what
It
was
would.
actually running.
And man, I really wish we could speak a little bit of Chinese because these guys are the two winners. I don't
Same.
know if you guys recognize them because Apop 2 had the master in the grand finals of Fuzhou, but you guys have to recognize the Fiora player. I wonder, is it obvious who they're rooting for? Is Apop 2 voting for Draven? And as the Fiora, you saw how passionate he was when he won with Fiora last week. He grabbed the legend and flaunted it on stream. So he's a Fiora fan indeed. So I think he's clearly rooting for one side. So it's going to be fun to see. It's cool to have
Yeah,
both finalists from last weekend join the cast to pretty much bring us out and close the show. I kind of envy not being in their position a bit, but it's still going to be a good cast on our side of things too.
definitely. Let's see what those players can bring to the table. Let's see uh, how clean will the plays be. I'm so curious to see everything how it pans out, and if this time Fiora can make it through and take over the crown from Draven, because those who've seen uh, uh, League of Legends World Championship in 2023 knows it, or those who just listen to Linkin Park, heavy is the crown.
Okay, and where does that come from? Is that, what do you mean heavy?
Is the title of a song that was made by Linkin Park, both for the World Championship
Oh.
of League of Legends and their return. And it was really fun because it was like, heavy is the crown because Faker won again, and he had to carry his title with everyone being focused on him. And heavy is the crown because the new singer had to take the spot of course, Chester Barrington.
Oh, I
Uh,
got you. I remember when that happened. Yeah, Chester. RIP, of course. But yeah, I totally see the reference there. What else does Fiora say? We might have to bring it up in. And what is I mean, Draven always says the League of Draven, and then Fiora. You said it, I believe, in the previous caps. Was it raise your baguettes, or what does she normally say in League of Legends?
oh no, we said raise your baguette because Fiora is called Fiora Laurent, and she's got a really French accent and so on. So Fiora is basically representing like the French in League of Legends. Now, what does she say? Because she's got this really French accent, so it's like the blade or something like that. I don't remember exactly. It's really fun.
Oh, and guys, it looks like they're revealing the best of metal card winners. If you guys are familiar with some of these Chinese characters, or perhaps you guys have friends out in China, did some of your friends end up winning? It looks like Lee Sin goes taken from Gogo, Annie from AIL. Nice little name there because it is the AI team, but did he take the
And
L? He took the win here.
Lei IRDB is getting the Azir for the second time.
Really?
He had it already. Last
Wow,
time.
two
he's
Azir
going
best
to
of legends. I
collect-
mean, if you're the best Azir player in China, you're just the best Azir player. So picking up a pretty penny, I want to say. At minimum, they should be going for at least. I know we're not super big on the money side of things, but at the minimum, there's no way you don't get 5K USD for that, if
5K,
not
yeah.
more.
So yeah, Azir being picked up by IRDB Lei. So the one that made it, it was third place at the Shanghai National, and it's the one that everyone said, "Oh my God, he's so good at playing Yi."
Mm-hmm.
facing against Omega Zero.
He was my favorite play. That was my favorite round of the entire National Open last
He
year.
was everyone's favorite run. He was just so crazy to
So
witness.
good. Like I said, today's real grand finals, or we don't know just yet. We'll see how these grand finals play out. But just like the semifinals for today could have just pretty much been the grand finals, the semifinals of the Shanghai National Open was pretty much the grand finals. It went to an epic game 3 with Omega Zero, which ended up being the champion that event. And the grand finals, he ended up winning in 2-0. So that's why I say the real grand finals is that best of 3 series we saw. And yeah, Clumpy, I wonder if Azir is on the same list. Clumpy is the same player. So we'll find out, because the best of legends list will be revealed too.
Maybe adapted a bit, checking the meta, but it's the same
And
player.
guys, here it is. Feel free to screenshot. I'll put it on the main scene. It looks like a double mind splitter, double switcheroo. So very similar, if not the exact 40 from Apop 2 last weekend.
I don't remember exactly, but I see a lot of things I've already seen.
You know, I will point out, I'm seeing something different. The against all odds in the sideboard. That could be a big sideboard piece. And here's the baited hook strategy coming in. That's triple baited hook. Set Brawler only being ran at 2. Interesting enough. Fiora, the set 1 champion, at 2.
Oh, so you see the side deck. You can use all of these cards are really good against the Ezreal deck. And maybe that's why he sided the baited hook.
Yeah, that does make sense. The sabotage, the salvage, that is what the Fiora player has to work with. And I really like that list. It looks very consistent, very well thought out. And let's just see how it's going to fare against the likes of the Draven. A Draven that looks very similar to the list as we saw win in the hands of Apop 2, the Fuzhou regional champion. And look who it is one more time. The person we saw in the quarterfinals take down a opposing Draven in that mirror match does find himself in the final seat, and looks like he's a lot more calm.
Allied. Yeah, exactly. And again, the meditate Fiora picking up some green card here to channel inner calm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, USA, you gotta relax after that intense semifinals match. And it looks like his composure has been regained for him, so he should be ready and put on a great show for us in these grand finals. But to be fair, both players look a little bit tense, I might add. Let's see what this Dyro has, because Fiora would love to be on the play. Draven would love to be on the play. It doesn't matter what the seeding is. It just matters the luck of the dice. And he's praying to Art and Jesus, or into anyone religious out there. Perhaps he's actually praying in general. But man, I am excited, Leroy, as I can't stop saying. We are in the final games of the day. Will it be just a clean 2-0 from either of these players, or will they make each other really work for it, and we might just get the dream picture of 3 games?
Really cold. He's got like 4 layers and the scarf. Either he's sick, either he's like super cold.
Yeah, you know, Leroy, I'm liking this longer extended meditation. It's almost a bit of a mind game, saying I am so locked in. There is nothing you can do stopping. I don't care that I'm in front of the cameras. I'm getting in my Zen mode. I need to think of every single play line. I need to know exactly how I'm going to be sequencing these cards. I need to have the third eye open for this grand finals match, because I will be the first non-chaos legend to win a regional, or maybe not win a regional, but in the Spiritforged meta. And of course, as we saw in the quarterfinals, the player on the left will be the Draven, and the player on the right will be the Fiora coming out to play. So let's see. It's actually very curious to me who's going to be on the play and who's going to be on the draw for these grand finals.
Now, guys, there's already a difference between this Fiora and the one from last time, which is the chosen champion is not the same And this one has the more standard new Fiora that players usually choose to elect because of its ability. And it's played just like Ezreal would be played. You just let her in base and use the ability as much as you can.
Yeah, he's so caught up in meditating, he's not even flipping his thing. But we saw against the likes of a Draven, he does like to go game one, being a neutral battlefield like the Triferian War Camp, making full use of that baited hook, making it so much more efficient to bring out your bigger units. So Triferian War Camp looks to be doing wonders. On top of that, we can't take out the fact that it enables you to get to mighty just that much easier. If you're ever at 4, you just simply have to push up to that Triferian War Camp. And as an example, the set 1 Fiora, the Order Fiora, you can go ahead and not only get mighty when you're on there, but it goes ahead and enables her whole kit. You get the ganking, you get the shield. So I love Triferian War Camp. Whether on the play or the draw, it should be decent advantage in this game number 1. And that's a 1, or no, that's an 11. I probably need some glasses at this point.
Yeah, let's see. Anyway, I think you, especially in game 1, you would rather be on the play no matter who you are.
Oh, and that is a fantastic card for the Driven player. We know how important those Fiora-worthy champions are to the game plan of the Fiora decks. So if you're able to pick those off as early as they come down, they're not going to get any kind of utilization coming forward. Those set brawlers won't be at the ready. Those kind of 1-2 combos with the BF swords won't be enabling the activation on the turn, or getting readied on the turn, I should say. So
is he thinking he's going to mulligan the Falling Star?
Okay, prioritizing resources perhaps. He's saying Falling Star early on. I don't want to go so low too early.
He does not have any turn 1 to play, and he really needs one. I think else maybe he would have kept. Oh, but he got another one, so that's...
Yeah, you send one back and you pick one up. That tends to happen more often than not. Does that happen to you, Leroy?
All the time.
All the time.
My cards like to troll me, kind of. So yeah.
That makes sense,
and
it
of
looks
course
like
he's going to keep the 2-1 punch man, and I think the last card is a broker, which would be a really good turn 1 to play for Fiora.
Yeah, funny enough, I think it was the exact same story for the Fiora player. He put a matron at the bottom and ended up top decking another matron. But here we are, guys. It is game number 1 of these grand finals for the Chengdu Regional Open here in the Spiritforged season. Let's see who's going to be starting things off. It almost seems like Draven will be channeling first, so he's going to be on the play, of course. We saw he didn't have a turn 1 play, so he's going to have to just pass. You love to see this as a Fiora fan.
Yeah, exactly, which means everybody in the chat loves to see this.
Okay. Everyone, and then there's a couple individuals that really want Draven to have the pure domination, but fair play. We like what we like. Speaking of turn 1 plays, though, there is that on his broker. Well, you could decide, and where's his 3 runes? Okay, there it was. He was hiding the body one under there. He could decide to just go ahead, full throttle, develop your worthy, but is it worth it to Falling Star as early as turn 2, or are you just setting yourself back a bit too far for a single unit?
I would say you are. I think he's got Kaysai, he's got Draven, he's got some play to do on turn 2 other than just Falling Star at poor Fiora. And if he does that, that would be actually quite good for the Fiora player, because he would have a great target to Matron.
Yeah, it could be the case, so we'll see what he decides to do, thinking very carefully. Instead of going for a 1-unit Falling Star, go ahead and establishes a bit stronger of a board presence by putting units on the board, because if you Falling Star, yes, your opponent doesn't have units, but you're not pushing the pace whatsoever. So I do like this development of the Draven. And decent hand, huh, Leroy? The BF sword doesn't feel all that bad, especially with the honest broker on top of that.
Yeah. And the only issue is that if you play both of them, you do not have enough to play. Oh, but no, you can only play this one. Yeah, I forgot. I thought for a moment I thought it was free. So 4 might, of course, attached for no cost because anyway you got that. This being said, if he goes in and he has to use punch first, he did not tap the right runes. No, he will have to tap one. So I'm saying nonsense. Sorry.
Yeah, he does have 2 body runes, but that's going to be, as we're saying, 2 body runes, setting yourself back effectively an entire turn. So it's always something to be mindful of. Is it worthy? In this situation, if you're actually able to take down the Draven champ, I think it's a worthwhile investment, of course. But there is a whole lot of potential for combat tricks. As we've seen this Draven deck before, as we just saw his deck list reveal on stream, he's running 3 spinning axes. That would be Draven at 6 going up to 9. And right now, with the BF sword, I guess punch first is enough, but if he has anything to add on top of the spinning axe, if he does have it in hand, I'm kind of just speaking in hypotheticals, of course, that could pose a problem. But of course, Leroy, the Targon's Peak allowing something like a double punch first, but he just doesn't have the runes. Did he have anything else on top of the punch first?
No, none that I think so. The Falling Star seems pretty good right now. That's just 6 exactly. The Matron will then be just as good. Now, you would like to not use those body runes, because you want to keep them to be able to activate actions effect when those spinning axes are going to come online.
Yeah, it could be nice. And I'm trying to think back at the deck list. I don't think he mainboards any salvages, because salvage seems like an excellent card against Draven decks. You're able to play out, or you're able to battle against those spinning axe on the defense. But he's trying to do the math here, saying how pivotal is this card to the Fiora game plan? Do I just want to invest a 2 rune, 2 Fury recycle investment on this card? It's at exactly 6, and I don't think we saw a riposte in hand. Does he risk it for the advancement of his board state, pushing on forward, getting rid of the Fiora going forward? It almost seems worth it. Is it a risk, or is it a bit of a calculated risk, I want to say, because it seems decent, maybe better than pushing the Draven alone, and he is stressed out. Or maybe he's just ultimate calm too. Either or, he's definitely taking in the moment.
So he's going to fire that Falling Star. Of course, you will look at your card as Fiora, but I don't think he has anything to react to this.
Yeah, that is, he needs reaction speed, because Falling Star coming out without being a showdown. So there's no such thing as punch firsting in this situation, and you actually called it. You don't have a riposte to save it. So that's a pretty good Falling Star. It does allow you to simply conquer on Targon's Peak, so you're able to effectively tap out and then push in. So he didn't get an extra draw for a combat.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're not even that sad, because you're not giving that extra draw to Draven. And as we said earlier, anyway, that Matron is going to come and resurrect Fiora.
Yeah, true. We did see a Matron in hand, so he probably doesn't feel too bad about that, but does establish out a nice little Kaiser Survivor, and you are going to be able to keep up a spinning axe at that. Matron into Fiora worthy. Attach a BF sword onto one of those units. You can ready, I mean, one of those units probably most likely going to be a Matron. Matron's at 4. BF sword brings it up to 3. I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't feel too comfortable attacking into this Draven battlefield, or this Draven held battlefield, I should say. So most likely probably leaning towards the Trifrean war camp, and perhaps just trying to defend that, because you're getting up to 2 first. Draven would hold on his turn up to 2, so you're technically slightly ahead on point tempo. So that's something he has to be very considerate of, and it could be a potential line to keep an advantage as this game progresses. But it doesn't feel great. I feel like Draven is in a decent position with those 2 units.
Yeah, I felt so too, but I wouldn't say Fiora is in a bad position either. She can develop a unit, attach the sword for free. Uh, she will be ahead in terms of runes. Still, even if the matron has a quite high cost.
Yeah,
No,
and it
it's
looks like the Draven
could be
player
worse.
hasn't seen much of Matron ever since set 1. Perhaps he hasn't even seen it in set 1. Didn't go against the likes of a Darius deck, but Matron, I'll pull it up here on the screen. When you play me, you're able to bring a unit with a cost more than, or bring a unit, wait, why am I know you just bring a 3 or less unit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much like a revive, bringing it back from the trash. If it has 3 or less, you still do have to pay its power cost, but Fiora Worthy doesn't have any power to his name. And as we speculated, the BF sword getting attached to the matron, you are able to activate the Fiora, so you pay a simple order power to ready it. And he's going for it, Leroy. He's saying, are you going to defend? Because I have 2 punch first in hand. If you invest those spinning axe, I'm going to make you pay for it now that I at least have, I guess, just 2 body runes, so it can't double up, but 1 punch first is definitely enough, I believe.
Yeah, and you would be happy seeing all this. You would lose a spinning ice. You would lose some runes. You would lose so much in the transaction. This being said, the matron, you ignore the complete cost. You do not have to pay the power cost, but it cannot cost, if I remember correctly, more than 1 power cost.
Yeah, I believe so. Which could come into effect, but most 3 drops are 1 power less, but I know there's probably exceptions to that.
Yeah, not that many, but probably.
So thinking carefully, saying you have 3 runes available. What can those 3 runes? And he's shaking his head, doesn't like his position, kind of shaking it aggressively, saying, okay, I know what you got. I know what you got. I can invest in spinning axe. But before any kind of priority gets passed over, you have to decide on the Draven trigger.
Yeah.
Are you going to be investing your only Fury rune? Because you just sent 2 Fury runes to the bottom of the rune deck because of that falling star. Are you going to send another one and risk not getting another Fury for a little bit? I mean, he's probably on a 6 or we have to look back. The deck list did get revealed. I just wasn't looking at the runes there.
So he did not invest anything, and I think that's a really good call from Draven, because would have he invested like an axe plus the Draven ability, he would have been so low on runes, he would have still died, and only for his opponent to use 1 punch first.
Yeah, I think it was the ideal play there. Thinking ahead, what can his opponent have? But goes ahead and plays out a Honest Broker just to get a nice little 2-drop. And now he does have 2 more runes available because of Targon's Peak. So back up to 3 he goes. Doesn't feel too bad. Now feeling a decent amount ahead with that Conqueror. You took out the Draven. Kai's in the back. He's able to push forward, but at the most, I believe he's only going to be able to push forward with a total of 7, because unlike Draven, Kaiser is not able to get a +2 might when you're attacking or defending. So I do think Fiora feels a bit more comfortable about that. Can he go ahead and hold? Because if he holds, he's obviously going to be going up to 3, and then the Honest Broker in the back could allow him to go to that nice even 4, setting him up at the halfway point to closing out game number 1. So he's looking pretty good, but we are still very far from finishing this game 1.
Yeah, Darius will be developed. Darius being at 7 if he does not have any cleave. And the matron is at 7 too. So that's the trade. I'm happy to trade if I'm Fiora. But no, he's just going to elect to not do anything, and Draven is starting to be on the back foot in terms of points.
I believe so. Didn't like the position against the 3 runes that Fiora was holding up. So he's saying, I'm not going to risk it. Let me try to feel it out in a bit of a better position when I at least have at least a spinning axe to back it up. So didn't like the push so far. It does come at a hefty cost because, as we mentioned before, Fiora more than likely going to be allowed to go up to 4 points as of right now. And on top of that, you could go ahead and play out even more units. As you're seeing now, Action coming down. There's no such thing as snatching away any equipment, but it does have Weapon Master, so taking it from the matron, and more than anything, you're gonna get the Fiora legend ability back online. So just going ahead and doing a bit of a workaround to channeling more runes, which is exactly what you want to do as the Fiora legend, because we know the late game feels good for you. You have those big bomb hitters like the Harness Dragons, because in this moment, our Harness Dragon the next turn looking to do rather good. You're able to take out simply the Darius, probably the likely target. Even the Kaiser doesn't feel all that bad to take out. So yeah, the more runes, the more options for you, and does go for the simple conquer, going up to 4. Fiora
Yeah.
feeling in a very advantageous position so far.
And looks how much he hesitated before sending that before sending that broker. It was like, do I give my opponent a point? And I think if he hides a hidden blade, he might use it to react instantly to kill his broker before, like if his opponent activates any effect before going onto the battlefield, would you consider instantly reacting with the hidden blade so that you are not giving any draw to that Draven player?
Yeah, I do like that line. The only exception being there's not a lot of things that have play on the playability. One of those being Bring Your Thunder Song. Yes, he does have it in hand, but it just doesn't look to be in a great position to play out something like a Thunder Song. Unless you feel like you could take away the double punch first, because a punch first looking to save the action, a punch first / hidden blade looking to be the likely play on the Triferian. So perhaps the Brynir doesn't feel all that bad. There's actually 2 Thunder Songs in hand, but I like what you said, Leroy. I really do like the +2 draw. Get out a gold for your troubles as well, and you neglect them a draw of their own because they're not going to be winning that combat, at least on that bottom battlefield. So we'll see if he does go for Brynir, because it makes somewhat sense in this bigger picture. We know all the cards in hand, so it doesn't feel like the smartest play. I mean, he's willing to probably put 1 and 2 together and know that's probably most likely going to be a hidden blade that can activate at reaction speed to that trigger going online. So probably going to choose something else, honestly.
I don't know. I really don't know about the Brynja this turn. It protects you from One Punch Man, but apart from that, not really. I know why he played the action. I completely understand the play, but I would, and it would have been a mistake most likely. He's much better than me. But I would have been so tempted to just keep it until the spinning axe arrives and I can snap it for myself.
Yeah, I do agree. It seemed like a little premature, but at the very least, like we talked about